Upon discovering his identity as Superman, the protagonist began to navigate a life oscillating between the roles of a paragon of justice and a rogue agent. When he sought to combat crime, he embodied the indomitable Superman. Conversely, when he yearned to engage in nefarious deeds, he transformed into the lawless agent of chaos. Initially, he believed this dual existence could persist indefinitely, as he was an invincible entity within this universe, capable of subduing all at his whim. However, he was blindsided by the unexpected completion of the Collider by that insufferable Gold, leading to intermittent incursions from superheroes or supervillains from parallel universes. Even the notorious Joker found his way into this realm. Although the Joker was formidable, the protagonist, having been reincarnated, had also gained significant enhancements. The King of Hell had promised that should he choose to reincarnate into another world, he would receive extraordinary evolutionary and learning capabilities. Thus, having transformed into Superman, the protagonist continuously evolved and grew stronger, even crafting an entire suit of kryptonite armor specifically designed to counter the invaders from this world. Chapter 1. Discovery of Identity 1. Brother, wake up. If you don't get up soon, the sun will scorch your backside. A charming little girl with golden hair and blue eyes was struggling to climb onto a large bed, calling out to her brother in an endearing manner. Accompanying her voice, a strikingly handsome boy with dark hair sat up in bed. Since arriving in this world, Clark's life had followed an orderly routine. Although merely an 80-year-old child, his soul bore the wisdom of an adult. Originally from China, Clark had passed away and found himself in the underworld. Due to his virtuous deeds during his lifetime, which included dedicating part of his income to charitable causes, he earned the opportunity for reincarnation. However, to be reborn in China again would require a wait of several centuries. Yet, apart from reincarnation in China, numerous other choices beckoned. The first option allowed Clark to be reborn in a small country as the son of a wealthy family, affording him a life of luxury, albeit without the memories of his past life. The second choice involved soul transference to a parallel universe. The nature of that universe and its future remained uncertain, yet the benefits of such a journey were manifold. Primarily, one would retain their original memories, facilitating a smoother transition into the new existence. Additionally, every soul venturing into a parallel world would receive an extra reward akin to a system or a powerful tool. While this reward might not be overwhelmingly potent, it would suffice to ensure a life of prominence in the parallel universe. Faced with these two choices, Clark unhesitatingly opted for the second. The allure of experiencing a different life was immensely enticing, especially with the prospect of obtaining a system and retaining the memories of his previous life. As an ordinary individual, such an opportunity was indeed rare. After making his choice, Clark inevitably arrived in this new world. Initially bewildered, he soon recognized the golden-haired couple before him, realizing he had not been born in China, but rather in a Western nation. Observing their car and overhearing their conversation, Clark concluded he had landed in America during the 1980s, a period of great prosperity. Despite retaining his past memories, he inhabited the body of an infant, which limited his sensory perceptions at distances. Remarkably, by just a few months old, he could walk, and by the age of 1, he was capable of speech. By his first birthday, he had developed to the maturity of a 4 or 5-year-old child, attributing these enhancements to the gifts granted by the King of Hell. The revelation of his true identity came on the evening of his first birthday. The house was filled with friends and family, all enamored with the prodigious child, showering him with gifts. Enraptured by the presents, Clark momentarily forgot everything else. After the guests departed, he sought out his parents to share his joy. Understanding that foreign parents differed significantly from those in his homeland, he recognized the importance of establishing a good rapport through communication. Upon reaching the doorway, he overheard his parents' conversation. "Darling, should we tell Clark about his origins? He is not an ordinary child, and he will need to know eventually," his mother said, gazing tenderly at his father. His father grasped her hand, responding, "It is not yet the right time. Although Clark appears mature, he is still just a child. Revealing too much too soon may cause him undue distress. Our priority should be to allow him to grow up carefree and joyful. We will disclose his heritage when he comes of age. Regardless of the choices he makes then, I will support him wholeheartedly." After absorbing this conversation, Clark was not surprised but quickly retreated to his room. Once there, memories of his first encounter with his parents flooded back. Though his vision had been hazy at that time, he distinctly remembered not being born in a hospital, but rather in an open space. Reflecting on all this, Clark suddenly recalled a very familiar scene. Coupling this with his name, an epiphany struck him. His mind erupted with an overwhelming influx of information about Superman. He remembered vividly that, according to the comics, Superman's awakening occurred during elementary school. Yet, his situation was unique. He had traversed realms. Now that he understood his identity as Superman, he felt compelled to experiment to verify this newfound identity. If he truly was Superman, the potential for adventure in this world would be boundless. With this thought, a smile crept onto Clark's lips, his elation transcending mere facial expression. In his previous life, he had often fantasized about being transported to the Marvel or DC universes, envisioning himself as the most fitting superhero. Initially, he considered Iron Man, with his wealth, charisma, and intellect a quintessential choice. Alternatively, he contemplated shape-shifting into Mystique, relishing the ability to transform at will and pursue his desires with unparalleled convenience. At the very least, he would settle for being Batman despite being merely an ordinary human. His financial prowess rendered him formidable. Unexpectedly, not only had he traversed through time, but he had also become a superhuman. Such an exhilarating reality would be irresistible to anyone. Clark eagerly approached his crib, gripping the leg of it with one hand. With a mere exertion of strength, he effortlessly lifted the crib. This was not something an ordinary one-year-old could achieve. Realizing he possessed such power, the next endeavor was to attempt flight. Chapter 2. Discovering Identity 2 Foot. As he found himself unable to leave the room, Clark decided to stand and gently leap, testing whether he could float in the air. His initial attempts resulted in a sense of merely 1 or 2 meters, without achieving true flight. The impact upon landing was significant. Fortunately, Clark had the foresight to land on a plush teddy bear, muffling any sound. He was not surprised, for in films, even Superman required time to master the art of flying. It was not an instant acquisition. The second and third attempts yielded similar results. However, by the fourth attempt, he experienced a brief moment of levitation, lasting approximately 4 to 5 seconds. Upon confirming his ability to fly, Clark was overwhelmed with exhilaration, yet he refrained from further experimentation, understanding that some actions should remain discreet. For an extended period, Clark practiced all the skills inherent to Superman. By the age of 1.5, he had fully grasped the ability to fly. While his parents worked on the farm, he would open the window and soar into the sky, patrolling the surroundings. Initially, he struggled to control his body, but after several attempts, he could fly precisely as he desired, landing exactly where he intended, achieving complete control. With the knowledge of his identity, Clark resolved to ensure that the Kent couple in this world had their own children. The Kents were kind-hearted individuals who had made great sacrifices for his protection, and this world's Kents were no different. Such admirable parents deserved to have their own offspring. After the Kents had left, Clark rummaged through their room, and finally discovered the legendary key concealed within a box. This key resembled the one depicted in the film's black iron rod emblazoned with Superman's emblem. Over the next few years, Clark maintained a facade of normalcy, mirroring other children, until he reached the age of 3, when the Kents were invited to a friend's wedding and, unable to take Clark, asked their sister to assist. The Kent's sister was a remarkably responsible individual, adept at entertaining children, which made her quite popular in that domain. However, to Clark, this posed no challenge. He had developed numerous new skills, one of which was hypnosis. He could hypnotize an unsuspecting individual with his voice in a matter of moments, though this ability was effective only on unguarded, ordinary people. After hypnotizing his sister, Clark opened the window and soared toward the North Pole. His boldness stemmed from the countless nights spent practicing flights toward the South Pole, aiming to reach the Fortress of Solitude. After more than a year of effort, Clark had mastered the ability to travel to and from the North Pole in a single night. The extended duration of his journeys was due to his youthful physique, which limited the full expression of Superman's powers. Currently, he could manage a round trip within 12 hours, marking his limits. Before departing, Clark donned thick clothing, for his small frame was ill-equipped to withstand the Arctic chill. After over 6 hours of flight, he arrived at the North Pole, where he felt an inexplicable energy drawing him closer, a signal emanating from the Fortress of Solitude. He recognized it mirrored the sensations emitted by the spacecraft that had brought him here. Guided by this instinct, Clark quickly approached the entrance of the fortress. Concealed beneath a massive glacier, the entrance was nevertheless conspicuous. To an ordinary person, it appeared merely as a collapsed ice formation. Upon standing at the entrance, a blue beam of light scanned his body. Following the scan, a crystalline pillar rose beside him. During this time, Clark donned his warm clothing. While such attire would prove inadequate for most in the Arctic, it sufficed for Clark, who, surpassing many humans, only required a simple layer of warmth to retain his body heat. Retrieving the key emblazoned with Superman's emblem from his pocket, he levitated it above the crystalline pillar, aligning it with the corresponding slot and inserting it. As the key was placed, the glacier trembled, and as ice fragments collapsed, a circular hatch was revealed. Clark entered with practiced ease, and upon doing so, a holographic projection materialized before him. This projection depicted his biological father, who proceeded to relay information akin to that found in the films, meticulously detailing the facilities within the Fortress of Solitude. Since the holographic projection was entirely AI-driven, it tailored its guidance and analysis to Clark's current situation. It seems your awakening has occurred rather early. I did not expect you to possess such formidable strength at this age. You truly are exceptional. Clark regarded the hologram. No one is as exceptional as you, Father, with your unparalleled foresight. During their conversation, Clark learned that the AI had assimilated knowledge and culture from various nations, allowing him to communicate in the most familiar language. Let us set aside such discussions for now. Please take me to the laboratory. I require a substance that enables conception for couples on this planet. The dosage must be appropriate, not too large, nor too small, sufficient to assist an infertile couple in conceiving 1 or 2 children. The AI father, initially puzzled by Clark's request, did not inquire further, as it was merely an AI, limited to its pre-programmed capabilities and demeanor. Guided by the AI father, Clark arrived at a fully automated laboratory. Here, the AI could create the desired substance by inputting Clark's specifications into the system. Within less than a minute, the requested medication was synthesized in the laboratory. Chapter 3. Discovering Identity 3. Upon receiving the vial of medication, Clark's father approached him. This substance bore no side effects, and considering the physical condition of your adoptive parents, they could bear 2 more children. After the birth of these 2 children, although they could continue to conceive, it would impose considerable strain on their health. Therefore, I advise you to wait until they have given birth to both children before administering the formulated suppressive agent, thereby rendering them incapable of further procreation. This way, your adoptive parents could live to the age of 85 or beyond, free from any unforeseen circumstances. Clark carefully stored the medication, deciding to postpone its use. At this moment, the vial served no purpose for him. With that, Clark departed from the laboratory and returned to the entrance. His father followed closely behind, assuring him, "This will always be your home. You are welcome to return at any time." Clark said nothing, soaring into the air and swiftly heading in the direction of home. By the time he arrived, dawn was just breaking. Having pushed his speed to its limits, he had flown faster than ever before in his current form. Clark slipped back into his bed, acting as if nothing had transpired. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Clark behaved like an ordinary child, even displaying remarkable obedience. Upon the return of the Kents, he received praise for his exemplary conduct. When his mother learned of his impressive behavior, she lifted him into her arms and kissed him. Although he had embraced his new American identity, Clark still felt somewhat unaccustomed to such spontaneous displays of affection. Despite his discomfort, he maintained an outward appearance of shyness. That evening, after the couple had fallen asleep, Clark injected the 2 vials of medication into his parents. Within 2 months, his mother discovered she was pregnant. The joy of impending parenthood filled the Kents with elation. As for whether his adoptive parents would shower all their affection upon their biological children, Clark remained indifferent. After all, he possessed the soul of an adult, and with his identity as Superman, he was content to receive love when it was offered, yet remained unfazed by its absence. 10 months flew by, and the couple successfully welcomed their first child into the world, a boy named Paul. It seemed that naming their offspring was not a matter of great concern for them. As long as the name flowed well, they were satisfied. Even after Paul's arrival, the Kents continued to shower Clark with love, showing no signs of neglect. Observing their kindness, Clark willingly took on the responsibility of caring for Paul. A year later, the Kents welcomed their second child, a girl who would become his sister, Elsa. The name Elsa was bestowed by Clark, as his parents entrusted him with this privilege, which he did not decline. However, most names he could conjure were inspired by animations or films. When it came to naming a boy, Clark might have had more options, but for a girl, the only name that sprang to mind was that of Queen Elsa from Frozen. Thus he decided to name her Elsa. Under the tender care of the Kent couple, both children flourished. Inheriting their parents' remarkable genes, both Paul and Elsa were strikingly attractive. Particularly, Elsa seemed to embody a princess-like quality that increasingly resonated with Clark. perhaps influenced by her namesake. After witnessing the couple's joy at having both a son and a daughter, Clark administered a fertility-suppressing medication to his parents. Consequently, the family of 5 embarked on a life of simplicity. Clark and his sister frolicked for a while before he carried her downstairs. Upon entering the living room, they found their father seated at the dining table, perusing a newspaper and sipping coffee, while Paul eagerly devoured scrambled eggs and sausages. Their mother was busy in the kitchen, epitomizing a typical American family's morning routine. Clark approached the table, gently placing his sister in her designated seat before sitting beside Paul. Noticing Clark's arrival, Paul generously offered him a sausage from his plate. Since the arrival of the 2 little ones, Clark had adopted a Chinese approach to parenting, ensuring that both children exhibited better manners and behaviors compared to their peers raised in an American educational system. They were more considerate and adept at sharing. Clark's favorite breakfast was grilled sausages, prompting Paul to offer one to him. Clark patted Paul's head and pushed the sausage back. "Not today, you enjoy it." At that moment, their father set down the newspaper and turned his gaze to Clark. "Clark, you've been in school for a while now. Are you adjusting well? If you face any difficulties, please feel free to discuss them with your mother or me. We can arrange a different school if necessary." Clark continued to enjoy his breakfast, replying, "Everything at school is going very well, Dad. Although some are not particularly friendly, they pose no challenge to me. I always remember your teachings and refrain from giving anyone leverage against me." Satisfied, their father nodded. "That's the spirit. No man from the Kent family should ever be bullied. If you find it too overwhelming, do not hesitate to speak to me." Clark nodded, assuring him, "You can rest easy, Dad. I will never allow anyone to bully me." Now, in elementary school, Clark had developed a newfound perspective on American education. To be frank, he found that the curriculum of public elementary schools paled in comparison to the teachings he received in his homeland's kindergartens, which were far more advanced. However, this vicinity lacks suitable educational institutions. To pursue a superior education, one must venture farther afield. The Kents, who have traversed into this world, are not impoverished. Rather, they are quite affluent. Their farm has been entirely modernized, with machinery executing all tasks from tilling to sowing, fertilizing, and harvesting. In America, only wealthy farmers can achieve such advancements. The Kents need not engage in any labor themselves. All tasks are performed by their workers, allowing them to simply stroll through the farm after breakfast, ensuring everything is in order before returning home to spend time with their children. The workers reside at the other end of the farm, in designated accommodations. I find it somewhat regrettable for Clark to remain here for elementary education, as the local schooling is rather antiquated. Given Clark's exceptional capabilities, I believe he deserves a more refined education. His mother expressed her hopes that her eldest son would excel even further. Chapter 4. Joyful Education. Clark smiled at his mother, reassuring her, "Fear not. Even in such a school, I shall make you proud." His mother chuckled as she approached him, tousling his fluffy hair and placing a plate of freshly cooked eggs before him. Clark generously shared the eggs with Paul and Aisha. The Kents felt immense pride in Clark's intelligence and thoughtfulness. After breakfast, Clark boarded the school bus and made his way to school. Since his enrollment, he had dealt with all the troublemaking bullies, establishing himself as the leader of the school. The students who were frequently bullied no longer needed to fear harassment under Clark's protection. Anyone bold enough to bully others would soon find themselves experiencing an unforgettable lesson. Clark, not yet wishing to fully embrace his new identity, remained somewhat restrained in his actions, often opting for subtlety. Nevertheless, he left a significant psychological impact on some of the more timid students. The teachers and principal welcomed this change, as it meant a smoother learning environment where classes could proceed without disruption and students were spared from bullying. Previously, parental complaints had plagued the school, leading to frequent reprimands from higher authorities. However, ever since Clark's arrival, such issues had ceased. Thus, Clark was not only the undisputed leader among his peers, but also regarded as a savior by the faculty and administration. Clark remained unperturbed by the school environment. In his past life, he had been an academic prodigy, and although he had been reborn as a child in America, he had not forgotten the knowledge he had acquired. As he aged, the memories of his previous education became increasingly vivid. Now, the prospect of him applying to prestigious institutions posed no challenge at all. Clark's willingness to lead an ordinary life stems from his desire to spare his parents any worry. Upon entering his classroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell abruptly silent, with every student promptly returning to their seats and feigning engagement with their books. Clark found the noise in the classroom quite bothersome. Thus, his mere presence transformed the raucous environment into one of profound tranquility, compelling everyone to return to their designated places. Initially, the homeroom teacher was somewhat unaccustomed to this dynamic. But over time, she came to appreciate it. When a teacher arrived in the classroom, the lessons she imparted were exceedingly simple, focusing on addition and subtraction within 10. Yet, even with such elementary exercises, some students struggled to respond, and Clark felt a deep sense of pity for these children who were subjected to a form of joyful education. While the drawbacks of this approach may not be immediately evident, it ultimately marks the beginning of a nation's decline. However, Clark remained indifferent to this reality. Despite residing in America, his heart forever retained the colors of his homeland, China. Clark had once contemplated utilizing his abilities to return to China for a visit. Yet he ultimately dismissed this notion. He realized that if he were to appear in China, he would soon be discovered, and explaining his presence would prove quite cumbersome. His awareness of these matters stemmed from a global monitoring system for superheroes and supervillains. Any superhero entering a country without registration would be apprehended. Though the origins of this system remain undisclosed, it is logical to assume that if the creator's identity were revealed, it could incite retaliation from superheroes or supervillains alike. Given Clark's understanding of China, it is reasonable to surmise that this system was developed by the Chinese government. In both the primary universe and its derivatives, there has been little elaboration on the existence of superheroes in China. While there are numerous Chinese superheroes, most reside in America, with few living in their homeland. Furthermore, media coverage of China is exceedingly limited, primarily focusing on narratives of backwardness and vulnerability. Clark had long grown accustomed to such portrayals, since he began reading newspapers. America has relentlessly tarnished China's image, as if the world had collectively recognized China as a formidable threat. This perception serves to pacify domestic discontent and deflect attention from internal conflicts. In American elementary schools, the joyful education curriculum consists of art and music in the morning, followed by free play and physical education in the afternoon. Teachers seem more inclined to engage students in play rather than impart knowledge, as their primary concern is ensuring the children's safety, thus fulfilling their responsibilities. By 3 in the afternoon, school dismissed, and Clark returned home to spend time playing with Paul and Aisha. Certainly, this is not merely a frivolous pastime. During this period, Clark imparts some rudimentary knowledge from his past life to the children. Currently, Paul and Aisha have mastered the multiplication tables and the basics of everyday writing. Simultaneously, Clark has taught them simpler algorithms to perform basic arithmetic operations. He has also observed that Paul and Aisha seem to be significantly influenced by the concocted medication, exhibiting rapid brain development and high intelligence. If all goes well, these two are destined to become among the most exceptional individuals in the future. Brother, when can we visit Huagua? I've heard the cuisine there is abundant, Paul inquired while calculating. Aisha looked at Clark with eager anticipation. Brother, will we have the chance to go to Huagua? Clark affectionately ruffled the hair of the two youngsters, assuring them there will be opportunities. However, at this stage, it seems unlikely, as we are still quite young and our parents are occupied with farm work. Once we grow a bit older and our parents are less busy, we will surely have a chance to go. At this moment, Clark could only offer such assurances. Although the Kent couple are wonderful parents, it does not necessarily mean they will wish to take their children to foreign lands. That evening, Clark personally prepared a simple Chinese meal, steamed egg custard and stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. These dishes are uncomplicated and require minimal preparation, yet their flavors are palatable enough for foreigners. Clark makes it a point to cook Chinese meals from time to time, as the local cuisine is rather unaccustomed to his palate. Moreover, there are no Chinese restaurants in the vicinity. To dine out for Chinese food, one must drive several hours into the city to find a mediocre establishment. Chapter 5. Choices. Thus, several years of this unremarkable life passed until the day arrived for Paul and Aisha to embark on their educational journey. One day, their parents summoned the 3 siblings to the living room, where they gathered around the dining table. As the head of the household, the father spoke first, clearing his throat. Paul and Aisha have reached the age for schooling, and your mother and I would like to hear your thoughts. Upon hearing their father address a serious matter, Paul and Aisha, who had been playfully laughing moments before, immediately adopted a solemn demeanor. This transformation even surprised their parents. such as the result of Clark's steadfast education over the years. While they're free to play as they wish during ordinary times, they must adopt a serious attitude when their parents discuss important matters. Paul was the first to speak. "Father, do you have any options for us?" Before their father could fully register the shift in demeanor, he quickly composed himself as the head of the family. "You have two choices. The first is to attend a public elementary school, just like your elder brother. The second option is to attend the finest private elementary school in the city. This choice has its merits and drawbacks, and we will not impose it upon you. Thus, the decision rests in your hands." Upon hearing their father's words, Paul and Aisha turned simultaneously to Clark. "Brother, please guide us in this matter." Aisha was confident that her elder brother would make the most optimal choice for them. Their parents were surprised that their two children would defer the decision-making to their eldest son. The exceptional capabilities of Clark led the Kent couple to feel somewhat unworthy of having such a remarkable firstborn. They had previously suggested to him on several occasions the prospect of attending the best private school for a superior education, yet he had consistently declined their proposals. It now appeared that their eldest son excelled not only academically, but also in guiding his younger siblings with impeccable judgment. Clark was not taken aback by Paul and Aisha seeking his advice. Since childhood, he had instilled in them the values of respect for their parents and elder siblings. Likewise, Paul and Aisha understood the principles of looking up to their older brother and sister as parental figures. Clark addressed Paul and Aisha. "Your sole choice is to attend the private elementary school. You are not like me. I can pursue self-study, but you currently lack that capability. The knowledge I have imparted to you will certainly enable you to thrive in elementary and middle school. But there are other essential subjects that you must master through formal education. Acquiring knowledge is one aspect, while forming connections is another. Aisha, your quick wit and diligence, coupled with your remarkable talent for business, will allow you to forge diverse relationships at school, which is crucial for your future interactions. Paul, although you may lag behind Aisha academically, your athletic prowess is outstanding. In a regular elementary school, your talents may remain unnoticed, but at a private institution, the opportunities are abundant. With exceptional teachers and greater exposure, should they recognize and nurture your gifts, you could very well become a top athlete in the future. For the sake of your aspirations, your path is clear. Attend the private elementary school." Meanwhile, their parents watched in astonishment. As American parents, they had always respected their children's choices and had never imposed decisions upon them. Yet, they had not anticipated that their eldest son would take it upon himself to make choices for his younger siblings. Concerned that this might lead to discord among the three siblings, the couple was nonetheless enlightened by the scene before them. Realizing just how significant Clark was in the eyes of Paul and Aisha, "I will follow my brother's guidance. I will also heed our elder brother's direction." With Paul and Aisha affirming their agreement, Clark turned his gaze towards their parents. Father and mother decided to send younger brother and sister to the finest private elementary school. And given our family's financial circumstances, it should not pose a problem, right? Upon hearing this, father regained his focus. Indeed, it poses no issue. Not only can Paul and Aisha attend, but even Clark is equally capable of enrolling in a private high school. The tuition fees are trivial for our family. The Kent couple truly exemplifies an admirable partnership, treating their children equally regardless of age, ensuring that all have what they need and none lack what they do not. Since their own children are to attend private school, the eldest son must certainly be consulted once more regarding his opinion. "Mother and father, I shall forego your input. The constraints of a private school are far too great for me. In an ordinary public elementary school, I can excel based on my own abilities." Upon uttering these words, Clark exchanged a knowing glance with Paul and Aisha. With the matter settled, each family member returned to their own pursuits. By 8 o'clock that evening, the family retired for the night, as there were no entertainment options nearby, and the television programs largely consisted of trivial fare. Consequently, they all went to bed early. After everyone had settled down, Paul and Aisha quietly emerged from their rooms, armed with flashlights, and made their way to a large tree not far from home. This majestic tree housed an enormous treehouse, a private sanctuary crafted by the Kent couple for their 3 children. In America, where space permits, loving parents often create tree houses for their children, serving as secret hideaways, and the Kents were no exception. Given the tree's substantial diameter of 2 to 3 meters, Mr. and Mrs. Kent had invested in a designer to construct a treetop castle at its apex. Upon reaching the treehouse, the siblings discovered that Clark had already arrived. arranging their favorite grilled burgers and pizzas in the living room. Also present were chilled cola and orange juice. Once seated, Clark poured them glasses of cola and juice, stating, "I trust you have no objections to my unilateral decision regarding your futures." Aisha, savoring her grilled steak, replied, "Of course, we have no objections. Your decisions over the years have consistently been the most perfect." Observing Aisha's sauce-covered face, Clark reached for a napkin to wipe the sauce from her mouth. "What my sister says is true. Initially, we harbored doubts about our eldest brother's decisions, but after several instances, we realized he was always correct. Thus, his suggestion for us to attend private elementary school is undoubtedly the best arrangement, without a shadow of a doubt." Chapter 6, The Selection of Geniuses. Clark, pleased by their responses, nodded in approval. "The purpose of gathering you here tonight is quite simple. Should anyone at school dare to bully you, do not hesitate to contact me. My dear siblings, I possess no extraordinary talents. Yet it is a trivial matter for me to ensure that one or a group of students experiences some hardship. You have likely gleaned some insights from your parents regarding my conduct at school, so there is no need for concern. Thus, should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to retaliate. In due course, I shall arrange for our parents to provide you with a mobile phone, enabling you to reach out to me whenever necessary." Paul and Aisha were deeply moved by these words, nodding in agreement, yet they did not forget to indulge in their favorite snacks. These delicacies are seldom accessible, as they can only savor them when their parents venture into the city to procure supplies each month. This reality is undeniably harsh for them. However, they soon discovered that by adhering to their elder brother's guidance, what they could enjoy once a month could be relished at least twice a week. Should they exhibit exemplary behavior and fulfill their brother's academic expectations, they might even enjoy these treats the very same evening. The following day, Clark presented his proposal to his parents, requesting that they procure a mobile phone for Paul and Aisha. To his delight, his parents acquiesced without hesitation, providing each of them with a phone, as well as one for Clark himself. As he regarded the device in his hand, Clark remained indifferent. The phone was somewhat antiquated, yet boasted impressive battery life. With some time remaining before the commencement of school, their parents intended to take Paul and Aisha to familiarize themselves with the private school and participate in the entrance examination. After all, it was the most prestigious private institution in the area, and admission came with certain prerequisites. However, for Paul and Aisha, this entrance examination seemed as trivial as child's play. Under Clark's tutelage, they had already mastered the entirety of the first-year high school curriculum, utilizing a Chinese educational approach, thus ensuring their easy passage through the entrance exam. Meanwhile, Clark was seated in a different examination room, partaking in a test organized jointly by Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises, aimed at identifying exceptional talents from public schools. It is essential to recognize that not all gifted individuals hail from affluent families. Due to financial constraints, many must attend ordinary public institutions. Such talents are precisely what the nation requires, and they ought not to be overlooked in these environments. Consequently, Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises periodically conduct selection examinations across the United States and neighboring countries to unearth these exceptional individuals. Given that this examination seeks to identify prodigies, the level of difficulty is naturally quite high. The elementary examination encompasses certain aspects of middle school content, while middle school covers high school material, and high school, in turn, includes university-level subjects, and so forth. Among the challenges presented, there lies a question designed exclusively for prodigies. Should one succeed in answering this genius question correctly, not only would they gain admission to prestigious institutions of learning, but they would also receive the guidance of esteemed mentors, alongside a substantial monetary reward. Clark's motivation for participating in this examination was to secure the top prize. After all, this reward, curated by two major conglomerates to scout for talent, was considerable. The victor would be awarded a sum of $200,000. If the score of the first-place winner surpassed that of the second by more than 10 points, an additional $100,000 would be granted, with an extra $10,000 for each point beyond that threshold. For someone like Clark, whose appearance was as unblemished as his aspirations, this financial windfall represented a path to affluence. It was the year 2001, and the purchasing power of several $100,000 was still formidable. Most importantly, Wu Tian envisioned using this money to participate in the 2008 Hua Sports Games. The dynamics of this world bore a striking resemblance to those of his original realm in significant ways. In this universe, Clark bore witness once more to Huagua being selected as the host nation for the upcoming Olympic Games. Upon receiving this news, he was so exhilarated that he found himself unable to sleep throughout the night. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the profound significance of his country hosting the Olympics. He merely perceived it as a positive development. Now, witnessing this moment again, he grasped the deep meaning behind it. Soon, the examination papers for talent selection were distributed, overseen by individuals dispatched from Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises. These individuals bore stern expressions, exuding an air of seriousness. Clark understood that this examination was not only a test of intellect, but also a measure of the candidate's composure. Succumbing to the pressure could lead to a dismal performance and the loss of a golden opportunity. He regarded their demeanor with indifference. After confirming the number of participants and ensuring everything was in order, the examination commenced. Clark glanced at the paper and noted that while the first 2 questions fell within the realm of elementary school knowledge, the remaining problems were decidedly more challenging, akin to those found in middle school curricula, and were quite difficult. The 3rd and 4th questions even required high school knowledge for the most straightforward solutions. With only half an hour allocated for the entire examination, one would need to draw upon their high school learning to answer all questions within the time limit. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete. The initial 8 questions posed no challenge to Clark, as he swiftly finished them in under 15 minutes. The final 2 questions required the design of more advanced missiles and aircraft using current technology. While these questions might seem open to fanciful interpretation, it was clear that a mere fabrication would not suffice. They expected candidates to construct reasonable concepts based on existing technology and future developments. Naturally, simply pinning reasonable concepts would not be adequate, as these 2 questions constituted a significant portion of the examination, leaving ample room for creative illustration. Soon, Clark sketched the fighter jets and missiles that the Americans would produce in his world. In truth, this universe, shaped by the existence of superheroes and supervillains, boasts technology that far surpasses our own. Clark did not believe that his drawings would outmatch some of the current weapons and aircraft. Yet these were indeed the creations of old America. Securing a substantial reward in exchange for these designs was a commendable prospect. In the final quarter hour, a palpable tension filled the air, and Clark could only hastily outline his sketches, which appeared rather rough. However, anyone knowledgeable in the field would discern the essence of what he had illustrated. Chapter 7. To act freely. 1. When the time came, the 2 individuals promptly began collecting the papers. If those who had yet to submit their papers did not do so before their arrival, the duo would simply opt to forego accepting them altogether. Upon reaching Clark, they found that he had completed all but 2 elementary questions, and the rest of his paper was filled to the brim. They were astounded and set aside Clark's paper separately. Clark was acutely aware that his paper would be presented alongside those of other prodigies to the authorities. What he required was a legitimate identity, one that would greatly assist him in the initial stages. Particularly in this capitalist nation, to achieve prominence, one must capture the attention of capitalists. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to rise above the ordinary. In the original narrative, Superman was a reporter for a newspaper, but Clark had no interest in that identity. Rather than being a journalist, he aspired to be a wealthy businessman, to become true capital. In this capitalist society, living freely is most easily achieved by amassing wealth. Clark's desire for an identity was to ensure that he could later channel the money he had acquired through less than scrupulous means through legitimate avenues. He had no intention of toiling earnestly in this world. Given his extraordinary abilities, he was determined to pursue the swiftest path to wealth. The quickest and simplest method, devoid of intricate schemes, was theft. However, to spend the ill-gotten gains, one required a respectable identity, which being a capitalist would conveniently provide. Today was primarily dedicated to the examination, after which the school would be on break. In a system of joyful education, the school operated in such a manner, with teachers merely going through the motions. Thus, holidays were readily granted. Clark had long acclimatized to this reality. "Would you like to join us for a game?" one of his subordinates asked. Clark waved his hand dismissively. "I shall pass. I have matters to attend to at home. Should any troubles arise, send someone to find me. Also, when you play, do your best to avoid areas rife with gang activity. They will bring you no benefit. If you encounter gang members and cannot evade them, Relinquish any valuables without resistance, and then come to me. I will assist you in reclaiming everything. As the leader of these individuals, Clark felt compelled to engage in actions befitting a figure of authority. It was only through such endeavors that he could ensure unwavering loyalty from his subordinates. Utilizing this approach, Clark managed to dominate two nearby gangs. The primary income of these gangs stemmed from the drug trade, while their underlings resorted to robbing students as a means of subsistence. These underlings had no access to the drug business. Thus, they relied solely on the petty theft of children's belongings to procure funds for cigarettes and alcohol. Since Clark took control, their focus shifted predominantly to drug sales, with no moral qualms. As these actions did not harm compatriots from his homeland, Clark executed his plans without hesitation. Despite his dominion over two gangs, none had ever witnessed Clark's true visage. He had fashioned a faceless mask for himself. Each time he convened with gang members, he donned this mask. Although the mask obscured his sight, Clark relied on his heightened senses of touch, hearing, and smell to discern the identities of those around him. This heightened awareness was a reward for his lifelong dedication to physical training. As a being of extraordinary strength, augmented by the favor of the underworld, Clark had ascended to an entirely new echelon. In a recent meeting, one of the members, a Caucasian man, swiftly rose to address the group. The sales of drugs have been remarkably prosperous lately, effectively capturing a substantial portion of the market. The remaining segment, dominated by a rival gang of African descent, poses a communication barrier that we cannot surmount. To take control of their territory, our only viable option is their complete eradication. However, it appears these rival gangs have secured the backing of a formidable ally, rendering their armament beyond our capability to confront. Clark nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Simply provide me with the locations of those rival gangs, and tomorrow you shall dispatch individuals to take over. The gang members harbored no doubts regarding Clark's capabilities, having witnessed him withstand a barrage of gunfire without defense, even catching bullets in his hands to toy with. In that moment, they recognized that this young man was beyond their capacity for opposition. Rather than face annihilation, it was wiser to comply with him, ensuring their survival and financial gain. Another gang member presented a notebook to Clark with both hands. Clark accepted the notebook, tucking it into his pocket. Tomorrow at 8. Come prepared with the necessary tools to assume control of those areas. Ensure that all evidence is eradicated, leaving no trace for the authorities. As for the revenue, it shall remain consistent with prior arrangements. The division of territory shall be determined by the two of you, but I expect no internal strife. Should anyone dare to incite discord, they will face consequences akin to those experienced before. Upon hearing Clark's words, the assembled members of the gang involuntarily shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. They had witnessed Clark's terrifying prowess, as well as his merciless and cold-blooded nature. Anyone daring to betray Clark or refuse his commands would meet with the most brutal of fates, a fate that Clark would ensure all gang members observed in its entirety. To eliminate any future threats, Clark would also annihilate the families of those who defied him, leaving no survivors. It is precisely for this reason that, despite his youth, no gang member dared to betray him. They simply could not bear the cost. If they were to perish alone, it would be one matter. But Clark would not spare their families, eradicating them all without hesitation. The ruthlessness of Clark's methods was designed to establish his authority in this world. Moreover, the individuals here were not descendants of Yin and Huang. To Clark, they remained the transgressors of his homeland, deserving of the utmost punishment. Consequently, when dealing with these individuals, Clark showed no mercy. After departing the gang, Clark removed his mask and consulted his notebook, which marked the locations of 4 black gangs, 2 major and 2 minor. The minor gangs posed little threat to Clark, but the major ones presented a more significant challenge. Chapter 8. Unrestrained too soon. Clark arrived at the first gang's location based on the addresses in his notebook. Being a relatively small gang, the cleanup was not particularly troublesome. This gang comprised only 13 members, notorious for their ruthlessness and unwavering resolve, and had gained a modest notoriety in the area. They were aware that, due to their limited numbers, they could not control a vast territory, resulting in a relatively fixed income. Nonetheless, this income was sufficient for them to live comfortably and with ease. These 13 individuals resided in a modest estate, situated in an affluent neighborhood. Though not among the elite wealthy, the residents here typically possessed fortunes in the tens of millions. Additionally, This was a black community, allowing the 13 to thrive in their environment. However, they were also cognizant of the many individuals within this wealthy enclave who surpassed them in strength, prompting them to behave with a degree of decorum, avoiding any particularly outrageous actions. Clark utilized his X-ray vision to inspect the room, discovering that it held no peculiar features, no secret chambers, no basements. Currently, there were only 11 individuals present in the room, with 2 absent. Presumably, these 2 had ventured out for leisure, and their destination was easily surmised. Nearby, there was a sizable bar specifically catering to gang members, owned by a major gang, without which it would be impossible to maintain control over these individuals. Clark hovered in the air, drawing a deep breath towards the rooftop of the manor before exhaling slowly. The breath that Clark released was not the renowned icy breath of Superman, but rather a searing one. This scorching breath was a newly acquired skill that Clark had developed upon realizing his evolutionary abilities, having absorbed the sun's heat. At the moment of its release, the temperature of the scorching breath reached an astonishing 2,000 degrees. The wooden manor before him stood no chance against such intense heat, instantly transforming into a raging inferno. The inhabitants on the ground had no opportunity for salvation. They were swiftly reduced to vapor by the 2,000-degree heat. As the flames erupted, the community's fire alarms blared to life. Neighbors, roused from their slumber by the alarm, emerged to assess the situation, while security personnel hurriedly collected firefighting tools to respond. However, confronted with such a monumental blaze, their efforts proved futile, leaving them to watch helplessly from a distance. Observing the chaos from above, Clark felt it was time to act. He adjusted his stance and exhaled once more. This time, it was the freezing breath. As it descended, the roaring fire was extinguished in an instant. The entire sequence transpired in less than 5 minutes. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Yet soon some began to connect the dots. Could this be the work of a superhero? Such abilities were the exclusive domain of heroes, not ordinary individuals. Many in the vicinity found this reasoning compelling, for one could hardly attribute such powers to anyone other than a superhero. In this world, superheroes were no secret. Figures like the Fantastic Four and other heroes and villains had already made their presence known, having witnessed the feats of these extraordinary beings. The immediate thought that sprang to mind for the witnesses was indeed that of a superhero. Moreover, the residents of this community were well aware of the identity of the occupants of the manor, and thus the outcome did not surprise them in the least. With the spectacle concluded, the other residents returned to their homes, while the security personnel proceeded with the necessary protocols. The late-arriving fire department and police, upon learning that the residents were African-American, showed little enthusiasm for the situation. Despite the wealth of these individuals, racial prejudice persisted, as it often does in America. Meanwhile, at a nearby gathering of a small black-clad gang, the numbers were more substantial, exceeding 50 individuals. These men and women did not reside in the city, but rather lived on a farm-like property on the outskirts, where they had established their long-term residence. Due to the remote location and expansive views, they not only lived here, but also engaged in the production of illicit substances. In the face of such a place, Clark could not annihilate it entirely. After all, the factory had to remain intact. Destroying the factory would render the conquest of this territory rather meaningless. Adorned with his white mask, Clark arrived at the gang's stronghold, systematically eliminating targets one by one. His speed was so remarkable that it afforded the adversaries no opportunity to react. With a mere flick of his hand, he obliterated them. Having engaged in such endeavors numerous times over the years, Clark was well-versed in the method of stealthily executing his tasks without detection. Soon enough, the gang members stationed outside were entirely cleared away by Clark. With the external disturbances eliminated, those within the building were swiftly dealt with, vanishing in the blink of an eye. To prevent the scene from appearing excessively gruesome, Clark suddenly materialized before the remaining individuals and gently tapped their foreheads. This seemingly delicate gesture, however, unleashed a tremendous shockwave capable of shattering human brains. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving no room for any response. All gang members were thoroughly neutralized by Clark. As for the remaining 2 major gangs, Clark could not employ such tactics, given the dispersed nature of their members, making unified eradication impossible. Having cleared this gang, Clark retrieved his phone and dialed number. The call was answered after a single ring. The 2 smaller gangs have been dealt with. You may now send someone to take over. he stated. There are 2 survivors from the Gang of 13, though I'm unaware of their identities. If you have the means, eliminate them. If not, please provide me with their information. The recipient of the call expressed surprise, considering that from the moment Clark departed to the eradication of the 2 gangs had taken merely half an hour. Faced with such a formidable figure, the other party quickly replied, "Rest assured, we shall handle the remaining 2. After receiving confirmation, Clark hung up, for some matters could not await the dawn. Chapter 9. Unrestrained 3. Before long, the gang members under Clark's command began to act independently. Being a white gang, they held a significant advantage over their African-American counterparts during operations. They swiftly utilized their connections within the police department to ascertain the identities of the 11 deceased individuals. Once the targets were confirmed, locating the remaining 2 would pose little challenge. In less than half an hour, news from the police station reached them. The 2 survivors were the most notorious troublemakers within the gang. Originally, they were meant to remain within the estate, but the restless duo had chosen to venture out for a bit of revelry. The actions of the 2 individuals did not attract the attention of the other members of the gang. After all, such occurrences had become exceedingly commonplace, and people had grown quite indifferent to them. Meanwhile, the 2 revelers in the bar remained blissfully unaware that death awaited them. Nevertheless, indulging in a moment of carefree joy before their demise could be considered worthwhile. On the other side, Clark opened his notebook to review the remaining 2 prominent gangs. These 2 African-American gangs wielded considerable influence in the area, each boasting a membership of no fewer than 500 individuals. Although the 2 factions appeared to be at odds publicly, they maintained some degree of clandestine interaction, primarily aimed at preventing large-scale confrontations between them. Minor skirmishes might only attract the attention of a few police officers, but a significant clash would draw in SWAT teams and the military. Indeed, while the power of these 2 gangs was substantial, it was not sufficient to confront the armed forces. To avert such a scenario, the higher-ups from both gangs would periodically convene at a discreet location to engage in casual gatherings, ensuring that major conflicts would not arise. However, Clark soon stumbled upon an intriguing detail in his notes. One of the gang leaders, known as the Skull Gang, was a mutant. This individual possessed the ability to shoot spiky projectiles from his fingertips. Upon discovering this power, Clark couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Mutants were a fascinating phenomenon, with abilities that varied dramatically in strength. Some were extraordinarily powerful, while others were laughably weak. Those who fell in between often relied on teamwork to capitalize on their advantages. Otherwise, they were no better than useless. When confronted by more formidable supervillains or superheroes, they stood little chance. Clark had to concede that the diligence of the 2 gangs under his purview was commendable. They had thoroughly investigated the background of every member, especially with regard to mutants, whose identities were often difficult to ascertain. Typically, some mutants, in order to lead a relatively untroubled life, would refrain from disclosing their true nature. However, it was not easy for mutants like Mystique, Colossus, and Beast to remain hidden. After learning of the existence of mutants in this world, Clark had discreetly observed the professor from a distance. Fortunately, Clark possessed a biological field that allowed him to mask certain probing inquiries, ensuring that the professor had yet to detect his presence. This biological field was an evolved capability derived from his biological magnetic field. It enabled strangers to forget everything about Clark when they were unaware of his presence. Were it not for this ability, the professor would have discovered Superman long ago. Today, luck favored Clark, as he coincidentally arrived on the day of the gathering for the 2 gangs. Their meeting place was also fixed, located at a boundary shared by both factions. This junction is a designated no-conflict zone, strictly adhered to by both parties. The majority of residents here are gang members who abide by the established rules. Any infraction could lead to dire consequences for their entire families. This area is regarded as a safe haven by the 2 dominant gangs. Their common meeting place is an unassuming fast food establishment, renowned for its affordability and favored by the local populace. Currently, aside from the proprietor, the establishment houses a dozen gang members. The monthly gatherings are attended by the leaders of both factions along with their trusted aides. Accompanying them are also capable subordinates, included as a precaution due to the lack of mutual trust between the 2 groups. Although these monthly meetings maintain an appearance of tranquility, fierce rivalries simmer beneath the surface. Your business seems to be thriving. I see you've even upgraded your vehicle, remarked the leader of the Red Scarves. Members of this gang are easily identifiable by their red headscarves. The leader of the Skull Gang smirked slightly. I hear you've also acquired a yacht, registered in your wife's name. Your business must be flourishing even more than mine. In truth, there are few secrets between the two factions, as they closely monitor each other's activities. Upon hearing the Skull Gang leader's comment, the expression of the Red Scarves leader turned serious. Noticing the shift in demeanor, the Skull Gang leader smiled with amusement. No need to be so tense. There are no secrets between us, especially regarding a significant purchase like a yacht. Even if you wish to conceal it, you couldn't. As their conversation unfolded, the fast food restaurant's door swung open abruptly. The ringing of the doorbell drew the attention of all gang members inside, their hands instinctively moving to their waists, ready to draw their weapons. However, their tension eased somewhat upon seeing a white teenage boy enter. The newcomer was none other than Clark. Ignoring the gang members, Clark approached the counter. Boss, I'd like a burger and fries. The proprietor, a black man, furrowed his brow at Clark. We're closed. You should leave. Clark remained undeterred and reached into his pocket. The gang members, sensing potential trouble, tightened their grips on their guns. Their apprehension was unwarranted, as Clark merely produced a $100 bill and placed it on the counter. It's late, and I can't find any other open establishments nearby. If you prepare my order, this $100 is yours. The black proprietor glanced at the bill and then at the two gang leaders. The leader of the skeleton gang nodded silently, and the chief of the red bandana did not voice any objections. In the eyes of these individuals, Clark was hardly a cause for concern. After all, he was merely a youth. What threat could he possibly pose? Chapter 10. Unrestrained 4. With the consent of the two leaders, the proprietor accepted the $100 without hesitation. It was worth noting that the cost of a deluxe burger and fries was a mere $5, even at its most extravagant. After pocketing the money, the owner busied himself in the kitchen, while the two gang leaders resumed their banter. In truth, this gathering was little more than a FA for appearances, an opportunity for their respective underlings to witness their bosses dining together, engaging in cordial conversation, and thereby avoiding a complete fallout. The restaurant owner was not a miserly man. Typically, a premium burger consisted of 2 slices of bacon and 2 patties of beef. However, the owner prepared for Clark a burger featuring 4 beef patties, 4 slices of bacon, and a fried egg, accompanied by wedges instead of fries, and a chilled cola. In any nation, the majority of ordinary citizens tend to possess a fundamental kindness, save for the Japanese. Those brutes deserve their fate, be they young or old. Not a single one should be spared. Upon the owner's presentation of the burger and fries, Clark nodded in satisfaction at the generous portion. He then proceeded to carry his plate toward the two gang leaders, prompting their underlings to instinctively reach for their waists once more. Observing this, the owner quickly interjected. Young man, do not approach. It is best you eat from the sidelines. Disregarding the owner's caution, Clark continued unabated, placing his burger and fries down before the two gang leaders and pulling out a chair to sit. The seasoned gang leaders, having navigated the streets for many years, immediately recognized their underestimation of Clark's audacity. Clark gently pressed the burger to flatten it slightly before taking a bite. There is no need for further discussion. This territory will soon fall under my dominion. If you wish to preserve your lives, I suggest you depart quietly from here. I will not impede your exit. However, should you choose to defy this, you will find it impossible to leave through that door today. After delivering this ultimatum, Clark took another bite of his burger. At this moment, the gang's underlings snapped into action, drawing their guns and aiming them at Clark. A smirk crept onto Clark's lips. Do you truly believe those weapons hold any power over me? If I feared such things, would I be sitting here? The restaurant owner, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this youth was not someone to be trifled with. To avoid becoming collateral damage in the inevitable conflict, he swiftly retreated to the kitchen. I shall grant you 5 minutes to ponder your fate. Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory answer by the end of that time, you'll find yourselves permanently erased from this establishment. During their conversation, Clark had consumed half of his hamburger, and he had to admit that its flavor was truly delightful. Fire, the leader of the Skull Gang, adhering to the principle of striking first, commanded his underlings to shoot without a moment's hesitation. The leader of the Red Bandana Gang, seeing the Skull Gang leader fire, felt no reason to hesitate and promptly ordered his men to do the same. However, as the bullets approached Clark, they astonishingly halted a mere 10 centimeters away, unable to advance any further. Meanwhile, Clark continued to leisurely enjoy his hamburger, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Even as the gang members emptied their weapons, the triggers continued to be pulled. The sound of gunfire soon attracted other gang members lurking in the nearby streets, particularly when they learned the shots originated from the restaurant. They rushed over with their firearms, only to be astonished by the scene before them. They witnessed their leader and other members suspended in midair, contorted in grotesque postures around Clark. Undeterred, Clark calmly savored his hamburger and potato wedges, occasionally sipping on a cola, relishing the moment. However, the potato wedges lacked ketchup, prompting Clark to approach the bar. "Could I have some ketchup, please?" Throughout this, the floating bodies revolved around him like planets orbiting the sun. The restaurant owner, now fully aware of Clark's authority, hurried from the kitchen to squirt ketchup onto the potato wedges. Finding the bodies too much of an inconvenience, Clark casually flicked them towards the door. Given the quality of the hamburgers and fries at this fast food joint, Clark preferred to avoid excessive bloodshed, hence his chosen method. With the ketchup, the potato wedges tasted remarkably better, and Clark turned to the owner. "I'd like another one of those hamburgers." He reached for his wallet, but the owner quickly interjected. "No need. The previous payment was more than sufficient." Clark, seated at the bar, continued eating the potato wedges without turning around. "Tomorrow, my people will take over your territory. If you cooperate, you may save your lives. Any resistance will lead to a fate far worse than theirs, and your families will share the same grim destiny." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of everyone present like a whisper from a malevolent spirit. Clark understood that eliminating nearly 2,000 individuals entirely would be a monumental task, even for a superhero, and a considerable waste of time. However, this approach would certainly mitigate many troubles. The gang members who remained at the entrance, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. As the chaos ensued, individuals hurriedly retreated, fearing that any delay might lead them to share the same grim fate as their leader. When the proprietor, trembling, finally presented the hamburger, Clark reassured him, "Rest assured, these bodies shall soon be cleared away. In the days to come, you shall have my protection. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance, simply inform them of my name. If they inquire about my identity, tell them I am their boss." With that, Clark took his hamburger, devoured the last wedge of fries, and departed the establishment. Upon exiting, Clark made a phone call. The line connected after a single ring. With all matters settled, it was time to dispatch someone to take over. Additionally, there was a fast food restaurant with a few bodies outside that needed attention. "The cuisine here is quite delightful. I have a particular fondness for the hamburgers crafted by the proprietor," he remarked before ending the call. The two leaders of the white gang understood Clark's implication. This establishment was off limits to them, and they were to assist the owner in disposing of the bodies. Chapter 11. Income. Half an hour later, a convoy of modified pickup trucks arrived in the neighborhood. The gang members disembarking were all under Clark's command. He had minimal expectations of them, the sole requirement being that they refrain from inciting annoyance among the local populace. This was crucial for their escape in times of peril. A pickup conveniently parked at the fast food restaurant's entrance. The white men stepping out immediately recognized the contorted bodies piled at the door as their handiwork. Without uttering a single word, they retrieved body bag from the vehicles, endeavoring to straighten the limbs as best as possible before securing them within the bags. Throughout this operation, no police presence was apparent, nor did anyone emerge from their homes. This area had long operated under such conditions, as long as matters did not involve innocent civilians. Even the police were reluctant to intervene. Given that this was predominantly a black community, the sudden influx of so many white individuals was an unwelcome sight, and no one wished to provoke conflict over such trivial matters. After all, the two prominent gang leaders who had previously controlled this territory had recently been eliminated, and no one dared to court misfortune at such a precarious juncture. Once the bodies were properly secured and loaded into the trunk, the gang members produced mops to cleanse the entrance before departing. Meanwhile, Clark had already returned home, aware that being discovered absent by his parents could lead to complications. Upon arriving, he received a call from one of his subordinates. "This area remains a black community. Our presence here as whites does present certain challenges. Although we may not face immediate confrontations from the remaining members, such conflicts are inevitable over time. Historically, relations between whites and blacks have been fraught, and our white gang finds it difficult to expand its operations here. We have initiated the production of narcotics, and it is likely that the local African-American community will not partake in such transactions." Clark, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, recognized that this matter would eventually require resolution. The discord between black and white individuals cannot be alleviated through mere gestures of camaraderie. To avoid jeopardizing the drug trade of his crew, Clark resolved to temporarily establish a black gang. The two gang members undoubtedly retained some influential figures. He intended to convey to them that if they wished to preserve their lives, they must faithfully serve our interests. Should they oppose this notion, he would not recommend their reconciliation with their leader. On the other end of the line, the recipient of Clark's cold tone swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his temples. "Rest assured, I will handle this minor issue with utmost diligence," he assured. Clark nodded in satisfaction. "Then I entrust this matter to you. I expect a definitive answer within 2 days." After concluding the call, Clark reclined back onto his spacious bed. The ensuing affairs required no concern from him, as he was acutely aware of the formidable capabilities of the individuals he had selected. With his backing, success was virtually assured. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed, and, on the morning of the second day, Clark received a call from his subordinate. "The individuals you requested have been arranged. I have selected over 100 trustworthy individuals, and I am confident in their reliability. Their personal details, along with their addresses and family information, have been compiled and placed in the usual location." Clark's lips curled into a slight smile. "Inform them that as long as they perform diligently, their lives will be spared." After hanging up, Clark ventured into the living room only to find his parents absent. They had been preoccupied with the academic pursuits of Paul and Aisha, often leaving early and returning late. This absence was fortuitous for Clark, granting him the liberty to exercise his abilities without fear of detection. After a swift breakfast of cereal, he made his way to the city library, where a designated area served as a conduit for information exchange with his associates. This method typically conveyed less critical messages. For significant communications, Clark preferred to be present personally. Upon entering the library, Clark proceeded to the specified location, where he indeed discovered a notebook nestled within the crevice. He opened it, briefly perused its contents, and committed the information to memory. While the notebook contained the complete addresses and family details of all the black gang members, Clark primarily focused on the few individuals at the helm, as they were pivotal to the gang's operations. After confirming the notebook was of no use, Clark encased it in ice breath, and with a firm grip, it shattered into countless fragments. Upon leaving the library, Clark proceeded to the station, which featured American-style public storage lockers. Despite being termed public, these lockers required payment for usage, allowing for long-term possession as long as the fee was covered. This location served as a settlement point between Clark and the gang members. They would deposit their monthly earnings here, and all Clark had to do was retrieve the money at a designated time each month. Concerned that holding a substantial amount of cash might arouse his parents' suspicion, Clark instructed his subordinates to exchange the bulk of the cash for equivalent gold, retaining only a small portion in cash, specifically $10,000. He opened the storage locker located at the edge of the third row and retrieved a backpack containing the entirety of this month's earnings. After scanning the backpack with light to ensure its contents were intact, Clark returned home. Over the years, many of Clark's expenses had been covered from this source. Initially, Clark worried about earning money. Although the Kent couple was quite wealthy, he did not intend to rely on them. Hence, from a young age, he pondered ways to generate income. While he possessed superhuman abilities, robbing banks or casinos at such a tender age felt inappropriate. Eventually, he discovered a low-risk avenue for steady income: drug dealing. After all, these drugs were meant to ensnare Americans, and as long as he did not harm his fellow countrymen, he felt no moral burden. Moreover, given that Americans were moving towards drug legalization in the future, his actions were merely a few years ahead of the curve. In the grand scheme of things, it made little difference. Whether the decline happened sooner or later, the outcome remained the same. Chapter 12. Relentless training. The Kent couple had been busy for over a week, and Paul and Aisha successfully gained admission to the city's finest private elementary school. Throughout this week, they participated in various examinations, demonstrating exceptional performance that could only be described as prodigious. However, this prodigiousness was limited to surpassing the average child and did not stand out exceptionally. Clark had advised them to temper their brilliance at this stage, encouraging them to adopt a more subdued demeanor to lead a relatively ordinary life. While Clark offered this simple reminder, the ultimate choices were left entirely to Paul and Aisha. Having received a thorough education, Paul and Aisha understood the concept of attracting undue attention and the consequences of excessive brilliance, particularly in such a private institution where wealth and influence abounded. They wished to avoid inconveniencing Clark. Thus, they strived to perform just a notch above their peers. Nevertheless, they garnered the special attention of their teachers. The educators at this private institution were eager to invest in such capable children. Rather than merely being instructors, they resembled talent scouts assigned by various companies to discover promising individuals. Once a child's potential for investment was confirmed, financial and technical support would be provided, with the expectation that upon graduation, the child would dedicate their efforts to the company. This included prominent firms such as Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises. When the Kents returned, they brought an abundance of delicacies and gifts as compensation for the 7 days of neglect towards Clark. To Clark, this couple was the epitome of exemplary parenting. He could find no fault in them. "Clark, your mother and I regret not being able to spend quality time with you these past few days. Here's a gift for you. Oh, and Paul and Aisha asked me to give you this." With that, his father produced a small box from his pocket. This box was once used by the 3 siblings to convey secret messages. It was modest in size, akin to a die. Upon seeing it, Clark immediately discerned its likely contents. Logically, the box had become obsolete, as each of them now possessed mobile phones for communication. It seemed the siblings had not entirely abandoned some of their old habits. Having lived a full life, Clark was adept at swiftly adapting to new circumstances. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. I have grown up and can be independent now. You should focus your attention more on Paul and Aisha. They are still young and require proper guidance from their parents. As their older brother, while I can teach them some things, they would prefer direct instruction from you." Seeing their eldest son display such maturity filled the Kents with immense pride, prompting them to present the Chinese food they had purchased. "Clark, this is from a Chinese restaurant. The locals there mentioned it was authentic northern cuisine, although we are uncertain what northern signifies. It was prepared according to our specifications to suit the tastes of those from your homeland. We are unsure if you will enjoy it." While the Kents did not grasp the full meaning of this statement, Clark understood it perfectly. With delight, he accepted the meal, asking, "Are you and Mom going to eat with me?" The Kents waved their hands. "We have already dined out. This is specially for you. You may take it to the treehouse or your bedroom or anywhere else you desire." Clark joyfully accepted the bag, expressing his gratitude once more before bounding off to the treehouse. Witnessing Clark's exuberance brought immense satisfaction to the Kents. "Our eldest son is both sensible and obedient. He truly is exceptional," the father could not help but praise. The mother, observing Clark's joyful figure, nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, he is our most outstanding son." Upon arriving at the treehouse, Clark eagerly opened the packaging, and as the familiar aroma wafted into his nostrils, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. This scent was one he knew all too well, the quintessential flavor of northeastern cuisine. In his previous life, as a native of northeast China, Clark had devoted himself to mastering the art of cooking in order to indulge in dishes like guobao ro and lu ro duan at any moment. The Kent couple had ordered 4 dishes for Clark: guobao ro, lu ro duan, yuxiang ro si, and jia qiahi. Due to the culinary shortcomings faced by many American restaurants, the ingredients in these dishes had to be carefully selected, particularly with seasonings like MSG, which most Americans' bodies cannot tolerate and often trigger allergic reactions. Fortunately, this particular Chinese meal was authentically prepared, splendidly capturing the true essence of the cuisine. As Clark savored these delicacies, tears of joy flowed. To enjoy the flavors of home in a foreign land was, without doubt, one of life's greatest pleasures. While dining, Clark opened a small box that contained a note. The note detailed the classes and dormitory rooms of Paul and Aisha, along with their desired food items. Clark shook his head in resignation, knowing these two could never forget their cravings. However, for Clark, providing them with some treats was not a daunting task. In this prestigious private school, where accommodations were typically single or double rooms, the Kent couple had ensured their children had single rooms to avoid distractions during their studies. The subsequent days fell back into a routine. Clark continued to masquerade as a normal child during the day, attending school without any peculiar behavior. By night, however, he dedicated himself to rigorous training. Although a superhero's physique does not require exercise, Clark, possessing evolutionary abilities, needed to train in order to grow stronger. Just as he no longer feared kryptonite, this strength was a result of his relentless efforts. beyond his immunity to kryptonite. Clark had also discovered the ability to replenish his energy through moonlight, allowing his body to continuously absorb the energies of both the sun and the moon. Initially, he could not harness the energy of the moon, but through persistent training, this obstacle had been overcome. Nonetheless, Clark remained unsatisfied. He aspired not only to absorb the energies of the sun and moon, but also the energy of kryptonite, which he deemed the ultimate achievement. Chapter 13. Expanding the industry. Clark understood well that to maintain this body for ongoing combat, he would require a stable source of energy replenishment. Currently, the only energy source available to Clark is kryptonite. It is already quite a challenge for Clark to overcome the physical effects of kryptonite. To absorb it and transform it into a continuous source of energy, his abilities must be significantly enhanced. After a rigorous training session, Clark removed his shirt, revealing his robust physique. Although he remains a child, his body has become even more remarkable through exercise. Clark observed that Superman's body possesses unique characteristics. No matter how he trains, his muscles do not grow excessively large, but rather attain a more refined contour. The enhancement of his strength does not manifest externally, but circulates within, allowing his body to retain its original appearance, while his power undergoes substantial transformation daily. Even Clark's height is under his control. He prefers to maintain an average stature rather than stand out too much. To be honest, even Clark himself finds his perfect physique quite enviable. In his previous world, he often exercised, yet achieving such perfection was challenging. To avoid disturbing his parents' rest, Clark took off into the air and flew to a nearby riverbank for a simple cleansing of his body. Influenced by the cultivation novels of his past life, he did not utilize Superman's signature flight, but instead floated in the air like a cultivator. As a citizen of Huagua, he felt that flying prone resembled riding rather than true flight. However, initially, to better control his body, he employed Superman's iconic flight technique. Once he became adept at flying, he transitioned to standing flight, reminiscent of a cultivator. When he truly began to fly, Clark realized that the sensation of physical flight was not as exhilarating as he had imagined. After purchasing the delicacies that Paul and Aisha desired, he arrived at the private elementary school. One cannot deny that American private elementary schools possess certain charm. Hovering above the school, Clark could survey the entire institution. The design of the private school resembled that of a royal palace. If it were not identified as a school, one might mistake it for the private estate of a noble. To avoid disturbing Paul and Aisha, Clark located their apartment based on the room number they had provided and placed the snacks on the balcony. Each single apartment unit has an independent balcony, allowing Clark to deliver the items without alerting Paul and Aisha. After setting everything down, Clark sent a message to the two, instructing them to retrieve the treats from the balcony. In his message, he also reminded the siblings that if they encountered any troubles they couldn't manage, they could always reach out to him. Paul and Aisha promptly replied, and only then did Clark return home. 2 weeks later, Clark successfully earned a reward of 400,000 and received 2 invitation letters. Upon learning of Clark's substantial reward, the school expressed hope that he would accept invitations from Stark Industries or Wayne Enterprises. However, Clark paid little heed to the school's persuasion. Having arrived in this world as Superman, he could hardly consider serving others. Initially, he indeed required a respectable identity to connect with influential individuals, but that was not a priority at the moment. He had already made a favorable impression at both Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises, ensuring that future interviews would yield commendable positions. For now, Clark's focus was on enhancing his abilities and relishing his rare childhood. As for the 400,000 prize, he dutifully returned it to his parents. When the Kents discovered the enormity of Clark's reward, they were initially taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. To them, the sum represented merely a year's income. This was a testament to Clark's own capabilities, and they had no intention of claiming any of it for themselves. You have done well, and you are a source of pride for both your mother and me. We shall not touch a single cent of this money. Tomorrow, I will assist you in opening a bank account to deposit the entire amount. You may use it as you wish in the future, provided you discuss your plans with us, so we can help you weigh the pros and cons. The Kents articulated this not out of doubt in Clark's character, but rather to ensure he did not squander his newfound wealth. They understood that, given their eldest son's nature, he was unlikely to engage in frivolous spending. Yet it was important to convey such counsel. Meanwhile, Paul and Aisha excelled in their private school, garnering attention from their teachers. Although instances of bullying existed, Most students were focused on their aspirations and had little time for such trivialities, dedicating themselves to their studies instead. Excellence in academics was imperative to remain at the institution. Failing to meet the established standards thrice would result in expulsion, regardless of one's status or connections. This ideal benchmark was set by the students themselves, and, thus, commitment to achieving it was essential. During this time, Clark diligently expanded his sphere of influence. He now commanded a following of over 5,000 associates, all aware of his formidable prowess and ruthlessness. Despite his terrifying strength and fierce methods, many chose to align themselves with Clark, attracted by the generous rewards and favorable treatment he offered. Furthermore, all associates were subjected to a quasi-structured management system. Those who could adapt would remain, while those who could not were free to depart. If one wishes to remain, yet does not accept, what awaits him is a torment of suffering. Ostensibly, Clark permits these gang members to manage some respectable enterprises, while clandestinely, the primary focus remains on drug trafficking. Beyond narcotics, Clark has also directed his subordinates to establish casinos and engage in smuggling, both of which are the fastest routes to wealth. As for brothels, Clark had considered them in the past. However, in comparison to the first three ventures, their profitability pales significantly. Nevertheless, Clark has opened a bar for his subordinates, primarily serving as a venue for relaxation and entertainment. The casino operates under the same principle, where his subordinates receive a monthly stipend specifically designated for leisure activities within the casino. It is precisely due to such generous benefits that, despite Clark's terrifying reputation, individuals are still inclined to join his ranks. Chapter 14. The transferred student is Batman. During his years in elementary school, Clark solidified his standing in this realm. Under his management, the gang has fully matured, with the entire city's underworld now under Clark's dominion. Presently, Clark's economic wealth and social connections far surpass those of the original Superman. Particularly in terms of finances, Clark's assets have surpassed 100 million. Although he has risen to become the underground king in this world, he remains subject to the wishes of the Kent couple regarding his education. Under the strong insistence of the Kents, Clark reluctantly enrolls in the finest private high school. The location of this institution is not far from Paul and Aisha, as both schools are backed by the same individual. On the first day of school, although the students were not well acquainted, introductions proceeded smoothly. Everyone understood that they were not merely classmates in middle school, but could potentially become high school and university peers, and even colleagues in their professional lives. Thus, it was essential for them to familiarize themselves with one another, which would greatly benefit them in the future. On his inaugural day, Clark anticipated a leisurely experience, yet he was gravely mistaken. The elite education system in America starkly contrasts with the joyous educational approach. In the joyful education model, the first day for new students involves introductions, followed by an overview of school rules and the distribution of textbooks, concluding the day. In stark contrast, the elite educational system dictates that teachers, upon entering the classroom, immediately present exams for assessing students' academic performance. However, the students in the class, accustomed to elite education, exhibited no signs of surprise. Upon receiving the exam papers, they promptly began to answer the questions. Clark glanced at the paper in his hand. The content encompassed all essential knowledge from elementary school and some preliminary material from middle school. Such foundational knowledge could only be acquired in private elementary schools and was entirely absent from the public schools following the joyful education model. These questions serve as a preliminary assessment by the teachers to gain insight into their students. Through these inquiries, one can discern which students attend public schools and which are enrolled in private institutions. Upon receiving the examination papers, the students commenced answering the questions with utmost seriousness etched upon their faces. Noticing that everyone was engaged, Clark diligently completed all the middle school questions before tackling the more challenging problems from the elementary level, skipping the simpler ones altogether. After half an hour, the teacher began collecting the papers. Once the papers were gathered, the teacher distributed a small booklet containing the school's regulations and essential guidelines for students to adhere to during their time at the institution. Among the various aspects detailed, what captivated Clark the most were the school clubs. Rather than mere extracurricular activities, these clubs functioned more like organizations aimed at nurturing future talent. Upon joining a specific club, students would receive funding to undertake corresponding projects. The higher the completion rate of the project, the greater the rewards distributed among all participants. Conversely, if a project remained unfinished, rewards would be allocated based on the project's progress. Any student who dared to squander the allocated project funds would find themselves blacklisted, an ominous consequence, as those on the blacklist would find it nearly impossible to secure any respectable employment in America for the rest of their lives. To frivolously spend project funds would be tantamount to burying one's future, and any student with a modicum of sense would refrain from such folly. In addition to technology companies investing in these clubs, several entertainment firms also participated. Their objectives mirrored those of the tech companies. They sought to identify individuals within the school most suited to become stars, be it in acting or music. Once selected, these individuals would be launched into their respective careers, a fact that was hardly a secret among elite private schools, well known to all parents who aspired for their children to be chosen. Being selected, even if one did not achieve massive fame, would ensure a stable livelihood. In the days that followed, the new students began to select clubs that aligned with their interests. Clark, however, felt no inclination towards these clubs. For him, they were merely a distraction, especially since he had already caught the attention of Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries. Submitting a simple application would suffice for him to enter either company at his discretion. One day, as was customary, Clark arrived at school. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed the students were brimming with excitement. Utilizing his heightened hearing, he quickly discerned the subject of their animated discussions. "Have you heard? The next heir of Wayne Enterprises seems to have arrived at our school and might even join our class," one exclaimed. "I've heard that too from my parents." Apparently, his purpose for being here is quite straightforward. He wants to experience different schools and lifestyles. If he feels comfortable at this school, he will remain until graduation. Conversely, if he finds the institution unsuitable, he will depart to seek another. I have also heard my parents mention that, for his safety, the school has reinforced its security measures. In addition to the personnel arranged by the school, Wayne Enterprises has dispatched a contingent to provide him with close protection. Clark was astounded to overhear their discussions, as it became apparent that the heir they spoke of was none other than Bruce Wayne, who would eventually become Batman. Clark recognized that the world he had traversed was neither the main universe nor a parallel one. The narratives he had encountered in his original realm were irrelevant here. After all, this universe is entirely independent and distinct from others, so aside from initial surprise, Clark felt no particular concern regarding Bruce Wayne's presence at his school. Regardless of Batman's prowess, he could never surpass Clark. However, it would be intriguing to learn about the younger Batman. As the class was set to commence in just over 10 minutes, two black-clad bodyguards entered, carrying a desk and a chair. While these furnishings appeared similar to those of other students, Clark, utilizing his X-ray vision, discerned that the desk concealed mechanisms and folding panels within. Should an unexpected assault occur, this desk could ostensibly transform into a shield capable of withstanding frontal and lateral attacks. The bodyguards positioned Batman's chair against a wall, further indicating that the desk served as a protective barrier. Chapter 15. This Batman might be different with the ringing of the class bell. The two bodyguards promptly exited the classroom. Following their departure, the teacher entered, accompanied by a strikingly handsome, yet somewhat brooding young man, standing at approximately 1.6 meters tall. Upon seeing him, Clark could unequivocally ascertain that he was Bruce Wayne, the Batman. The teacher smiled from the podium and announced, "Today, I would like to introduce a new student." After this statement, Batman stepped forward, surveying the unfamiliar faces before him, and declared, "I am Bruce Wayne." Having uttered this, he took his seat, refraining from further comment. Neither the classmates nor the teacher reacted to his demeanor, as his status naturally warranted such reticence. However, while Batman introduced himself, Clark seized the opportunity to conduct a thorough scan of him. To his astonishment, Clark discovered that Batman was armed with an array of weapons, including 2 guns, 2 magazines tucked in his pockets, and a dagger strapped to his calf. According to the established narrative, Batman is not a senseless killer of the innocent. He merely wishes for criminals to receive their just retribution. Even against formidable foes like the Joker, Batman refrains from hastily resorting to lethal measures. However, Clark's recent scan of Batman revealed that this world's incarnation of the Dark Knight deviates significantly from that principle. The weaponry Batman wields is armed with live ammunition, rather than rubber or tranquilizer rounds. Clark mused that this should not come as a surprise, for this world cannot be judged by the same standards as his own. In comparison, The Batman of the Laughing Bat universe appears remarkably restrained. Upon first learning about Batman's backstory, Clark could not help but admire his unwavering resolve. Were he in Batman's position, he doubted he could embody such absoluteness. Anyone who posed a threat to him or society would undoubtedly warrant elimination. Failing to do so would inevitably lead to future calamities. Yet, he reminded himself that this was a comic, where the progression of the narrative and subsequent tales necessitate that superheroes do not immediately vanquish their arch-nemeses. Thus, the presence of supervillains is essential to create ongoing challenges for the heroes, allowing the story to unfold. In this world, however, Clark would not allow the Joker to run rampant. Currently, he had not encountered the clown prince of crime, but should the moment arise, he would not hesitate to eliminate him decisively. The eradication of the Joker would prevent further complications, as Clark had no desire to witness a supervillain with greater notoriety than his own. After taking a seat, Batman noticed Clark's presence. Having undergone rigorous training and intense martial arts practice from a young age, Batman was acutely aware of the gazes directed at him. However, Clark's eyes conveyed no malice. Rather, he sensed a warmth emanating from him, which deterred Batman from taking any defensive action. This was a fundamental skill Clark had honed over years of practice, observing others with the gentlest of gazes, uncovering their hidden truths. Through experimentation, Clark discovered that such a gaze did not evoke aversion or suspicion. "All right, everyone, please take out your books. We shall commence our lesson." Upon hearing the teacher's voice, the students dutifully retrieved their texts, ready to engage with the day's material. To be candid, the private education system in America bears a striking resemblance to that of his homeland. In terms of rigorous academic demands, the differences among nations are negligible. The intensity of coursework in American private schools is on par with that of domestic institutions, with students facing an unending array of assignments and examinations. The sole distinction may lie in the fact that American private school teachers do not engage in the same earnest exhortations as their Chinese counterparts, focusing solely on the material at hand once their lessons are delivered. If you find yourself struggling to comprehend, it is advisable to approach him privately. However, do not expect these instructors to fervently encourage you to dedicate yourself to your studies. They're merely fulfilling their professional duties without any personal sentiments involved. Should they encounter exceptional students or those who receive particular attention from above, they may allocate a bit more energy, but will not extend beyond that. It is precisely within such an environment that every ambitious individual must rely solely on their own efforts. When the bell rings to signal the end of class, the teacher promptly collects the textbooks and concludes the session, leaving any unfinished problems to be addressed in the next class. Unlike the situation in Huagua, where instructors often extend their teaching time. To be frank, Clark found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this practice, especially since the previous question had only been partially explained. In Huagua, a teacher would undoubtedly finish the problem before dismissing the class. But this is not the case in America. Students do not desire their teachers to prolong the class, as those 10 minutes of respite are inviolable. If a teacher were to dare infringe upon this time, some students might even report them. Such an act of extending class time is viewed by American students not as a benefit to them, but rather as an encroachment on their time, which is deemed highly disrespectful. After class, friends with good rapport gather to chat or visit the restroom, while others congregate for conversation. The boys typically discuss movies or video games, as well as collectibles or models. The girls engage in conversations about beauty trends or gossip, often debating which male classmates are more handsome or charming. Boys like Clark and Bruce, who possess striking good looks, stand out in class and are frequent subjects of discussion among the girls. Even when their voices are hushed, Clark can hear them quite clearly. Who do you think has a better physique, Clark or Bruce? I believe Clark's physique is superior. After all, he is widely recognized throughout the school. I cannot forget the first time I witnessed him showcasing his muscles. The perfect proportions, the robust musculature. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. I concur. His physique is simply irresistible. If the girl beside him senses the conversation is veering off track, she quickly tries to suppress her words, realizing the potential impropriety of her remarks. This private institution strictly prohibits romantic relationships between male and female students. While such behavior is rare in America, this esteemed high school enforces such rules, not only forbidding dating, but also imposing limitations on discussions of gender-related topics. Any violations reported will result in a school-wide reprimand. Chapter 16. Seeking assistance, Clark has always regarded the girls' discussions about him with indifference, as this is not the first instance he has encountered such attention. Since 4th grade, he has frequently received heartfelt gifts from girls or witnessed their public declarations of affection. Clark politely and gently declines the confessions from these mischievous children, never granting them any glimmer of hope. To be honest, some of the girls are indeed quite attractive. Yet Clark has not stooped so low as to entertain such notions towards young girls. For him, his tastes lean towards tall, curvaceous women adorned in elegant black stockings. He can hardly muster the energy to glance at these undeveloped youngsters. Were it not for the need to maintain his reputation, he could easily reduce them to tears with just a few words. Presently, Clark is perceived as a well-behaved and understanding child in the eyes of his parents and the neighboring community. Not only does he excel academically, but he also embodies the ideal child that every parent dreams of. Among his classmates, Clark is seen as a loyal friend, truly deserving of camaraderie. Clark, shall we play basketball together during afternoon gym class? Last time we triumphed over the neighboring class, and they are eager for a rematch. What do you think? Clark nodded in response. Of course, let us decisively prove our superiority and quell their desire for challenge. After inviting Clark, the boy turned to Batman. Bruce, would you like to join us as well? It would help foster camaraderie with the classmates. It is quite natural for them to wish to cultivate a relationship with Batman, given that no one in the class is unaware of his identity. They wish to be on good terms with him, if not forge a friendship, at least to avoid offending him. Bruce surveyed the group and replied, I will abstain. I lack interest in such sports. Observing Batman's reluctance to join, Clark rose to speak. Since our new classmate is not inclined to participate, there is no need to press. Everyone has different interests. Perhaps basketball is not to Bruce's liking. Seeing that Clark had taken this stance, the others refrained from further discussion. Their initial intent was merely to gauge interest. If Batman joined, it would naturally enhance their rapport. But they understood that they could not press him further. After all, Batman is the heir to Wayne Enterprises, and no one could compel him to engage in activities he does not wish to partake in. With Clark in the basketball game, there was no suspense whatsoever. Against ordinary opponents, Clark felt no need to utilize his superhuman abilities. His natural prowess was more than sufficient to dominate the game. Later that evening, Batman approached Clark. Upon seeing Batman standing before him, Clark feigned confusion and inquired, May I ask, Bruce, is there something you need? Batman scrutinized Clark. Why have you been observing me since I entered the class? Have you sensed something? Clark did not anticipate such heightened vigilance from Batman. Indeed, Clark had been covertly observing Batman ever since their first encounter, curious to discern the distinctions between this world's Batman and the one he had known in his own realm. However, after a full day of observation, he found no remarkable actions from Batman. It could be attributed to the brevity of time, as it was merely the first day, and the insights he could glean were exceedingly limited. Clark maintained a composed demeanor, expressing his perplexity. I fail to understand why someone of your stature would attend such a school. Logically, with your identity and status, you could enroll in far superior and more prestigious institutions, receiving an elevated education, or even engage the finest tutors for personalized instruction. Thus, I find myself intrigued by you. He added, do not overthink it. I am but an ordinary individual and pose no threat to you. Upon hearing Clark's words, Batman scrutinized him once more, choosing not to respond further before turning to leave. Yet, as he walked away, he retrieved his phone. Help me gather information on Clark Kent, including details about his family and his conduct at school. I wish to know everything. After concluding the call, Batman was unaware that Clark had overheard their entire exchange, which prompted a faint smile to grace Clark's lips. I have yet to test my abilities. Now, I shall see just how formidable you, Batman, truly are. Clark was eager to ascertain whether his disguise was sufficiently convincing. Should even Batman fail to uncover his true identity, he could proceed with greater audacity in his future endeavors. His long-standing reticence stemmed not from fear of others, but from the apprehension of being discovered. Now that Batman was willing to assist him in this clandestine evaluation, Clark was more than willing to oblige. As he sat in the car on his way home, Batman gazed out the window, awaiting the results of his probe. After a brief interval, he indeed received a call. The investigation confirmed that Clark was merely a promising ordinary individual, lacking any extraordinary affiliations. His family and siblings were also thoroughly vetted, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Despite these findings, Batman harbored an unsettling conviction that Clark was not as simple as he appeared. Alfred, Batman began. I have heard that the gangs in this city differ significantly from those in other locales, managed by an enigmatic figure who remains unseen. It is precisely this presence that sets the local gangs apart. Alfred, who was driving, nodded in agreement. Indeed, when the young master decided to study here, we conducted a thorough investigation into the gangs and other factions in the area. Rather than traditional gangs, they resemble mercenary forces, as their operations are governed by quasi-military discipline, akin to an informal army. Upon investigation, it has come to light that the true orchestrator behind this faction of gangsters is not the current gang leader, but rather an enigmatic figure who operates from the shadows. Despite our relentless inquiries, we have only discerned that he is a man adorned with a white mask, and no further information has surfaced. Might you have sensed something, Master? Batman, upon hearing this, shook his head. I too have an inkling, yet I lack the means to substantiate it. Alfred, you are aware that my instincts have been remarkably precise over the years, seldom faltering. This Clark is undoubtedly more complex than he appears on the surface. Alfred, glancing at Batman through the rearview mirror, inquired, should I deploy personnel to monitor him around the clock? Chapter 17. The Emergence of the Joker's Gang. Batman, after a moment of contemplation, replied, at present, without concrete evidence, it would be unwise to provoke unnecessary alarm. He does not pose a threat to me at this time, hence there is no need for undue tension. I simply wish to experience a semblance of ordinary life. With those words, Batman fell silent, closing his eyes to rest against the back of his seat. Alfred, observing this through the rearview mirror, adjusted the air conditioning to a slightly warmer setting and continued driving in silence. Meanwhile, Clark had departed from the school and returned to his residence. This abode was publicly known among the gang leaders under his command. At the end of each month, they gathered here for a meeting. Should anyone be unable to attend, prior notification to Clark was mandatory. Failure to do so would result in dire consequences. Clark demanded absolute obedience. Any defiance would be met with swift retribution, leaving no room for excuses. Thus, anyone who managed to rise to the rank of a small leader under Clark understood the necessity of compliance. Clark's residence was situated in an affluent neighborhood predominantly inhabited by influential white individuals, including several celebrities. Upon entering, Clark was met with a swift cessation of laughter. All present immediately straightened up in attention. Observing their reaction, Clark nodded in satisfaction. You are becoming increasingly adept at this, resembling a disciplined unit. Today's gathering is merely a casual affair, so there is no need for such rigidity. Feel free to relax. However, reports must still be delivered, and any attempt to conceal information will not be tolerated. Soon, everyone provided their reports regarding the happenings within their respective territories over the past month. In truth, the content of these reports was largely similar. Due to the paramilitary structure and complete monopoly, other gangs dared not confront those under Clark's command. However, soon a problem arose. Two gang leaders from the city's outskirts wore expressions of distress. We have encountered members of the Joker's gang. So have we. Recently, the activities of the clown gang in our area have become exceedingly frequent. These individuals are nothing short of reckless lunatics. Previously, our men have encountered them in several direct confrontations, and their tactics are utterly fearless. Fortunately, our unwavering commitment to training and heeding advice has prevented any fatalities, although there have been numerous injuries among our ranks. Upon learning that it was the clown gang, Clark couldn't help but furrow his brow. At this juncture, the clown gang had begun to take shape. Composed entirely of fervent devotees of the clown persona, their methods are as chaotic as the jesters themselves. However, the current influence of the clown gang has yet to expand significantly, and their impact is still relatively limited. Nonetheless, their emergence in our vicinity took Clark by surprise. Do not worry. I shall handle the clown gang members, he assured. What you need to do now is mark their locations for me. The two individuals promptly retrieved their notebooks, which contained details of several clown gang hideouts. Clark took the notebook, briefly perusing its contents, and discovered that the largest of these clusters comprised no more than 50 individuals, while the smallest had merely a handful. Notably, the hideout with the fewest members was marked for special attention. These few were exceedingly deranged, attacking with a complete disregard for their lives, and on occasion, even innocent bystanders became targets for their unfettered aggression. After hearing this, Clark picked up a nearby pen and circled the location of these few individuals. Since you have articulated your concerns, let us prioritize handling them. If any of you encounter members of the clown gang again, feel free to eliminate them without hesitation. Should any retaliatory actions arise, contact me immediately. The assembled individuals stood at attention in response. Yes, sir. Satisfied with his team's demeanor, Clark declared, continue your preparations. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly. Once Clark departed, the tension that had gripped the group quickly dissipated. How long do you think it will take to eliminate these individuals? One inquired. I believe it may require some time. After all, the clown gang is unlike any previous gangs we have faced. You are mistaken. Given our current strength, it should not take long to dispatch them, another countered. Following the markings in the notebook, Clark swiftly located the hideout where the few clown gang members resided. This group of lunatics displayed a level of cunning. They understood that the entire city was under gang control and that remaining within the urban area would expose them to ambush. Thus, they had congregated in a grove within Chiang Mai. There, they disguised their presence as a camping group, and without careful scrutiny, one could easily overlook them. Clark hovered above, counting the number of individuals below. He discovered that this assembly of clown gang members amounted to a total of 17. Currently, they are reveling in jubilant celebration of their recent victories, each individual displaying a wild exuberance, their laughter echoing with an unsettling intensity. Observing this irredeemable group, Clark feels a surge of compassion. They are all unfortunate souls. Perhaps it is best to grant them a swift release, thereby showcasing my benevolence. Upon uttering this thought, Clark steadies his breath and gently exhales, unleashing a searing wave of heat exceeding 2,000 degrees, which cascades down upon these individuals. As the heat passes, the air warps, and trees are reduced to mere ash. The 17 members of the clown gang are afforded no chance for salvation, disintegrating into dust that dances upon the wind. To prevent a forest fire, Clark swiftly adjusts his breath once more, emitting a chilling air that quells the flames before they can spread. The entire process unfolds in less than a minute, and with effortless grace, Clark eradicates all traces of these 17 beings. Having dealt with this group, Clark proceeds to another location, where yet another faction of deranged clown gang members resides. This group consists of fervent devotees, viewing the clown as the singular truth and purpose of their lives, rendering them even more unhinged than their counterparts. Such maniacs must be eliminated promptly. Otherwise, they would only invite greater troubles that could undermine his standing in the region. Chapter 18. A journey of experience. Clark's mission is to ensure that his territory remains free from any disturbances, aside from drug trafficking and smuggling. He is acutely aware that drugs in this world come in various forms, some specifically designed for mutants or superpowered individuals, demanding exorbitant prices. However, these substances are controlled by the upper echelons of the government, making them inaccessible to Clark at present. This elite control over these drugs serves to manipulate certain superheroes and mutants into serving their interests. Clark has also instructed his subordinates to continuously research the latest drugs, ideally those suited for the physiology of Caucasians and African Americans. In the following 3 locations, Clark employs the same method, swiftly purging the clown gangs established within his jurisdiction. Meanwhile, upon returning to his abode, Batman opens his computer to investigate the locations of nearby clown gangs. Being still a youth, Batman's skills do not yet match those of an adult. Thus, he secretly undermines the Mafia to enhance his own strength. Through the computer and gathered intelligence, he swiftly identifies several key locations. Alfred, prepare my suit, he commands. Standing by, Alfred bows slightly, yes, master. With that, he promptly departs. Due to the fact that Batman's current residence is merely a temporary dwelling, extensive renovations have not been undertaken, resulting in a stark contrast to the superior facilities of the Batcave. While this location pales in comparison to the Batcave, some essential equipment can still be carried with ease. Soon, Alfred prepared a smaller version of the Batsuit, complete with an array of accompanying bat weaponry. Additionally, Batman's bespoke vehicle, tailored to accommodate his present stature, was indispensable. Upon entering the garage, Batman donned the Batsuit, meticulously adjusted his mask, and stood before the mirror to ensure that everything was in order before arming himself. Alfred had recently commissioned the Weapons Development Department to create more potent ammunition. The current rounds proved effective against ordinary adversaries. However, they would be rendered useless against formidable supervillains or mutants. Ideally, each mutant would have a corresponding bullet designed to maximize effectiveness. Alfred, with a respectful bow, stated, "Master, what you requested is already in production." He then retrieved a box from the side and opened it. "Master, these are the bullets you require." The first row consists of enhanced rounds capable of effortlessly penetrating 5 centimeters of steel. As this is the first batch of prototypes, only 100 have been manufactured. If you find them satisfactory, we will proceed with mass production. The second row of bullets has been specially tailored to your specifications for mutants. Inside, there are suppression agents that will temporarily strip mutants of their powers upon impact, rendering them ordinary. However, this agent is tightly controlled by a select group of individuals, and we have spent a considerable sum to acquire a limited quantity. Only 10 such bullets have been produced, so I advise you to reserve their use for encounters with particularly powerful mutants. Batman picked up one of the bullets designed for mutants. Its exterior was nearly indistinguishable from the others, save for a transparent liquid contained within its core. He gently shook the bullet, observing the viscous fluid move sluggishly inside. "How much did these 10 bullets cost?" he inquired, eyeing the specialized ammunition. "Master, the total cost for these 10 bullets amounted to 700 million, Alfred replied. Upon hearing Alfred's revelation of the price, Batman nodded. "That's reasonable. It's not overly expensive. Proceed with the production of another 100 at this price. Ideally, we should combine this type of bullet with the first. That way, even when confronting mutants with formidable defenses, we can penetrate their bodies with ease." Alfred bowed once more. "Understood, Master. I will instruct them to commence development immediately." With that, Batman took 50 new bullets along with 1 mutant bullet. Such precious ammunition. Batman would not carry too much at once, for the Joker's gang consists merely of a horde of irrational lunatics, rendering it unnecessary to squander such bullets on them. However, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, one must be thoroughly prepared. Once adequately equipped, Batman boarded his Batmobile and departed from the secluded mansion, setting his course towards the first identified stronghold of the Joker's gang. Simultaneously, Clark had already meticulously erased all traces of his presence in the area. Since the members of the Joker's gang resided in dilapidated or remote locations, it facilitated Clark's ability to swiftly eradicate them. Over the years, he had dealt with an overwhelming number of adversaries, thus he bore no psychological burden in handling these individuals. Moreover, as a person of Chinese heritage, he felt a profound sense of obligation in dealing with them. Even within the realm of superheroes, the weight of national grievances never left Clark's mind. Every confrontation with these foes brought him immense satisfaction, and he often yearned for the opportunity to eliminate more of them in one fell swoop to alleviate the bitterness within his heart. Clark firmly believed in uprooting evil entirely, never adhering to the notion of mercy. This philosophy was the reason behind his ruthless approach over the years. If he aimed to eradicate, he would do so completely, and if he chose not to act, he would refrain entirely. On the other hand, upon arriving at the first gathering spot of the Joker's gang, Batman was taken aback by the scene before him. What lay in front of him surpassed his comprehension. This site should have been an abandoned gas station, yet it had been reduced to scorched earth. Apart from some molten remnants of scrap metal, Batman found nothing of value amidst the desolation. The intense heat had incinerated everything, rendering the search for clues utterly futile. Batman could not fathom who possessed such destructive capabilities. The only individual he could think of with the ability to wield fire, and who also happened to be a superhero, was Firestorm. Yet, Firestorm typically indulged in a life of extravagance. It would be impossible to persuade him to act independently unless the entire Fantastic Four was summoned, for Firestorm would never undertake a solo mission. Chapter 19. A serious discussion. Batman pulled out his phone and dialed Alfred's number. On the other end, the call connected after a single ring. "Master, how may I assist you?" Alfred had been monitoring Batman's every move via satellite surveillance. Upon seeing that he had arrived at his destination without taking action, but instead calling him, he sensed that something was amiss. While conversing with Batman, he arranged for his team to be on standby to support him. "Please check Firestorm's recent whereabouts. Has he visited this city? I need this information as swiftly as possible." Alfred paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. "Master, I shall look into it at once. Please hold." After hanging up the phone, Afyu was perplexed as to why his young master inquired about the Human Torch. Nonetheless, since a directive had been issued, Afyu felt compelled to comply. He swiftly reached out to the informants tasked with covertly monitoring the Fantastic Four. Soon, He learned from these sources that the Human Torch had been indulging in the extravagant lifestyle of Las Vegas for the past 2 weeks, never straying far from the city. The few transformations he underwent were merely to flaunt his abilities before beautiful women, soaring a few circles in the sky without venturing beyond a 1-kilometer radius. During this time, Doctor Strange and the Thing had attempted to reach out to the Human Torch, but their efforts proved fruitless. The Human Torch continued to live life on his own terms, relishing his carefree existence. Despite his revelry in Las Vegas, he had not stirred up any trouble. After receiving this confirmation, Afu contacted Batman once more to relay the situation. Batman, taken aback initially, quickly regained his composure. Afu, we must now create a new file and label it as extremely dangerous. Currently, we are uncertain of his intentions, so we must regard him as a potential threat. Furthermore, this information should remain confidential to avoid unnecessary complications. Afu was astounded by Batman's assessment. To have his master classified as extremely dangerous suggested that the power displayed by the individual in question far surpassed that of the Human Torch or any other superheroes and supervillains. Batman then produced a camera to document the surroundings for evidence. Observing the extensive destruction, he felt an ominous premonition. Without delay, Batman activated his Batmobile and proceeded to the remaining 3 locations. Upon arriving at the second site, he noted that the patterns of destruction mirrored those of the previous location. He surmised that the remaining sites would likely follow suit. After inspecting the last 2 locations associated with the Joker's gang, his hypothesis was confirmed. All 4 areas exhibited identical forms of devastation. The assailants had first subjected the areas to approximately 2,000 degrees of heat, reducing them to charred remains, before employing an unknown technique to rapidly cool the surroundings, preventing the flames from spreading and attracting attention. Batman deduced, based on his extensive experience, that this entire process could not have exceeded 2 minutes. He struggled to conceive of anyone capable of executing such a feat in such a brief time frame, but was certain it involved more than one individual. Among the known superheroes or supervillains, none possessed the dual abilities of fire and ice. With this realization, Batman promptly recorded his findings to ensure no valuable information was overlooked. Meanwhile, Clark returned to his abode, where his entourage continued their revelry. They were well aware that Clark's return signified the resolution of all troubles. At the dining table, Clark took a sip of his drink and set the cup down. The moment the gathered individuals witnessed his action, they fell into a hushed silence, all eyes turning towards him. Recently, I have observed a decline in the sales figures of certain territories. I implore you to provide me with a plausible explanation. Ideally, this explanation should be compelling enough to convince me. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to consider replacements. At this juncture, a dozen or so individuals, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward from the crowd and formed a line beside Clark. He cast a glance at them and stated, "Speak plainly. I despise wasting time." The mere sound of his voice made their bodies quiver even more, yet one among them, an elder, mustered the courage to speak. "We have been deliberately targeted for retribution." Clark, taken aback by this revelation, found it astonishing that in a city where his gang's power was well known, anyone would dare to retaliate. Elucidate the situation. If your claims hold merit, you may retain your positions. Should your reasons fail to convince me that your incompetence is not at fault, the consequences will be all too clear to you. The first speaker swallowed hard, not daring to lift his gaze. Is that old M.O. and the black man distributing drugs freely to the addicts? Once these addicts receive the drugs at no cost, they cease to purchase from us. Clark furrowed his brow slightly in response. Have you not attempted to apprehend these individuals? At this moment, the man's voice quivered even more, for he detected the coldness in Clark's tone. He understood that one misstep in his words could spell doom for them all. Following this incident, we dispatched individuals to investigate and to confront those who seek to undermine our business. However, these perpetrators are exceedingly cunning. They leave the drugs out in the open for the addicts to collect. They avoid direct transactions and instead discard the drugs like refuse, making them accessible on streets. While ordinary citizens would not dare to sift through garbage, these addicts will rummage through refuse to find their fix. This is merely one of their tactics. Numerous other methods exist, such as placing drugs in libraries, train stations, bus terminals, fast food outlets, motels, and various outdoor recreational venues. Anywhere there are people, they distribute drugs indiscriminately, with no fixed time or location. Sometimes, a seemingly innocuous person discarding trash could very well be their accomplice, with the drugs hidden amidst the refuse. The man recounted the entire ordeal with clarity, after which he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Upon hearing these words, Clark lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a gesture that unmistakably signaled to everyone present that the time for their judgment had come. Chapter 20: Disruption by Design. Clark had not anticipated that Old M.O. and the Black Man would resort to such tactics to undermine him. While these methods indeed impacted his business, Clark remained unperturbed. In the past, he would have ruthlessly dealt with anyone who hindered his profits, yet the circumstances had changed. Now, in addition to drugs, the smuggling enterprise under his command had also taken shape, contributing significantly to his income, allowing him to accept this minor setback. "Stand up," he commanded. "I am not unreasonable. As long as you provide a valid explanation, I am known for my clear rewards and penalties. Although these matters do not directly involve you, appropriate consequences must still be enforced. The bonuses for your respective regions will be suspended for the coming months. The moment you resolve this issue, the bonuses will be reinstated." Clark would not personally intervene in such trivial matters. If his subordinates could not handle these issues, their utility was questionable. The group of over a dozen individuals felt as if they had been granted a second chance upon hearing Clark's words, their faces brightening with smiles. Clark then turned his attention to the man seated on his left, named James, one of his earliest followers and the second in command of the entire gang. Upon noticing Clark's gaze, James immediately appeared tense. "I grant you half a month to locate this group and deal with them decisively, leaving no one behind, including their families. Should you fail to resolve this within the stipulated time, your position will no longer be tenable." Hearing this, James sprang to his feet, assuring, "Rest assured, within half a month, I will eliminate these individuals completely and ensure they pose no further threat to us." Clark nodded slightly. "All right, sit down." As James took his seat, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trembling slightly. Next, Clark turned to the man on his right, Jones. "Jones, your time with me has been the shortest among these individuals. However, I hold great expectations for your capabilities. Otherwise, you would not occupy this position today. Thus, I give you half a month to assist James in locating this group. Should you both and your men succeed within the designated time frame, you will be rewarded handsomely. Conversely, failure will result in consequences." Clark had never relied solely on James to accomplish this task. While James possessed a certain cunning and decisiveness, he lacked the intellectual acumen that Jones demonstrated. After all, the American gang members have not been schooled in the military strategies of China. Although a few possess intelligence and acumen, they are far from numerous. It is utterly implausible to expect one individual to resolve this matter within a fortnight. Even dispatching 2 individuals, Clark harbored little hope. However, these 2 are the most suitable candidates available to Clark at this juncture, as the alternatives are even less promising. It is no wonder that those raised on beef and milk, nurtured through a system of cheerful education, possess not only robust physiques, but also minds that pale in comparison to those of Chinese adolescents. Clark's expectations of this group are exceedingly simple: refrain from causing trouble and manage tasks within their capabilities. As for the rest, as long as they can generate income for him, he remains indifferent to other matters. After the gathering concluded, Clark departed first. Once he left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining attendees. James, surveying the crowd, declared, "The orders have been issued. Do not linger idly. Immediately attend to your designated areas." Jones, in the subsequent fortnight, expressed his hope for fruitful collaboration to swiftly accomplish the assigned tasks. Downing his drink, Jones affirmed, "I shall undoubtedly fulfill the orders given. However, I implore you, James, to ensure your subordinates do not complicate matters for me." James was aware that his men were somewhat unruly, yet under Clark's looming presence, they had displayed a modicum of restraint. Nevertheless, occasional disturbances still arose. Fortunately, these issues were internal and manageable by James alone. However, in this collaboration with Jones, James felt it imperative to guarantee that his subordinates would not instigate any chaos. Although the orders were directed at James and Jones, the other teams remained vigilant, fully aware that any lapse in control could lead to similar turmoil in their own territories. Should the situation escalate further, they risked becoming targets of Clark's wrath. Each individual promptly departed in their vehicles, returning to their respective areas. En route, they began organizing their plans. Over 5,000 people swiftly mobilized, scouring the city for those distributing narcotics. They held little hope that the addicts would provide any assistance, as it was unlikely those indulging in free drugs would lend a hand. Thus, the most effective approach to investigate these individuals was to engage with ordinary citizens. Initially, the drug dealers operated in a manner that kept the common folk at bay unless they were willing to spend money. But the recent free distribution had ensnared some children into addiction, provoking widespread outrage among ordinary people. Hence, they understood that to locate the culprits, they must obtain leads through the general populace. Upon returning home, Clark reclined on his bed, preparing to rest, for he had classes the following day. Yet, scarcely had he lain down when his phone rang once more. Hearing the ringtone, Clark instinctively rubbed his temples. Clark was utterly perplexed as to who might be seeking him at this hour. He had just concluded a meeting with his subordinates, who were clearly not the culprits, and his siblings were also unlikely suspects, having received various snacks from him just the day before. The only possibility that crossed his mind was his parents. Indeed, upon answering the phone, it was his mother on the line. "Clark, your father has been injured." Upon hearing his mother's voice, Clark sprang from his bed. He was at a loss as to who could possess such audacity to harm his father. They must truly be courting death. "Mother, do not panic. First, take father to the hospital. I will be there immediately." Although Clark's tone remained calm, an inferno of rage was raging within him. Over the years, the Kents had treated him as their own, and now that his adoptive father had been wronged, Clark would not let this transgression go unpunished. Regardless of the motive, he would ensure that the offender was dealt with. Chapter 21. Not thoroughly cleansed before long, Clark arrived at the finest private hospital in the city. Given the Kents' financial means, it was inconceivable that they would opt for a public hospital. They would undoubtedly seek the best care available at a private institution. This particular hospital was renowned in the vicinity. By tracking his mother's breathing and heartbeat, Clark quickly located the Kents. When he appeared before his mother, she could no longer suppress her tears and embraced him, weeping. "Mother, everything will be all right. Father will be fine. Now, please tell me what transpired. Who harmed father?" As he gently patted her back in a soothing manner, he inquired further. His mother then lifted her head from his embrace and settled onto a nearby bench, recounting the events of the evening. With all three children away, the couple had decided to enjoy a moment of intimacy and had sought out a 4-star restaurant in the city for a candlelit dinner. After their meal, they intended to head to a nearby affluent resort area to watch the sunrise when they encountered 4 assailants. From his mother's description, Clark could ascertain that all 4 robbers were part of a certain group. He had taken it upon himself to oversee all the white individuals loitering on the streets. Although he had only 5,000 men under his command, the actual number of those he influenced far exceeded this figure. These 5,000 not only boasted superior equipment, but also enjoyed better treatment. Whether they would recruit additional informants or allies was of no concern to Clark. However, one rule was paramount. They must not stir trouble, lest those above them also face Clark's wrath. Therefore, those daring enough to commit armed robbery in this area could only be members of certain demographics. Among the African American community, particularly the younger generation, many grew up in single-parent households and were often unaware of their paternal lineage, due to the absence of a male figure as the economic pillar in such households. These single black mothers often find themselves lacking the energy required to educate their children. Consequently, these youngsters roam the streets from a tender age, gradually succumbing to vices and becoming entangled with gangs. While it is true that a few among them may rise above their circumstances, they represent but a minuscule fraction. The majority of black individuals ultimately choose to join gangs, becoming part of that underworld. Regardless of the intensity of Clark's efforts, these individuals continue their nefarious deeds, albeit with greater caution and discretion, avoiding exposure. Yet, there are still some thoughtless individuals who engage in acts of robbery. Had it not been for the misfortune befalling their parents, these individuals would likely have been eliminated in the coming days. However, as they have now harmed Clark's parents, their existence can no longer be tolerated. Soon, the doctor emerged from the operating room, prompting Clark and his mother to rush forward with anxious inquiries. "Doctor, is my husband all right?" The doctor removed his mask and assured her, "Madam, rest assured, your husband is no longer in danger. As long as he follows the treatment protocol, he should suffer no lasting effects. However, the scars on his face will take considerable time to heal." Upon hearing that her husband was safe, Clark's mother finally exhaled in relief, stating, "The scars can gradually heal, As long as he survives, that is what truly matters. Shortly thereafter, Clark's father was wheeled out of the operating room, still in a state of unconsciousness. Upon witnessing his father's battered face, marked by bruises and bandages, Clark's fury reached unprecedented heights. Since his arrival in this world, he had never experienced such anger. Even when provoked, he had merely waved his hand, causing his adversaries to dissolve into sanguine mist. Yet, seeing his father injured ignited an insatiable wrath within him. Although his rage was at its zenith, he maintained a composed demeanor as he accompanied his mother to return his father to the ward before finally asking, "Mother, did you not give them money directly?" Wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, his mother replied, "Your father and I wished to avoid trouble, so when they declared it was a robbery, we handed over our wallets and valuables. However, they seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for white people. Even after your father complied, they still refused to spare us. Your father sustained severe injuries while trying to protect me. Otherwise, he would not have been so gravely harmed." Clark realized that the entire incident likely stemmed from his presence. These individuals were presumably members of the original Black Gang, and despite his attempts to manage the situation discreetly, it appeared that some had slipped through the cracks. "Mother, could you hand me the clothes father was wearing when he was injured?" His mother, thinking Clark intended to use them for reporting the incident, promptly retrieved the blood-stained outer garment. Clark picked up the clothing and gently inhaled, soon detecting a multitude of scents embedded within the fabric. The scents were chaotic, mingling aromas of steak, red wine, gasoline, and perfume. Soon, Clark discerned what he sought amidst this olfactory confusion. The moment these individuals made a move, he could trace their presence through the faintest whiff of drug and gunpowder, alongside scents that did not belong to their parents. "Mother, do not worry. I shall find those who harmed you and father." At school, he had befriended a companion whose father served as the deputy chief of police in the area. With his assistance, he was confident that the 4 perpetrators would soon be apprehended. Having spoken, Clark donned his coat and departed, first to procure some sustenance for his mother and deliver it to her hospital room. After returning the food, he followed the lingering scent on his clothing to track down the 4 individuals. Meanwhile, the 4 men who had just robbed the Kent couple were reveling in an apartment. "These white fools are truly wealthy. We easily made $5,000 or $6,000 from just 2 victims. This is far more lucrative than our other endeavors." One of the men, standing at a height of 6 feet 3 inches, inhaled a white substance from the table, leaning back in bliss. "Who can argue? This is merely cash. With the jewelry, we can make a fortune." Suddenly, the front door was forcefully kicked open, embedding itself into the wall, bending into an arc. The thunderous sound jolted the 4 men from their drug-induced stupor. Instantly, they grasped the handguns and submachine guns from the table, ready to fire at the door. "Who the hell is it? Come out now, or we will shoot," one of them shouted, trembling with fear, fully aware that the individual capable of such a feat was no ordinary foe. Having spent years in the underworld, they had encountered all manner of people. But this intruder had not only breached their reinforced steel door, but had also contorted it, a testament to their formidable strength. Prepared for confrontation, the men resolved to fire the moment their adversary revealed themselves. As Clark stepped into view, only half of his body visible, the 4 men could hardly contain their eagerness to shoot. The sudden gunfire sent those watching from the corridor scurrying back into their rooms, locking their doors. Most residents of this apartment complex were former gang members. Their survival stemmed from not being principal figures in the criminal world. It was precisely because they were not key players that Clark chose not to eradicate them entirely. These individuals, having extricated themselves from the clutches of the gang, felt an immense sense of relief. For so long, they had toiled under the oppressive thumb of organized crime, but now, after much hardship, they could finally return to their former lives. However, this tranquility lasted only a few fleeting years, and now, with the resurgence of turmoil, they yearned to distance themselves from any involvement. Some had even resorted to dialing the police, a notion they would have never entertained before, as the gang could easily uncover the identities of informants and enact ruthless retribution. Yet, free from such trepidations, they sought the assistance of law enforcement. They were acutely aware that the police would not wholeheartedly assist them, but at least their presence could help quell the situation. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of gunfire erupted from the upper floors, forcing everyone to cower within their homes, too fearful to reveal themselves. At that moment, Clark found himself within the confines of a room occupied by 4 men. A veritable storm of bullets rained down, halting mere inches from Clark before cascading to the ground. As the 4 men emptied their magazines, they were struck with overwhelming dread upon realizing that Clark remained unscathed. It was then that they beheld Clark's attire, a harbinger of terror, clad in a white mask, a white hoodie, and white sweatpants, completing the ensemble with white sneakers. The sheer sight of him instilled a primal fear in the 4 men, for they had witnessed firsthand the ruthless nature of Clark. In the past, he had employed exceedingly extreme measures to eliminate troublesome adversaries. Even those tasked with disposing of the bodies had subsequently chosen to withdraw from such grim dealings, opting instead for mundane lives. A few, burdened by the weight of their memories, could not escape the grip of their past and ultimately succumbed to despair. Clark, taken aback by the fragility of these individual psyches, mused on the lingering scars of war they bore. Observing the quartet before him, he extended a hand towards one, delivering a gentle yet decisive grip that was followed by the sickening crack of shattered bones and the man's anguished cries. In an instant, the once whole figure transformed into a mere lump of flesh. This was a manifestation of Clark's honed abilities, cultivated through years of practice. With a mere thought, he could orchestrate a myriad of demises, each unique in its torment. While these individuals might have met their ends with relative comfort under different circumstances, their transgressions against Clark's family warranted a far more brutal reckoning. As he raised his hand once more, he aimed at the shoulder of another hapless soul nearby. A crimson beam shot forth from his fingertip, piercing through the man's shoulder with lethal precision. This is the evolution of Clark, who, through persistent practice, transformed his ability to emit thermal vision solely through his eyes into a capacity to project it from any part of his body. To prevent the anguished cries of his captives from disturbing the neighbors, Clark employed telekinesis to seal their mouths, rendering them only capable of feeble grunts through their noses. For the second target, Clark wielded his thermal prowess to penetrate every joint in the man's body, culminating with his eyes. Initially, Clark had intended to inflict considerable torment upon the next 2 targets. However, as the sound of sirens echoed from outside, he realized it was time to depart. Thus, he resorted to a method both simple and cruel, intertwining the 2 individuals together with his telekinetic force, much like twisting strands of cotton. Once he had dealt with all 4 adversaries, Clark retrieved his father's wallet and his mother's jewelry. The wallet a gift from his mother to his father for their 10th wedding anniversary, and the jewelry a collection of Valentine's Day tokens received annually from her beloved. Having ensured nothing was left behind, Clark soared from the open balcony. After a brief flight, he shed his current attire, reverting to his usual clothing, which he incinerated with his searing breath, leaving no evidence in his wake. Following the resolution of the 4 threats, Clark returned to the hospital. Before entering the ward, he meticulously examined himself for any discrepancies. Once assured of his appearance, he gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the rapping, his mother's voice called from within. Come in. Clark cautiously pressed down the doorknob and slowly opened the door, revealing his mother, who sat beside the hospital bed, looking haggard and devoid of energy. After entering, he quietly closed the door behind him and approached her side, placing the recovered items before her. While his mother did not exhibit overwhelming surprise upon seeing the returned belongings, she managed to muster a faint smile. You've worked hard, she said, reaching out to pinch Clark's cheek affectionately. Clark leaned closer, inviting her to rest her head upon his shoulder. Mother, everything is all right. The doctor assured me that Father's injuries are not severe. I believe he will awaken soon. With his X-ray vision, Clark scanned his father's body, confirming the absence of bruising or nerve damage. Given that his father had recently undergone surgery and sustained significant injuries, recovery would undoubtedly require time. Barring any unforeseen complications, he anticipated that his father would awaken by midday or afternoon. Even if the local medical facilities proved inadequate for his father's revival, Clark had the capability to employ the technology of his solitary fortress to concoct a miraculous remedy. Chapter 23. A Life of Solitude as Wu Tian had foretold. The following day at noon, his father stirred back to consciousness. Upon awakening, the father's first glance fell upon his unscathed wife beside him, which granted him the solace to peacefully close his eyes once more. The mother, overjoyed at her husband's consciousness, beamed with happiness as the doctor conducted another examination, confirming that he was indeed free of any ailments. Upon hearing the physician declare her husband's well-being, the mother finally released the anxious tension that had gripped her heart. Clark approached his mother gently, saying, "Mother, allow me to escort you home for some rest. I shall remain here, so there is no need for concern." Indeed, the mother appeared weary, her fatigue visibly intensified upon learning of her husband's safety. She nodded in agreement. "Then I shall return to rest for a while." After ensuring his parents were settled, Clark dialed James's number. On the other end, James, who was training newcomers, immediately tensed upon seeing Clark's call and instructed everyone to quiet down. Observing James's reaction, Jones quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was evident that this call held significant weight. James, trembling, answered the call, and Clark's grave voice resonated on the line. "I instructed you to eradicate all the vermin in the vicinity. How have you managed this? Why are there still injuries?" James momentarily froze, but soon comprehended the implications. If the injuries pertained to ordinary individuals, he knew he would not be contacted. Thus, it indicated that the injured were likely family members of his. "It is our failure for not completely eliminating the remaining vermin. I am prepared to accept any punishment," aware that excessive explanation would only hasten his demise. James understood the precariousness of his position. Clark recognized that James was currently the most suitable candidate for the task at hand. Although Jones possessed skill, he lacked the requisite experience. Have a skeleton gang eliminate the remaining threats. Should they fail to do so, I will ensure their eradication myself. With that, Clark abruptly ended the call. James, relieved that he had not incurred punishment, felt the weight lift from his heart and slumped onto the ground. Acutely aware that he had narrowly evaded death, Jones rushed over to assist him, pondering whether the gang of troublemakers had instigated further chaos. Using Jones for support, James rose, his legs still slightly trembling. The injured party likely consisted of family members, but their lack of direct attack indicated that they were not in mortal danger. Had there been any true peril, he would have met a grim fate by now. Nonetheless, a final ultimatum had been issued, demanding the skeleton gang to cleanse the remaining threats. Otherwise, their very existence would be obliterated. Jones frowned upon hearing this, stating, "I have previously warned that these individuals must not be spared. Allowing them to remain will only invite relentless trouble. You are fortunate this time, but next time, you will not be able to protect anyone." Upon finishing his statement, Jones picked up his phone and dialed a number, then glanced at his bewildered subordinate, who was still undergoing training. "You all are dismissed for independent training. I shall conduct further inspections shortly. No slacking off." Upon hearing this, his subordinates promptly dispersed, vacating the area. The phone rang for an eternity before it was finally answered. The voice on the other end belonged to Jack, the current leader of the skeleton gang. As the call connected, a cacophony of music, laughter from both men and women erupted from the receiver, creating a rather deafening atmosphere. Gradually, the noise subsided, and a cheerful voice emerged. "My good friend Jones, what brings you to call?" Though somewhat displeased, Jones wasted little time on pleasantries. Eliminate the remaining individuals. Following his command, a prolonged silence enveloped the line. Had it not been for the faint music and laughter, Jones might have believed the call had been disconnected. "You clearly stated you would spare those whose families were attacked." Jones's remark interrupted Jack, who fell silent once more. Frustrated, Jones rubbed his temples, unwilling to squander more time with his puppet. "You have two choices. They vanish, or you do. The choice is yours." With that, Jones severed the connection, leaving Jack to listen to the dial tone, engulfed in silence. Jack was acutely aware of his own capabilities and the ruthless nature of their dealings. They had fought tooth and nail for their current standing, and he was not willing to relinquish it. If they sought their own demise, there was little he could do to save them. With this thought, Jack put away his phone and returned to the gathering hall. Upon his return, a subordinate approached eagerly. "Boss, join us." Jack glared at the young man, who quickly retreated, sensing his leader's discontent. "Silence." Jack's roar commanded immediate attention, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Even the music ceased, and all eyes turned to him in confusion. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Jack finally exhaled and addressed the assembly. "Listen closely, everyone. We must eliminate the remaining individuals, leaving not a single one alive." His decree left the room in stunned silence. One individual rose immediately. "Boss, why would we want to eliminate them? They are our brothers." A chorus of agreement followed. "Yes, boss. They are our kin." Jack surveyed the crowd with a steely gaze. "This is the final ultimatum. Either they perish or we do. Let it be known, their fate is a consequence of the harm they have inflicted upon their own kin. Upon hearing of their families being harmed, these individuals understood that there was no room for leniency in this matter. After the eradication of the gang, the vast majority of them had participated in the cleanup efforts. The horrific scenes from that day remained vividly etched in the memories of all present, a trauma they wished never to endure again. None of the bodies they dealt with were intact. Some were so disfigured that there was barely a complete corpse to be found. In the end, the only means of handling the remains was to shovel them into bags. And to avoid meeting the same grim fate, none dared to voice any dissent. Chapter 24. Cultivating the Death Warriors once the order was given. The members of the Skull Gang sprang into action. Some, while their companions were distracted, attempted to pull out their phones to send messages to friends, only to be intercepted by their peers. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get us all killed? You know the terror that awaits us if too many people learn of this and flee. It would mean our demise. Do you wish to endanger your parents and children along with yourself? If you care for their safety, do not make that call. We must complete our assigned tasks diligently if we are to survive. This individual spoke loudly, barely suppressing his voice, ensuring that all the surrounding members of the Skull Gang heard him clearly. In truth, many present also yearned to contact their friends, hoping they could seize this opportunity to escape. Yet upon hearing such admonitions, none dared to make the call. They all understood that if their indiscretion led to anyone fleeing, their own lives would be forfeit. Faced with the stark choice of survival, each would choose themselves. Meanwhile, James sat on the ground, instructing his subordinates to monitor the members of the Skull Gang closely, ensuring that no one escaped their grasp. We cannot afford any oversights. Should another mishap occur, I may not have the chance to survive. James was acutely aware that his previous errors had been significant, and his continued existence was solely due to his usefulness. However, usefulness can only stretch so far. Some mistakes can be repeated, but not indefinitely. He understood that if he failed to resolve this situation properly, a grim fate awaited him. Observing James's pale complexion devoid of any color, Jones recognized the profound impact this incident had on him. He approached a nearby vending machine, purchased a can of cola, and handed it to James. You need to drink something to relax. I trust Jack will not make a foolish mistake. James tremulously accepted the can of cola, struggling to pry open the tab, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Though he feared not for his own life, he was desperate to avoid bringing harm to his family. Upon witnessing James in such a state, Jones extended the bottle of cola he had opened to him. What you need to do now is to remain calm, he advised. Yet, despite Jones's words, James found it impossible to achieve tranquility. Even as he sipped the cola, the sound of his trembling hands causing the can to clink against his teeth was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Jack, leading his men, had commenced the cleansing of the remaining gang members. Aware of their whereabouts, they barged in and opened fire, offering no chance for the adversaries to react. Furthermore, the members of the Skull Gang had undergone military training, ensuring that during their operations, all escape routes were sealed, leaving no opportunity for flight. In no time, the remnants were thoroughly eradicated by the Skull Gang, leaving behind only a handful of infants and children. Faced with over 100 children, Jack found himself hesitant to take action. Although he and his crew were indeed gangsters who had taken many lives, they had never harmed infants or children. Now, confronted with these innocent souls, they were at a loss as to what to do. The observers dispatched by James witnessed this scene as well. They were not depraved individuals, yet they were obligated to report what they saw. Soon, the newly calm James received this alarming news. He understood the brutal nature of the situation. It was unlikely that these children would survive. You all stand by and watch how Jack will proceed, he instructed. In light of this, Jones dialed Clark's number. James looked on in disbelief as Jones did so. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jones stated, "Do not assume I am assisting you. I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts." Clark, currently attending to his father in the hospital, received Jones's call. Upon answering, he anticipated the inquiry, yet he still chose to engage. Once connected, Jones adopted a tone of utmost respect. What should we do with over 100 children? Should we eliminate them all outright? Though he did not finish his sentence. The implication was clear. If these individuals were mere pawns, Clark would not hesitate to eradicate them without a trace. However, they were not pawns. In the eyes of these children, he was a figure of ruthless decisiveness. Yet, The value of keeping these children alive outweighed the benefits of their demise. As his empire expanded, so too did the emergence of superheroes and supervillains. Clark contemplated the idea of nurturing a cadre of assassins. Training such individuals midway through their development often led to a lack of loyalty, but beginning with children would yield far better results. Let us cultivate these children into assassins, he resolved. This is their sole value. After Clark finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Upon returning to the hospital room, he composed himself and sat beside his father, beginning to channel energy into him in hopes of hastening his awakening and facilitating a swift recovery. Meanwhile, Jack hesitated to act against the trembling child before him. Those accompanying Jack approached him, urging, "Brother, they are but children. Spare them." Another younger member echoed, "Indeed, brother, they're still just kids. Let them go." Jack tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, stating, "You must understand, if they survive, it is our lives that are at stake." As the current leader of the Skull Gang, Jack felt compelled to take decisive action. Otherwise, he would jeopardize the lives of all his brothers. Just as he raised his weapon, preparing to pull the trigger, a voice rang out from afar, commanding, "Everyone, cease your actions. There are orders to take these children away." Upon hearing that the children would be taken, Jack and the members of the Skull Gang realized that the children would likely survive. If the intention were their demise, they would not be permitted to leave. Brother Jack, one of his subordinates, advised, "You need not concern yourself with the next steps. Just ensure the area is cleared." They were all aware of the importance of leaving no traces for the police, so they needed to act swiftly to avoid detection. Chapter 25. The Chaotic Gotham City. 1. Under Clark's energy infusion and healing, his father's pallor gradually transformed, regaining some color. Clark was not surprised by his father's recovery. After years of rigorous training, his skills had significantly improved not only in offense, but also in healing. Previously, he could only expedite his own recovery, but now, through energy transfer, he could bestow similar effects upon others. As long as the individual did not perish, no matter how severe the injuries, Clark could restore them completely. However, he had only tested this ability on animals, never on humans. This time, Clark sought to use the opportunity to gauge the extent of his healing prowess. To his astonishment, within half an hour his father stirred back to consciousness, albeit still feeling considerable pain. Despite Clark's ability to heal, the sensation of pain lingered for some time. "Where am I? Why does my entire body ache so?" Suddenly, his father seemed to recall something and attempted to rise, but the pain forced him back down. Observing this, Clark quickly reassured him, "Father, rest easy. You protected Mother well. She is unharmed. The assailants have been apprehended, and all belongings have been recovered. All you need to do now is focus on your recovery. Mother is resting at my place and will be here by morning." Clark communicated all that was necessary to ensure his father could calm down and rest without worry. Upon hearing Clark's words, the father's anxious heart found solace, and he soon slipped back into a peaceful slumber. Observing this, Clark settled onto a nearby sofa, preparing to rest himself. Although the single-occupancy hospital room abroad was quite luxurious, it was furnished with only one bed, which paled in comparison to the domestic arrangements that often featured two. However, for Clark, the lack of sleep would not bear significant consequences. Yet, during the quiet of the night, he felt that slumber would hasten the passage of time. Meanwhile, after completing his patrol, Batman returned to his abode. Upon parking his vehicle, Alfred promptly opened the car door. "Have you managed to uncover the information I requested?" he inquired. Alfred, bowing respectfully, responded, "Master, I have updated the details regarding the new superheroes and supervillains, yet the combination you mentioned does not exist. If a new superhero were to emerge, we would be among the first to be informed. After all, the advent of a new superhero would be of immense benefit to the world, thus ensuring their prompt registration." Batman nodded slightly upon hearing this. It was prudent to have his subordinates remain vigilant, for the opposing force might possess formidable strength. Should this individual engage in conflict, it would be wise to advise his team to maintain their distance to avoid potential loss of life. "Very well, Alfred. Please make the necessary arrangements," he instructed. In stark contrast to the tranquility of Gotham, the surrounding areas were engulfed in chaos. Fortunately, the Joker had yet to establish himself as a significant threat. Ordinary police forces could easily quell the unruly crowds. Although these individuals, adorned in clown makeup, paraded through the streets and confronted the police, they only dared to hurl stones and debris from a safe distance, shying away from physical confrontation. Currently, the Joker's followers had not yet reached a frenzied state. While a small faction had indeed become fervent devotees, they were, under the Joker's guidance, expanding their territory. The remaining inhabitants of Gotham sought to exploit the Joker's momentum for their own gain. Such occurrences were not uncommon in America, particularly in the notorious Gotham City. Cloaked in the shadows, the Joker exercised caution, lacking reliable subordinates to carry out his plans. Although Penguin and Scarecrow had carved out their own influences within Gotham, they showed no inclination to assist the Joker, as he had yet to demonstrate his value in securing their allegiance. As for Poison Ivy, her current standing in Gotham was not to be underestimated. However, the supervillains of Gotham remained fragmented, each focused solely on their own interests, with no alliances formed. It was precisely this disunity that enabled Gotham to remain under the control of the police force. As the formidable supervillains united under the Joker's leadership, the Gotham City police force was rendered utterly impotent. Were it not for the presence of Batman, Gotham would have fallen entirely into the clutches of the Joker. Amidst the chaos, Commissioner Gordon was commanding his officers to disperse the throngs of the Joker's fervent followers. Listen up, all officers. Do not act independently. Hold your shields high and remain vigilant for ambushers. Remember, if any unruly Joker approaches, subdue them without hesitation. Grant them no opportunity to retaliate. Snipers positioned above must remain alert. If anyone draws a weapon, do not hesitate to fire. While directing his officers, Commissioner Gordon simultaneously reached out to the precinct, requesting additional reinforcements. Given the urgency of the situation, he had brought only over 100 officers and 4 snipers. However, the sheer number of the Joker's zealots overwhelmed their forces. Fortunately, these fanatics were devoid of significant weaponry, allowing the more than 100 officers a fighting chance. Meanwhile, the precinct in Gotham was engulfed in chaos. As the disturbances were not confined to Gordon's location, several bustling areas were also besieged by the Joker's unruly followers, engaged in rampant destruction and looting. Just as Commissioner Gordon found himself at a loss, a sudden thought struck him, and he promptly retrieved a mobile phone from his jacket pocket. He recalled vividly that this phone had been entrusted to him by Wayne Enterprises during his 5th year in office. The individual who handed it to him had stated that should Gotham encounter dire troubles, he could call this number at any time. Now, faced with an insurmountable crisis, Gordon dialed the number inscribed on the device. After 3 rings, the call was answered by a man's voice. Commissioner Gordon, I am aware of your predicament. However, there is no need for concern. Reinforcements will arrive within 15 minutes. With this assurance, Gordon's task was now to safeguard himself and ensure the safety of his officers. Chapter 26, Chaotic Gotham City, 2. After delivering this message, the caller abruptly hung up, leaving Gordon with no opportunity to respond. Reluctant to redial, he resolved to wait the 15 minutes promised for reinforcements. Everyone hold on. Help is on the way. Upon hearing the news of incoming assistance, the previously wavering officers felt their spirits lift once more. They gripped their shields tightly, bracing against the debris hurled by the frenzied crowd. Some officers at the rear were deploying tear gas and smoke grenades to disperse the mob. Meanwhile, at the periphery of Gotham, a large factory suddenly became the staging ground for a contingent of armed personnel clad in specialized gear. The armed personnel numbered a formidable 2,000, advancing towards the urban district aboard their designated troop carriers. These individuals comprised the private security force of Wayne Enterprises. Following the tragic assassination of Batman's parents on the streets, he established this formidable army, composed entirely of recently retired special forces. Their individual prowess and collective combat capability were beyond reproach. At this juncture, this military force was more than adequate to quell the minor insurrection at hand. The reason Batman entrusted the authority to mobilize this force to Commissioner Gordon was his unwavering integrity and commitment to justice. Had it been anyone else, Batman would have never relinquished such power, for he could not ascertain how they might wield it. In contrast to the chaos engulfing Gotham, other cities seemed relatively stable. Yet, some supervillains still conspired in the shadows, engaging in nefarious activities. Time slipped by swiftly, and just when Commissioner Gordon had begun to lose hope, 3 troop carriers appeared on the horizon, followed by a contingent of armed personnel equipped with large, reinforced riot shields. The sight astonished both him and the other officers, for they recognized that these individuals were neither police nor military, yet their presence indicated a status of significance. Upon arrival, these security operatives swiftly assumed the positions vacated by the police, allowing the officers to rest while they took complete control of the situation. The shields employed by this security force were larger and thicker, transforming upon impact into a mobile wall capable of withstanding frontal assaults. Dozens of personnel, wielding these shields, formed a solid line, interlinking them to create a formidable mobile barrier standing 2 meters high. With the shields in position, casters extended from beneath, allowing the shield bearers to advance while ensuring that the formation remained intact against the surging crowd. Moreover, firing ports on the shield were opened, enabling those at the rear, armed with specialized tranquilizer guns, to take aim. One security operative approached Commissioner Gordon, stating, "Commissioner, you may now address the crowd. Should they fail to disperse, we will commence with live fire. Rest assured, there will be no fatalities, as these weapons are loaded with tranquilizer rounds developed by Wayne Enterprises. Targets struck will lose consciousness within 10 seconds, remaining incapacitated for approximately 30 minutes. Upon awakening, they will experience profound weakness, requiring at least 2 hours for a full recovery. Soon, these tranquilizer rounds will be distributed to all police precincts in Gotham, provided free of charge for their unrestricted use." Sheriff Gordon, upon hearing the report, hesitated no longer, for he was acutely aware that the Wayne Group's claims were likely true. With such effective ammunition at hand, he swiftly seized the megaphone and commanded the crowd to disperse immediately, threatening gunfire should they fail to comply. However, the frenzied mob remained skeptical of Sheriff Gordon's assertions. After issuing 2 warnings and witnessing the stubbornness of the crowd, he issued a direct order to open fire. The security forces, receiving the command, acted without hesitation, pulling the triggers with resolve. As the gunshots rang out, the previously united group of agitators disintegrated in an instant, scattering in all directions. Those struck by bullets felt a sudden pain coursing through their bodies. Upon lowering their heads to inspect the damage, they found no blood and momentarily rejoiced, only to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The sight of fallen individuals further plunged the crowd into chaos. As more and more people succumbed to gunfire, the number of those lying down multiplied. The very individuals who had previously believed the police would not resort to shooting were now engulfed in terror. It was nighttime, and amidst the confusion, the crowd assumed the fallen had been slain by the police. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in several other gathering spots. Within 10 minutes of the gunfire, the chaotic atmosphere dissipated entirely, restoring an eerie calm. With the danger alleviated, the shields were lowered, and the officers approached the unconscious individuals, only to discover that they were merely unconscious, having sustained no injuries. Once the situation was under control, the security forces did not linger. They swiftly returned to their vehicles and departed. These personnel were acutely aware of the limitations imposed upon them outside the confines of the group, despite their unrestricted movements within. To avoid causing further complications for the company, they hastily exited after fulfilling their duties. Sheriff Gordon noted their rapid departure and understood their motives. Even had they chosen to remain, he would have shown them no undue difficulty. After all, without their presence, the riot could have persisted indefinitely. At that moment, a police officer approached, inquiring, "Sheriff, how should we handle these individuals?" Sheriff Gordon surveyed the bodies strewn across the ground and replied, "What else can be done? We cannot transport them all. Let's first cuff those few ringleaders and take them back to the precinct once they awaken." The instigators were easily identifiable, dressed more conspicuously than the others, even in their prone state. Once confirming their identity, he ordered them to be shackled and restrained. As 2 officers hoisted them onto the police vehicle, a half-hour elapsed swiftly, and the previously unconscious individuals began to regain consciousness. As they attempted to rise, they discovered their bodies were devoid of strength, leaving them to slump helplessly on the ground, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. They were utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what had transpired. How could they still be alive after being shot? Some individuals rise from slumber, their heads swaying uncontrollably, seeking to ascertain whether they have been struck. Chapter 27, a bit chaotic. Sheriff Gordon observes the scene before him and commands the officers to withdraw. Following the recent attack, Sheriff Gordon is acutely aware that these individuals will not assemble to cause unrest in the near future. As for those involved in the zero-cost purchasing scheme, once apprehended, they're sent directly to prison without the need for any trial. Given Gotham's inherent chaos, many do not require extensive judicial proceedings. A mere confirmation of their wrongdoing suffices for immediate incarceration. The participants of the zero-cost scheme, while not destined for Arkham Asylum, are assuredly bound for a standard prison facility. Since they did not abscond with any goods, their sentences will likely not exceed 1 year, and if the stolen items were of negligible value, they may serve only a few months. However, during these months, they will experience the harsh realities of prison life. Following the resolution of this incident, Sheriff Gordon recognizes the necessity for upgrading the police department's equipment, particularly the shields, which are woefully inferior compared to those used by the Wayne Enterprises security team. In the ensuing 2 days, Clark remains at the hospital, tending to his father. Given Clark's exemplary academic record, the school not only approves his leave to care for his father, but also commends him for it. During this time, Clark prepares chicken and bone broth, adhering to traditional Chinese culinary methods. Initially, his father is unfamiliar with the dish, yet after tasting it, he becomes enamored with the flavor, deeming it far superior to his own culinary creations. Even Clark's mother joins him in learning a few simple yet delectable Chinese soup recipes. After a week of recuperation in hospital, his father not only gains a few pounds, but also shows remarkable recovery. The physicians at the hospital are astounded by his recuperative abilities. Upon discharge, Clark personally drives his father back to their farmhouse. His parents are not fond of urban life, finding it excessively noisy, preferring the tranquility of the farm. Clark must concede that life on the farm has indeed been quite comfortable over the years. Aside from the inconvenience of shopping, he cannot identify any substantial grievances. Particularly for Clark, who has always cherished silence, farm life serves as the ideal sanctuary for retirement. "Thank you for your hard work during this time," Clark's father remarks. Clark, wearing a gentle smile, replies, "Father, you flatter me. You are my dad, and as the eldest son, it is my duty to care for you while you are injured. What you and mother must focus on now is your health. That is of utmost importance. Next time you encounter such a situation, simply discard all valuables and find a safe place to hide. Money is merely a material possession, far less significant than life itself." Clark's perspective, rooted in traditional Chinese values, leaves the Kents feeling that their eldest son is nothing short of perfect. They were immensely grateful that their initial act of kindness yielded such splendid rewards. "Mother, along with myself, has taught you how to prepare those 2 Chinese dishes. You might consider attempting to cook for father as well." The flavors of Chinese cuisine are not only exquisite, but the nutritional balance of each dish is also meticulously considered. This transforms what might otherwise be unpalatable food into something truly delectable. Clark recommended Chinese cuisine to the Kent couple because their previous tastes were rather mild, thus making the transition to Chinese food remarkably smooth. Additionally, Clark had subtly influenced the family's palate over time, allowing them to readily embrace this culinary style. "Rest assured, Clark, I have mastered the dishes you taught me, and I shall prepare them for your father upon my return. However, our pantry lacks a comprehensive array of Chinese seasonings, making it challenging to replicate the authentic flavors." Clark patted the backpack in the passenger's seat, revealing that he had procured some Chinese condiments, along with explanations of their uses for mother and father to review upon their return. Clark's current objective is to radically transform the Kent couple's dietary habits, so that when he visits again, he might be welcomed not with bland fare, but with a vibrant array of Chinese delicacies. Initially, Clark believed that after this endeavor, he could return to his previous carefree lifestyle. However, he was taken aback when the surrounding city began to descend into chaos following these events. Reports from his associates indicated that this turmoil was instigated by mutants. Given the already convoluted timeline and relationships within this world, he found it impossible to apply the knowledge from his past life to decipher the unfolding circumstances. Clark could only surmise that the mutants were banding together to carve out their own domain. While he knew his team could handle ordinary individuals, they were woefully inadequate against powerful mutants. It wasn't merely the exceptionally strong. Even those with moderate abilities posed a significant threat to his crew. Clark dialed James's number, and the call connected after a single ring. He instructed all his personnel to avoid direct confrontations with mutants whenever possible, to memorize their abilities and appearances, and to withdraw swiftly. After all, they were no match for the mutants, and engaging them would only lead to greater losses. Clark was determined not to allow his newly established business empire to be obliterated by these mutants. If his team were to clash with mutants, they might fare somewhat better against those led by the professor. But if they encountered Magneto and his cohorts, his empire would undoubtedly be decimated. Once Clark established a certain economic foundation, he ventured beyond drug trafficking and smuggling to engage in legitimate businesses. For instance, he owns a Chinese restaurant on Chinatown and operates over 30 fast food outlets scattered throughout the city. In addition to the food industry, Clark also possesses his own factory and slaughterhouse. Consequently, the subordinates under Clark, along with their families, enjoy stable employment, which explains why, despite his ruthless nature, they remain loyal to him. They are acutely aware that aligning themselves with others would not only deprive them of such generous benefits, but could also plunge their families into dire straits. Presently, they not only receive substantial incomes, but also ensure their families have secure jobs, allowing them to lead lives of comfort as long as they remain error-free. Should anyone express dissatisfaction with their current circumstances, Clark would not hesitate to eliminate them to prevent future troubles. Chapter 28. The Traitor 1. That evening, Clark received a call from James. Several hideouts have been destroyed by mutants, resulting in substantial losses of drugs and funds, alongside injuries or fatalities among over 20 subordinates. Upon tallying the numbers, it was confirmed that 8 had perished and 16 were injured. After a moment of silence following James's report, Clark spoke. Each family of the deceased will receive a compensation of 300,000. Their relatives may remain in their positions, with an increase in benefits. Should any family member wish to take over the deceased's role, the terms will remain unchanged. The injured will be awarded 50,000 each, and we will cover all medical expenses. Assure them that everything at home will remain unchanged and that they need not worry. For those without jobs, we will arrange employment immediately. For Clark, the ability to win hearts with money is paramount. After all, acquiring wealth comes easily to him, so he is willing to invest in resolving such matters. Regardless of nationality or ethnicity, money will ensure unwavering loyalty. This tactic has proven effective in China, and even more so in America. Furthermore, send a few of your key personnel to pay condolences. Ensure that all appropriate gifts and tokens are provided. Clark has imparted some ideological education to his management team, so they instinctively know how to proceed. Rest assured, I will take care of the ensuing matters. As for the mutants, you need not worry. With me in charge, they shall not stir any trouble. Ensure that all surveillance footage from that location is retrieved, leaving no stone unturned. After concluding this conversation, Clark hung up the phone. Until now, he had been dealing solely with ordinary individuals, which he found rather mundane. Now that mutants had finally crossed his path, Clark was determined not to let them slip away. Simultaneously, Clark harbored a desire to ascertain the true capabilities of these mutants. Upon arriving at the scene of the incident, he found that his subordinates had already commenced the process of cleaning and repairing the area. Observing Clark's presence, everyone present immediately stood at attention, displaying the utmost respect. Clark nodded and instructed them to continue with their tasks. With the directive received, they resumed their work. At that moment, a slightly portly young man hurried over. Clark surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "What is the extent of our losses?" The young man, who was none other than Thomas, the head of this district, promptly stood at attention. He reported, "We have incurred a total loss of 30 kilograms of high-purity products and over 1.7 million in cash. Fortunately, I had previously exchanged a portion of the cash for gold bars and concealed them underground, evading detection. Each month on the 15th, the heads of various districts would bring cash and gold bars to the headquarters. Today, being the 13th, the timing of the mutants' attack raised suspicions in Clark's mind. The coincidence was too striking, coinciding precisely with the period before the funds were to be submitted. Clark could surmise that there was a traitor among the personnel in this area. "Thomas, there's a traitor among your ranks," he stated. Upon hearing this, Thomas was momentarily taken aback, then trembled uncontrollably, his flesh quivering in response to the gravity of the accusation. He understood all too well that if a traitor truly existed among them, he too would face dire consequences, potentially risking his very life. This was the first instance of betrayal since he took control of the gang. "You have done well, Thomas." At these words, Thomas collapsed onto the ground. Though Clark had no ulterior motive in making this statement, to Thomas, it felt as if a death sentence had been pronounced. "Please grant me a chance. I will undoubtedly uncover the identity of the traitor. Once I find them, I will bring their entire family before you for your judgment." Clark, pulling a chair over, seated himself in silence. Observing this, Thomas quickly understood the implications, promptly rising to bow. "I will go at once and return shortly with the individual." As he spoke, Thomas glanced up at Clark. Since Clark always donned a white mask, his facial expressions remained concealed. Yet, the aura emanating from Clark made it clear to Thomas that the sooner he identified the traitor, the greater his chances of survival would be. Clark watched as Thomas stumbled away, quietly awaiting the outcome. This served as an assessment of Thomas in Clark's eyes. After all, these Americans were not particularly cunning. If Thomas performed his duties adequately, he would easily locate the traitor. Conversely, if Thomas dared to hastily bring forth any random individual, his fate would be sealed. After departing, Thomas wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, repeatedly striking his legs in an attempt to quell their tremors. Damn it, stop shaking. At that moment, Jones and Jack arrived, having come from the nearest territory. Upon seeing Thomas standing outside with trembling legs, they surmised that something was amiss within. Jones approached and inquired, "What orders have been given?" Thomas, without a hint of concealment, quickly reiterated what he had been told. Damn, how can such individuals still exist? Although they are somewhat ruthless, our current lives are incomparably better than before. Thomas, do you have any leads? In response to Jack's inquiry, Thomas exuded confidence. Indeed, I possess leads. When I assumed control of this group, James had warned me that they were not to be trusted and advised complete surveillance. Over the years, I had hoped they would behave, but to my dismay, some have resorted to such actions. The trio, mindful of time, promptly made their way to the headquarters. This establishment is the nerve center of the entire gang. Initially, Clark had established this headquarters to ensure that everyone remained under his watchful eye. Previously, it primarily served for meetings and handling various matters, and once legitimate business commenced, it was responsible for managing those enterprises. However, this was merely what the ordinary members were privy to. The core members were acutely aware that, beyond the visible operations, the main purpose was to monitor their subordinates. Chapter 29. The Traitor 2. Upon their arrival at the headquarters, the three utilized their special access privileges to enter the surveillance room. Within this chamber, they could not only view all surveillance footage, but also retrieve communication records. Clark had installed listening and monitoring devices throughout all illicit operations. Naturally, this knowledge was privy only to those at the top, while the lower ranks remained oblivious. Clark would never place blind faith in these individuals to serve him loyally. As the old adage goes, while one should harbor no ill intent, one must remain vigilant against potential betrayal. Therefore, once he attained economic strength, Clark invested significantly in surveillance and monitoring systems. Although such equipment was not inexpensive in this era, he spared no expense to ensure it would not compromise his future income. Almost every factory and smuggling location was meticulously outfitted. Soon, through their special identities and approval processes, the trio accessed the video and audio from Workshop Number 5. Clark operated a total of 10 large-scale drug production facilities. These factories did not operate simultaneously. Rather, they could promptly supplement production in case of emergencies, ensuring normal operations were not disrupted. Before long, they successfully identified their target through the video and audio evidence. Upon seeing the individual, Thomas was initially taken aback, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming sense of resignation. Observing Thomas's reaction, Jones inquired, "Are you well acquainted with him?" Thomas slumped in his chair, replying, "He was once my most loyal subordinate. I had contemplated many potential adversaries, yet I never anticipated it would be him. It appears at this time, I am inescapably doomed. Given our close affiliation, if he can betray me under such circumstances, he will undoubtedly drag me down with him. If he is to perish, I shall share his fate. My only hope now is that, considering my past contributions, my family remains unscathed." Thomas's sole desire at this juncture was for the survival of his family, for he had relinquished any hope for his own life. Jack, observing the despondent Thomas, suggested, "Why not eliminate him? Should he cease to exist, no one would ever uncover your connection. Since the living may drag you down, the deceased certainly cannot. Seek him out and resolve this matter. It will be settled." Upon hearing Jack's words, Thomas's voice quivered. Is it truly feasible? Jack lit a cigarette, stating, "In any case, death is inevitable. Why not attempt it? At the very least, this course of action might afford you a glimmer of hope." After taking a deep drag from his lit cigarette, Jack extinguished it. Thomas recognized this as a singular opportunity and resolved to take action. After departing from headquarters, the trio split up. Jones and Jack were to return to their meeting, while Thomas would undertake this task alone. It was an established protocol that any issues arising in a designated area would be addressed by its responsible party, with other area leaders permitted to offer counsel but not intervene directly. Having already assisted Thomas, Jones and Clark were now leaving him to determine his own course of action. However, Jones and Jack did leave with a backup of the video footage. Upon returning to the factory, Jones and Clark found themselves seated, while the other subordinates busied themselves with restoring operations. Recognizing that the video had been secured, Clark rose and made his way to the office, which was equipped with a television and a VCR. Jack inserted the tape into the machine, initiating playback of the footage documenting the factory's assault. As the images unfolded, Clark beheld the 5 mutants involved in the heist. Among them, 3 exhibited their unique abilities. 1 mutant demonstrated the power of telekinesis, capable of retrieving objects from a considerable distance, albeit limited to approximately 4 or 5 meters. Another, possessing immense strength, effortlessly lifted a ton of raw materials and hurled them with ease. The final mutant appeared to emit an unknown substance, inducing a state of stupor in those present. However, this individual is rendered immobile while employing such abilities, and the number of targets they can control at any given time is limited. They must rely on their companions to eliminate the controlled individuals before they can seize control of others. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 participants merely busied themselves with filling their bags, displaying no discernible abilities. After viewing this segment of the footage, Clark understood that their capacity to infiltrate the factory without alerting anyone hinged upon this ability to render others motionless. This power poses a significant constraint on ordinary individuals, yet its efficacy diminishes against those of formidable strength. Once the footage concluded, the tape ejected, and Jack inserted another one. This new tape showcased the exterior of the factory, revealing the capabilities of the 4th individual. Their ability manifested as a short-range teleportation, spanning approximately 10 meters. However, this teleportation is rather ineffectual, as it does not instantaneously transport a person to the next target. Instead, it gradually dissipates and reappears at the desired location, a process taking several seconds. It is understandable that humanity harbors a profound fear of mutants. The abilities of these 4 individuals are considered inconsequential among mutants, yet they still exert a formidable suppression over ordinary people. It is no wonder that the general populace regards mutants with such trepidation. Even these seemingly minor abilities can easily overpower humanity. Notably, the last individual has yet to demonstrate their power. It stands to reason that this person is the leader of the small team. Their reluctance to utilize their abilities likely stems from a desire to remain inconspicuous. After all, each mutant possesses distinct powers, and displaying one's abilities in front of many could lead to being tracked when adversaries seek to locate them. Jones. Recruit a select number of mutants, offering enhanced compensation. Naturally, these recruits must possess considerable strength and abilities that could serve our purposes. We need not concern ourselves with those whose powers are of little use. Upon hearing this, Jones bowed and responded, "Understood, I will promptly contact Director Bien." Clark then turned to Jack. "Jack, you 2 should recruit some useful mutants. If you succeed this time, your previous unfinished tasks will be forgiven." Without hesitation, Jack replied, "Rest assured, I will certainly recruit capable mutants." Chapter 30. Others. Clark rose after reviewing the footage. "I will ensure these individuals are dealt with thoroughly. There are matters I prefer not to revisit. Should we encounter a similar situation in the future, I expect you to act decisively. If you find yourselves unable to do so, I would not hesitate to consider a change in personnel." Though Clark delivered this statement without a hint of emotional fluctuation, it resonated with Jones and Jack as though a death knell had sounded, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Even though the relationship between Jones and Clark was relatively better than that with others, Jones dared not show any defiance when Clark was enraged. Previously, Jones had followed Clark, perceiving him as a mere child incapable of much. However, after witnessing Clark's cruelty and decisiveness, all of Jones's earlier notions were shattered. At this moment, Thomas had identified the traitor among them. The traitor was enjoying dinner with his family when he sensed something upon seeing Thomas standing at the doorway. He discreetly reached behind him, but Thomas offered no opportunity, swiftly drawing his weapon and ending the traitor's life. Thomas's underlings immediately surged into the house, exterminating every living being within, even pouring boiling water over the potted plants. As Thomas surveyed the scene before him, His eyes brimmed with hatred. He then delivered a kick to the body of the man who had betrayed him. Even in death, Thomas felt compelled to vent his anger upon him. For it was this very betrayal that had nearly cost his entire family their lives. At that moment, one of his underlings approached, reporting, "Boss, all living beings have been eliminated. Even the ant nest in the backyard has been flooded with molten aluminum." Satisfied, Thomas nodded in approval, remarking that everyone would receive a reward upon their return. This system of rewards had been initiated by Clark. As long as the underlings executed their duties well, the responsible party would ensure they were compensated. The underlings were elated, expressing their gratitude to Thomas. However, he quickly waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do you wish for my demise? You need not thank me. Direct your gratitude elsewhere. The funds for these rewards come from your own preparations. As long as you perform well, you will receive your due." Such accolades were not to be misappropriated by any regional leader, as they were acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited those who dared to claim credit for another's achievements. Outside the factory, Clark inhaled the air lightly, swiftly pinpointing the locations of these individuals. Previously, he had discovered that his superhuman sense of smell had its limitations. He needed to follow the scent trails to locate his targets. However, now he only needed to stand still and breathe in the surrounding air, allowing his mind to construct a vivid image of the movements and trajectories of those fleeing. With this formidable ability, Clark could effortlessly lock onto their positions. Meanwhile, the mutants who had just robbed the factory switched vehicles en route to a forest in the outskirts. They had learned from the underling prior to their operation that their boss was a cold-blooded killer, one who favored complete eradication. This revelation led the mutants to suspect that the mastermind behind the gang might also be a mutant. Nonetheless, they felt no apprehension about being discovered. A few individuals were seen driving a pickup truck, making their way into the forest while resolutely heading in a direction devoid of any established path. Yet they were unwavering in their chosen course. Trailing behind the truck was a broom fashioned from branches, utilized to sweep away the tire marks left in their wake. After traversing the dense woodland for approximately 10 minutes, they halted at a particularly lush area. Upon stopping, the group gathered nearby vegetation to obscure the pickup, and then, burdened with various packages, ventured deeper into the forest. After a few more minutes of wandering, they inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving the surroundings tranquil as if no one had ever been there. These mutants had not truly disappeared. Rather, they had crossed through a barrier into a realm completely isolated from the outside world. This place resembled a campsite, with several luxurious RVs arranged in a circle. In the center, an elderly man with graying hair sat, grilling meat while puffing on a pipe. The smoke from his pipe billowed upward, creating a unique barrier that enveloped the area. Noticing the return of the group, the elder paused his cooking and inquired, "How was the haul this time?" One individual nonchalantly tossed a bag on the ground, exclaiming, "This time we struck gold. With this income, we can live lavishly for quite a while." The elder nodded in satisfaction at the bundles of cash and drugs spilling from the bag, acknowledging that these items would indeed sustain them for an extended period. However, he reminded them that they could not linger. They needed to depart swiftly after their meal. No one knew whether the pale specter would come searching for them. One mutant retrieved a beer from a nearby portable refrigerator, scoffing, "I doubt he can find us. We've implemented double concealment here, with a state-of-the-art shield and your unique abilities." The elder mutant possessed a remarkable talent, allowing him to manipulate various particles in the air to create a space entirely cut off from the outside world. However, controlling these particles was no simple feat. Through years of experience, he found it far easier to manage smoke than the particles in the air. Hence, his penchant for smoking and grilling. Only by generating smoke could he maintain the integrity of their hidden space. Encouraged by his companion's confidence in his abilities, given that no one had ever breached his smoke barrier over the years, the group felt jubilant after their bountiful haul and decided to celebrate. They threw caution to the wind, indulging in grilled meat and beer, reveling in their spoils, including the seized drugs, which they were eager to taste. Due to the exceptionally high purity of the narcotics they had seized, a mere dilution was sufficient to elevate their spirits to euphoric heights, immersing them in a surreal reverie. Truly, this substance was the latest in drug innovation, and the sensation it provided was utterly exhilarating. As formidable mutants, they reveled in the pleasures that these drugs afforded them, allowing them to momentarily forget their identities and lose themselves in their own worlds. Chapter 31. Troubles of the Mutants 1. How delightful is this dreamlike sensation? Do you not feel as if you have been reborn? At that moment, these mutants were completely engrossed in the euphoria induced by the narcotics, entirely oblivious to Clark's presence. When one of them, eyes closed and basking in pleasure, responded to Clark's inquiry, he remarked, "This is the finest experience I have encountered within American borders. Everything prior was mere refuse in comparison. It has been years since I felt anything akin to this. It is simply divine." Observing the mutants lost in their drug-induced illusions, the elder mutant felt a surge of anxiety. Unaware of Clark's arrival, he was startled to find Clark seated beside him. The elder mutant intended to call for help. Yet Clark merely touched him lightly, unleashing a tremendous shock that sent the elder teetering on the brink of death. As he attempted to speak, blood erupted from his mouth, leaving him no opportunity to utter a word. Even the instinct to emit a whimper became a luxury, for Clark's touch had nearly obliterated the elder mutant's internal structure. Even if Clark were to refrain from any further action, the elder mutant would inevitably succumb to a slow and agonizing demise within the next several minutes. This death was excruciating, as his body endured immense pain without the ability to cry out, struggling merely to maintain breath. However, one mutant soon regained awareness. Recognizing the unfamiliar and youthful voice that had spoken moments earlier, clearly not belonging to any of their group. This realization was not isolated to a single mutant. Two others also reacted swiftly, opening their eyes to survey their surroundings. It was then that they noticed a figure clad in white attire and a matching mask seated beside the elder mutant. Upon witnessing this apparition, the atmosphere grew tense. They were acutely aware that this was the so-called White Reaper, the shadowy figure behind the nameless gang. Now that you are awake, it is time to escort you on your final journey. Recognizing the peril, one mutant attempted to rise and rouse his companions, but Clark gestured for silence. "Shoo!" As the whisper echoed, an invisible shockwave surged toward the mutant with alarming speed. In an instant, the mutant's body swelled and subsequently exploded into a mist of blood, leaving all present mutants in a state of shock. Though they had encountered many powerful mutants before, witnessing someone transform into a mere cloud of blood was a first for them. The acrid scent of blood swiftly permeated the entire space. The two remaining mutants, who had been reveling moments prior, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation upon detecting the overwhelming stench and immediately rose to their feet. However, before they could react, Clark unleashed his heat vision, piercing through their brains and causing them to perish on the spot. The remaining mutants could only gaze at Clark with faces etched in terror. After executing this maneuver, Clark's white mask sustained some damage, yet he remained unfazed. After all, he had a considerable stock of such masks. As for the two remaining mutants, Clark had no intention of sparing them either. Employing a similar technique, he used his telekinesis to transform them into mere masses of flesh. Meanwhile, the elderly mutant continued to suffer, painfully witnessing the slow ebb of his life force. With the elderly mutant's vitality waning, the surrounding cloaking effect gradually began to dissipate. Only then did Clark rise and survey the collection of RVs, noting their impressive quality, with each valued at approximately 1 to 2 million. Having contemplated acquiring an RV previously, he deemed it unnecessary now that he had access to these. He could retain one for himself while allowing the others to be utilized by his subordinates. Clark casually tossed cash and drugs onto one of the RVs, then retrieved his satellite phone to contact his associates, providing them with precise coordinates before departing. As for the remnants of the scene, others would surely come to address them. Unbeknownst to Clark, the sudden demise of the mutants had drawn the attention of a young professor. Ever since he sought to foster peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, he had been documenting most of the powerless mutants through his capabilities. In the past, the professor would not have been overly concerned by the occasional incident involving 1 or 2 mutants, as it was not uncommon for solitary mutants to fall victim to others. However, the simultaneous elimination of 6 mutants was a cause for alarm, prompting the professor to recognize the gravity of the situation. Given the distance from the incident site to the professor's location, understanding what transpired was no simple task. Moreover, without Quicksilver by his side, he found himself unable to ascertain the details. Nonetheless, this event underscored the reality that certain mutant groups could still be eradicated by formidable adversaries. Presently, the professor had a limited number of mutants at his disposal. In stark contrast, Magneto's cadre of capable mutants continued to flourish. The mutants accompanying Magneto enjoyed a life of ease, conducting their affairs without the need for excessive caution. Seated in his office, the professor wore a troubled expression when Wolverine entered, inquiring, "Professor, you seem somewhat out of sorts. Has something gone awry?" In truth, Wolverine had intended to discuss his desire for independent action, yet upon noticing the professor's distress, he hesitated to voice his intentions. The professor shook his head and looked towards Wolverine, encouraging him to speak candidly. Wolverine presented the intelligence he had gathered, revealing that some morally dubious mutants were operating under Magneto's banner, causing chaos and distress among ordinary humans. Their actions not only troubled the general populace, but also placed those mutants who aligned with us in peril. If left unchecked, we would ultimately bear the brunt of their recklessness, and those who had steadfastly chosen our side might be compelled to side with Magneto. To avert such a calamity, we must take decisive action. The professor acknowledged the validity of this perspective. First, you must reassure the nearby mutants. As for the rest, I shall assign others. Ensure they remain calm. However, if their lives are genuinely threatened, they should not hesitate to act decisively. Chapter 32. The Troubles of Mutants. 2. For mutants to thrive, they must engage in labor like ordinary people. Yet, in this world, mutants face severe discrimination. If they conceal their abilities, they may secure regular employment. However, once their powers are revealed, finding work becomes an insurmountable challenge. Positions offered to the general populace rarely accept mutants. This reality has compelled many otherwise ordinary mutants to seek alternative paths for survival. Among them, several capable mutants have turned to organized crime. Although they have contemplated joining law enforcement or the military, those institutions categorically reject them. Conversely, criminal organizations eagerly welcome mutants, living a perilous existence. These gangs recognize that while ordinary humans possess limited power, mutants are a different breed. Some formidable mutants, upon joining a gang, have risen to prominence and accrued substantial wealth. Their prowess enables them to assist a gang in swiftly seizing territory. Consequently, gangs are clandestinely recruiting mutants, offering superior benefits for those with greater strength, while even those of lesser ability can find decent treatment if they prove useful. This explains why Clark has tasked his subordinates with recruiting mutants. As a significant figure behind the scenes, Clark cannot attend to every matter personally, necessitating the presence of formidable allies. After much deliberation and intelligence from rival gangs, Clark ultimately concluded that mutants are indeed the most suitable choice for him. In a secluded valley, heavily guarded by troops, soldiers clad in full gear patrol incessantly around the clock. In addition to the infantry, there are transport vehicles and light tanks that conduct comprehensive sweeps of the valley every half hour. This visible line of defense is merely the surface. Concealed beyond sight are hidden fortifications. Nestled in the shadows are bunkers and anti-air systems, poised to eliminate any unauthorized intruder deemed a threat. Numerous warning signs are strategically placed around the perimeter, complemented by security personnel tasked with patrolling and vigilance to deter unwitting civilians from approaching. Within this fortified enclave lies a prestigious laboratory, generously sponsored by Kingpin. Inside, scientists are engrossed in their work, meticulously calibrating a colossal collider. At this moment, a towering man, robust and clad in a black suit, strides into the room. Upon his arrival, a scientist immediately steps forward with utmost respect, stating, "Mr. Kingpin, the collider is complete and is now undergoing final calibration. If all goes smoothly, we anticipate the first experiment in 3 days. However, this endeavor may bring significant complications, so I hope you're prepared." Kingpin, cigar in mouth, takes a puff and replies, "These matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. Focus solely on your duties. I shall handle the rest." The scientist, understanding the directive, returns to his tasks. Kingpin gazes at the collider, hoping the outcome will not disappoint him. That day, as Clark reclines in his bed, a powerful shockwave suddenly sweeps across the Americas. The unexpected force jolts Clark awake. He has been diligently searching for suitable mutants, and just as he finds a moment to rest, this occurrence unfolds. Concerned for his parents, Clark rushes to their room, finding them peacefully asleep, unharmed. Satisfied that they are safe, he proceeds to check on Paul and Aisha. It being a day off, the siblings are also home, and upon confirming their well-being, Clark exhales a sigh of relief. Although Clark is uncertain of the implications of the shockwave, he senses it bodes ill. The following morning, Clark sits in the living room, enjoying breakfast as Paul and Aisha descend from upstairs. Casual in his inquiry, he asks, "How did you sleep last night?" Paul responds with a contented smile. "Nothing beats the comfort of home." Aisha chimes in, "The beds at school are decent, but there's no place like home." Clark had long anticipated the impact of the shockwave, an effect that ordinary individuals would find difficult to perceive, yet those like him could sense its profound implications. Concurrently, numerous mutants were also influenced by this wave. While some of their abilities were not particularly formidable in the past, the shockwave unexpectedly enhanced their powers, transforming weaker mutants into formidable adversaries. Following this sudden augmentation of strength, these mutants swiftly began to retaliate against humanity. Having endured oppression for so long, they were now determined to exact vengeance. In just one morning, there were 400 to 500 incidents of mutants attacking ordinary people. Even the professor was caught off guard by the sudden surge of these assaults. Aware that inaction was not an option, he recognized that allowing these mutants to continue their rampage would lead to catastrophic consequences for them. In stark contrast to the professor's anxiety and dread, Magneto was filled with exhilaration. He perceived the shockwave as a divine blessing, a means of altering the fate of mutants, endowing them with the ability to dominate humanity. Eager not to miss this opportunity, Magneto immediately convened his followers to initiate their plans. To counter the escalating chaos, the professor dispatched the Sentinels to reason with and restrain the mutants. Should any mutants refuse to heed the counsel, the professor authorized the Sentinels to employ more forceful measures, provided that no life-threatening harm would ensue. With the professor's explicit approval, the Sentinels could act with confidence, free from hesitation that might lead to their own injury. The professor was acutely aware that, although they were all mutants, decisive action was necessary to safeguard his own followers from unforeseen dangers. Once the Sentinels had departed, the professor began to use his telepathy to reach out to the mutants intent on avenging themselves against humanity. He hoped this approach would mitigate casualties. However, if they remained obstinate, he would be powerless to intervene. The professor's abilities were not yet formidable, especially when compared to his younger self, who had possessed far greater power. Chapter 33. The Troubles of the Mutants. 3. Most of the mutants who had emerged to cause turmoil were those who had long suffered under human oppression. Some possessed abilities that previously posed no threat to humanity, yet the shockwave significantly enhanced their powers. For instance, mutants capable of controlling elements found their abilities greatly amplified. Previously, those who manipulated sand and soil could only use their powers to move bricks. After their enhancement, they could skillfully control sand to construct fortifications and even manipulate the ground beneath their adversaries from a distance, ensnaring them in treacherous terrain. This transformation was monumental and instilled newfound confidence in these mutants. However, these mutants are far from few in number. They are acutely aware that although their powers have amplified, this does not render them impervious to harm. In pursuit of a more effective confrontation with humanity, these mutants swiftly organize themselves into a formidable squad. Such enhanced mutant teams have become ubiquitous across America. After all, the sudden ascension of Delta and Gamma-level mutants to Beta-level is a cause for immense exhilaration among them. Meanwhile, Beta-level mutants have progressed to Alpha-level, yet the transition from Alpha to Omega-level proves to be an extraordinarily arduous endeavor. There exists a vast chasm between Alpha and Omega mutants, making it impossible to surpass this threshold through mere augmentation. The urgency with which the mutants have banded together to resist humanity stems from their uncertainty regarding the duration of their newfound strength. Thus, they seek to exact vengeance for past grievances during this fleeting period of empowerment. In locales bustling with mutants, chaotic retribution has already commenced. Even when confronted by law enforcement and military forces, the coordinated efforts of the mutants far surpass those of ordinary humans. During this turmoil, the presence of Magneto's followers as commanders has contributed to a seemingly flawless execution of their plans. The young Magneto surveyed the chaos from an elevated vantage point, a manic grin spreading across his face. Presently, he harbors no grand designs. His sole intention is to unleash a fervent retribution upon humanity, ensuring they receive their due punishment. Simultaneously, Magneto aims to demonstrate that mutants exist far beyond the realm of human capability. All humanity should bow before mutants, becoming their subservient thralls. Do you see? This is how we, the mutants, should be regarded. All humans must tremble before us. They should fear us. Let humanity grovel at our feet. Go forth, my kin, and unleash your wrath. Let humanity truly feel the weight of oppression that mutants can impose. Behind Magneto stood a throng of mutants, one of whom conjured a portal. Once the portal opened, the remaining mutants traversed it to join the fray below. The original police and military forces crumbled under the might of these empowered mutants. And with the sudden emergence of additional mutants, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed. At that moment, the specialized aircraft of the Sentinel forces appeared above the tumult. Upon witnessing the Sentinels, Magneto's expression soured, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Damn it, why must they ruin my plans? With that, Magneto manipulated the steel he had prepared, twisting it together and aiming to bring down the Sentinel aircraft. Yet, before he could make his move, a colossal tornado suddenly formed at the heart of the mutants. All the mutants still engaged in combat with the police were suddenly swept up by a ferocious tornado before they could even react. Once lifted into the air, these mutants found it exceedingly difficult to harness their abilities. Only a select few, particularly those endowed with strength or adept in defense, remained unaffected by the swirling winds. The remainder of the mutants were scattered far and wide by the tornado's force. The defensive mutants, preoccupied with resisting the tempest, were incapable of counterattacking, merely striving to utilize their powers to avoid being engulfed. Observing this scene, Magneto showed no mercy. He aimed directly at the eye of the tornado and unleashed a barrage of steel rods. Unsatisfied with his initial shot, he fired several more, only to see them swiftly consumed by the raging winds. Such trivial tactics were insignificant in the presence of Magneto's formidable strength. He manipulated the remaining steel rods, weaving them through the tornado, relentlessly dismantling its structure in an attempt to dissipate the storm. What seemed an impossible feat soon yielded results. As the tornado conjured by Storm began to unravel under Magneto's might. Just as the tornado appeared on the verge of disbanding, a sudden crimson laser erupted from within, hurtling towards Magneto's position. Recognizing the imminent threat, he quickly conjured a shield of steel rods and plates to deflect the laser. However, his momentary distraction caused the previously scattered steel rods to plummet, allowing the tornado to reform once more. This time, Storm unleashed her full power, casting the mutants far away, rendering them incapable of regrouping in the immediate future. Beast, observing the situation, commanded, "Seize them while they remain disoriented." Upon hearing Beast's order, the police and military personnel sprang into action, realizing this was an opportune moment to strike. Equipped with suppression collars, which they had anticipated would be necessary against the mutants, they swiftly approached. Once adorned with these devices, the mutants found their abilities completely stifled. For the weaker among them, this collar served as absolute suppression, while even the stronger mutants faced severe repercussions should they attempt to resist. Before long, a portion of the mutants was thoroughly subdued. Witnessing this, Magneto chose not to linger. Instead, he made a hasty retreat. The mutants who had followed him, sensing the tide had turned, also fled without hesitation. The escaping mutants were acutely aware that, in the absence of a powerful ally, their ability to fight back had waned. Their sole focus was on self-preservation, understanding that survival would afford them a chance to retaliate in the future. As a majority of mutants either fled or were captured, the remaining ones found it increasingly difficult to regroup, ensuring that no further chaos akin to the earlier tumult would arise in the near term. Chapter 34. The Troubles of Mutants. 4. In contrast to the upheaval in Los Angeles, the situation in other regions proved to be considerably more troublesome. The number of battle-ready officers was severely limited, and after addressing the mutant insurrection in Los Angeles, they were unable to attend to disturbances elsewhere. Fortunately, other superheroes intervened in a timely manner, preventing the mutants from escalating the situation further. Among them, the Fantastic Four exerted the most effort during this operation. Even the usually hedonistic Human Torch approached this mission with unexpected seriousness, much to the surprise of Mr. Fantastic. However, there remained a segment of mutants who, upon gaining strength, opted not to partake in the chaos. Their desire was simply to improve their lives. Consequently, they resorted to pilfering through their own abilities. After robbing shopping malls and banks, These mutants would vanish swiftly from the area, eluding even the most diligent law enforcement officers. These mutants had banded together, fully aware that achieving their goals independently was utterly implausible. The nature of mutants in this world was inherently diverse, with many possessing similar abilities unbeknownst to one another. Even the region overseen by Clark could not escape the onslaught of mutants. Upon receiving the news, Clark remained remarkably composed, exhibiting no signs of panic. However, his subordinates were engulfed by fear, all too cognizant of the losses they had suffered during the previous mutant encounter. This time, they were convinced that escape from disaster was impossible. Fortunately, the losses were relatively minor, amounting to just over 400,000, compared to the previous incident, which had resulted in fatalities alongside substantial cash and narcotics losses. This was a light toll. The most significant factor was that the assailants operated in a semi-transparent state, seamlessly blending into their surroundings, rendering them nearly undetectable to ordinary individuals. Soon after, Clark arrived at headquarters, where his presence heightened the tension among the staff. These individuals had been personally selected by Clark, excelling in education and various competencies beyond their peers, thus earning their positions at headquarters. Clark swiftly located the footage from the night of the incident in the monitoring room. The recording revealed a transparent figure wandering within a vault. The entity's objective was straightforward: to seize cash, while leaving behind the gold bars, which were evidently too cumbersome for her to transport. This behavior suggested that the perpetrator was likely female, as the weight of the gold would have posed a significant challenge. Most notably, this mutant possessed abilities that were indeed extraordinary. Even Clark had to employ his supervision to pinpoint her location on the surveillance footage. Otherwise, she would have remained entirely invisible. At first, Clark believed it was merely a matter of invisibility or blending into the surrounding environment. However, upon witnessing this mutant's ability to evade infrared alarms, he realized that the situation was far more complex than simple stealth. Aside from the loss of 400,000, was there anything else? The personnel in the surveillance room quickly rose. Indeed, there was nothing else. This time, apart from a 400,000 in cash, there were no casualties, nor was anything damaged. Even the alarm system seemed to have lost its efficacy in the presence of this mutant. Clark nodded and said, "I understand. Preserve this footage separately." With that, he departed the headquarters and made his way to the vault. The vault was approximately a 10-minute journey from headquarters, a facility that Clark had commissioned his subordinates to construct after acquiring wealth. This vault served as the repository for the entire Nameless Gang's finances. Upon arrival, he found Gerard, the area's supervisor, already dispatching personnel to conduct a thorough search for any potential clues. When Gerard saw Clark approach, he hurried forward. "This was my oversight. Whether it be through violence or negotiation, I take full responsibility." Clark regarded Gerard in silence, merely inhaling the scents in the air. "It is not entirely your fault. Facing such a mutant, even I would need to employ certain abilities to detect his presence. However, your failure still bears considerable responsibility. Thus, this year's bonuses will be entirely forfeited. Such a punishment is considered among the lightest within the Nameless Gang." The subordinates, scouring for clues nearby, upon hearing that only the year-end bonuses were forfeited, finally exhaled in relief. "Dismiss your men. With your capabilities, you will uncover no useful leads. I will handle the remaining matters." With that, Clark turned to leave, and once he was gone, Gerard collapsed onto the ground. Although Clark spoke in a calm tone, the pressure he exuded left Gerard's legs trembling. He had managed to hold himself upright only because Clark had been present. Now, with Clark's departure, Gerard's nerves relaxed, and he fell limply to the floor. Following his exit, Clark, guided by scent, swiftly arrived at the doorstep of the mutant's residence. This was a rather ordinary white neighborhood, where individuals of modest means often chose to reside. While the security measures here could not compare to those of luxurious estates, they were not lacking. Frankly, Clark was somewhat surprised that a mutant could reside in such a place. Yet, from this detail, he could ascertain that this mutant had likely never revealed his abilities before, perhaps even to his own parents. If his parents were aware and still permitted him to reside here, it would indeed signify their genuine affection for him. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have expelled him. The presence of a mutant poses a considerable threat, and in order to avoid any entanglements, families typically drive mutants away to ensure their own safety. Clark, utilizing his X-ray vision, immediately perceived everything within the dwelling. The independent residence housed 4 individuals and 2 dogs. Among them, 3 were already asleep in their respective rooms, while 1 individual was energetically bouncing around in their chamber. It was evident that this was the target Clark sought. Hovering before the window of the person's room, Clark noticed through the loosely drawn curtains a girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, excitedly counting a substantial sum of money. Throughout this process, she was entirely captivated by the 400,000 in cash, oblivious to Clark's presence just outside the window. Chapter 34. Recruiting the first mutant. Clark was quite pleased with her reaction. For him, the fear was not that she would make demands, but rather that she would remain silent. As long as she articulated her desires, Clark could readily fulfill them. However, if she refrained from expressing any wishes, he felt she held no leverage over him. This particular mutant, Clark surmised, could be easily managed with money. To Clark, wealth was the most accessible resource. Hardly a concern at all. In previous universes, superheroes often found themselves as mere journalists or living in financial straits, yet he had no desire to lead such a life. Given his formidable abilities, it was only reasonable to amass some wealth for himself. As the old adage goes, with greater power comes greater enjoyment. While other superheroes preferred a life of modesty, he would indulge in the opulence they could not experience. After the girl had finished counting her money, she lay down to rest with a satisfied expression, entirely unaware of Clark hovering outside her window. Clark found her lack of awareness rather perplexing. If he had been invisible, her oblivion would have been understandable. However, he was not concealed in any way, merely floating outside the window at a distance of less than a meter. Yet she remained oblivious. This suggested that her life was relatively comfortable. Had she experienced constant hardship, her vigilance would have been heightened, and she would certainly have noticed him standing there so conspicuously for such a duration. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Clark gently tapped his fingers to open the window and floated inside. This action startled the girl, who had just settled down in blissful contentment. Upon seeing Clark suddenly appear, she tensed, grabbing a curling iron from her bedside and pointing it at him. Just as she was about to scream, Clark silenced her with a gentle pinch of his fingers. "There's no need to be so anxious. If I were inclined to take your life, you would stand no chance of survival. To be precise, your entire family would be obliterated. The reason I have spared you lies in my recognition of your abilities, which I find quite impressive and potentially beneficial for my future endeavors. Should you choose to join us, consider the money you acquire today as your remuneration. At this moment, I shall release you, granting you the opportunity to speak. However, should you raise your voice, you and your family will be utterly erased. If you comprehend my intent, simply nod." The female mutant complied, nodding repeatedly to indicate her understanding. Observing her acknowledgement, Clark released his grip, allowing her to exhale in relief. "What exactly do you wish for me to do?" Clark inquired as he settled onto a nearby, pink sofa. "At this juncture, I will not assign you a specific role, but I am intrigued by your ability. Please, introduce yourself and elucidate your powers." The female mutant, sensing no immediate threat from Clark, relaxed her taut nerves slightly. "My name is Bella. My ability is one of disguise. Previously, this power was rather limited, enabling me only to blend somewhat with my surroundings, though there remained a noticeable color disparity. However, following a certain incident, I discovered a significant enhancement in my ability. Now, I can seamlessly integrate with my environment without any perceptible color difference. Even when standing directly before someone, they cannot detect my presence." Clark, intrigued by Bella's description, urged, "Demonstrate it for me. I wish to witness it in action." Without hesitation, Bella showcased her talent before him. To Clark's astonishment, Bella could even alter the appearance of her clothing to match her surroundings. Rising to his feet, he regarded Bella, now completely camouflaged within the environment, and could not help but admire her exceptional skill. Were it not for Clark's superhuman abilities, he would have been utterly oblivious to her disguise. "Your ability is indeed remarkable. Even I must employ certain methods to perceive it clearly. However, I sense that there is more to your power than mere disguise." Bella then dispelled her camouflage, affirming, "Indeed, my ability transcends simple disguise. While in this state, I cannot be detected by any instruments, particularly infrared alarms, which are entirely ineffective against me. As for other detection methods, I am uncertain of their efficacy, as I have not tested them." Upon hearing her explanation, Clark rose once more. "Report to the vault where you pilfered the money tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to assist you. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, his sentence trailed off as he floated away. It was clear to anyone of sound mind what Clark implied. Once he departed, Bella finally exhaled in relief. Bella, once brimming with joy, now finds herself unexpectedly located by another. Fortunately, this individual values her abilities. Otherwise, today could have brought calamity upon her family. After departing, Clark contacted Gerald, instructing him to host Bella the following day. Gerald, understanding the gravity of his previous error, was determined to execute the task with utmost diligence, knowing that failure would spell doom. Once all arrangements were in place, Clark refrained from rushing back. Instead, he resolved to eliminate nearby mutants while assessing their capabilities. Should their powers prove advantageous, he would recruit them. If not, they would be dispatched without hesitation. Clark's unwavering objective was to maintain the sanctity of his territory, free from external disturbances. Throughout the night, Clark encountered numerous mutants, yet truthfully, their abilities failed to impress him. Among them were some rather absurd powers. For instance, one could manipulate excrement. Clark initially entertained the thought of leveraging such a skill in a combat scenario, envisioning its potential in a team setting. However, this individual could only control waste expelled from the body, rendering them ineffective in battle without the presence of a restroom, essentially a liability. Another mutant possessed the ability to alter hair length, merely elongating or shortening strands without any additional effects. Clark found it perplexing that such individuals dared to venture into the realm of extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 35. The Busy Batman. Throughout the night, Clark encountered a dozen mutants with peculiar powers. One mutant, however, exhibited an exaggerated ability, the capacity to elongate and enlarge any part of their body. Simultaneously, their bones and muscles would adapt to support the increased dimensions. While this ability held considerable strength, Clark deemed it ultimately unbeneficial. After addressing these mutants, Clark returned to school, resuming his studies. He had become an exemplary student, excelling academically while also shining in various sports, earning him a reputation as a prominent figure within the institution. As a leading student, he understood the necessity of perfection. Punctuality and attendance were paramount to solidify his status as the best in the eyes of his peers. This reputation served as a shield against failure. Clark also recognized a universal truth. Whether domestically or abroad, diligent students were seldom perceived as morally corrupt by their educators. In America, it is no different. As long as you demonstrate diligence and excel in various aspects, teachers will deem you a person of integrity who contributes to society. Even if you have committed some misdeeds and someone reports you, the teachers are unlikely to believe such claims. Clark's exemplary behavior is not aimed at achieving stellar grades, but rather to establish an F.A. Ade for his identity. Once he secures employment, that job will serve as his most plausible cover. However, in the absence of work, becoming a model student is his best disguise. Upon Clark's arrival at school, he found all the students engrossed in discussions about mutants. The thought of mutants was utterly terrifying. Why should these monstrous beings coexist with us? A nearby student nudged another with a shoulder, admonishing him to tread carefully. Some mutants live among us, and as long as they conceal their abilities, we remain oblivious to their identities. The surrounding students, hearing this, were visibly alarmed. That can't be true, can it? Didn't our school assure us that mutants would never be allowed on campus? Given the school's guarantee, many believed the likelihood of mutants being present was minimal. A blond boy scoffed, remarking that even the finest elite schools had mutants among their students, let alone our ordinary private institution. If a mutant is adept at camouflage and refrains from displaying their powers, none of us would be the wiser. Thus, it is prudent to be cautious in conversation. Provoking a mutant with a volatile temperament could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged uneasy glances with one another. Just then, the teacher entered, quickly grasping the underlying tension in the classroom. The subject of mutants had stirred considerable commotion, and the students' reactions were not unexpected. Everyone, please return to your seats, the teacher commanded. Complying with the directive, the students ceased their discussions and settled down, understanding that the current state of the students would hinder effective teaching. The teacher decided to address the principal's order first. Dear students, I am aware of your concerns. However, you need not fret over such matters. Our school will categorically not harbor any mutants. You may recall the medical examination conducted upon your enrollment. while it was publicly labeled a routine checkup. Its primary purpose was to verify the identities of mutants. Those of you seated here today are all ordinary individuals. Any mutants would have been unable to gain admission. Therefore, you can focus on your studies with peace of mind. The school has also issued a lockdown order until this situation is resolved. All students must remain on campus to ensure personal safety. Once everything is settled, you will be allowed to return home as usual. The students were filled with joy upon hearing that there were no mutants in the school. Yet their demeanor shifted to one of discontent upon discovering they were confined within its walls. They understood that the school's intentions were rooted in safety, yet they felt their freedom was being curtailed. Clark observed this group with a sense of helplessness. Perhaps due to his upbringing under the red flag and in the embrace of spring breezes, his thoughts diverged from theirs. He believed the school's actions were entirely justified. Being a boarding institution, remaining within its confines was, in fact, safer. The school was also concerned about students venturing out, knowing that any mishap would place a significant burden of responsibility upon them. After all, the internet often echoes the saying about the sparse population of foreigners, illustrating their propensity for reckless behavior that suggests a short lifespan. After the morning classes concluded, Clark sat at his desk, gazing towards Batman's usual spot. He noticed that Batman had not attended any classes that morning, and the teacher had not mentioned him, indicating that he must have informed the instructor in advance. In such chaotic times, it was likely that he was engaged in the duties befitting his alter ego. Clark also found himself intrigued by the question of who possessed greater strength, Batman or the mutants. However, reflecting on his own world's Batman, who employed live ammunition, it was probable that he would eliminate the mutants without hesitation. As anticipated, ever since the mutants began causing disturbances, Batman had taken to the Batmobile, traversing the city to address the troublesome mutants. When confronting them, he offered no opportunity for rebuttal, swiftly utilizing his modified Bat pistol to neutralize the threats. This particular firearm was designed by Batman to suit his current age, allowing for the discharge of large-caliber rounds while minimizing recoil. In addition to these advantages, he had ingeniously incorporated a feeding connection on his gauntlet, enabling rapid-fire capabilities with the Bat pistol. Thanks to the formidable, suppressive power of this weapon, Batman harbored no fear of ordinary mutants. This gun, custom-made at considerable expense, featured a crucial mechanism that allowed for a swift change of ammunition within a second, enabling the use of specialized bullets crafted specifically for combating mutants. When faced with formidable mutant adversaries, Batman could quickly switch to the dedicated ammunition, effectively dealing with those who posed a significant threat. After eliminating the malevolent mutants, Batman returned to his residence, for despite being a formidable figure, he was still a child. And even with extensive training from a young age, his physical stamina was ultimately limited. Chapter 36. The conclusion: it was precisely because of his insufficient stamina that Batman opted for live ammunition, as it was the only means by which he could incapacitate his targets with a single shot. The traumatic experience of witnessing his parents' murder before his eyes had profoundly altered Batman's character. The reason why Bruce Wayne in this world becomes Batman is not solely to eradicate evil and uphold justice, but rather to enact revenge for revenge's sake. Following the tragic murder of his parents, this world's Batman swiftly utilized his authority as the heir of Wayne Enterprises to locate the individual responsible for their demise. Upon confronting him, Batman refrained from delegating the task to others. Instead, he took it upon himself to wield the gun, extinguishing the lives of both the perpetrator and his family. In a bid to make the assailant experience his own anguish, Batman did not kill him outright. Rather, he began by taking the lives of his parents, followed by his wife and children, before finally confronting him. The rationale behind Batman's actions in this world was to ensure that the perpetrator endured the profound sorrow of losing his own parents. Consequently, this initial act shaped Batman's unwavering resolve against criminals, demonstrating no mercy, particularly towards those who have committed heinous acts. Batman is acutely aware that even if these individuals were granted opportunities for redemption, they would not change. Thus, it is preferable to eliminate them entirely rather than allow them to harm others. This approach not only neutralizes potential threats, but also safeguards the lives of many. For the safety of Gotham City, and to prevent the tragedy that befell his parents from befalling other children, Batman has truly become the harbinger of the night. Upon returning to his abode, Batman could hardly contain his excitement. "Alfred, how many mutants did I eliminate today?" Alfred respectfully accepted Batman's discarded cape and replied, "Master, you struck a total of 17 mutants today, killing 10 of Delta class and 6 of Beta class. Among the Beta class, 1 possessed regenerative abilities. Although you struck him in 2 vital areas, neither wound was fatal. The shot aimed at his heart did not penetrate directly, but grazed it, while the shot to his head merely pierced the scalp without reaching the brain. Given his formidable healing capabilities, he survived." After hearing Alfred's report, Batman shook his head in resignation. "It seems my marksmanship requires further refinement. I will not permit such an occurrence to transpire again." Alfred, ever dutiful, responded, "Very well, Master. Once you rise, I shall prepare the shooting range." Pleased, Batman nodded in acknowledgement. While the two rarely indulged in jest during serious discussions, in the fabric of their daily lives, they resembled longtime friends. Meanwhile, at school, Clark received a call from his subordinate. Bella indeed went to report to Gerald. Gerald, somewhat apprehensive, inquired what sort of task would be suitable for her. Clark, lounging on the sofa with a bag of chips, replied, "Start her with a patrol assignment, entrusting her with the safety of this area. The mutant riots persist, and no matter how cautious we are, they will inevitably discover us. However, Bella's abilities allow her to remain concealed, enabling her to better identify the enemy. Simultaneously, provide him with the contact information of these several leaders. Should he discover anything noteworthy, instruct the nearest individual to respond immediately." Upon hearing this, Gerard promptly began organizing Bella's assignments. Bella, upon learning that her task was to patrol, deemed the job rather uncomplicated and accepted it readily. Meanwhile, in the office, Kim received reports from his subordinates regarding the sudden increase in the strength of mutants. As a supervillain, Kim immediately associated this news with his particle collider. His organization employed mutants, who were procured at a considerable expense, and their capabilities were far beyond those of ordinary individuals. For the absolute security of this research facility, these mutants held crucial positions. In the afternoon, Clark, accompanied by his newly formed football team from school, commenced training in preparation for next month's competition. Clark perceived no impropriety in utilizing his extraordinary abilities against ordinary opponents. After all, he would never forego an opportunity to showcase his prowess. Initially, Clark had contemplated joining the baseball team, but found it lacked the excitement that football offered. Thus, he chose to join the latter. On the first day with the football team, his peers were almost awestruck by his perfectly sculpted physique. Even the coach could not help but admire the perfection of Clark's muscles. However, despite Clark's impressive physique, the coach did not position him as the primary attacker, recognizing that this role was critical and could only be filled by someone of formidable strength. At that time, Clark exhibited considerable bravado, directly challenging the primary attacker to demonstrate his capabilities. It was entirely impossible for an ordinary person to outmatch Clark, even without employing any abilities. His physical strength alone easily subdued the primary attacker. This display revealed Clark's latent potential to the coach, who, without hesitation, replaced the incumbent primary attacker, allowing Clark to assume that pivotal role. Subsequently, Clark, through his abilities, not only integrated seamlessly with his teammates, but also became an indispensable asset to the entire team. This afternoon's training match was a preparatory exercise for a crucial promotion match in October. This match held significant importance, as the school had never ranked among the top 3 in many years. However, with Clark on the team, the coach was confident that securing a place in the top 3 was certainly within reach. The turmoil instigated by mutants lasted less than a week before tranquility was restored. The swift resolution was largely due to the professor's direct involvement. Some of the more composed mutants recognized that, when faced with a vastly superior number of ordinary people, they lacked the overwhelming strength to dominate. Conversely, those mutants with the capacity for domination were reluctant to engage in conflict. They must either eliminate all of humanity or transform every human into a mutant. Otherwise, they will only invite further troubles upon themselves. Moreover, with a faction of superheroes allied with humanity, the mutants' advantages are not as substantial as they might hope. Although certain regions have been temporarily overtaken by mutants, they are swiftly reclaimed by the arriving superheroes. This world already contains mutants, superheroes, and several clandestine organizations whose powers cannot be underestimated. Chapter 37. Joining Stark Industries, Clark initially believed that such shockwaves would recur, yet years passed in tranquility. and the mutants who had gained strength from the previous upheaval returned to their former states. However, a small fraction retained their enhanced abilities, not reverting to their original forms. During these years, Clark expanded his business into several surrounding states. Although the scope of his enterprise grew, the number of his subordinates did not increase significantly, rising from over 5,000 to just over 6,000. Among the newly recruited 1,000, half were mutants. To maximize the effectiveness of the mutants in their designated roles, Clark dispersed these 500 individuals across various regions and teams. He retained over 20 alpha-level mutants by his side, forming a specialized unit known as the Reaper Squad. The primary function of this squad is to tackle challenging targets and manage traitors within the gang. Upon discovering any betrayal, Clark need not intervene personally. Members of the Reaper Squad will eliminate such individuals directly. Nevertheless, these operatives also have their own missions, skillfully disguised to avoid detection. Some of these individuals were assigned to protect Clark's parents and siblings. Currently, Paul and Aisha are attending high school, excelling academically. Both Paul and Aisha aspire to work for Clark, but he has declined their offers. The nature of Clark's business is inherently clandestine, and he cannot allow the biological children of the Kents to tread this perilous path. Should they wish to work, Clark can arrange legitimate positions for them. However, joining the underworld is utterly out of the question. Over the years, Clark has also established numerous legitimate enterprises. In addition to his previous slaughterhouse and fast food chain, he has ventured into real estate and the internet industry. With the wisdom gleaned from his past life, Clark is acutely aware that real estate remains profitable at this stage, although he plans to devote all his efforts to the internet sector in due course. Although Clark's enterprises have grown considerably, he chose not to join his own company, but accepted an invitation from Stark Industries. Over the years, Clark has periodically sent innovative ideas and designs via email to both Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries. Both companies extended olive branches to Clark, and even Batman personally invited him as a classmate. However, Clark politely declined Batman's invitation and opted for Stark Industries instead. Aware of Batman's inherently suspicious nature, Clark was reluctant to accept his offer. His willingness to share designs with Wayne Enterprises stemmed from a desire for Batman to enhance his equipment. Clark did not wish for the day to come when he would face Batman wielding inferior weaponry. He hoped his rival would possess greater strength, thus adding depth to their encounters. For many years, Clark's displayed prowess had been less than stellar. Currently, Clark yearned for a formidable opponent to engage with, allowing him to unleash his full potential. On his first day at Stark Industries, Clark was greeted with an extraordinarily generous compensation package. His annual salary amounted to $15 million, accompanied by a luxurious sports car and an opulent apartment. The treatment extended to Clark was beyond the norm, reflecting Stark Industries' emphasis on talent. As long as one could bring substantial benefits to the company, a plethora of lavish perks awaited. Clark effortlessly secured this bounty by submitting concepts he had gleaned from comics in his past life. On the second day, he finally encountered Tony Stark, who had yet to become Iron Man. At that time, Stark exuded a carefree demeanor. Upon seeing Clark, he slightly lowered his sunglasses and sauntered over. He then thrust a bottle of wine into Clark's hands. "You must be Clark Kent," he remarked. Clark accepted the bottle of red wine Stark had offered. "Indeed, Mr. Stark. I am Clark Kent." Stark circled around Clark, observing him closely. "Your appearance certainly exceeds my expectations. I had anticipated a bespectacled bookworm, yet here you stand as a rugged man, quite inconsistent with the materials you submitted. Are you certain those creations are solely your own?" Clark was not at all surprised by Stark's reaction. "Mr. Stark, the designs I created are merely a hobby of mine. I primarily focus on cultivating my physique. Designing is simply a pastime during my leisure." He continued, "That is why I maintain such an admirable figure." Iron Man couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, "Excellent, utterly splendid. A genius is indeed a genius. I truly admire your character." After this, Iron Man intended to place a hand on Clark's shoulder, only to retract it upon realizing Clark's considerable height. He reclaimed the glass of red wine from Clark's hand and added $5 million to his salary. "I hope you could deliver even better designs. Do not let me down." With that, Tony resumed sipping his wine, charming the women in the company. At that moment, a robust man with a bushy beard approached Clark. "Tony is typically like this. You need not take it to heart. His affirmations are tailored perfectly for you. As long as you work diligently here, your future remuneration will only increase." We hope you will astonish us. Clark glanced at the man who had suddenly appeared and recognized him as the original Ironmonger. Contemplating how to deal with him, Clark decided that eliminating him outright would diminish the thrill of the encounter. Feigning surprise, Clark responded, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall endeavor to work diligently and dedicate my utmost to the company." Satisfied, Ironmonger nodded. "That's the spirit of youth. Now go about your business." With that, he boarded the exclusive elevator for senior executives and departed the hall. Chapter 38. The Genius S office. Once Iron Man and Ironmonger had left, Clark accompanied another staff member into the employee elevator, ascending to the 15th floor. As the elevator doors opened, the staff member began the introduction. "Welcome, Mr. Clark Kent, to our family. The 15th floor houses the R&D department of Stark Industries, where all research and development is conducted. This will be your workplace moving forward." The floor was segmented into various zones, and as they passed through each, the employee provided details. Ultimately, they arrived at the weapons development section, where a new missile was under construction. If all goes as planned, buyers will arrive in a few days. To emphasize the importance of this collaboration, Mr. Tony will personally demonstrate the product to the military. Upon hearing the employee's exposition, Clark understood that this was likely the genesis of Iron Man. He resolved not to interfere with the emergence of certain superheroes in this world. He would allow them to manifest as they were destined to. For Clark, this was the essence of excitement. Without their existence, life would be exceedingly dull. Finally, Clark followed the employee to his office. At Stark Industries, any genius is granted their own independent workspace. In this office, one can engage in their work without the slightest disturbance, and the expansive area, approximately 80 square meters, provides ample space. It is equipped with a dedicated tea room, restroom, bedroom, and all essentials required for an uninterrupted creative process. This environment allows one to immerse themselves entirely in their endeavors, fostering the birth of masterpieces. Furthermore, the office is outfitted with a climate control system, enabling one to adjust the ambience to their preference for optimal inspiration. Mr. Kent has designated this space as your future office. The door is secured with both fingerprint and voice recognition, accessible solely to you. Naturally, in exceptional circumstances, higher management retains the authority to unlock it, and I trust you will understand this necessity. Clark nodded in acknowledgement of this arrangement. He then took the time to familiarize himself with the office, swiftly grasping its features within a mere 10 minutes. A floor-to-ceiling window, ordinarily a standard fixture, offers a clear view of the outside world. However, once the climate is tailored to one's liking, this window transforms into a grand screen, showcasing various weather conditions. Beyond weather, it allows for the simulation of diverse scenes. There are no limits to what the system can emulate. While Clark was engrossed in this exploration, a notification suddenly appeared on his computer, signaling the presence of an important matter. He paused his activities and restored the office to its normal state. Upon opening the email, he discovered it was a communication from the company. The email was structured in two segments. The first expressed a warm welcome to Clark, while the second outlined his assigned tasks. These tasks were varied and could be chosen according to personal preference. For collaborative projects, prior approval from the company was necessary, leading to the formation of temporary teams. However, establishing a group required a viable proposal. Without one, recruiting members would prove exceedingly challenging. In this hub of brilliance, making a mark necessitated tangible results, as credibility was paramount. Importantly, each task listed beneath its description included clearly defined monetary rewards and additional incentives. Exceptional performance not only secured these rewards, but also the potential for supplementary income. If a project were to be executed solely by one individual, that person would receive all aforementioned rewards along with profit sharing. As long as the product remained in circulation, the individual could continuously earn dividends until production ceased. This is the array of benefits Stark Industries extends to its prodigies, which elucidates why it is favored over Wayne Enterprises. Here, true geniuses can leverage their intellect to amass considerable wealth. Although the remuneration at Wayne Enterprises is commendable, the company does not offer the same degree of freedom. Clark, after a thorough search, ultimately uncovered a project focused on the development of prosthetics. With the continuous advancement of technology, prosthetics have become a significant research initiative at Stark Industries. However, the prosthetics designed by Stark Industries are not mere rudimentary replacements. They're sophisticated devices endowed with functional capabilities. Ideally, these prosthetics can be utilized on the battlefield. Recognizing this requirement, Clark understood that the Americans aspire for disabled soldiers to wear such enhancements, enabling them to return to combat as if they were ordinary individuals, perhaps even surpassing them in capability. Clark was acutely aware that if this innovation were to come to fruition, given the American ethos, they would deploy those fitted with prosthetics into combat zones. For them, individuals equipped with a complete set of prosthetic limbs would be deemed super soldiers, holding greater value than conventional fighters. In contrast, if such prosthetics were developed in Huagua, the initial focus would likely be on their benefits for the populace, followed by military applications. However, the Americans prioritized military utility first, subsequently considering civilian use. To effectively conceal his identity and solidify his standing, Clark felt compelled to excel. Thus, he opted for the prosthetic development project. Following his decision, he received an email containing a string of numbers intended for the company's internal chat group. By searching for prosthetics in the chat group and entering the provided numbers, he could join the relevant discussions. Upon entering the group, Clark did not attract much attention. The members continued to share their design blueprints. Here, Clark observed a plethora of prosthetic designs, with some individuals even conceptualizing prosthetics as transforming weapons. The majority of designs focused on the arm, with many transforming between ordinary and firearm forms, though some were quite imaginative. Participants would combine these designs to discover the most suitable concepts for themselves. Viewing these blueprints, Clark could not help but recall Iron Man's repulsor technology and arm-mounted missiles. By merging these two elements, a remarkably effective design could emerge. Since he was already utilizing Iron Man's technology, Clark saw no issue in this approach, believing that his design might even offer Iron Man a significant breakthrough, enhancing his capabilities considerably. Chapter 39, A Good Neighbor, Spider-Man. After work that evening, Clark returned to his apartment in New York. Since entering university, Clark had purchased a residence of his own in New York City. Now, as a billionaire superhero, he ensured he never deprived himself, regardless of location. However, Clark harbored one regret. He had not been able to visit Huagua in person to witness the Olympics. After all, during that period, numerous events unfolded that required his direct intervention. Furthermore, the nation of Hua has instituted a comprehensive prohibition against mutants. Should any mutant dare to set foot within its borders, regardless of their formidable abilities, Hua would spare no effort to eradicate them. Clark remains uncertain about the nature of the weapons that would enable such decisive action. According to members of his team, the Reaper Squad, Hua possesses a mysterious weapon capable of effortlessly identifying mutants. Upon detection, Hua is relentless. It matters not the nationality of the individual. Any mutant will face complete annihilation. Even Magneto and Professor X refrain from venturing into Hua unless they represent their nation, for fear of the consequences. Upon hearing this news, Clark surmises that Hua must indeed possess additional means to combat mutants, superheroes, or supervillains. The only entity that comes to mind for Clark is the immortal practitioners of cultivation. In a world brimming with superheroes, the existence of cultivators seems hardly surprising. After returning home, Clark donned a casual outfit before heading to the nearby Chinatown. To ensure he could indulge in his cravings for authentic Chinese cuisine at any moment, he purchased an apartment in close proximity to the vibrant enclave. This apartment, spanning over 200 square meters, cost Clark upwards of $5 million. However, for him, this sum is relatively inconsequential at present. Upon arriving in Chinatown, he was greeted by the lively atmosphere, with bustling shops teeming with patrons. He made his way to a renowned northeastern restaurant celebrated for its authentic dishes. I'd like a portion of guobao roe, a serving of yuxiang roast, and some shajukai, please. Make it a hearty takeout. At that moment, a robust northeastern man emerged from the kitchen. Brother, it's been a while. What have you been busy with? He inquired, offering Clark a cigarette. Clark adeptly accepted the smoke, replying, I've been preoccupied with job hunting. I just started today. The owner, observing the bustling crowd, remarked, business is thriving, especially with your recommendations. Many compatriots come here to dine. Clark and the owner engaged in conversation at a nearby table, communicating entirely in northeastern dialect, which created a sense of dissonance among the onlookers. After all, witnessing a fair-haired, blue-eyed, handsome man speaking fluent northeastern dialect was nothing short of astonishing. Had Clark spoken standard Mandarin, it would not have raised eyebrows, but the northeastern dialect had a profoundly different effect. In an era before the rise of short-form videos, individuals like Clark were indeed a rarity. However, as the popularity of such media grows in the coming years, the landscape will undoubtedly change. During the interval, while waiting for his meal, Clark ventured to the adjacent barbecue restaurant to procure some grilled delicacies. Upon returning home with an array of delectable treats, he eagerly arranged them on a table by the window. Ever since residing in a high-rise, Clark had developed a penchant for placing a table by the window, relishing the street view while indulging in his culinary delights, which added unique flavor to his experience. As Clark savored his feast, a sudden flash of red darted swiftly past his line of sight. In a moment of surprise, he inadvertently sprayed cola from his mouth. Goodness, Spider-Man. Clark was certain that he had not misidentified the figure that had just zipped by his window. It was indeed Spider-Man. Logically, Spider-Man had not made any appearances until now. So what could have prompted this sudden emergence? Clark understood that the timeline of this world was exceedingly chaotic, rendering many events beyond the realm of rational deduction. Initially, he had presumed that a few more years would elapse before Spider-Man made his debut, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation, as the hero had appeared much sooner than anticipated. However, the lack of recent reports concerning Spider-Man suggested that Peter Parker had only recently embraced his role as the web-slinger. Clark began to recollect the fleeting image of Spider-Man as he passed by. Possessing an extraordinary memory, he could replay every frame of what he had witnessed. Through this reflection, he quickly confirmed his hypothesis. The Spider-Man he had seen displayed a noticeable lack of stability in his movements, indicative of someone still mastering the art of swinging. If perfected, such unsteadiness would not occur. At this point, Clark had lost all appetite. He simply donned his White Reaper attire and set off in pursuit of Spider-Man. As he caught up to the web-slinger, he heard Spider-Man's exuberant exclamations. "Ah, this is exhilarating." The sight of Spider-Man, exuberantly shouting, reminded Clark of a classic animated film, Tarzan. At that moment, Spider-Man bore an uncanny resemblance to Tarzan, completely immersed in the thrill of soaring between the skyscrapers. Unbeknownst to Spider-Man, Clark was less than 100 meters away. This was hardly surprising, as Clark, by activating his biological field, rendered himself nearly undetectable. Aside from being visually perceived by the eyes, no other senses could discern his presence. Even Spider-Man's famed spider sense failed to register Clark's existence. Floating above Spider-Man, Clark was curious to see what actions he would take next. Following Spider-Man, they arrived at a relatively secluded area of New York City, rife with turmoil and unrest, where some individuals were even engaged in acts of robbery in the alleyways. Upon witnessing the scene, Spider-Man approached without a moment's hesitation, determined to intervene. "Hey, fellas, it's time to stop. Release that person immediately, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Clark, hearing Spider-Man's words, shook his head in resignation. The sight of this impetuous young man only served to confirm Clark's suspicion. Indeed, Peter Parker had recently donned the mantle of Spider-Man. Chapter 40. Discovered again the group of robbers, taken aback by someone audacious enough to thwart their actions, displayed menacing expressions. However, upon noticing Spider-Man's peculiar attire, they were first astonished, then erupted into raucous laughter. "Did you just come from a masquerade ball? Your outfit is utterly ridiculous. Doesn't he resemble a pervert in that skin-tight suit?" With this taunt, the robbers commenced their jeering at Spider-Man. "Ha, absolutely. He does look like a pervert in that tight suit." These words ignited Spider-Man's fury. Without a second thought, he unleashed a stream of webbing directly towards their faces. The moment the webbing made contact, it swiftly sealed their mouths and noses. Observing this from the air, Clark furrowed his brow. According to the established narrative, Spider-Man was not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent. Even when confronting criminals, he would merely subdue them for the authorities. Yet, the webbing he had just deployed seemed markedly different. With his superhuman vision, Clark could discern the webbing fully enveloping the robbers' faces, leaving not a single gap. The suffocated criminals attempted to tear the viscous substance from their faces, only to find their hands glued in place. Witnessing the assault on their companions, the remaining robbers surged forward, offering Spider-Man no chance for a fair fight. Yet, he remained composed. With a swift motion of his arm, he launched a crescent-shaped web that ensnared the entire group of assailants. Clark could not help but admire the effectiveness of this maneuver. Spider-Man, typically a solitary combatant with no area of effect abilities, had executed a technique that was astonishingly powerful. The crescent webbing was not merely a single strand. It resembled a wall of webbing, effectively enclosing the advancing throng. This tactic was more than adequate for dealing with a multitude of attackers converging from the front. However, these were mere common robbers. It was unlikely that Spider-Man had unleashed his full potential. Compared to the two earlier victims, the remaining criminals were fortunate. The previous duo, having been incapacitated by the webbing, lay lifeless on the ground, utterly motionless. The fortunate survivors were merely ensnared by Spider-Man, their lives spared. Observing this scene from the sky, Clark perceived Spider-Man as a figure of unwavering moral clarity. The two individuals apprehended by Spider-Man had previously committed robbery and inflicted harm upon their victims, while those merely trapped in webbing had merely jeered without engaging in violence. From this, Clark could ascertain that the Spider-Man of his world would only take the lives of those truly heinous. Noticing that his captives were unable to escape, Spider-Man swiftly approached the wounded individual, who was bleeding profusely from a knife wound. He reassured the injured party, "Do not fear, as long as I am here. You shall not perish." Following this, he shot several strands of webbing to seal the wound and staunch the bleeding. He then picked up the victim's phone, dialed the emergency services, and subsequently contacted the police. After attending to these urgent matters, Spider-Man reinforced the webbing that bound the robbers to prevent their escape. Fortunately, the response time of the New York authorities was commendable. Within minutes, both ambulances and police vehicles arrived at the scene. Meanwhile, Spider-Man perched silently on a distant rooftop, observing everything until he confirmed the safety of those involved before departing. Truly deserving of the moniker Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, he indeed provided invaluable assistance to those around him. In contrast to other superheroes, Spider-Man exuded an approachable aura, which is precisely why he was beloved by so many. Subsequently, Clark accompanied Spider-Man to several chaotic locations, successfully addressing 6 robberies and 17 thefts. He could not help but acknowledge that the daytime inhabitants of America were vastly different from those who roamed the night. The former represented the essence of normalcy, while the latter embodied criminality. As Clark grew weary of the relentless pace, preparing to take his leave, Spider-Man suddenly spoke. "Have you not yet had your fill of following me?" Upon hearing this, Clark gazed down at Spider-Man with a look of disbelief. Spider-Man, unwaffling, fixed his gaze upon Clark. "Can you sense my presence?" Clark replied, "Initially, I did not, but eventually I discerned something amiss. Upon further reflection, I realized that someone had been hovering above, observing me." Having been discovered, Clark refrained from any drastic actions, gently descending from the air to stand before Spider-Man. "Why have you been following me?" Spider-Man inquired once more. Clark, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, "To be honest, your emergence took me by surprise, and I found myself filled with curiosity, prompting me to follow and observe. You need not worry about my intentions, for your actions are those befitting a true superhero, aiding those in need. In truth, I yearn for the presence of more heroes like you." Spider-Man, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, "I am not yet a superhero. I merely fulfill my duties." Upon witnessing Spider-Man's modesty, Clark could not help but smile, though his grin remained concealed beneath his mask. "Unseen by anyone, you have already proven yourself a capable superhero, perhaps even surpassing some who bear the title." With that, he encouraged Spider-Man to continue his patrol, stating that he too must take his leave. After soaring into the sky, Spider-Man called out, "Who exactly are you? Are you also a superhero?" Clark did not turn back, leaving only a cryptic remark, "In due time, you shall find out." As Clark departed, Spider-Man gazed enviously in his direction, reflecting, "Flying seems far more convenient than swinging about. It certainly saves a great deal of web fluid." With that thought, he shot another web and vanished into the night, continuing his quest to protect those who require safeguarding. Chapter 41. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man 1. A week following his return to work, Clark learned from his colleagues that Iron Man had gone to negotiate a crucial business deal. Clark was acutely aware that this endeavor was part of a scheme orchestrated by the Ironmonger, who aimed to eliminate Iron Man. Little did the Ironmonger realize that his machinations would inadvertently lead to the emergence of both Iron Man and himself. Indeed, the following day, the company received news of Iron Man's premonition, leaving everyone uncertain of his fate. A wave of panic swept through the office. Yet, Clark remained unfazed, for he understood that Iron Man was virtually indestructible. Amidst the chaos, the Ironmonger stepped forward to temporarily assume Iron Man's role. Though occupying this position, the Ironmonger executed his duties with surprising competence, first enhancing employee benefits, and then employing various strategies to win over the staff. Such tactics may have seemed sophisticated to the average American, but to Clark, they appeared rudimentary. During a private meeting with the Ironmonger, he promised Clark improved benefits in exchange for diligent work and subtly urged him to lend his support. Although Clark did not require financial assistance, he saw no reason to decline an offer that came his way. Thus, he feigned gratitude and professed his loyalty. The authenticity of Clark's performance was so compelling that even the Ironmonger believed him to be a devoted subordinate. However, once Clark exited the Ironmonger's office, his expression transformed entirely. "Such a worthless being, and you dare to attempt to buy me? I am adept at winning hearts, and you are but a mere cell in the grand scheme of things. To think you could contend with Iron Man is nothing short of delusional." What follows will undoubtedly be intriguing, as we witness your reaction to Tony Stark's metamorphosis into Iron Man. The mere thought brings an involuntary smile to Clark's lips. Following the incident involving Tony Stark, the military has been fervently searching for him, for Stark is of immense significance to the United States. They are acutely aware that should Stark fall into enemy hands, the consequences would be catastrophic. Stark Industries is indeed formidable, having attracted numerous prodigies. Yet Tony Stark himself is not to be underestimated. Many powerful weapons have been developed under his aegis, with both their manufacturing costs and destructive capabilities standing unrivaled among equals. The upper echelons of the American government must ascertain whether he lives or dies. If he is alive, they must retrieve him, and if not, they would begrudgingly eliminate the threat he poses. The United States cannot afford to leave such a menace at large, allowing it to become a dagger aimed at their heart. After work one evening, Clark resolved to witness the genesis of Iron Man. Such an opportunity is rare, and he had no intention of missing it. After all, Tony Stark has been missing for nearly 10 days, and the completion of his first suit of armor is imminent. Clark has never been concerned about locating Stark. He possesses the ability to track him by scent. Moreover, the company is permeated with Stark's distinct aroma, one that Clark knows well. Despite the world's vast differences, certain locations remain unchanged. Soon, Clark arrived at the site of Stark's disappearance. During the initial search for him, Stark Industries had deployed its satellites for a comprehensive sweep of the area. Clark had participated in this effort, thus he was quite familiar with the terrain. Ascending into the sky, Clark detected the faint traces of smoke and alcohol, quickly honing in on Tony Stark's whereabouts. As he approached the target, still 10 kilometers away, he could clearly see the rebel base, which was expertly camouflaged using technology provided by Ironmonger. This very technology has allowed them to evade satellite detection time and again. When Clark hovered above the rebel base, his X-ray vision swiftly pinpointed Tony Stark, who was busy crafting the first generation of his armor within a cave. At that moment, Stark was not alone. He had an accomplice aiding him, the very individual who had been instrumental in Stark's endeavors within the cave. This individual not only assisted Tony Stark in the creation of the first suit of armor, but also afforded him precious time. Such a person should not meet an untimely demise. Clark swiftly utilized his abilities to scan the entire cavern, discovering a notably vulnerable point akin to a back entrance. This rear wall was approximately 1 meter thick, an insurmountable barrier for others. Yet for Clark, it was merely a matter of a gentle touch. As Clark prepared to find a concealed spot to silently observe the unfolding drama, he noticed a group of armed individuals marching ominously towards Iron Man's location. If all went as anticipated, it seemed Iron Man was on the verge of being born. Witnessing this scene, Clark's excitement was palpable, an uncontrollable smile spreading across his face. However, he soon realized that their intent was merely to hasten the completion of the weapons they required. At this moment, Tony Stark within the cavern recognized that he could no longer delay. These individuals were anxious, and escape was imperative today. Subsequently, Clark observed that individual assisting Stark in donning his first suit of armor. Once Tony had suited up, that person proceeded to knock on the door, luring in the 2 guards on duty. What followed was reminiscent of the film. Tony Stark, clad in armor, successfully transformed into Iron Man. The sounds of combat drew the attention of the patrolling rebels within the cavern. To buy Iron Man some time, that individual seized a weapon and indiscriminately fired within the cavern, drawing all the enemies away. Understanding it was time for him to act, Clark noted that individual's escape route and approached the previously identified weak point, gently tapping it with his finger, resulting in a substantial opening in the mountainside. At that moment, The individual happened to run by, momentarily stunned by the sudden emergence of an exit. Clark offered no opportunity for him to react, stepping forward to pull him from the cavern. "You are safe now. Leave the rest to me." Upon uttering these words, Clark extended his finger, unleashing a heat ray that swiftly pierced through the pursuers. Chapter 42, Witnessing the Birth of Iron Man 2. Meanwhile, Iron Man's final charge was complete, allowing for free movement. Adorned in this rudimentary Iron Man suit, Tony Stark strode confidently outward. Along the way, the rebels attempting to thwart Stark's departure were met with his unhesitating flamethrower. "Ethan, are you still alive? If so, respond to me. I will take you away. Ethan, are you there?" Clark was somewhat surprised to hear Tony still searching for Ethan, as this scene did not seem to appear in the films. Just as Ethan was about to rise to respond, he was intercepted by Clark. "The quality of his armor is unmistakably clear to you. The fact that this armor can protect him is already quite remarkable. Should you choose to accompany him in his departure, two outcomes await you. The first is that both of you will perish here with no chance of escape. The second is that you will certainly meet your demise, unable to survive. Regardless, you have already evaded danger, and shortly, I shall escort you from this place." For Clark, utilizing the biomagnetic field allows him to effortlessly lead Ethan away. This biomagnetic field is Superman's greatest asset. It is precisely due to the existence of this biomagnetic field that Superman can lift airplanes and buildings. However, once Clark acquired this ability, he discerned that the so-called biomagnetic field was merely a fade. The true strength lies in Clark's capacity to execute these actions purely through thought. If Clark wishes to lift an airplane, he need only conceive it. If he desires to raise a building, mere thought suffices. He does not need to physically touch these objects. Yet he feigns this for the sake of discretion. Ethan understands that Clark speaks the truth. This suit of armor was a joint endeavor, and Ethan is fully aware of its capabilities. "I know what to do now. Please take me away from here. I simply wish to reunite with my family." Clark, using his X-ray vision, sees Iron Man has arrived at the entrance. Undoubtedly, this will culminate soon. "Very well. I shall take you now." With that, Clark grasped Ethan's arm, and they ascended into the air. As they took flight, a tremendous explosion erupted from the cave ahead. The powerful shockwave even reached Clark's position, but he had activated the biofield, so he was unconcerned about any harm to himself or Ethan. Amidst the flames of the explosion, another figure soared out from the canyon, flying towards the distance. Observing this, Clark realized that the remaining events would unfold as per the usual narrative, and his task was solely to escort Ethan away. Clark opted for an alternate route, bringing Ethan to a nearby city. Finding a secluded spot, Clark set Ethan down. "Are you sure that being left here won't draw their attention?" Ethan nodded. "We're not far from the embassy. Once I reach the entrance, everything will be fine." Clark understood that he had fulfilled his responsibilities. After all, Ethan had not perished in the cave while drawing fire for Iron Man. What transpired thereafter was no longer Clark's concern. Nevertheless, he relished the prospect of altering the course of events. Clark felt that, through this experience, he might transform into an entirely new superhero or a formidable supervillain, a development that held its own intriguing allure. Upon returning to America, it was early morning. After a brief wash-up, Clark lay down to rest, eagerly awaiting news for the following day. The next day at the office, Clark overheard colleagues discussing the news of Tony Stark's discovery. "Have you heard? The president is still alive. I heard about it as soon as I arrived at the office today. It's a miracle that after all these days, he has managed to survive. Indeed, I heard that the upper management went to personally welcome him. That is to be expected. After all, he is the true owner of Stark Industries. It's only fitting that they go to greet him." Clark paid little heed to these discussions and returned to his office to continue refining his designs. However, such matters were only briefly touched upon before everyone returned to their tasks. Ultimately, these events bore little direct relevance to them, and excessive discussion could irk the higher-ups, potentially jeopardizing their own career advancement. The company had clear regulations prohibiting discussions about superiors that delved into personal privacy or confidential matters. A few light comments were acceptable, but deeper inquiries could adversely affect one's career trajectory. In mild cases, it could lead to a monotonous lifetime at the company. In severe instances, it could result in termination or even legal action, possibly leading to years spent behind bars. As evening approached, the higher-ups had long departed from the office, presumably to welcome Tony Stark. Clark was particularly curious to see Iron Man's expression. If all went as anticipated, it was unlikely that Iron Man would wear a pleasant countenance. After all, he was on the brink of assuming that very position, only to have everything slip away. A situation that would weigh heavily on anyone. In a high-end private hospital, Tony Stark was undergoing a thorough examination, particularly of his chest area, given the substantial wound he had sustained. Unfortunately, the prognosis was not optimistic. Some fragments remained lodged and could not be removed until technology advanced further. Thus, Tony Stark would need to continue relying on the arc reactor for survival. Tony had long anticipated this outcome and, during his recovery, had begun designing a new arc reactor, as the existing one failed to meet his aesthetic standards. He envisioned a more perfect and visually striking reactor, one worthy of his stature. Since immediate change was unattainable, he resolved to enhance its perfection. Most importantly, this ordeal had deepened Stark's appreciation for his armor. Tony Stark had been pondering the possibility of crafting an even more formidable and flawless suit of armor by merging the most advanced technologies with cutting-edge weaponry. Chapter 43. Who could it be? The following day, when Clark returned to the company, he discovered the staff preparing the hall for what was undoubtedly a press conference. Given the significant events surrounding Stark Industries, it was only natural for an official statement to be made. However, rather than focusing on the press conference itself, Clark was more intrigued by Ironmonger's expression. Surely, Ironmonger was seething with frustration, having nearly achieved success only to see it slip away at the last moment. To be honest, Clark could already predict that, true to Tony Stark's character, he would say nothing of substance at the conference. Ultimately, it would be the public relations team that would manage the situation. As anticipated, Stark indeed refrained from offering any meaningful commentary during the press event. The public had long since grown accustomed to Stark's demeanor. In a world where genius is often afforded a measure of patience, Stark's reputation only heightened this tolerance. The military, in particular, remained silent, content to orchestrate matters from behind the scenes and later engage major news networks to disseminate the information, thereby concluding the affair. After departing, Tony Stark promptly returned to his estate to concentrate on crafting his own suit of armor. He entrusted all company matters to Pepper Potts, who, living up to expectations, managed operations with remarkable efficiency. The senior members of Stark Industries greatly admired Pepper's capabilities, noting that in certain respects, she executed her responsibilities even more flawlessly than Stark himself. Even Ironmonger had to concede that this woman was exceptionally competent. Having her as an assistant would alleviate many of his burdens. However, he was acutely aware that she was ultimately aligned with Tony Stark, and thus, it was imperative for him to eliminate such a capable aide. Ironmonger's entire scheme was clearly overheard by Clark. While he maintained his facade as a senior member of the company, executing his duties diligently, he would retreat to his office to communicate with the insurgents. As a prominent figure within Stark Industries, maintaining his position required a degree of contribution. Ironmonger primarily oversaw the firearms business, and to ensure the smooth sale of arms, chaos was essential. Therefore, he covertly reached out to the insurgents who would incite disorder, allowing Ironmonger to subsequently sell weapons to nations needing to combat the rebels. Consequently, Ironmonger consistently topped sales in the arms trade, thereby generating substantial profits for Stark Industries. This is precisely why Ironclad has consistently maintained the second-in-command position. Meanwhile, in a penthouse office atop a skyscraper sits a bald, one-eyed black man, none other than Nick Fury. On Nick's desk lie several documents detailing the profiles of various Avengers, including Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Iron Man. Prominently placed atop the stack is the shattered armor of Tony Stark. However, the images are rather unclear, merely revealing a vague silhouette. Director, the fragment you seek has vanished entirely, taken by an unknown individual, reported one of his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Nick lightly tapped on the desk. What about the person who was with Tony Stark? What has become of him? In response to the director, we have located that individual. He is currently safe, and according to him, he was rescued by someone clad in white garb and wearing a white mask. If his description is accurate, then that person must be the White Reaper of the Nameless Gang. At the mention of this name, Nick shuffled through the documents in his hand, swiftly finding one that was nearly devoid of information. It bore only the name of the White Reaper, with all other details replaced by question marks. I never anticipated his appearance there. Did he not acquire anything from Ethan? The subordinate promptly replied, No, Director. However, there is something I am uncertain about whether to disclose. Nick furrowed his brow. Speak freely. Do not waste my time. Yes, Director. I have a feeling that the White Reaper seemed to know that this event would unfold, and that's why he appeared to rescue Ethan. After hearing this report, Nick could not help but acknowledge the numerous inconsistencies surrounding the entire affair. The White Reaper clearly possessed the capability to rescue Ethan and could have easily saved Tony Stark as well. Yet, he chose not to intervene on Stark's behalf, seemingly aware that Stark would inevitably depart from that location. If this were indeed the case, then the White Reaper was far more formidable than Nick had initially surmised. Nick understood that among mutants, there were some who could foresee the future. However, these individuals were typically designated as high-priority targets, and ordinary people rarely encountered them. Moreover, they seldom revealed their abilities in front of others. Yet, the White Reaper was different. He appeared and vanished without a trace, executing his actions with ruthless decisiveness, even possessing the power to render his appearance forgettable. Over time, people might only recall that such a person existed, without being certain whether they had ever seen him. Do not speak of this matter indiscriminately. Complete your investigation and return directly. The subordinate, recognizing the gravity of the situation, responded, Yes, Director. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door, and Nick, engrossed in the documents, did not lift his gaze. Enter. A woman of graceful figure and striking beauty entered the room. Nick lifted his gaze to regard her. Black Widow, you ought not to be here. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? The Black Widow settled onto a nearby sofa, assuring him, Rest assured, I have become an official employee of Stark Industries. If all goes according to plan, I shall have the opportunity to engage with Tony Stark tomorrow. Even if I cannot reach him directly, I will ascertain his current endeavors. However, regarding the White Reaper, I would advise against wasting further time. Over the years, we have dispatched numerous individuals, yet yielded no fruitful results. Should we provoke the White Reaper? It may invite unwarranted complications. At present, he has not undertaken any actions that threaten the nation or society. Rather, under his leadership, the gangs in several states have exhibited unusual compliance. Upon hearing this, Nick set aside the documents he held. Such a person must not be hastily judged until his intentions are clear. Chapter 44. A relaxing day off, what did the professor say? Nick inquired. The Black Widow shrugged her shoulders in resignation. The professor stated there is no means to establish contact with this individual. It seems as though he has never existed at all. Perhaps he possesses a helmet akin to Magneto's, capable of shielding him from the professor's telepathic abilities. Nick shook his head vehemently. That is impossible. If such a helmet were commonplace, then Magneto would not be its sole possessor. For now, however, you should monitor Tony Stark. He may very well become a pivotal member of our Avengers in the future. The Black Widow found herself puzzled by her director's reasoning, but chose not to inquire further. Her focus remained on fulfilling her duties. After work on their day off, Clark dialed Paul and Aisha's numbers, inviting them to wait for him at the school gate for a sumptuous meal. Upon receiving this news, both were overjoyed. Now residing in the same city as Clark, their academic prowess had garnered significant attention. Their exceptional performances naturally led them to New York, where they attended the finest private school in the city. The students here were primarily the offspring of government officials and affluent businessmen. Paul and Aisha's ability to thrive in this institution stemmed from their own merits and Clark's discreet protection. Clark typically refrained from intervening, but should anyone foolishly attempt to harm Paul or Aisha, he would unleash a fervent reprisal. While such retaliation may not be lethal, it would certainly be unforgettable. As Clark drove his Rolls-Royce to the school entrance, he spotted Aisha and Paul waiting for him at the gate. Now, Elsa has blossomed into a striking beauty, while Paul has transformed into a handsome young man. Influenced by Clark's impressive physique since childhood, Paul devoted himself to rigorous training, achieving a body with perfect proportions. Once they entered the car, excitement radiated from them as they eagerly inquired, Brother, what shall we eat? I crave Wabao, and also the roasted leg of lamb we had last time. Elsa harbors an intense obsession with Guabao ever since she savored it previously. She has been utterly captivated by its flavor. What's so delightful about Guabao? I would much prefer boiled meat slices and spicy chicken. The mere mention of it makes my mouth water. After saying this, Paul couldn't help but swallow. Elsa, noticing his reaction, looked at him with disdain. Clark, driving, reassured them. Don't worry, whatever you desire to eat today will be fulfilled. Upon arriving at Chinatown, Clark instinctively led the siblings to a northeastern restaurant, renowned for its exceptional northeastern and Sichuan cuisine. The adjoining Northeastern Barbecue is also owned by his brother. Given their proximity and the variety of food available, it was a natural choice to dine here. In the bustling area filled with Chinese inhabitants, Paul and Elsa seamlessly switched to Chinese. Though their pronunciation was not perfect, they spoke fairly well. Once the trio settled in, they promptly ordered some snacks to pass the time, such as peanuts and edamame, which were in ample supply. Initially, Paul and Elsa did not comprehend the allure of these snacks, but once they experienced the joy of pairing peanuts and edamame with beer, they understood their delightful taste. In America, there exists a rather absurd regulation. Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol, yet drug use is permitted. Even parents who allow their underage children to purchase alcoholic beverages can face legal consequences, ranging from fines to imprisonment for more severe infractions. To be honest, Clark used to dismiss this as trivial, but living in America has revealed to him just how ludicrous it is. Remember the old rule: you may only consume beverages containing alcohol, but beer is strictly off limits. Paul opened a popular American beverage and took a hearty sip. Meanwhile, Elsa opted for a type of rice wine provided by the restaurant, brewed by the owner primarily to entertain Korean and Chinese patrons. As they sipped their drinks and enjoyed the edamame, they occasionally reminisced about amusing high school experiences. "Brother, how is your job treating you? Is Stark Industries as splendid as people claim?" Due to the confidentiality policies at Stark Industries, sharing internal photographs is strictly prohibited, especially those assigned to the Genius S private studio, which remains completely under wraps. Due to the independence of each studio and the presence of numerous blueprints and other confidential materials, photography is strictly prohibited in that area. Allow me to assure you, everything is exceptionally well managed. Firstly, as I mentioned previously, you have your own private office here, where you are free to conduct your affairs without interference. However, to maintain such autonomy, you must demonstrate your worth. Otherwise, you may swiftly find yourself ousted from this space. Should you wish to join Stark Industries in the future, I would not stand in your way. Since the siblings entered high school, their perspectives have undergone significant transformation, regardless of how their thoughts evolve. As long as they remain on the right path, Clark will always offer his unwavering support, particularly with Paul, who is currently contemplating a future as either a football player or a sprinter. Upon Clark's return to the Fortress of Solitude, their father had remarked that these siblings were destined for greatness, especially in terms of physical prowess, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. This represents the pinnacle of human genetic potential. Ideally, humanity should embody such capabilities, yet for reasons unknown, these have been severely curtailed. Their father also stated that mutants exemplify the most perfected state of humanity. Although the scarcity of such individuals prevents them from becoming the principal leaders of the world and effecting change. If the number of mutants were to equal or surpass that of humans, the concept of ordinary people would cease to exist. Rest assured, brother, we have always heeded your teachings and will undoubtedly contribute positively to society, the sister affirmed. She was correct. This is one aspect that need not concern you, dear brother. From a young age, you have guided us on the right path, and we shall not stray. Hearing the siblings express their sentiments, Clark nodded with satisfaction, recognizing the profound impact of his upbringing. Chapter 45. Confrontation with Spider-Man 1. After dinner, Clark accompanied Paul and Aisha back to his residence. Here, each sibling has their own independent room. They spent a brief time watching television on the living room sofa before retiring to their respective quarters to rest. As they had yet to develop a habit of staying up late, they lay in bed, ready to sleep. At that moment, another of Clark's phones began to ring. This particular device was designated solely for his gang, and it was unlikely to receive calls unless in cases of extreme urgency. Without hesitation, Clark answered after the second ring. Upon connecting, Bella's voice came through urgently. "We have a situation. Our people have clashed with Spider-Man. He is currently raiding our hideout. You need to come quickly." Clark listened to Bella's words, feeling a sense of confusion. Just a couple of days ago, he had witnessed Spider-Man delivering justice and combating crime in New York City. How could he suddenly invade his territory? Bella had grown capable of handling matters independently, surpassing many in strength, which is why Clark entrusted her with a designated area. Bella was responsible for a sector in Wisconsin. "What you must do now is to ensure that you do not engage in direct conflict with Spider-Man. I shall arrive shortly." Through his previous encounters with Spider-Man, Clark understood that the hero would only eliminate those who were truly irredeemable or resisted him. For those who surrendered, Spider-Man would merely incapacitate them. Clark entered his room, donned his white Reaper attire, and swiftly made his way to the factory in Wisconsin that Bella oversaw. Inside, the sounds of struggle intermittently echoed, but they soon faded. It was evident that ordinary individuals stood no chance against Spider-Man. The earlier sounds of conflict were undoubtedly from those who attempted to resist, only to be swiftly subdued by the hero. Spider-Man, we have committed no heinous acts. Why have you come to trouble us? If your presence here is due to our alleged drug dealings, I assure you, I cannot believe it. There are many factories across the nation engaged in the drug trade, some even larger than mine. Therefore, I implore you to clarify the reason for your assault upon us. Upon arriving at the entrance, Clark heard Bella's voice. He too was curious as to why Spider-Man had appeared here, specifically targeting his factory. Indeed, the factory produced drugs, but it primarily dealt in canned goods and sausages. Spider-Man approached Bella, casting a glance her way. I hadn't anticipated the presence of a mutant here. It is quite surprising to discover your elevated status, but I am not one to act without reason. Your subordinates have indiscriminately taken the lives of several innocents. Are you aware of this? At these words, Bella was taken aback. She had not realized that, under her watch, individuals would dare to commit such atrocities. Initially, she thought that perhaps the brutality was somewhat manageable, but witnessing the violence firsthand revealed the depths of their ruthlessness. With such formidable power at their disposal, it was no wonder that no one dared to oppose them. Those who did would surely find themselves in grave peril. Over the years, the intimidation wielded over her subordinates had ensured their compliance. While a few may err occasionally, they would face severe repercussions. Faced with such harsh penalties and overwhelming pressure, no one would dare to overstep their bounds. Little did she expect that such a person would emerge from her ranks. Bella cast an angry glance at her subordinates, who wore expressions of utter bewilderment, completely unaware of who had committed such an act. Their current lives could be described as quite satisfactory. Not only did they receive a regular salary from the canning factory, but they also enjoyed additional income from illicit activities. Compared to others, their earnings were already quite substantial. With such a stable lifestyle, they were reluctant to lose it. Who would dare to jeopardize it? Why abandon a good life to engage in morally reprehensible deeds? The rest of the factory workers harbored a deep-seated hatred for the individual responsible. Today, as calamity was entirely unwarranted, as one person's mistake had left them grievously injured. I will handle this matter. There is no need for Spider-Man to concern himself. Clark's voice resonated, prompting Spider-Man to immediately enter a combat stance, his web shooters aimed at Clark. Ready to strike. Bella's face lit up with excitement upon Clark's arrival. At last, you're here. Upon hearing Bella's words, the gathered individuals realized that this was indeed the person referred to by various leaders. The newcomers from the factory Bella had established were entirely unfamiliar with him. Spider-Man was equally astonished upon recognizing Clark. He had not anticipated that Clark was the one they spoke of. Clark stood there, gazing at Spider-Man. Rest assured, I will personally address this issue and ensure that no wrongdoer escapes justice. Additionally, we will provide compensation to the victims' families to alleviate their emotional suffering. This is all I can offer. If you have any further requests, feel free to express them. Despite Clark's assurances, Spider-Man maintained his vigilance. His gaze fixed firmly on Clark. Had I been unaware of your identity, I might have found your words credible. However, now that I know who you are, your statements carry little weight. Clark's willingness to engage in such dialogue with Spider-Man was indeed a significant concession. Yet Spider-Man, in his obstinacy, failed to recognize this, prompting Clark to disregard him. He approached Bella and, with a mere flick of his finger, severed the webs that ensnared her and the others. Spider-Man was taken aback by this spectacle. He was acutely aware of the strength of his own webs. It was astonishing that such a robust web could be so effortlessly cut. Just as Clark prepared to free the remaining captives from their bindings, Spider-Man stepped in front of him, immediately shooting a web to obstruct Clark's advance. However, the web that was shot out fell to the ground as if obstructed by some unseen force when it was just a meter away from Clark. Chapter 46. The Confrontation with Spider-Man 2. Witnessing this scene, Spider-Man was taken aback. He understood that his webs were not the most formidable of attacks. Yet this was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon. In the past, no matter the strength of his adversaries, Even those far superior to him took some time to extricate themselves from his webs. Yet the white figure before him, the Grim Reaper, seemed utterly unconcerned by his assault, leaving Spider-Man bewildered as to how his webs were so easily thwarted. Clark glanced at Spider-Man and then at the web that had fallen to the ground. "Your attacks are ineffective against me," he declared. "As I have stated before, I will find those at fault and deal with them. Restitution will be made where necessary. If you continue to cling to this matter, do not blame me for being ungracious." Spider-Man replied, "I cannot fully trust your words." "You worry too much," Clark reassured him. "We are men of our word. If I say I will take care of the situation, I shall. Leave this trivial matter to me." With that, Bella began to assist others in freeing themselves from the webs, while Clark took a deep breath, using the sense in the air to discern who dared commit such acts under his watchful gaze. The metallic scent of blood allowed Clark to quickly pinpoint his target, turning his face towards that direction. The gang member responsible for the indiscriminate slaughter knew his fate was sealed. With a clear understanding of the consequences, he involuntarily trembled. Those bound alongside him seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, casting disdainful glances at each other, as if seeing refuse. Clark strode towards the man. "There is no need for lengthy explanations. Mistakes must bear consequences, as the leaders surely informed you upon your induction into the gang. Therefore, there is no point in pleading. Such appeals will alter nothing. Rest assured, upon your demise, I will ensure your loved ones accompany you." As he spoke, Clark slowly rotated his fingers, and the man's limbs began to curl inwards. To prevent any cries from escaping, Clark had already sealed his mouth with telekinesis, allowing only whimpers to emerge, silencing any loud shouts. This scene left all the surrounding gang members in stunned silence. Bella remained unfazed, continuing her task of freeing others from the webs, while those who had never witnessed Clark in action stared in disbelief. They observed as the man's limbs gradually contorted, the process agonizingly slow. A punishment meted out for his misdeeds, a penance for the lives he had taken. To allow him to die so directly would be far too lenient. It is only by making him genuinely experience suffering that he can grasp the depths of despair those individuals endure. Even Spider-Man, witnessing such a scene, found it difficult to bear and slightly turned his head away. Although the Spider-Man of this world does not adhere to a no-kill code, he has never resorted to such brutal methods to take a life. After twisting the man's limbs, Clark swiftly straightened him out, only to contort him once more. Clark's intention today was to instill fear in those present. As these newcomers had never witnessed his actions, they remained oblivious to the terror he could evoke. Following this incident, they would surely understand how to conduct themselves moving forward. Enough staring. Everyone, return to your posts immediately. If you wish to avoid sharing his fate, refrain from engaging in actions you ought not to undertake. Otherwise, you and your families shall face the dire consequences. While Clark executed the errant individual, Bella remained composed, explaining the situation. The other subordinates, upon hearing this, dared not utter another word and promptly resumed their duties. "You and you, fetch the tools and clean up the webbing here." After organizing the tasks, Bella entered his office and retrieved a body bag from a box, bringing it to Clark's side and laying it open. Throughout the torment, Clark allowed the man to linger on the edge of consciousness, ensuring he remained alive just long enough to be placed into the body bag. "By the way, I need all his family addresses and information regarding his relatives." Spider-Man, upon hearing this, incredulously inquired, "What does this have to do with his family?" Clark ignored Spider-Man and left directly after receiving the documents. Seeing this, Spider-Man once again positioned himself in front of Clark. "I said his family is innocent. There is no need to involve them." By this point, Clark had grown somewhat impatient with Spider-Man. "This is the rule of our nameless gang. When one person errs, their entire family pays the price. This has been my practice for many years. I hope you will not meddle. I will ensure the appropriate compensation is deposited into the accounts of the victims' families. The rest is none of your concern. Should you choose to interfere further, do not blame me for being ungracious." While Spider-Man may indeed eliminate the most heinous of criminals, he had never contemplated harming the families of such individuals. With Spider-Man still refusing to step aside, Clark used telekinesis to effortlessly fling him aside. Fortunately, Spider-Sense kicked in, allowing Spider-Man to adjust mid-air and stabilize himself upon landing. "I have stated that you need not involve yourself in this matter. This is my final warning. Should you choose to act again, I would not hesitate to grant you a lengthy stay in the hospital. After Clark departed from the factory, he swiftly arrived at the residence of a younger brother, guided by the address provided. The family conditions of this young man were relatively decent. Residing in an independent house within a predominantly African-American neighborhood, Clark confirmed the number of individuals inside the house through his X-ray vision, matching them with the names on his list. Just as he prepared to eliminate them all, a figure once again obstructed his path. Upon witnessing Spider-Man's reappearance, Clark's patience had completely evaporated. This time, he did not afford Spider-Man the opportunity to speak. With a mere flick of his hand, a powerful gust of wind sent Spider-Man tumbling 3 or 4 times before he steadied himself. At that moment, Spider-Man realized that the White Death incarnate before him possessed powers far beyond his own. However, as a superhero, he felt compelled to protect the innocent, even while he could eliminate the most heinous criminals. Chapter 47. Confrontation with Spider-Man 3. Seeing Clark advance again, Spider-Man immediately shot out a web to impede his progress. Yet, the web fell short, dropping to the ground a mere meter away from Clark, failing to serve any purpose of restraint. Aware that time was of the essence, Spider-Man launched another web to propel himself forward, intending to place himself in front of Clark as swiftly as possible. However, to Clark, this maneuver appeared as nothing more than a jester's antics. As Spider-Man approached, Clark exhaled a breath of searing heat, and in an instant, the house and everything within it ignited in flames. This scene left Spider-Man utterly dumbfounded, for the transformation occurred far too swiftly. In a mere heartbeat, the structure that had stood moments before was reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed. Over the years, Clark had continuously enhanced his abilities. Previously, his maximum temperature for his heated breath had only reached around 2,000 degrees. Moreover, he had to manage its release carefully, employing his icy breath to control the flames and mitigate the surrounding temperature. Now, however, Clark required no such restraint. His heated breath now soared to a temperature of 3,000 degrees, and at full power, it could easily exceed 10,000. Most importantly, he could now manipulate the effects of his heated breath at will. The annihilation of the building before him was achieved with a single inhalation and exhalation, reducing the structure and everything around it to nothingness, only to restore the area to its previous state with another breath. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. As Spider-Man gazed in shock at the barren ground before him, he found it hard to believe that a single breath could level this place. Had it not been for the residual warmth in the air, he would have struggled to accept the existence of such formidable power. Yet, the responsibilities of a superhero spurred Spider-Man to muster his courage and challenge Clark once more. This time, Spider-Man merely aimed to subdue the White Death. He believed that those deserving of death should meet their end without dragging their families into the chaos. The White Death before him had not only eliminated those deserving of punishment, but had also mercilessly taken the lives of the innocent, thus betraying Spider-Man's ideals of justice. Had he only targeted the villain, Spider-Man would have regarded him as an ally, perhaps even joining forces to combat crime together. However, should he choose to slay the innocent, in Spider-Man's eyes, he would become a potential threat that must be restrained and handed over to the authorities. Observing Spider-Man's reckless demeanor, Clark could only shake his head in resignation. Did he truly wish for death? If he was so eager to abandon life, Clark would not hesitate to facilitate his complete disappearance from this world. It was beyond him to comprehend who had emboldened Spider-Man to provoke him even when he had demonstrated less than 1% of his true power. Despite Clark's words, Spider-Man remained unconvinced. How could someone exhibit such formidable strength and claim it was merely a fraction? With that, Spider-Man launched a barrage of punches and kicks towards Clark. Clark had to concede that Spider-Man's martial prowess was indeed commendable. Coupled with his agile movements, each strike was precise and lethal. However, such techniques, which could easily subdue others, had no effect on Clark whatsoever. With a single hand, he effortlessly deflected Spider-Man's relentless assaults. His arm waved about as if swatting flies, neutralizing Spider-Man's full force attacks with ease. Though Spider-Man contemplated a ranged assault, his webs proved futile against Clark, who was shielded by an invisible barrier that intercepted the webs before they could close in. Other than close combat, Spider-Man found himself unable to inflict any meaningful damage or restrain Clark. To be frank, the typical fighting methods of an ordinary Spider-Man were rather limited. Compared to those from parallel universes endowed with extraordinary abilities, this Spider-Man seemed woefully inadequate. Yawning, Clark remarked, This has been entertaining, but it's time for you to rest. Before Spider-Man could comprehend the implication of those words, Clark swiftly grasped his ankle as he attempted a kick. Then, in a classic display reminiscent of comic book scenes, Clark swung Spider-Man around, striking him left and right, repeating this motion 4 or 5 times before deeming it sufficient. With a casual toss, he hurled Spider-Man away like a rag doll. The thrown Spider-Man, now devoid of his earlier reflexes, tumbled across the ground for several rotations, finally coming to a halt against a nearby fire hydrant. Lying there, he felt as if his bones were shattering, utterly incapable of rising. The area where Clark had gripped his ankle felt particularly shattered, as if the bones there had been broken. Clark strolled leisurely towards the fallen Spider-Man. When confronted by an adversary of superior strength, one must learn the virtue of retreat. This world is replete with formidable mutants, superheroes, and nefarious villains far beyond your capabilities. Not everyone is as resilient as I am. Had the circumstances been different today, you might well have met your demise. With that, Clark paid no further heed to the Spider-Man sprawled on the ground and departed the neighborhood with purposeful strides. The beleaguered Spider-Man, after several attempts, managed to sit up, albeit with great effort. The onlookers, having long been aware of the unfolding situation, hesitated to intervene. Though unfamiliar with Clark, they recognized Spider-Man. The mere fact that someone could contend with Spider-Man was enough to instill fear in them, for such encounters were beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. Moreover, the ferocity of Clark's earlier assault had illuminated the wisdom of their restraint. At that moment, a few of Spider-Man's ardent admirers emerged from their homes, bearing a medical kit and various other supplies, rushing to his side. "Are you all right, Spider-Man? I've called for an ambulance. They should arrive shortly. Let me apply some initial bandaging." One of them, a physician from a nearby hospital, offered. Spider-Man turned to him. "I appreciate your kindness, but I need nothing more than a moment of rest. However, could you please check if my leg is fractured?" The doctor promptly set down the medical kit and gently examined the superhero's ankle, his touch delicate. "Does this hurt?" he inquired tentatively. Spider-Man shook his head. The doctor continued to probe various areas, noting that some elicited pain while others did not. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. It appeared he had sustained a minor hairline fracture rather than a complete break, though proper rest was essential for recovery. With the assistance of 2 individuals, Spider-Man finally rose to his feet. "Thank you both. Now, please return home and rest. As for the events of this evening, refrain from divulging any details to the outside world. I cannot ascertain whether retaliation is a possibility, and for your safety, let us pretend that nothing transpired tonight." The gathered crowd comprehended Spider-Man's intent. The doctor nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, we know nothing. We found you in this state." Satisfied, Spider-Man acknowledged them with a nod before launching a web and departing the area. Despite relying on his web-slinging abilities to escape, Spider-Man's injuries hindered his agility, preventing him from maneuvering with his usual finesse. He now grasped the true extent of the White Spectre's power. Meanwhile, in the factory's office, Bella paced anxiously, acutely aware that the incident in her jurisdiction would inevitably bring dire consequences. Yet, before facing the inevitable, she hoped to make one final effort to secure a glimmer of hope for her family. Even if these adults cannot survive, at the very least, they can ensure the survival of the children. While Bella was lost in thought, Clark flew in through the window. Upon seeing Clark's return, Bella hurriedly approached and knelt on the ground, pleading, "I hope you can spare my nephew. As for the others, we are willing to face death." Clark settled into the chair that Bella usually occupied. "I am not one to be unreasonable," he stated, "especially not towards those in your upper echelons. As long as my interests are not compromised, I am generally inclined to grant them 2 chances. Therefore, you have 1 opportunity remaining." Upon hearing this, Bella realized that she would not have to face death this time. "Although I have spared you this once, the compensation will rest solely on your shoulders. After all, this was a mistake made by your subordinates, and it is a consequence of your inadequate supervision. The compensation for each family amounts to 300,000, in addition to providing a job position. If they only require compensation and not employment, then the amount will be 500,000. Bella accepted this with gratitude, as the compensation was within her means. Bella's annual income was approximately $2 million, making this compensation equivalent to 2 years' wages. In addition to this sum, you are also required to draft a reflection in the group chat, clarifying the entire incident. Furthermore, Inform your subordinates that if such an occurrence happens again, they must handle it themselves. Should they fail to do so, I would not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. After delivering these words, Clark exited through the window once more. As Bella watched him depart, she finally exhaled, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted, her back drenched in sweat. Although Clark had done nothing overtly threatening, the oppressive aura he exuded nearly suffocated Bella. Had it not been for her resolute spirit, she might have fainted. Bella, not daring to delay, quickly rose, but as soon as she straightened, she collapsed again, her body trembling uncontrollably. Truly formidable, she thought. After regaining her composure, Bella approached her desk, immediately retrieving her laptop and opening the group chat they had established, promptly conveying the events that had transpired. When the heads of various districts learned of the incident, they wasted no time, instructing their trusted aides to commence investigations into their subordinates. Simultaneously, the individual responsible for the investigation was also scrutinized. Only in this manner could they ensure that no information was leaked. When the heads received feedback from their subordinates, their expressions were far from pleasant. They too had similar individuals in their ranks, though they were notably more restrained than Bella's subordinates. However, some had still caused fatalities. These individuals naturally would not meet a favorable end. Without the need for Clark to intervene personally, the heads would ensure their complete eradication, leaving not even their families unscathed. Of course, they would not dare to show any negligence regarding the compensation owed. The compensation was entirely in accordance with the regulations established by Clark for Bella. The funds allocated for this restitution were sourced solely from the responsible parties themselves. They would never dare to touch Clark's money. Any individual bold enough to entertain such a notion would face dire consequences. At that moment, Clark had returned to his residence, changed his attire, and refreshed himself briefly before lying on his bed, his face etched with disappointment. This body was still too powerful. He had hoped to engage Spider-Man in a prolonged encounter, yet found him rather feeble. It seemed that in their next confrontation, he would have to unleash the power of the 0-5, which might afford him a longer bout. If every encounter ended in just a few exchanges, it would indeed be exceedingly dull. He yearned for formidable adversaries to emerge swiftly. It was uncertain when Batman would develop his anti-Superman armor. Possessing such an invention would undoubtedly amplify the excitement. However, Clark soon realized that his previous musings were somewhat unrealistic. After all, there was no Justice League at present, so where would the anti-Superman armor come from? Yet, upon further reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle. He was not even afraid of kryptonite now. Even if Batman succeeded in creating the armor, it would have little effect on him. He also wondered when Venom would make his appearance. If he were to merge with Venom, the thrill might indeed be heightened. The mere thought of this amused Clark greatly. However, he was uncertain when these supervillains would arrive, as the timeline of this world was utterly chaotic, making it impossible to apply his knowledge for predictions. Take Spider-Man. For instance, logically, by the time Spider-Man made his debut, he should be old enough to be Spider-Man's father, yet here they were, contemporaries. Nevertheless, some matters were not absolute. The genesis of Iron Man, for instance, had altered somewhat due to his intervention in saving Ethan, yet everything else continued to unfold according to the established narrative. Just as Clark was about to drift off to sleep, the distant sounds of explosions and clashing metal jolted him awake once more. He hadn't anticipated this would happen so soon. He had expected that the second suit of armor would take some time to develop. Yet Iron Man had acted with remarkable speed. To avoid missing this epic battle, Clark donned his white Deathstroke eyes once more and flew out of the window towards the cacophony of conflict and explosions. Upon his arrival, he suddenly noticed two figures below. Chapter 49, The Birth of Iron Man 2. With his superhuman abilities, Clark quickly discerned the identities of the two individuals. Their attire was unmistakable. Clad in a black leather trench coat and wearing an eye patch was Nick Fury. Beside him stood a striking figure, voluptuous and breathtakingly beautiful, Black Widow. The two had been observing the scene from the shadows. It seems they had long been fixated on Iron Man. If nothing unexpected occurred, this pursuit had likely begun the moment he escaped from the cave. Indeed, it appears that the Avengers are on the brink of formation. The only uncertainty remains. When will Captain America awaken? And where are the others of the Avengers? Frankly, at this stage, Clark believes that the only individual capable of challenging him in strength, compelling him to exert every ounce of his power, is none other than the Hulk. At that moment, against the night sky, Tony Stark's crimson armor etched a blazing arc under the moonlight. The pulse cannon in his palm unleashed a barrage upon the ironmonger's chest plate, creating a web of cracks. "Howard's little brat, your pile of scrap should be consigned to a museum." The ironmonger's roar mingled with the thunder of hydraulic machinery. Towering at 2 meters, he resembled a mobile fortress. His alloy fists, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, crashed into the ground, causing a half-meter deep crater in the asphalt as Iron Man swiftly retreated on his thrusters. The energy readings on the suit surged wildly as Iron Man crushed the chewing gum in his mouth, and a micromissile array deployed from his left shoulder. "At least I won't have to steal anyone's technology. Let us see how you like this." As his words faded, 6 projectiles, trailing white smoke, were launched towards the ironmonger, only to be entirely intercepted by the energy shield that unfurled before him. Amidst the explosion's fiery glow, the ironmonger's right arm morphed into a Gatling gun, unleashing a metal storm that severed 3 street trees in an instant. Iron Man, rolling through the smoke, narrowly avoided a lamppost. Sparks from his reactor ignited a nearby newsstand. "Jarvis, give me 70% thrust." Iron Man pivoted sharply, his thrusters carving 2 charred lines into the ground as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the ironmonger's knee joint. The shrill sound of metal scraping echoed as the ironmonger staggered and crashed through the bank's glass FAAD, scattering shards that instantly melted in the wake of his unleashed arc reactor. "Your energy core is about to burn through. Isn't it, Tony?" The ironmonger's maniacal laughter resonated from within his armor as he seized a nearby vehicle to wield as a weapon. Iron Man suddenly ascended, the thermal grids on his shoulders emitting white steam. "Since you're so eager, I shall oblige you." With that, he dove sharply, his hands merging into a colossal pulse cannon. The energy beam, akin to blue lightning, pierced through the ironmonger's energy shield, striking precisely at the pilfered arc reactor. An orange explosion erupted in the center of the street. At that instant, as Tony was hurled by the shockwave, he witnessed the ironmonger's armor shatter like a can being opened, and Obadiah's burning form plummeted from the wreckage. Upon landing, the knee joint of his armor emitted an alarm. Iron Man ripped off his mask, spitting bloodied saliva as the distant wail of sirens grew ever closer. Gazing at the still-burning ruins, he raised his hand to adjust his earpiece. "Order me a cheeseburger with double bacon, please." Clark, suspended in the air, couldn't help but chuckle at this last remark. It was indeed quintessentially Tony Stark. However, the initial Iron Monarch indeed lacks potency. In previous comic books, animations, and various other series, the original Iron Monarch served primarily as a training tool for Iron Man. Its purpose was quite straightforward: to allow Iron Man to familiarize himself with combat swiftly and rectify the shortcomings of his armor. It was precisely due to this confrontation that Tony Stark refined his armor, rendering it more suitable for battle. It seems that the Avengers are on the verge of being assembled. It is anticipated that by the time the Avengers make their next appearance, all the expected members will indeed be present. I eagerly await their first appearance during the Battle of New York, as it would provide an opportunity to eliminate those invaders. Clark does not concern himself with the possibility of being discovered. The battlefield is vast, and their area of responsibility is merely a small fraction of it. Days later, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of Stark Tower, the neon lights of Manhattan unfurl like a flowing river of light along the Hudson River. Tony Stark had just kicked the final piece of armor debris into the recycling bay, his fingertips still marked with the charred traces of electric arcs. Turning around, he spotted a man with an eye patch seated at the bar, toying with his prized 1967 bourbon whiskey. B.S. H.I.E.L.D. Intrusion remains as tasteless as ever. Tony peeled off his oil-stained gloves, his metal knuckles tapping a crisp rhythm on the bar. "Have you removed the term knock from the agent's handbook?" Nick slowly turned around, the scar at the edge of his eye patch glinting coldly under the overhead light. When the world began to witness the Hulk smashing through cities and his Guardians opening portals in New Mexico, courtesy became a luxury. He slid a gilded document across the bar, the Avengers emblem on the cover barely discernible in the shadows. "You have obliterated your own weapons production line, yet created a suit capable of soaring into the stratosphere, Tony. You're no longer an arms dealer." Tony raised an eyebrow, picking up the document, his fingertip gliding over it. "The Hero Initiative?" He scoffed at the words. "Let me guess, you wish to assemble me with those spandex-clad oddities into a circus?" With a sudden snap, he closed the folder, causing the ice cubes in his glass to leap from the impact. "I've been operating independently for half my life. Nick, Your alliance sounds like a family gathering rife with internal discord. Fury's single eye flickered with sharpness. The earthquake in Queens last week was not a geological event. It was an energy wave from extraterrestrial beings. While you detonated the Iron Monarch in Manhattan, a super soldier from World War II lay frozen in a Norwegian glacier. He retrieved a holographic projector from his trench coat, and 6 silhouettes instantly materialized in the air. This world is becoming increasingly peculiar, and your armor could very well serve as the first line of defense. Tony silently stared at the flickering names in the holographic projection and suddenly gulped down a generous sip from the bourbon bottle. As the liquid dripped down his chin, he broke into a grin. Forming an alliance is acceptable, but with one condition. He accurately tossed the empty bottle into a trash can 3 meters away. The base must be equipped with the most sophisticated sound system. Saving the world without rock music is simply unacceptable. A rare smile graced Fury's lips as he rose, his trench coat sweeping over the scattered remnants of mechanized armor on the floor. At 9 tomorrow morning, the Quinjet will be waiting for you on a rooftop. As he approached the elevator, he suddenly turned. By the way, avoid that eye-catching red and gold armor. The moment the elevator doors closed, Tony had already seized his phone. JR, VICE, arrange for a new suit, something more understated. Perhaps add a few reflective stripes? Chapter 50. The chaotic Gotham City. At this moment, Gotham City was far from tranquil. Since the Joker's influence and power had grown exponentially, the entire city had devolved into a haven for crime. Even Clark refrained from engaging in Gotham's dealings. It was not that Clark feared the Joker or other nefarious supervillains. Rather, he wished to minimize contact with Batman. That figure was simply too terrifying. The 3 years of middle school had been the most stressful of Clark's life. Although Batman had not overtly targeted Clark, to the outside world, they appeared to be merely ordinary classmates. However, Clark was acutely aware that Batman had been investigating him all along, never letting his guard down. Though Batman had never uncovered anything incriminating, his gaze towards Clark was always laced with suspicion and scrutiny. Fortunately, Clark's ability to conceal his true identity was formidable, and he had never slipped up. Moreover, during those 3 years, Clark had excelled academically, ensuring that no one would associate any wrongdoing with him. After high school, Batman, constrained by certain limitations, could not remain and instead returned to Gotham City. Since his return, the legend of Batman had gradually spread. Now, a plethora of merchandise and comics featuring Batman existed, predominantly managed by Wayne Enterprises, for such a lucrative business was not something Batman would relinquish lightly. As night fell, Gotham transformed into a veritable paradise for criminals. Suddenly, a torrential downpour hammered the asphalt streets like leaden bullets, the splashes mingling with the filth gushing from the sewers, casting an eerie purple-green glow under the neon lights. The pawn shop on 7th Street had its shutter pried halfway open, shards of broken glass embedded with a charred dollar bill, while the neon tubes of the adjacent strip club buzzed, twisting the words Midnight Temptation into a grotesque visage. The sound of police sirens wailed from 3 blocks away, but strangely diminished as they neared the slums. A man clad in a trench coat stubbed out a cigarette in a beggar's cup, observing the reflection of his gun's handle in the beggar's murky eyes before turning into an alley littered with discarded syringes. Here, gang graffiti obscured older bloodstains on the walls, and fresh bullet holes were still adorned with strands of brittle yellow hair. The dome of the city hall loomed hazily in the fog, its gilded spire long corroded by acid rain, now marred with dark stains. Last week, the crimson paint poured by the protesters flowed down the colonnade, solidifying into a serpentine river of blood upon the steps. A faint glow emanated from the seams of the curtains in the 3rd-floor Congressman's office, where a woman clad in a silk robe was stuffing a bundle of cash into the police chief's briefcase. Outside, a billboard flickered, transforming the slogan Gotham. Dreams never sleep in a Gotham. Nightmares never cease. The containers in the dock area were haphazardly stacked, with dark red liquid seeping from the crevice of a rusted box. As several wild dogs fought over a severed human hand, their flesh becoming a gruesome tableau. In the distance, the spotlight of a cargo ship swept across the water, illuminating floating condoms and severed fingers, while a smuggler clad in rubber used a forklift to haul canvas-covered goods ashore. The metallic railings beneath the canvas shimmering with the cold light characteristic of prisons. The iron bars of Arkham Asylum hung with patients' uniforms, deep scratches left by last night's riot revealing bone beneath. The windows of the top-floor ward stood wide open, the bed straps in disarray. And the walls were scrawled in blood. "Why won't you save me?" On the lawn below, a nurse's white coat was twisted into a rope-like form. Beside it lay an electroshock device smeared with brain matter. In the midnight subway tunnel, a homeless man laid newspapers on the floor of the third car, feigning ignorance to the woman's screams echoing from the end of the tracks. A graffiti artist was spray-painting a clown smile on the train door when he suddenly discovered that the paint tube expelled a thick, viscous plasma. The muffled thud of the train, rolling over something, was perfectly masked by the sound of the arriving whistle. Amidst the torrential rain, as a bat-shaped silhouette sliced through the curtain of rain, 3 robbers, in the midst of looting a convenience store, had not yet discerned the dark figure's outline before their wrists were contorted at unnatural angles by steel wires. As Batman knelt within the ventilation duct, calibrating his thermal imaging device, Alfred's sigh echoed through his earpiece. "Your left boot's hydraulic device is leaking again, sir, much like this city's moral foundation." Listening to Alfred's voice, Batman leaped from the Wayne Tower's launch point, his cape unfurling into immense black wings within the gusts of wind. Below, the financial district played out an absurd drama, as an investment banker, clad in a custom suit, hurled a Molotov cocktail into a competitor's storefront, while a homeless man entangled a fire hydrant with a salvaged diamond necklace. And police officers divided recently confiscated cocaine with drug dealers at the street corner. The tires of the Batmobile crunched over the shards of glass, startling the crows perched atop the City Hall spire, as bird droppings splattered onto the plaque reading "Integrity in Government," creating a pale yellow stain. In front of a fish stall in Chinatown, several members of the triad were using cleavers to dismember a corpse, the blood flowing into the drainage ditch and staining a few half-conscious grouper fish. The proprietress, adorned in a cheapao, calmly sprinkled salt over the ice, as if the severed fingers at her feet were merely unclean fish entrails. The sound of Batman landing atop a shipping container drew the gaze of all present, and as one individual raised a firearm, he was pierced through the palm by a flying bat-shaped projectile, pinning him against the fresh seafood billboard behind him. The third rail in the subway tunnel lay exposed, electric sparks bursting into blue blossoms within the standing water. A girl clad in a school uniform huddled in the corner of the platform, tightly clutching her backpack. The zipper was not properly fastened, revealing a blood-stained baseball bat. When Batman crouched down, she suddenly screamed and swung the bat at him, the strands of hair clinging to the bat glistening ominously in the beam of his flashlight. Upon recognizing the bat's symbol on his mask, the girl froze, tears mingling with the grime on her face. "They took my brother," she cried, saying he would be bait for the Penguin. In stark contrast to the chaos of Gotham City, Kansas, under Clark's stewardship, remained remarkably tranquil. The newly arrived gangsters, intent on causing a ruckus, would inevitably face Clark's wrath. These intruders were acutely aware of Clark's ferocity, which deterred any reckless attempts to extend their reach into this territory. Even the notoriously unrestrained Joker held a profound respect for Clark's brutality. Though the Joker reveled in madness, he was far from foolish. He understood whom he could provoke and whom he must keep at bay. This is why he continued his malevolent reign in Gotham. Despite his desire to venture into other states, in a world teeming with superheroes and supervillains, he would find himself utterly powerless outside Gotham. Only there could he retain his current power and continue to sit upon the throne of the underground. Chapter 51. The assault returns. After a month of working at Stark Industries, Clark successfully submitted his design. As a top talent under special consideration, he was obliged to present a commendable design within this time frame, lest he lose all his current privileges. Of course, this stipulation applied only to individual projects, while collaborative endeavors bore no such demands. Particularly in the case of the prosthetic design Clark had chosen, he had already encountered numerous impressive design drafts. To stand out among these competitors and secure the prize, he would have to exert considerable effort. Clark's objective was to secure his position as a pivotal figure within Stark Industries through this design. As anticipated, upon submitting his design, he received a personal audience with Tony Stark that very afternoon. Ascending in the executive elevator, Clark arrived at Tony Stark's office. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently but received no response. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Clark discerned Tony Stark seated on the sofa, immersed in music. This sight did not surprise Clark. Such behavior was quite typical for Tony Stark. He knocked once more, and the door swung open automatically. Tony, still absorbed in his music, glanced towards the entrance. "Come in and take a seat." Throughout this exchange, Tony Stark exhibited a casual demeanor, contrasting sharply with the formality expected of most employers in the presence of their employees. Clark settled into the chair opposite Tony Stark. "Mr. Tony, may I inquire as to why you summoned me?" Tony Stark, still immersed in music, pushed the delectable hamburger and pizza toward Clark. "These dishes are quite delightful. Do have a taste. If they please your palate, I shall gladly order you a separate portion." As the invitation came from his superior, Clark graciously obliged, savoring the double bacon and cheese hamburger as well as the cheese-laden pizza, both of which were undeniably delicious. However, Clark found himself less than enamored with such foreign fast food. Observing Clark's expression, Tony discerned his lack of enthusiasm for the cuisine. "It appears these do not suit your taste. Perhaps you could share what you prefer?" Their conversation flowed more like a dialogue between friends. Clark maintained a polite smile, stating, "Compared to this fast food, I have a preference for Chinese cuisine. Its flavors are rich and varied, allowing one to select dishes according to personal preference." Tony nodded in agreement, applauding. "You speak truthfully. I too have a great fondness for Chinese food, particularly the sweet and sour variety. Therefore, let us dine on Chinese food together at noon. I shall place an order now. If you have any recommendations, please do share, as I would relish the opportunity to sample different flavors." Throughout this exchange, Clark meticulously observed Tony's every move, using his X-ray vision to monitor the activity of his heart and brain. Ultimately, Clark concluded that Tony was in remarkably good spirits. Once the Chinese food arrived, Tony broached the subject of the design blueprint. "I'm exceedingly pleased with this design. It not only aids those who have lost limbs, but could also shine in military applications with some adaptations. Most importantly, the design philosophy aligns perfectly with my tastes. Have you considered taking it a step further? If you wish, I can arrange a better position for you, allowing your talents to flourish." Clark had to concede that when it came to recognizing talent, Tony Stark excelled. "Mr. Tony, I believe there are still areas where I can improve. This design can be further refined." This statement piqued Tony's interest immediately. "I can grant you ample time to continue perfecting it. I hope your next submission surpasses my expectations." After enjoying their lunch, Clark returned to his office and received a substantial reward. First, there was a monetary reward for the prosthetics, amounting to $1 million. In addition to the cash reward, there were other benefits, all of which were internal to the company. Upon reviewing these perks, Clark couldn't help but smile slightly. It was no wonder that these prodigies were eager to align themselves with Stark Industries. The benefits were simply extraordinary. If it were an ordinary worker, they would willingly give their all, even if it meant laboring for Stark Industries. After work one evening, Clark purchased several gifts in preparation for a visit to his parents in Kansas. It had been a year since he last returned home, following his graduation and entry into the workforce, making this an opportune moment for him to reconnect with his roots. However, as Clark journeyed toward Kansas with his gifts in hand, an immense shockwave suddenly struck once more. This shockwave was so powerful that even the average individual could sense its disturbance. As for mutants and various superheroes, they were similarly affected. Yet the anticipated enhancement they had hoped for did not materialize. This shockwave seemed to impart merely a physical jolt without engendering any further transformations. Yet, Clark appeared to suddenly grasp something profound, abandoning the gifts in his grasp and swiftly soaring toward the source of the shockwave. During his flight, he donned the white cloak of death, retrieving his phone in the process. After 3 rings, the call was answered. He instructed all members of the death squad to mobilize immediately towards their designated areas, with a strict order to return only upon his command. Upon receiving the directive, the members of the death squad acted without delay, promptly heading to their respective locations in accordance with their prior assignments. Meanwhile, in a desolate expanse, a portal abruptly opened, revealing a figure resembling Superman, adorned with a lightning emblem on his chest, materializing in the wasteland. Such portals began to manifest across various states, each revealing different individuals. Upon arriving, these newcomers wore expressions of confusion, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. However, they soon came to realize that this world was not their own. With no immediate means of returning, their only option was to conceal themselves and seek an opportunity to return to their original realm. Yet, some among them held a different perspective, believing that arriving in this new world signified the dawn of a fresh beginning. Chapter 52. The search for Superman in the early hours within a sanctuary in New York two identical floating capes faced each other in opposition. Though mere garments, the palpable animosity between them was unmistakable, with the fabric's fibers standing on end, clearly indicating their mutual disdain. In stark contrast to the hostility of the capes, the two Doctor Strange exhibited an air of calm. Their attire was nearly indistinguishable, save for one wearing the Time Stone while the other did not. It seems that many events have yet to unfold in your world, and life here appears quite agreeable. The strange doctor of this world did not respond to the inquiries posed before him. Instead, he conjured a cup of coffee to his liking in front of his counterpart. Simultaneously, he replicated an identical cup for himself. From the moment you arrived, I sensed that certain events were destined to unfold. The parallel universe in which I reside is markedly distinct from the one you are familiar with. If I am not mistaken, your universe is solely inhabited by the Avengers. Am I correct? The visiting strange doctor lifted the coffee to his nose, inhaling its aroma before taking a small sip. You are indeed right. In my world, there exists only the Avengers, and many occurrences have transpired in my realm that have yet to manifest in yours. However, your world is truly astonishing to me. According to the laws of parallel universes, where the Avengers exist, there should be no Justice League, mutants, or dark-clad figures. Yet, in your world, they all seem to coexist, albeit some superheroes and supervillains have yet to emerge or develop. What strikes me as particularly extraordinary is the absence of Superman's presence in this realm. If this world lacks Superman, facing an adversary of his caliber would pose a formidable challenge. After articulating these thoughts, the strange doctor from another universe continued to sip his coffee, offering no further remarks. Meanwhile, the strange doctor of this world sensed an overwhelming crisis. In truth, he does not belong to this realm either. He hails from another parallel universe, yearning for a version of himself to experience the life he once envisioned, which led him to this chaotic world. Subsequently, he employed his methods to alter the fate of the strange doctor here, allowing him to live the life he once led, while he assumed the identity of this world's strange doctor. Although Master Gui disapproved of this strange doctor's actions, being a proud mentor, he chose to remain silent. The arrival of this strange doctor also altered Master Gui's destiny. Nevertheless, the strange doctor of this world is confident that his original actions still hold significance. After all, this visiting strange doctor remains oblivious to his lack of belonging here. I will endeavor to locate the Superman of this world. If a significant crisis arises, I believe he will not stand idly by. Although I have never encountered Superman, I understand that, regardless of the universe, he embodies absolute justice. The visiting strange doctor smiled slightly, suggesting that not all matters are absolute. I hope you are prepared, for my appearance is not an isolated incident. Other superheroes or supervillains from parallel worlds may also make their presence known here. If the counterpart embodies justice, one might not encounter many surprises. However, if they are malevolent, the ensuing devastation could far exceed one's imagination. Just as the foreign Doctor Strange was about to articulate further, a floating cloak seemingly sensed something and soared back to him. The foreign Doctor Strange appeared to grasp the situation as he waved farewell to the local Doctor Strange before vanishing without a trace, as though he had never existed. Doctor Strange then opened a portal and materialized in the professor's chamber. The professor was engaged in a lecture with his young mutants, and upon witnessing Doctor Strange's arrival, their joy was palpable. In response to their enthusiasm, Doctor Strange maintained his composure and promptly enchanted signatures for everyone present. Upon receiving his autograph, the attendees cherished it as if it were a treasure, carefully preserving it. Observing this, the professor chuckled and escorted Doctor Strange to his office. "Would you care for a drink?" the professor inquired. Doctor Strange graciously accepted, requesting a cup of coffee. Moments later, a cup of coffee appeared before the professor, and Doctor Strange nodded in gratitude towards the direction from which it was offered. The one delivering the coffee was none other than one of the students, Invisible Woman. However, she struggled to control her abilities, often remaining in an invisible state, making her difficult to detect. The professor glanced towards Invisible Woman and said, "You may attend to your duties now." Shortly thereafter, the office door opened and closed behind her. Turning back to Doctor Strange, the professor continued, "I did indeed search for clues regarding Superman previously, but yielded no results. It is possible that Superman's uniqueness renders him imperceptible to my telepathy. Nevertheless, there are individuals who might assist you. The men in black possess the most knowledge about extraterrestrial beings. While they may not locate Superman, they should be able to trace his descent and gather pertinent clues. Professor X's awareness of Superman was, in fact, imparted by Dr. Strange. Upon arriving in this world, Dr. Strange discovered the existence of Batman and the Flash, leading him to conclude that Superman must also exist here. Confronted with such formidable power, Dr. Strange recognized the urgency of locating Superman as swiftly as possible, striving to align him with the forces of justice. Should that prove unattainable, Dr. Strange would have to resort to atypical measures, for he understood the extent of Superman's might and acknowledged that he himself could not contend with such strength. Ultimately, aware of his limitations, Dr. Strange entrusted this matter to the professor, emphasizing the significance of Superman's existence and the magnitude of his abilities. Upon hearing all this, the professor was struck by the terror of Superman. From that day forth, he began an earnest search for Superman's whereabouts. Chapter 53. The Thunder God Captured. Meanwhile, Clark was reveling in his vacation. He never anticipated that Stark Industries would offer such generous employee benefits. Having merely completed a simple design, he not only received a substantial reward, but also secured a holiday. In his previous life, as a mere cog in the machine, Clark had never enjoyed such privileges. While working, he had been relentlessly exploited by his boss and conniving colleagues. After leaving, his small business endeavors were often plagued by eccentric clients. Now, suddenly bestowed with such favorable treatment, Clark found it somewhat disconcerting. However, gliding along in the company-provided luxury RV, equipped with a premier membership to a lavish estate, he was thoroughly enjoying this newfound lifestyle. Had it not been for Paul and Aisha attending classes, he would have insisted on bringing them along. As Clark basked in the joys of his road trip, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, raising a colossal cloud of dust in the distant desert. Witnessing this spectacle, Clark could not help but smile, pulling over to the side of the road. During his 2-week holiday, Clark had intentionally chosen the scenic route over the highway to savor the diverse landscapes and indulge in the culinary delights of various states. Although he found some of the local cuisine unfamiliar, it did not hinder his appreciation for the quintessential American road culture. Had he not made this decision, he would have missed such a remarkable opportunity, for he was acutely aware that the lightning was a harbinger of the Thunder God's arrival. Upon exiting the vehicle, Clark confirmed the absence of others and ascended into the air, swiftly reaching the site where the lightning had struck. He expected to encounter the Thunder God in full glory, but was instead met with a figure stripped of divine power. The Thunder God, having lost his abilities, bore no distinction from an ordinary mortal, and lay unconscious from the overwhelming impact. Observing the fallen deity, Clark decided to test his strength by attempting to lift the Thunder God's hammer. Approaching the mighty weapon, he grasped it, anticipating a strenuous effort. However, the moment his hand made contact, he effortlessly raised it. In disbelief, Clark set the hammer down, only to try lifting it again. After a couple of attempts, he confirmed that he could indeed wield the Thunder God's hammer. Not only could he lift it with ease, but it felt as familiar as the heavy mallet he used at home to drive stakes into the ground. With the hammer in hand, Clark began to experiment, eager to discover if he could summon lightning. However, after several attempts, Clark discovered that aside from being able to lift Thor's hammer, he could not wield the lightning power contained within it as Captain America did. To be frank, the hammer's appearance was rather ordinary, and it exhibited considerable wear and tear. Compared to its cinematic portrayal, the real-life Mjolnir appeared significantly more dilapidated. This was not entirely surprising, as the hammer originally belonged to Hela, and it was uncertain how long it had been in her possession before finding its way to Thor. Even a divine artifact, after enduring years of degradation, would inevitably show signs of its age. After playing around for a while, Clark returned Mjolnir to its original place, and then turned his gaze to Thor, who lay on the ground. "I'm sorry, but I must go on vacation, so I cannot take you with me. Furthermore, you were destined for this fate. I hope you can truly savor the joy of being an ordinary person." With that, Clark disregarded the reclining Thor and returned to his vehicle to continue his holiday journey. An hour after Clark's departure, a group of local residents arrived at the scene. They had indeed noticed the lightning earlier, but it had not initially captured significant attention. As midday provided a rare moment of respite, they decided to investigate what had transpired. Upon their arrival, they beheld the hammer in the large crater and the robust man lying nearby. Thor was subsequently taken to the hospital, while the hammer remained in the pit. It was not that they did not wish to retrieve the hammer. Many had contemplated taking it with them, but after numerous attempts, they realized they lacked the strength to lift it. As they continued their efforts, several black sedans approached, and a group of men clad in dark suits and sunglasses emerged. They claimed to be government agents and instructed everyone present to vacate the area. Reluctant to confront the authorities, the crowd complied and quickly departed. Meanwhile, Thor was closely monitored by the agents after being taken away. In the hospital, Thor gradually regained consciousness. As he awoke to the unfamiliar surroundings, he was utterly bewildered by the situation. Attempting to rise, he discovered himself restrained to the bed. Faced with such ignoble constraints, Thor was about to summon his divine power to break free when he realized, to his dismay, that his powers had completely vanished. Undeterred, he made several more attempts, only to confirm the loss of his abilities. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not alter his predicament. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and two black-suited men entered. Upon their arrival, Thor shouted, "Release me at once. I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. You dare to treat a deity in such a manner? This is an affront to divinity and a grave disrespect." Two individuals clad in black exhibited little emotion as they promptly recorded everything that the god of thunder had articulated. "Mr. Thor, regardless of your identity upon arriving on Earth, you are collectively referred to as an extraterrestrial. You must have lost the powers you once possessed, rendering you an ordinary human. Therefore, I implore you to cooperate with our inquiries. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to confine you to a containment facility." Upon hearing these words, Thor ceased his struggles. Previously, he had exerted all his strength in an attempt to free himself, only to discover that his efforts were futile as the chains binding his limbs continued to tighten. Continuing to resist would only exacerbate his suffering without altering his predicament. Noticing Thor's cessation of resistance, the individuals in black utilized a remote control to gradually loosen the chains, allowing him to sit upright. "Mr. Thor, we hope you will assist us in our investigation. As long as we ascertain that your presence on Earth poses no ill intent, we will grant you a suitable identity, enabling you to reside here." Chapter 54. Unable to lift, Thor was acutely aware that returning to Asgard in the near future was impossible. Thus, in order to survive on Earth, he needed to cooperate. Under normal circumstances, his temperament would have led him to engage in combat, but now he was merely an ordinary man. His capacity for resistance severely limited by his current constraints. Following inquiries and assessments, the individuals in black assigned Thor a classification score, the lowest among extraterrestrials. This classification indicated that he posed a threat level equivalent to that of an Earthling. The advantage of receiving such a score was that Thor would no longer be subjected to surveillance, and he would be granted a substantial relocation allowance. During this time, he would receive guidance on how to navigate life on Earth. This approach aimed to deter Thor from engaging in inappropriate behaviors while also imparting the rules of human society. Thor adapted to new experiences relatively quickly, developing a keen interest in earthly life and various forms of entertainment within a few short hours. He found particular fascination with games, deeming them far more enjoyable than those he had experienced in Asgard. Observing Thor's enthusiasm for gaming, the individuals in black recognized the path forward. An extraterrestrial devoid of power, yet sharing the proclivities of an ordinary person and enjoying games, represented the least threatening presence to them. However, prior to proceeding, they inquired about his hammer. "Mr. Thor, we would appreciate your elucidation regarding the significance of the hammer you possess. Does it, like you, belong to Asgard? If so, we request your cooperation in detailing its purpose and the potential dangers it may pose. We have attempted numerous times to lift the hammer from its resting place, yet remains immovable." Upon hearing information regarding Mjolnir, Thor paused his actions and turned his gaze towards the cloaked figures. "That is my weapon," he declared. "It is known as Mjolnir, the emblem of my divinity as the god of thunder." At this juncture, Thor had yet to awaken to his true power and believe that Mjolnir was the very embodiment of the thunder god. Without it, he felt he could not truly claim the title. Thus, while explaining Mjolnir to the cloaked figures, he remained convinced that the hammer was a symbol of his identity and the source of his might. This hammer could only be wielded by one deemed worthy. Otherwise, no one could even budge an inch. Yet, he was willing to make an attempt. Although Thor's powers had been stripped away, he believed that reclaiming Mjolnir would restore his abilities. Seeing the thunder god so resolute, the cloaked figures did not hesitate and swiftly guided him to the site where the hammer had fallen. The area was heavily secured, with no ordinary person allowed to approach. Numerous researchers clad in protective suits surrounded Mjolnir, conducting various tests and studies. Nearby, a crane stood ready, intending to extract the hammer from its pit. Upon witnessing this scene, Thor could not help but laugh heartily. You mortals are truly amusing. This is a divine artifact. Only one deemed worthy can lift it. Without such recognition, not even the most powerful tools of your world can move an inch. This is not a matter that your so-called science can resolve. It transcends your understanding of technology. Enough. Step aside. This is my domain now. Thor's audacious proclamation piqued the interest of the researchers and security personnel nearby. Their tests had revealed that aside from a faint residual current, there was nothing else present within the hammer. The protective gear they donned was merely a necessity of their work. Before the crane arrived, everyone present had attempted to lift Mjolnir, only to discover that it would not budge. Now, with someone claiming they could lift it solely by sheer physical strength, skepticism filled the air, and they were eager to witness how this so-called thunder god would accomplish the feat. Thor leaped into the pit and approached Mjolnir, his eyes brimming with joy and a long-lost excitement. My treasure, I have finally found you. Do you know how I have suffered in your absence? It has been a torment beyond measure. With that, Thor grasped Mjolnir, intending to lift it as he had done countless times before. However, to his astonishment, the hammer did not stir. Realizing something amiss, he summoned his strength once more, yet Mjolnir remained steadfastly in place. At that moment, jeers erupted from above. What is happening, Thor? Is there something wrong with the hammer? Indeed, was it not just moments ago that Thor proclaimed you could effortlessly lift him? Yet, did you not assert that only those deemed worthy could wield you? Is it possible that you cannot even lift your own possession? Upon uttering these words, smiles spread across the faces of those surrounding them. Although Thor did not glance at the onlookers, he could sense their mockery directed at him. This was not a time for jest, especially from Mjolnir. My diligent care for you cannot lead to embarrassment at this moment. Simply allow me to lift you, and upon our return to Asgard, I shall bestow upon you an extensive maintenance treatment. After whispering these sentiments, Thor once more cast his gaze upon Mjolnir, hoping for response. However, the hammer remained silent. Thor's irritation began to mount. Disregarding his previous caution, he gripped the hammer with both hands and exerted his strength. Yet Mjolnir remained immovable. Frustration overtook him as he attempted several more times, only to find the hammer steadfastly anchored in place, refusing to budge. The onlookers began to jeer, yet the two men in black who had escorted Thor maintained their stoic demeanor. They had already concluded that Thor's previous claims were indeed truthful. For any extraterrestrial being possesses, to some degree, unique abilities, whether through advanced technology or superhuman powers. However, this Thor appeared exceedingly ordinary, and when combined with his earlier statements, it became evident that his powers had either vanished or been stripped away. Consequently, he was rendered incapable of lifting the hammer. Thor had initially believed that reclaiming Mjolnir would guarantee his triumph. It was becoming increasingly clear that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. Chapter 55, Sandman 1. Meanwhile, Clark was indulging in a glass of fine red wine at a luxurious resort, relishing the rarity of his vacation. Truly, this establishment, catering exclusively to the elite, was unparalleled. Although he had amassed considerable wealth since arriving in this world, his enjoyment paled in comparison to that of genuine affluent individuals. With that thought, Clark set down his glass and took to sipping directly from the bottle. Due to his unique physiology, he could only savor the taste of the wine without the risk of intoxication. As Clark reveled in his rare moments of leisure, a fierce sandstorm suddenly swept through outside. The unexpected tempest left him momentarily perplexed. Logically, the nearest desert was at least 40 to 50 kilometers away. How could such a storm arise so abruptly? Yet, through his keen senses, Clark quickly discerned that this sandstorm was no ordinary phenomenon. Stepping onto the balcony, he employed his superhuman vision and X-ray capabilities, swiftly uncovering that the source of the storm was none other than Sandman, one of Spider-Man's notorious adversaries. Since the last upheaval, Clark has notably observed a significant increase in the presence of both superheroes and supervillains, far surpassing previous encounters. In the past few years, he had not encountered even a single one, yet within a mere couple of days, he has already crossed paths with two. First, the mighty Thor, and now, the enigmatic Sandman. However, this particular Sandman differed from the one Clark was previously acquainted with. the sand he wields is an ominous black, in stark contrast to the ordinary yellow sand typically associated with his kind. Upon the arrival of this black sand at the resort, its corrosive properties became alarmingly evident, as the surrounding trees and grass withered instantly upon contact. The desiccated flora succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the black sand, disintegrating into dust. Not only did the vegetation suffer, but the very ground and structures began to crumble under the sand's merciless erosion. Furthermore, the resort's architecture, designed to exude luxury, was predominantly crafted from wood, which proved utterly defenseless against the black sand's assault, swiftly transforming into ruins. Witnessing such potent corrosive power, those who had sought refuge within the buildings realized the terrifying nature of the black sand. The structures offered no sanctuary against its might. Rather than await their demise, they resolved to flee, clinging to the hope of survival. Being affluent individuals, they were unwilling to perish in such a manner. Thus, they surged toward the parking lot, while Clark ambled leisurely to another window, perfectly positioned to observe the chaos unfolding below. In the face of this pandemonium, Clark remained remarkably composed. Should this Sandman pose a genuine threat to his world, he would not hesitate to neutralize it. He had yet to relish his reign in this realm, and he would not allow anyone to wreak havoc. Turning, Clark donned his attire and descended the stairs. The hall, once filled with lively chatter, now lay in disarray, a stark reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. He had hoped to indulge in a lavish breakfast prepared by a renowned 5-star chef from China, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Because of you, I have lost the chance to savor a culinary feast crafted by a master chef, he mused. Since you seek demise so fervently, allow me to assist you. With that, Clark exhaled a breath of frost, instantly encasing a half-formed, sand-like figure behind him in ice. The temperature of his icy breath had plummeted to approximately minus 270 degrees, a threshold known as absolute zero, where all matter succumbs to freezing. Observing the nascent sand sculpture, Clark gently prodded it with a finger, causing the unformed figure to shatter into a fine powder. However, the encroaching black sand showed no signs of abating, and Clark realized that his encounter with absolute zero had failed to inflict any significant harm upon the Sandman. Since freezing has proven ineffective against you, let us see if you can withstand the searing heat of 3,000 degrees. Should that fail, I can escalate it to 5,000 degrees. If 5,000 degrees still proves insufficient, I can offer you a taste of 10,000 degrees. This temperature is the current limit of Clark. Although Clark is capable of increasing the temperature further, it is unnecessary, for at 10,000 degrees, everything would be obliterated. Were it not for Clark's innate biological defenses, he too would be perspiring under such intense heat. As Clark exited the hall, the once formidable black sand that had surged with overwhelming force halted 100 meters away, paralyzed by fear. Surrender quickly, or I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Through his keen perception, Clark had already pinpointed the essence of the sand creature. The most peculiar aspect of this being is that its true form is merely a grain of sand. As long as this grain remains unharmed, its manifested body can endure any assault without sustaining damage. Even though the sand creature had witnessed Clark's formidable power, it remained reluctant to reveal itself, convinced that its concealment within the vast desert rendered it undetectable. However, upon realizing that Clark's gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon its true form, a sense of dread began to envelop it. The creature, fearing ambush, would typically navigate within its enlarged body, ensuring that even if attacked, its essence would remain unscathed. Yet, this individual before it maintained a relentless focus on its true form, effortlessly tracking its position amidst the swirling storm. I possess little patience to linger here with you. I grant you one final opportunity, with 3 counts to reveal yourself. Should you fail to do so, I will transform this sandstorm into a scorching inferno. 3, 2. Just as Clark was about to conclude his count, the black sand abruptly vanished, and from within emerged a sand creature clad in a sleek black suit. Clark was taken aback by this unexpected attire. Throughout comics, films, and animations, the sand creature has always been depicted in a green striped shirt. When had he ever encountered one so formally dressed? Upon seeing the creature's emergence, Clark spoke with a calm demeanor. If I am not mistaken, you do not belong to this world, do you? Despite the chaos of his own realm, Clark had yet to encounter any extraordinary superheroes or villains. allowing him to deduce that this being was indeed from another dimension. Chapter 56. The Sand Creature 2. Facing the formally attired sand creature, Clark's emotions were decidedly complex. After all, this sand entity was dressed far too formally, shattering Clark's preconceived notions of what a sand creature should be. As Clark scrutinized the creature from head to toe, it, in turn, was appraising him with equal intensity. As the Sandman gazed upon Clark, an unsettling familiarity washed over him, leading to an expression of sheer terror as he exclaimed, "You are Superman." To be honest, Clark was rather taken aback by the Sandman's recognition of his identity. However, before Clark could pose any inquiries, the man in the suit transformed once more into a pool of black sand, retreating into the earth in a frantic bid for escape. Clark was left bewildered by this sudden action. Yet, the Sandman's reaction revealed that Superman in his world must be exceptionally powerful, leaving him with a profound psychological trauma. Otherwise, he would not have fled in such a panicked manner upon encountering Clark. Nevertheless, Clark was determined not to let the Sandman slip away so easily. In truth, following that shockwave, Clark had sensed a multitude of presences that were not native to this world emerging. However, he deemed these entities to pose little threat, as their energies were not particularly formidable, and thus he paid them no mind. It was only upon seeing the man in the suit that Clark realized that those supervillains and superheroes, though not powerful in his eyes, could indeed represent a significant threat to others. Take this suited Sandman, for instance. His black sand possessed formidable corrosive qualities, capable of extinguishing life and rapidly eroding even inanimate objects. Were Spider-Man to confront such a Sandman, he would struggle not only to capture him, but even to engage him in combat effectively. This corrosive black sand constituted an impeccable defensive mechanism. Spider-Man's webs would likely be disintegrated upon contact, rendering them ineffective. While Spider-Man's strength lies in both his inherent abilities and his webbing, a Spider-Man without his webs would be significantly diminished in combat prowess, resembling merely an enhanced human with impressive speed. Were he equipped with the spider suit provided by Iron Man, he might stand a chance, but at present, he was merely an ordinary little spider. Clark hovered above the Sandman, silently trailing him to discern just how far he might flee. After covering several dozen kilometers, the Sandman finally sought refuge within a cave. Once he revealed his true form again, he appeared overwhelmingly furious, delivering a powerful blow against the cave's rocky wall. Damn it, he cursed. Why must I encounter Superman in this world? Why does this guy persistently haunt me, no matter where I escape? Following this lamentation, the Sandman struck the stone wall once more with a formidable punch. I too wish to understand why you have crossed my path. Perhaps it is a twist of fate orchestrated by the heavens. The sudden voice startled the Sandman, plunging him once again into a state of dread. This time, he opted against fleeing. Instead, he immediately launched a counterattack. The Sandman plunged his hands into the ground, summoning sharp, rock-like spikes that surged toward Clark with lethal intent. Though the Sandman's reaction speed is remarkably swift, transitioning from hearing Clark's voice to unleashing the earth spikes occurs in the blink of an eye. Yet, within the enveloping smoke, the Sandman's movements seem as if played in slow motion. It is precisely due to this disparity in power that Clark perceives the complexity of the Sandman's earth spikes. Firstly, the spikes are not composed of mere sand, but rather of resilient granite, and at their tips, there are materials akin to metal, enhancing both the hardness and sharpness to an extreme degree. If this maneuver were employed against ordinary superheroes or those of lesser strength, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable harm. However, when directed at Superman, it is akin to a mere tickle. Clark stands resolute, not flinching or retreating, and as the spikes approach within a meter of him, they shatter upon encountering an invisible barrier. Realizing his ambush has failed, the Sandman swiftly brings his arms together. The rock walls on either side of the cave converge like a vice. Although this attack proves more potent than the first, the outcome remains unchanged. The two rock faces disintegrate into a heap of rubble just a meter away from Clark, failing to inflict any actual damage. Clark brushes off the dust settling upon him. Having had his amusement, he declares, "I have inquiries to pose to you. If your teacher collaborates and answers my questions, I shall not trouble you. However, should you choose to disregard my patience and continue to challenge me, I possess the power to make you vanish from this realm in an instant. With your abilities, it should be evident that I am not jesting." The Sandman, attired in a suit, recognizes that escape is futile and that he cannot overpower his opponent. Yet, compared to the Superman of his own world, being confronted without immediate annihilation is a fortunate circumstance. Feel free to inquire, he replies. As long as it is within my capability to answer, I shall respond promptly. However, should your questions delve into excessively confidential matters, I cannot assist. In my original world, my strength was not the greatest, and the secrets accessible to me were quite limited. Clark finds this Sandman, who displays an understanding of the situation, rather agreeable. First question, how did you arrive here? Second question, who accompanied you? Third question, is your corrosive ability something you acquired later, or is it inherent? Upon hearing these three inquiries, the Sandman feels no hesitation in providing answers. Moreover, he senses that his adversary does not seem inclined to eliminate him just yet, thus considering the conversation as an opportunity to explore potential escape routes. I can answer the first question directly. I do not know. While I was evading Superman's pursuit, I unwittingly found myself here, appearing within a desolate expanse. As for the second question, I am uncertain whether anyone accompanied me. Regarding the third question, I require some time to contemplate. If I were to disclose it directly, you might find it hard to believe. After a span of 5 or 6 minutes, Sandman finally spoke. This ability was acquired later on, entirely by chance. Once, during a confrontation with Spider-Man, I was flung into a storage area containing special chemical agents. Following that incident, I gained this black corrosive power, which I can switch at will. Chapter 57. Vanishing and reappearing. Having articulated this, Sandman pondered for considerable time, ensuring he had omitted nothing before he continued. I have shared all that I know. If you wish to inquire about Superman, I can provide answers as well. However, Clark interjected, deeming it unnecessary. He held no interest in other superheroes. Should he dare to appear in my world and commit acts I cannot accept, I would personally ensure he understands that a disparity exists even among superheroes. Upon hearing Clark's words, Sandman's expression grew complex. Yet he ventured to ask, "Will you allow me to leave?" Clark shook his head. "I cannot permit your departure. Your ability poses a significant threat to Spider-Man and, indeed, to other superheroes as well. Thus, you're faced with two choices. The first is to comply and remain imprisoned. At an appropriate time, I may facilitate your return. The second, although simpler, entails a permanent slumber, leading to your complete disappearance from this world. Which will you choose?" Clark's words led Sandman to feel mocked. This was not a question of choice, but rather a matter of life and death. Although two options were presented, it was clear that cooperation was essential for survival. Failure to comply would result in demise. Before Sandman could respond, his form became transparent, subsequently vanishing from sight. Observing this, Clark did not exhibit anxiety. Instead, he scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of any signs of Sandman's life, suggesting he had likely returned to his original world. Nonetheless, the sudden disappearance and reappearance were indeed perplexing. Just as Clark prepared to depart, a familiar aura emerged once more. He turned abruptly to find Sandman had returned. However, this time, Clark could distinctly perceive a significant shift in Sandman's power. Compared to before, his strength had multiplied immensely, though less than a minute had elapsed since his disappearance. How could such a transformation occur? Upon his return, not only had Sandman's aura changed, but his gaze towards Clark was now filled with an intense hatred. As Clark was still attempting to comprehend the unfolding events, a massive, corrosive spike pierced through his biological stance. This marked the first occasion in many years that his biological stance had been breached from the outside. Previously, Clark had endeavored countless methods without success in breaking through his own biological barrier. Yet, on this occasion, it was effortlessly shattered by the assailant, instilling within Clark a flicker of delight. Just as he reveled in this unexpected joy, several more spikes surged towards him. Remarkably, Clark chose not to evade, but to confront the Sandman's assault head-on, accompanied by a thunderous collision and a cloud of dispersing dust. The Sandman felt a surge of confidence in his imminent success. Indeed, this attack was significantly more potent than those prior. While I cannot ascertain what transpired during your brief absence of less than a minute, the evident shift in your capabilities suggests that although you were gone for merely a minute in my realm, you must have encountered far more in your original world. Hearing Clark's words, the Sandman scrutinized his surroundings, recognizing the striking familiarity of everything, especially the voice that spoke, one he could never forget. 30 years ago, He had been abruptly transported to another parallel universe, where he encountered a remarkably powerful superhero. Yet, that was 3 decades past. Why was he now here? At that moment, within a dilapidated amusement park, a clown clad in vibrant attire toyed with blood-stained playing cards, the grime of Gotham embedded beneath his nails. Look who it is. The reflection in the mirror finally dares to dress itself. Another clown, impeccably tailored, with cufflinks gleaming coldly, retorted, "Do not taint the air with your sewer aesthetics. Dear alternate self, is that ketchup from last week's bank heist on your tie? How quaint." This world's clown abruptly flung the cards against the wall, the corner of the heart symbol curling into a sinister grin. Quaint. Better than your stale jokes at charity galas. Do you recite your lines in that tone when you confine Harley to her gilded cage? The otherworldly clown leisurely polished his gold-rimmed glasses. Harley is my art director, tasked with designing the new gallery's graffiti wall. And you? Are you still resorting to explosives for philosophical dilemmas? It is a pity about the first edition of that book I sought, now out of print, that you destroyed in last week's library explosion. Upon hearing this, the clown from this realm erupted into maniacal laughter, his shoes crunching over the shards of glass. Philosophy? You dare to discuss philosophy with me? Remember when we first made that Bat Kid cry? He clutched a copy of Ethics. The otherworldly clown interjected. Is your Batman still relentlessly pursuing you? That seems rather cliché, does it not? In my world, Batman has long since retired, leading a life of leisure. The relationship between us has become quite delicate, yet I find myself nostalgic for the days of our daily confrontations. However, in comparison, my current life is remarkably pleasant. The Joker of this world gazes at the refined version of himself before him, feeling somewhat disoriented, for this Joker bears little resemblance to his true self. The counterpart from another realm looks at his former self, momentarily at a loss for words, as a vast chasm now separates them. Neither can truly comprehend the other. Nevertheless, both are acutely aware that this encounter is merely transient, and will not be long before they each return to their former lives. Shall we share a drink? The Joker from the alternate world produces a bottle of red wine, not wishing to be impolite upon seeing the fine vintage. The Joker from this world unexpectedly retrieves 2 elegant goblets from seemingly nowhere and places them on the table. Then let us partake in a modest toast. The otherworldly Joker uncorks the wine, pouring a glass for himself and his counterpart, raising his goblet in a salute to the best version of ourselves. Chapter 58. The Arrival of Superman 1. As the Joker of this world contemplated engaging in conversation with his alternate self, the latter glanced at his watch. Time is drawing near. I must take my leave. If fate permits, we shall convene again. Upon uttering these words, the amusement park was once again left in solitude, with the Joker standing alone. He raised his goblet to the now empty seats. Next time, ha ha ha. How absurd. With that, the Joker smashed the goblet upon the ground, revealing a grotesque smile. The corners of his mouth twisted into a terrifying arc. That is not me. I am who I am, and I shall never change. Indeed, I will never change. After bellowing this declaration, the Joker slumped into his seat, descending into deep thought. Meanwhile, within the cavern, the Sandman found himself unable to coalesce into a tangible form under Clark's relentless torment. Even if he managed to solidify, it would be fleeting. Clark tossed a small bottle before the Sandman. This is your final opportunity, your last choice. If you can return to your original world from my sight, I shall grant you mercy. Should you fail to return, then you must willingly enter this bottle, or face a death of excruciating agony. A fate I assure you will be most torturous. The Sandman regarded the glass bottle rolling on the ground with a profound sense of humiliation. The Sandman was acutely aware that the extraordinary being before him did not perceive him as an adversary. In the eyes of this superhuman, he scarcely qualified as human. The Sandman could only pray for a miracle to whisk him away from this realm and return him to his original world, where at the very least he could exist with some semblance of dignity and possess the strength to contend with the superhumans of that realm. Here, however, he had no chance of opposing the superhuman before him. Though the Sandman had attempted to escape, each endeavor had ended in failure. The last failed attempt had resulted in a painful torment, each subsequent experience more excruciating and prolonged than the last. Had it not been for the years of rigorous training he had undergone, his will would have long since shattered. Clark's methods of torment had diversified greatly, especially after he fully mastered his mental prowess. Physical torture no longer provided him with any sense of accomplishment. The agony inflicted on the mind proved far more harrowing. Clark could compel an individual's psyche to relive the most excruciating day of their existence indefinitely. This psychological torment would intensify cyclically until the victim's mind succumbed entirely. Clark had employed this technique on only a select few, with exceptionally favorable results. At one point, Clark even contemplated applying this method on the professor, curious to gauge the limits of his endurance to pain. Ultimately, however, he abandoned the notion, recognizing that mutants required a capable leader, and the professor was precisely that. Currently on leave and with ample time, Clark sat at the cave entrance, indulging in a piece of chocolate he had kept on his person. Observing this action, the Sandman felt further assured in his suspicion that Clark did not regard him as a threat. Clark glanced at his watch. "You have 1 minute to consider your options." In the end, the Sandman had no choice but to endure the profound humiliation and submerge himself into the transparent glass vessel. This was no ordinary glass container. It was crafted from materials found within the Fortress of Solitude, possessing a hardness that even Clark would find challenging to destroy. Seeing the Sandman acquiesce, Clark nodded approvingly. "I am quite pleased with your performance. As long as you follow my lead, you will be well rewarded." Clark sought to recruit the Sandman for his unique abilities. The black sand controlled by the Sandman not only possessed corrosive properties, but also had the capacity to obscure the sun, significantly aiding in the transportation of drugs and smuggled goods. Recently, Clark's drug trade had surged to unprecedented heights, drawing the attention of law enforcement. Though known for his ruthless and merciless approach, Clark never allowed his subordinates to engage in conflict with the police. Such entanglements were far too troublesome to manage. Clark's strength is indeed formidable. However, he cannot oppose the government outright. Should he become a public enemy, he would be deprived of the life he wishes to enjoy. After securing the cardamom, Clark resolved that it was time to make his formal debut. The moment was ripe for his emergence. Previously, he had struggled to find an appropriate opportunity, but now that it had finally arrived, he would not let it slip away. The appearance of such a powerful superhero necessitated a fitting justification. Otherwise, he would merely be perceived as a threat. Superman swiftly returned to the Fortress of Solitude, making his way to the chamber where his iconic suit was stored. Gazing upon the attire, he could not help but exclaim, "At last. The moment to don this suit has come. After waiting for so many years, the opportunity has finally presented itself." Once clad in the suit, Clark stood before the mirror, admiring his appearance. The crimson soles of his boots resonated with a dull echo against the metallic floor, while the Kryptonian alloy of the boots perfectly embraced the shapely contours of his calves. The silver filigree along the edges of the boot shimmered as his ankles moved. The blue bodysuit clung to him like a second skin, each inch of fabric meticulously molded to the valleys of his muscular form, as if it had been crafted to mirror the trajectory of his skeletal growth. The slight curve at his shoulder supported the clasp of the cape, and the pleats at his waist accentuated the broadness of his shoulders and the narrowness of his waist, even rendering the protrusions of his knuckles with a semi-transparent tautness. The emblem upon his chest was a solid piece of compressed star crystal, revealing the dark patterns of the Kryptonian nebula when light refracted upon it. The crimson trim of the emblem echoed the tassels of the cape. As Clark raised his arm, the fabric beneath his armpit formed intricate folds, hinting at the pulsing veins beneath the suit, which coursed with energy, causing the fibers of the suit to emit a hum detectable only at ultra-high frequencies. The metallic buckle of the yellow belt fit seamlessly into the suit's seams, and the Kryptonian script etched inside the buckle began to emerge under the warmth of his body. As the cape cascaded behind him, it resembled a solidified flame, its jagged edges gently undulating with his breath. Each time Clark turned, the sound of the fabric cutting through the air was accompanied by a faint crackle of electricity, a spark generated by the resonance between the suit and the energy field within him, weaving an ephemeral web of light along the interior of the cape. Chapter 59. Superman's Debut 2. One must concede that, although I am not particularly fond of this combination, it fits me remarkably well. The battle attire is simply perfect, accentuating my physique to an exquisite degree. Clark stood before the mirror, continually striking various classic poses of Superman, relishing the sight of himself reflected back. The only element lacking was his hairstyle. Nevertheless, Clark was unconcerned. He had always sported a crew cut, as its low maintenance suited him well. and his appearance harmonized perfectly with this style, which he had not altered over the years. Though this extraordinary being, apart from his hairstyle, bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to the original, he loomed in the skies above New York City. The leaden clouds coalesced around him, as if pinned in place by an invisible force suspended above the skyline. Clark hovered precisely where the midday sun would have poured its light, plunging the entire city into an eerie twilight. The glass facades reflected not the azure sky, but rather the dark patterns curling at the edges of his crimson cape, like an ominous harbinger weaving through the towers. Clark's silhouette flickered in the intermittent beams of light that broke through the cloud cover, while the contours of his muscular form, encased in a blue bodysuit, resembled granite hewn by the hands of giants, each bulge exuding an inhuman sense of power. Most suffocating were his eyes, whose weighty gaze could be felt even from hundreds of meters away, akin to two suspended kryptonite lenses, focusing the bustling activity of the streets below into searing spots of light. The crowd instinctively held its breath beneath the shadow cast by Clark. The once bustling traffic eerily froze, drivers gripping their steering wheels with white-knuckled urgency, while an elderly man feeding pigeons stood rigidly in mid-bend, breadcrumbs trembling as they slipped from his quaking fingers. Office workers, forgetting their keyboards, crowded against the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching as that red and blue figure obscured more and more of the streets. The air felt as though it had been partially siphoned away, a dull pressure constricting their lungs, while even the wind circled Clark's hem, hesitant to brush against the outline that emanated absolute power. A child looked up and asked, "Is that a superhero, Mommy?" Yet the mother swiftly covered his mouth, pulling him frantically toward the subway station. It was unclear who initiated it, but panic rippled outward like a stone cast into a pond. When an entity capable of lifting meteors silently surveyed the crowd, reverence had long since been devoured by primal fear. The gust stirred up by Clark's boots sent debris swirling skyward, only to abruptly halt at knee height, as if even the laws of physics had learned to submit beneath his imposing presence. His sudden appearance instilled a profound terror in ordinary people, yet it simultaneously piqued the interest of those who lurked in the shadows. Among the most captivated was Dr. Strange, who had been observing Clark's every move from his sanctum. Dr. Strange understood that in most parallel universes, Superman epitomized absolute justice. Yet this incarnation was evidently different from what he had previously known, compelling him to exercise caution. If this entity did not embody absolute justice and regarded him as an adversary, escape was beyond his current capabilities. As the distant wail of sirens echoed, Clark's moment of grandiosity drew to a close. To avoid instilling fear in the police, he began to descend slowly into the center of the cordon formed by the squad cars. As the soles of Clark's boots made contact with the asphalt, the gust of air generated caused the hats of nearby officers to tremble, yet not a single pebble was dislodged. In order to gain the public's approval, there is no necessity to exhibit one's righteous power before ordinary individuals. There is no need for alarm. I harbor no malicious intent. If I truly wished to cause harm, you would have no opportunity to thwart me. However, I find the presence of snipers on the rooftop rather displeasing. It would be best for them to vacate immediately. Otherwise, I may compel them to experience the thrill of a free fall. The lead sheriff gripped his radio tightly, the sense of pressure he had felt from the helicopter still weighing heavily upon him. Yet, at this moment, Clark's words diminished the fear considerably. To the snipers on the eastern rooftop, disarm and descend. The remaining snipers are to do the same. All of you should withdraw from this gathering point. In truth, the sheriff had contemplated leaving some snipers behind, but he realized that given the adversary's prowess, any remaining sniper would pose no threat to the individual before them. Rather than incite anger, it seemed more prudent to first secure the trust of the other party. At this juncture, a reporter who had been lurking in the shadows observed that Clark bore no ill will towards humanity and, summoning his courage, crossed the barricade to approach Superman. His abrupt action left no opportunity for the other officers to react. As the police were about to intervene, Clark gestured for them to hold their peace. The reporter, seizing the moment, eagerly presented his microphone to Clark. "Excuse me, sir, how shall we address you?" The cameraman, following closely behind, aimed his lens at Clark. "Simply call me Superman. I harbor no malice against humanity, and I embody absolute justice. My presence here is aimed at eradicating threats to humanity and our planet. The reason I chose to appear here for my debut is to clarify my intentions. Of course, to earn your trust, I shall cooperate fully with the police investigation, and my representation of justice will be confirmed by official personnel. Upon concluding his remarks, Clark approached the sheriff and extended his hands. Without hesitation, the sheriff produced handcuffs from his belt and secured them around Clark's wrists. Witnessing Clark willingly don the cuffs, the officers who had previously held their weapons at the ready finally felt a measure of relief. Observing this scene, Nick the One-Eyed, Dr. Strange, Magneto, and the professor were left in disbelief. He claimed to represent absolute justice, yet what that truly entailed remained ambiguous even to them. Clark sat calmly in the police vehicle, taking in the sights of the streets as they drove along. Upon arriving at the police station, Clark continued to cooperate fully. At that moment, an officer passed by with a donut in hand. Clark halted in his tracks, standing before the officer. Observing this scene, the other policemen instinctively placed their hands on their waists, apprehensive that Clark might engage in some outrageous behavior. However, Clark merely smiled at the officer holding a donut and inquired, "Would you be so kind as to share one of those delightful donuts with me?" Chapter 61. Absolute Justice. Unyielding Integrity. 2. Just as the atmosphere in the interrogation room grew tense, a deep voice resonated over the intercom. "Enough! Holster your weapons. Such behavior towards our hero is exceedingly disrespectful." The officer had indeed erred, and while he deserved his fate, you not only failed to report him, but also conspired with him in his wrongdoing. You too must face the consequences. Fear not, Mr. Superman. We shall ensure that no innocent is wrongly apprehended, nor shall we allow a villain to escape justice. The speaker was none other than the chief of police. Initially, he had remained outside the booth, listening intently to the actions of his subordinates before finally entering. Upon his arrival, the deputy chief's complexion turned ashen. He understood that his fate was sealed. In the past, he could have managed such matters single-handedly, but the circumstances had changed. With both the chief and high-ranking government officials present, his escape was implausible. Clark nodded in satisfaction. "I did not anticipate that the chief would indeed stand as a true advocate for the people. Since you have performed your duties so commendably, I shall assist you in rooting out all the pests within the precinct." With that, Clark rose and exited the interrogation room, prompting the military and government officials to hastily follow his lead. The chief, witnessing this development, realized the situation could spiral out of control. Yet, he felt powerless, fully aware that Superman's strength was beyond their capacity to contend with. As Clark emerged from the interrogation room, he encountered the chief and several officials who had just exited the adjacent room. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, Clark smiled. "Chief, I will mark those individuals for you. How you choose to address this matter in the future is entirely up to you. However, I urge you to ensure they receive the punishment they deserve. Otherwise, my unwavering justice shall intervene on your behalf." With that, Clark continued towards the exit, with the chief hurriedly following suit. Along the way, Clark greeted those around him amicably, refraining from any aggressive actions. When he encountered the female officer who had offered him a donut, his face lit up with joy. "Madam, the donuts you purchased are absolutely delightful. I thoroughly enjoy them." Similarly, when he met the female officer who had brewed him coffee, he beamed, "Madam, your coffee is exquisite, and the temperature is just right." Clark's demeanor endeared him to many officers, who began to perceive him as a most suitable figure. Upon entering the hall, Clark's demeanor immediately shifted to one of gravity as he regarded the police present. The officers, sensing the alteration in Clark's expression, instinctively reached for their waists. "There is no need for such tension," he proclaimed. "Stand at attention. I harbor no intent to harm you." As his words resonated, everyone in attendance seemed as though ensnared by an unseen force, subconsciously obeying Clark's command. The officers stood rigidly, motionless, their bodies betraying their will, rendering them incapable of even vocal resistance. Observing this scene, Clark nodded in satisfaction. "This is how it should be. If you cooperate fully, there shall be no danger." The director, along with military and governmental officials, were taken aback by the spectacle. They had encountered numerous mutants and various superheroes, yet apart from the professor, none possessed such remarkable abilities. What left them utterly astounded was that Clark had executed this entire display solely through verbal command, without any extraneous gestures, instilling a palpable fear among the military and governmental echelons. They understood that this Superman had transcended their comprehension. With such formidable power, should he not embody absolute justice, he would pose an immense threat. Clark stood there, taking a gentle breath, swiftly identifying his targets. In a moment, I shall request those I have indicated to step forward. Following his directive, whoever he pointed at would obediently emerge, positioning themselves 2 meters from him. Your actions are rather severe, if I am not mistaken. You have utilized your position to eliminate numerous individuals of African descent, have you not? However, there is no need for extensive explanations, as the evidence will speak for itself. Clark was well aware that such occurrences were commonplace in predominantly white police departments. Even if they had indeed killed that black individual, the consequences would be minimal. At worst, they would face a few months of paid leave, and once the fervor of the incident subsided, they would return to their posts. If the situation escalated too drastically, they could simply be reassigned to another city or state, their careers unaffected. Such was the privilege enjoyed by white Americans. Clark then gestured toward another officer. You step forward as well. And you too. All of you surrounding those individuals should come forth. And the one lurking in the corner, do not presume I cannot see you. As he regarded those stepping forward, Clark nodded. Indeed, these individuals bear at least 1 or 2 lives on their conscience. Director, your management leaves much to be desired. There are indeed individuals who ought to be singled out, yet their transgressions are not severe enough to warrant such action. What do you intend to do with these individuals? The director gazed at the dozen or so colleagues identified, feeling a sense of distress. With only about 40 personnel in the entire police department, selecting such a number would trouble anyone. However, from the words spoken earlier by Superman, the director understood that not all had been chosen. Had that been the case, scarcely anyone would remain in the precinct. These individuals had simply committed more grievous offenses, thus meriting attention. Noticing the director's indecision, Clark resolved not to press further. If the director found the situation so challenging, it was best left for them to resolve on their own. Very well, now you may face the consequences of your actions. Safe travels. Upon hearing Clark's words, those present regarded him with terror. The director attempted to intervene, but realized Clark had not taken any action. The officers singled out by Clark withdrew their firearms, aiming them at their own heads. With fear etched on their faces, they sought to implore Clark for mercy, yet their mouths refused to part, their expressions betraying profound agony. Some even strained against an invisible grip, their eyes bloodshot, but to no avail. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and all 10 officers fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 60. Absolute Justice, Unyielding Integrity. 1. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Superman's actions. Yet the female officer before them opened a box containing donuts. May I inquire what flavor you desire? Clark, without hesitation, selected a chocolate donut. Chocolate is my favorite. Each bite brings me a sense of comfort. Thank you for the donut. Next time, I shall repay you with a box. With that, Clark placed the treat into his mouth, savoring the first bite with evident delight. Truth be told, Clark had little affection for donuts. The sweetness of American confections was overwhelming, even for someone of his formidable constitution. His pretense of enjoying the donut was merely an effort to appear approachable, to convey that he was an ordinary person, not vastly different from them. This act indeed achieved the desired effect. The previously tense atmosphere in the precinct had alleviated considerably. Many had already lowered their weapons. Let us continue, Clark said, as he walked forward, enjoying his donut. As I passed by the tea room, I peeked inside and, noticing someone present, spoke up. Excuse me, lovely lady, could you please bring me a cup of coffee? The policewoman, who was in the midst of brewing coffee, turned upon hearing my voice and was startled to discover it was Superman. She nodded, seemingly more composed than before. Certainly, I will get that for you right away. After a brief moment, she poured a cup of instant coffee into a paper cup for Clark. The coffee at the precinct was also instant, laden with an abundance of coffee granules and sugar, rendering it quite sweet. Clark sipped his coffee with one hand while indulging in a donut with the other, eventually making his way to the interrogation room. Alongside him in the interrogation chamber was the journalist who had interviewed him earlier. Due to the uncertainty surrounding the veracity of Clark's statements, certain details were deemed unsuitable for immediate reporting. The journalist was also confined to the interrogation room, not interrogated per se, but rather kept there to prevent any untimely disclosures until the opportune moment arose for his release. Aware of the significance of the situation, the journalist and cameraman remained dutifully within the confines of the interrogation room. Clark settled into his designated seat. Feel free to ask any questions. I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. Should your inquiries extend beyond my capacity, I will be unable to respond. Now, you may proceed with your questions." The officers, taken aback by Superman's forthrightness, found themselves at a loss for what to ask. Meanwhile, the military and government officials observing from behind the mirror were equally perplexed. Could he truly embody the absolute justice he claimed to represent? At that moment, a senior military officer seized the microphone. Inquire what he means by absolute justice. The two officers in the interrogation room also heard this question through their earpieces. To be candid, as police officers, they struggled to define absolute justice themselves. Yet here stood this Superman, asserting he was its embodiment, igniting their curiosity about his interpretation. "Mr. Superman," they prompted, "please elucidate what absolute justice signifies in your view." Clark placed his hands on the table, directing his gaze towards the officers while also acknowledging the senior officials behind the mirror. "My concept of absolute justice diverges significantly from yours. By my standards, many of you would be deserving of death. My absolute justice is unyielding and impartial, devoid of any favoritism. Those who err must face the consequences of their actions. Even in dire circumstances, punishment must be meted out based on factual evidence. For only then can justice truly be served." Upon concluding his statement, Clark turned his attention to the officer seated to his right. "I detect the scent of others' blood upon you. There is no need for pretense, for in addition to the sanguine aroma, I also perceive the unmistakable fragrances of narcotics and alcohol, with the latter being particularly pronounced. Beyond these, there lingers the scent of gasoline, earth, and timber. Undoubtedly, these are all easily discernible, yet the most elusive aroma is that of faint currency. Though subtle, this scent is characteristic of those who have frequently handled substantial cash. If I am not mistaken, after indulging in libations, you sought further exhilaration through the use of drugs. Under their influence, you brutally murdered the drug dealer who supplied you. Realizing the gravity of your misdeed, you endeavored to conceal your actions by burying the dealer's body in a remote area, appropriating the money he had earned from his illicit trade. Even if you executed this plan flawlessly, it was still discovered. The individuals who uncovered your transgression are the very ones beside you, as well as the ones standing behind the glass. You utilized the dealer's ill-gotten gains to corrupt your colleagues and superiors. Am I mistaken? Following Clark's revelations, an oppressive silence enveloped the interrogation room. The officer named by Clark appeared utterly depleted, as if all strength had been siphoned from him, collapsing into his chair. His colleague fared little better, having also partaken in the distribution of the stolen funds. In times past, such matters would not have drawn significant attention. However, being exposed before so many alters the landscape entirely. According to my unwavering sense of justice, both individuals who shared in the spoils must face severe consequences. Though he was a drug dealer, he had his own fate, one that should be meted out by the law rather than extinguished by your hand. Were you merely to eliminate a dealer, I would not hold you accountable. That falls within your purview. However, your dual sins of drug use and murder transform the nature of your actions entirely. Before anyone could respond, Clark's gaze pierced through the officer's mind with an intense heat. The nearby officer reacted swiftly, drawing his weapon and aiming it at Clark. Unfazed, Clark lounged against his chair, declaring, "Your weapons are futile against me, much like the handcuffs you have placed upon me." With a mere exertion, he effortlessly broke the handcuffs, rendering them ineffective. Chapter 62, Absolute Justice, Unyielding Impartiality, 3. Now that matters have been resolved, Director, your next task is to verify these individuals' criminal records and make them public. Do not fret over the possibility of lacking evidence. These individuals have not taken measures to conceal their actions, ensuring that proof is merely waiting to be gathered. I kindly request the police department to collect evidence of their crimes and identify relevant witnesses. I have faith that you will execute this task with diligence. Upon concluding his statement, Clark revealed a particularly benevolent smile. Although it was a kind smile, the members of the police department who beheld it were gripped solely by fear. Once they regained control over their own faculties, the remaining personnel wasted no time in gathering evidence against the individuals involved. During this period of anticipation, Clark chose not to vacate the premises, instead opting to sit in the chief's office, sipping coffee and engaging in casual conversation with various high-ranking officials. "You in the military and government need not fret about my intentions regarding Earth," he remarked. "I was raised on this planet, and my parents were also Earthlings. Thus, I harbor a unique affection for it. The concerns you harbor are utterly unfounded in my case, provided you do not entertain thoughts of eliminating me. Should you wish to do so, rest assured, Mr. Superman, that as long as you genuinely represent absolute controversy, we shall not treat you any differently, and may even offer our robust support. Before Clark could finish his thought, the high-ranking government officials were the first to express their stance as he represented the president, and his words essentially echoed presidential sentiment. The representative understood that such a decision was undoubtedly correct, for the opposing force's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. He could not fathom any superhero or mutant capable of matching Superman's prowess. We share your sentiment. As long as you refrain from threatening this nation or its citizens, our military shall remain idle, declared the military representative, clarifying their position. Although the military was bound to follow the president's directives, certain matters were not absolute. Since the advent of superheroes and supervillains, a shift had occurred in military authority, an autonomy that allowed them to act independently under exceptional circumstances, safeguarding against the potential scenario where a superhero or supervillain might impersonate the president and issue inappropriate commands. Thus, the military required this autonomy to ensure their actions aligned with safety. After both the military and government officials had articulated their positions, Clark nodded in satisfaction. There are matters I cannot discuss in detail at this juncture. Once the results are revealed, you shall discern the righteousness of my actions. Chief, regarding that deputy chief, I hope he receives a severe penalty, for his transgressions are unforgivable. I also wish for his crimes to be made public at the time of his execution, as I will be just. The police chief swallowed hard. Rest assured, Mr. Superman, once their crimes are substantiated, I shall conceal nothing and will make the information public. Within the span of 2 hours, evidence implicating these corrupt officers was steadily presented before the chief. Virtually none of these officers were untainted, each bearing the weight of at least 2 or 3 lives lost. The majority of their victims were African Americans, with a smaller fraction comprising Mexicans and Asians. Beyond the heinous act of murder, the evidence of corruption and drug trafficking was overwhelmingly abundant. Even the high-ranking military officials, upon review, had to concede the egregiousness of these officers' actions. The national leadership chose not to linger, promptly reporting back after confirming Clark's intentions. Only the police chief and military officials remained. Chief, I believe our forces are commendable enough, yet it seems you all have exceeded even our most audacious actions. We conduct such affairs abroad. At home, we have never been so brazen. The military official's derision did not sit well with the police chief. 3 hours later, all evidence of the officers' crimes had been compiled, with some witnesses bearing disabilities that revealed they had been harmed by these officers to ensure their silence. Should this matter be disclosed, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the police department, and the chief's position would inevitably be jeopardized. Reluctantly, the chief understood the necessity of transparency. He turned to a female officer. Notify all the reporters. We shall convene a press conference in 1 hour. Clark nodded approvingly. Indeed, a true leader takes responsibility. Rest assured, as long as you uphold your principles, your position remains secure. With those words from Superman, the chief felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once the press conference commenced, the chief ascended the podium with an air of righteous resolve, publicly denouncing the crimes of the corrupt officers and calling forth witnesses to corroborate their actions. Apologies and compensation were, of course, unavoidable. Now, we invite Mr. Superman to the stage. The successful apprehension of these corrupt officers owes much to his assistance. As the chief's words resonated, the doors of the police station swung open, revealing Superman, who emerged steadily, his presence commanding the attention of all cameras. In the face of such scrutiny, Superman remained composed, his demeanor unchanged as he stood firmly beside the chief. The successful capture of these corrupt officers in such a brief time frame was greatly facilitated by the chief's thorough cooperation. What I wish to convey is a singular truth. I am the embodiment of justice, and all injustice and darkness shall vanish in my presence. In the next 5 hours, I shall eradicate every supervillain and gang in New York, restoring the city to its former glory and tranquility. Clark's proclamation is nothing short of a provocation to supervillains and crime syndicates across the nation. Particularly, some formidable supervillains regard Clark's declaration with disdain, as if it were mere folly. Chapter 63. Absolute Justice, Unyielding Integrity. 4. Even one-eyed, Nick shook his head in resignation upon hearing Clark's words. This Superman seems utterly oblivious to the peril he invites. Had he merely claimed he would eliminate all gangs within 5 hours, I might have believed him capable. Yet, he audaciously includes supervillains in his grandiose plan, which is nothing less than a delusion. Dr. Strange, what is your perspective on this matter? Seated on the reception sofa, Dr. Strange gazed at the screen displaying Superman. He is not merely boasting. With his formidable power, he is capable of vanquishing not only New York supervillains and gangs, but, should he choose, even as superheroes could find ourselves swept away. However, I remain uncertain of the methods he might employ to rid the city of these villains and criminal organizations. Dr. Strange's response took Nick by surprise. Do you possess knowledge of this Superman? Dr. Strange calmly sipped his coffee. I not only understand him, but I'm also well aware of his strength. Indeed, he embodies absolute justice. Were it otherwise, we would all be doomed to oblivion. Subsequently, Dr. Strange elaborated on his insights regarding Superman and the extent of his capabilities. After absorbing Dr. Strange's descriptions, Nick slumped into his chair, unable to fathom the existence of such overwhelming power in the world. If he did not represent absolute justice, I truly would not know what might transpire next. With someone of such strength, we must strive to win him over. Upon hearing Nick's sentiment, Dr. Strange couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, Nick, do not dwell on futile hopes. He will not join us. He has his own superior domain. In the future, we may forge a cooperative relationship, but at this stage, expecting him to align with us is unrealistic. Even if he were to join, he would likely withdraw. Dr. Strange's words left Nick somewhat disheartened. After all, with Superman's immense power not being aligned with S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Meanwhile, the gangs of New York grew restless, outraged that someone would audaciously declare their intention to annihilate them. Naturally, they would not sit idly by. They immediately rallied their men to stir chaos in the streets. This sentiment was not isolated to a single gang. With the challenge laid before them, they felt compelled to retaliate. Soon, armed gang members began to appear on several bustling streets of New York. These gangs include white gangs, black gangs, and Latino gangs. However, the Chinese gang did not partake in this upheaval. Typically, such disturbances rarely feature Chinese faces, predominantly showcasing whites and blacks, with a smattering of individuals from other ethnicities. Yet they are hardly noteworthy. Just as the gang congregated in the bustling district, unprepared to instigate chaos, they beheld Clark, who had long awaited their arrival. I had anticipated your arrival would be sooner than this, yet it seems I have overestimated you. Since you have chosen to present yourselves voluntarily, I shall be spared considerable trouble. With a sharp clap, all attention turned to him. Now, stand at attention, raise your weapons to your heads. I will count to 3, and you shall fire. As Clark's command resonated, every gang member immediately complied with his directive. Even those who summoned every ounce of their strength to resist discovered it was futile. Their bodies moved in utter submission to Clark's will. Pleased with this display, Clark nodded. Let us commence. 3, 2, wait. Just as Clark was about to reach 1, an individual suddenly emerged. Clark, through scent and his keen vision, discerned that the newcomer was merely an ordinary person, neither a gang member nor a superhero or supervillain. In the presence of a civilian, Clark refrained from any extreme actions, gently descending to stand before the individual. May I ask what prompts you to halt my progress? The man swallowed hard. Will your actions not inadvertently slay the innocent? If you were to wrongfully take the lives of the innocent, how could you possibly represent absolute justice? Your actions resemble those of a butcher indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent, rather than embodying true justice. Meanwhile, a helicopter hovered above, broadcasting the entire scene live. Prior to this, Clark had consented to the media donning earpieces to capture every word he spoke. With a smile, Clark replied, "Your concerns are entirely unfounded. When I declare myself a representative of absolute justice, wrongful killings will not occur. Every individual here, with a weapon aimed at their own heads, bears at least 1 or 2 lives on their conscience. Though some may not have acted by their own volition, driven instead by the need to solidify their standing within the gang, they have nonetheless perpetrated atrocities against the innocent. Moreover, as this is live-streamed, I trust many viewers at home will be able to discern whether these individuals are indeed deserving of their fate. If you remain unconvinced, once I carry out their executions, the police will inevitably arrive to ascertain their identities. At that point, evidence of their crimes and the innocent lives they have taken will be made public. Simultaneously, all their ill-gotten gains would be delivered as compensation to the families of the victims. During the conversation, Clark candidly expressed his thoughts. Accompanying his declaration was a cacophony of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless gunshots incited screams from ordinary civilians. In a brief moment, the once menacing gangsters lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies motionless. This scene profoundly shocked both those present and the viewers at home. Wolverine turned to the professor beside him. "Professor, is this within your capabilities?" The professor shook his head at the unfolding events. "At this stage, it is absolutely beyond my reach. Perhaps in the future, it could be possible, but it would require certain equipment. To command individuals to end their lives merely with a few words, as Superman does, is entirely beyond my abilities." In a secret base in New York, Magneto swallowed hard upon witnessing the spectacle. Initially, he had dismissed Superman's claims of dismantling all gangsters and supervillains within 5 hours as mere bravado. But the unfolding scene transformed his perspective. Chapter 64, Absolute Justice, Iron-Faced Impartiality. 5. Magneto's followers turned to him, asking, "Magneto, what shall we do next? Should we remain or depart?" Magneto glanced at the sanctuary he had invested heavily in constructing. He had established over 10 such sanctuaries across the nation, specifically designed for mutants. Any mutant with strength or a desire to confront humanity could apply for residence here. Upon passing Magneto's assessment, they could secure lodging. However, residency was not entirely free. They were required to perform corresponding tasks to maintain their stay. After all, such sanctuaries incurred substantial expenses, which could not solely be borne by Magneto. Therefore, these mutants were expected to work, yet they willingly accepted the opportunity for a safe haven, allowing them a place to rest at night. Magneto's sanctuaries operated on principles akin to the school for mutants established by the professor, providing refuge for those like them. Once the troubles at this location were resolved, Clark did not linger, but promptly proceeded to his next destination. Although he arrived a bit late to the scene of chaos, it was of little consequence to him. Observing below, he commanded, "All gang members, cease your actions immediately and stand still." Although his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the minds of everyone present. The gang members, as if ensnared by an unseen force, immediately stood at attention, ceasing all movement. Those who sought to take advantage of the situation for a zero-cost acquisition. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, sensed the peril that loomed. They understood all too well that remaining in the vicinity could lead to their utter ruin. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their possessions and scattered like birds, fleeing in all directions. Clark observed the fleeing individuals below and discerned that they were devoid of any substantial worth. Mere petty criminals, thus he refrained from intervening. Simultaneously, the police arrived at the scene to address the first group of gang members that Clark had neutralized. Utilizing the pre-prepared documentation, they conducted identity verification for the deceased gang members. Upon confirming their identities without issue, all pertinent information and corresponding photographs would be disseminated, ensuring the public was aware that none of these gang members had been wrongfully accused. This information was also updated in real time during the live broadcast. Earlier, many had speculated that Superman's actions might lead to the demise of innocent individuals, yet they now realized that none of these wretched souls were blameless. Those who had suffered under the oppression of these gangs, their grievances long unaddressed, now approached the police, hopeful for justice. The police, acutely aware of Superman's presence, understood that any wrongdoing would provoke his intervention, leading to dire consequences not only for the guilty, but also for any corrupt officers complicit with the gangs. Consequently, law enforcement treated such matters with utmost seriousness, with no precinct daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. In short order, the fate of these subdued gang members mirrored that of their predecessors. However, this time, not all opted for suicide. Some sustained gunshot wounds to their legs, rendering them incapable of escape, yet they survived. Clark could discern that they bore no charges of homicide, thus execution was unwarranted. He was now able to differentiate between those who had taken lives and those who had not. For the former, Clark executed without hesitation, while the latter, who had faced capital punishment through other means, would be left to the police's jurisdiction. Within a mere 2 hours, Clark had nearly eradicated all major gangs in New York, leaving behind only minor factions incapable of stirring significant unrest. Upon witnessing Superman's formidable prowess, some of these smaller gangs disbanded on the spot, urging their members to flee while they could, while those unable to escape fervently prayed not to catch Superman's attention. Clark understood that it was the major gangs that sowed chaos in a city. Without them, the smaller factions posed no threat. Another motive behind his actions was to facilitate the takeover of these businesses by his own associates. Although Clark's gang has spread across several states, the economic conditions in these areas are rather poor. To amass substantial wealth, one must focus on the renowned cities that promise greater profits. New York, in particular, has captivated Clark since his arrival, prompting today's consultation. The advantage of this approach is twofold. It allows him to earn the public's recognition as a paragon of virtue, while simultaneously dismantling obstacles for his gang. The two impeccably executed judgments have inspired the citizens of New York to take to the streets, rallying in support of their hero. Banners and slogans proclaiming, "Superman, you are our hero," and "Superman, you are the light of our city and the hope of ordinary people," resonate throughout the crowd. In response to the adulation, Clark graciously acknowledges the crowd with a wave. However, as an embodiment of absolute justice, he feels compelled to address them. "I appreciate your admiration and support," he states, "but I urge you all to return home and refrain from venturing out. Once I have eradicated the remaining threats, we shall partake in a true celebration for the common people." The crowd, recognizing the wisdom in Superman's words, obediently disperses, mindful not to complicate the work of the police or provide opportunities for the gang members. Clark breathes a sigh of relief as he observes the crowd's retreat. Too many scents at once would make it challenging for him to pinpoint his targets. To avoid misjudgments, it was essential to send this enthusiastic throng home. To achieve the desired effect, Clark employed a particular ability he prefers to call word of command. This power, an extension of his mental prowess, activates passively when he exerts his superior abilities. Upon first mastering this skill, Clark engaged in various amusing exploits, the most memorable being the moment he compelled a couple caught in the act of infidelity to halt at a critical juncture. In mere few hours, Clark fulfilled his promise, completely dismantling all major gangs in New York City. Meanwhile, the police force was inundated with work. The sheer number of criminals Clark had eliminated in such a short time necessitated extensive organization of evidence and victim statements. Fortunately, the television networks slowed the pace of announcements, granting the precinct ample time to manage the situation. During this period, many officers in the precinct diligently attended to their duties, feeling remarkably fortunate that Superman had not sought them out, despite their own less-than-innocent pasts. Once all the gangs have been dealt with, what remains are the formidable supervillains? Among them, some of the more timid ones have seized this opportunity to flee New York City, unwilling to partake in this feudal conflict. Clark senses several powerful presences have already vacated the city, yet a portion remains. As for those who have chosen to stay, Clark is determined to discover who possesses the audacity to remain after he has publicly divulged this information. Should he encounter iconic characters reminiscent of those from cinematic lore, he might consider sparing their lives. However, if they are mere insignificant pawns, Clark will show no mercy, resolutely eliminating them to prevent future repercussions. His objective this time is to establish a firm standing in New York and to indelibly imprint his image of absolute justice in the hearts of all. Throughout the process of dismantling these gangs, Clark occasionally retrieves his phone to send messages to his faction, urging them to arrive swiftly for the takeover. Clark has resolved to entrust this fresh territory of New York to Jones and Jack. Jones has now fully matured, exhibiting talents that rival those of James in every aspect. Jack, as a representative of the black community, is invaluable in consolidating the dark-clad factions of New York, making them the most fitting choices for this endeavor. Upon receiving the message, Jones and Jack suddenly seem to realize something. Gazing at the figure hovering on the television screen, they can now confidently affirm that the Superman depicted there is indeed theirs. However, they are acutely aware that the appearance of Superman does not reflect their true selves, suggesting a potential disguise. Without a moment's hesitation, they promptly inform their capable subordinates to set off for New York that very day. Meanwhile, a group has emerged to oppose Superman's butcher-like methods. They argue that these individuals deserve a fair trial rather than immediate execution. After all, they have merely erred and should be afforded the chance to repent. Executing them denies any opportunity for redemption. This group swiftly organizes a protest, taking to the streets to contest Superman's brutal actions. Clark, who is currently managing the remaining gangs, soon learns of this development. He possesses considerable experience in handling moralists. The audacity of these self-righteous individuals serves as ample proof that their families have likely never faced such adversities and are probably living quite well. For these moralists, the plight of others is inconsequential. However, if they were to find themselves in similar circumstances, they would react differently. Of course, there are genuine moralists, but those in this group are beyond salvation. Nevertheless, at this stage, Clark does not intend to take action against them. His priority is to solidify his image of justice, leaving the handling of negative matters to his other persona. Clark was well aware of the dissenting voices, and at this stage, he felt no need to intervene personally. Assistance would readily come to him. This included both the police and the victims. The grievances of the victims were rightfully addressed, and it was inconceivable for these self-righteous individuals to tarnish the image of the heroes they revered. The police, too, benefited greatly from Superman's presence, which alleviated many of their burdens and rendered their duties significantly easier. Such heroes were not to be disparaged by others. Soon, these self-righteous individuals were suppressed by the police, as they stood no chance against the fully armed officers. The police found their tasks considerably simplified compared to the past when they faced gangs and formidable supervillains, against whom they felt utterly powerless. With the gangs eliminated and supervillains vanquished, ordinary citizens could no longer obstruct the enforcement of the law. As the gangs had been eradicated, the populace eagerly anticipated how Clark would deal with the supervillains. Compared to gangs, it was the supervillains who instilled the greatest fear among ordinary people, their methods and powers far surpassing those of mere criminals. However, Clark was reluctant to enact a public spectacle in his dealings with supervillains. Some matters did not warrant such drastic measures. If he were to annihilate certain supervillains outright, it would diminish the thrill of future encounters. Nonetheless, to instill a sense of caution in them, Clark promptly approached Magneto. Upon seeing Clark before him, Magneto appeared somewhat taken aback. The other mutants, too, wore expressions of sheer terror at Clark's arrival. Magneto's initial choice to confront the gang was to afford these supervillains and Director Bien a chance to discreetly vacate the city. Yet now, it seemed that Magneto had no intention of leaving. Did he wish to challenge Clark's strength? As the mutants processed Clark's words, they immediately assumed a defensive stance, with even Magneto beginning to harness his powers, contemplating a stealthy strike while Clark was momentarily distracted. Clark surveyed the mutants surrounding him and asked, "Do you truly believe your attacks will be effective against me? My willingness to stand here and converse with you calmly stems from my hope that you will depart quietly and without incident. Should you choose not to leave in good faith, I possess means to ensure your complete obliteration. Now, direct your abilities toward one another," he commanded. As his words echoed, the mutants who had initially prepared to assault Clark swiftly redirected their focus onto their own companions. Even Magneto, adorned in his helmet, was not exempt, as he aimed his powers at two of his trusted aides. Clark observed the two mutants with a sense of unfamiliarity, unaware of their identities. Since they are able to stand beside Magneto, it is sufficient proof of their unique status in his eyes. Chapter 66. Absolute Justice, Iron-Willed and Impartial. Do not harm them. Though they are mutants, they have not committed any acts of harm against others. Therefore, I hope you can spare them. Wu Tian cast a glance around. Apart from Magneto and the mutants beside him, the remaining individuals indeed lack the ominous aura characteristic of murderers. This aura is remarkably distinct. Once a person has taken a life, regardless of the means, Clark can discern it through scent. He does not comprehend why he possesses such a formidable ability, yet it undeniably affords him considerable convenience. It is precisely this gift that enables Clark to confidently execute those burgeoning from the underworld. Through this keen sense, he can ascertain that these gang members bear the weight of lives lost, and the more lives taken, the more pronounced the scent becomes. To his astonishment, here existed mutants who had never harmed an ordinary person. I have stated that I embody absolute justice. Thus, even if they are mutants, as long as they have not committed heinous acts, I shall not bring harm upon them. All right, you may leave now, and do not return here. Upon Clark's utterance, The remaining mutants seemed to be under some form of control, departing the estate in unison. Ultimately, the estate was left with only Magneto and his two subordinates. Aware that he was beyond escape, Magneto willingly closed his eyes. "You may proceed." Magneto had contemplated resistance. When Clark ensnared him, he attempted to break free using his powers. However, after numerous attempts, he discovered they bore no fruit. Faced with such a Magneto, Clark could indeed eliminate him with a mere gesture. Yet, such an outcome would lack intrigue. After all, certain matters can only continue to unfold with Magneto's existence. Should he perish, many events would never transpire, thus diminishing Clark's enjoyment significantly. Just as Clark prepared to spare Magneto, he witnessed a steel rod suddenly pierce through Magneto's chest from behind. Initially taken aback, Clark soon regained his composure. Frankly, this was an eventuality he had never anticipated. Upon arriving at the estate, Clark had thoroughly scanned the area and detected no hidden presence. The sight of Magneto, now impaled, confirmed that someone had indeed lurked in the shadows to enact this fatal deed. Clark released his hold on Magneto, and as the restraints fell away, Magneto attempted to use his powers to extract the rod. Yet, several more steel rods had already penetrated his limbs and head. At that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the abyss. I did not expect my prowess in this world to be so feeble. Upon hearing a voice emanating from behind him, Clark turned to discover yet another Magneto. This Magneto appeared considerably older than the one pierced by rebar, likely in his 40s or 50s. Observing this aged Magneto, Clark contemplated employing the same method to subdue him and sought to unravel the mystery of the situation. However, when Clark attempted to exert his control over the elder Magneto, he realized that his abilities were rendered ineffective against him. "Superman, do not waste your efforts. Your powers are futile against me. I must concede that among the multitude of beings in the Superman universe, you are indeed a unique entity. Your abilities are unlike anything I have encountered in any previous Superman. Yet, to me, these powers are inconsequential." Upon hearing this declaration, Clark couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you truly believe this represents my full potential? Allow me to be candid. Among my numerous abilities, this one is the least impressive. Given your presence here, it seems you have no chance of departing." With that, Clark unleashed a searing breath of heat. The intense temperature, exceeding 3,000 degrees, surged toward the elder Magneto. Remarkably unfazed by such extreme heat, the elder Magneto merely waved his hand, conjuring a pool of liquid metal that swiftly morphed into a shield, effectively neutralizing the scorching onslaught. Thanks to this metallic barrier, the elder Magneto emerged unscathed by the inferno. Witnessing this, Clark instinctively withdrew his scorching breath. The elder Magneto, now visibly exhilarated, remarked, "I never anticipated that a Superman from this world could emit such an extraordinary temperature. Quite impressive. Now this is intriguing." Clark, noting the elder's enthusiasm, felt a newfound interest. This was the first time in his life that he faced someone capable of nullifying two of his attacks. With his focus redirected, Clark found the elder Magneto far more captivating than the other two individuals, whom he no longer wished to control. After releasing his hold on them, the two immediately rushed to the younger Magneto's side to ascertain his condition. Confirming that he still showed signs of life, they hastily carried him away. Disregarding the confrontation between Clark and the elder Magneto, the elder Magneto observed this and inquired, "Are you truly allowing them to escape?" With a smile, Clark replied, "In comparison to those who pose no threat to me, it is you who captures my utmost interest." The elder Magneto, hearing Clark's words, shook his head in resignation. The arrogance of youth is indeed undeniable, yet excessive hubris may lead to one's downfall. With this warning, the elder Magneto swiftly launched a surprise attack on Clark. Clark's rod is no ordinary iron staff. One end of this staff is crafted from kryptonite, which would undoubtedly incapacitate an average Superman. However, for Clark, this weapon holds no significance whatsoever. In fact, he effortlessly grasped the kryptonite. While kryptonite is indeed formidable, in other universes, your ambush might have succeeded. Yet here, it is utterly ineffective against me. With a firm grip, Clark crushed the kryptonite into fragments. The aging Magneto watched in astonishment. Previously, in other universes, he had encountered Superman, and if the latter bore no ill will, he would refrain from aggression. However, when faced with a foe intent on eliminating him, he would employ steel reinforced with kryptonite to launch a surprise attack. He had never failed in other realms, but in this universe, kryptonite has lost its potency. Chapter 67. No Way Back. Clark regarded the kryptonite in his hand with a calm demeanor. Had you arrived a decade earlier, kryptonite might have posed a threat to me. However, your timing is unfortunate, rendering this material no different from an ordinary stone. With that, he exerted a slight pressure, reducing the kryptonite to mere shards. He then took the sharpest piece and made a cut on his hand, which inflicted no harm whatsoever. This scene left the aged Magneto utterly shocked. Having traversed numerous parallel universes, he was well acquainted with many of the most powerful superheroes and villains. He meticulously remembered those with formidable abilities, preparing for future encounters with strategies or means of escape. Yet, this Superman was distinctly unlike any he had previously faced. Other Supermen would shy away from kryptonite, and some would even sit down to converse patiently. But this one not only showed no fear of kryptonite, but seemed entirely unaffected by it. This realization stirred a sense of retreat in the elderly Magneto. He understood that prolonging this confrontation would yield no advantage for him. Today could very well mark his demise. Clark, having discerned Magneto's thoughts, addressed him directly. I now present you with two choices. The first is to be killed by me, vanishing entirely from this world. The second is to divulge how you traverse parallel worlds and serve me. Though framed as a choice, it is more accurately a necessity. Should you opt for the first, I shall not object. For me, the existence or demise of a Magneto from another universe bears no consequence. Anyone who dares to disrupt my world will be met with ruthless obliteration. I yearn for this world to develop according to my vision. Should anyone dare to deliberately disrupt it, I would have no choice but to erase their existence from this realm. Now, the moment has come for you to make your choice. The aged Magneto gazed at Superman before him, swallowing hard. Is there a third option? A smile graced Clark's lips. Indeed, there is a third option, regardless of whether it be the third, fourth, or even the seventh, eighth, ninth, or 10th. The ultimate outcome remains unchanged, death. My methods have always been decisive. I will not permit any entity that poses a threat to my existence to survive. Especially now that you are aware I am unafraid of kryptonite, I cannot allow you to depart. In this universe, you shall find nothing that can weaken me. However, should you leave and return, I cannot guarantee your safety. I have said all that needs to be said. You have 10 seconds to contemplate. 10, 6, 3. Very well. I shall remain to assist you. This declaration was nearly a roar from the aged Magneto, fearful that any delay might lead to his obliteration. In truth, Clark had anticipated that this venerable Magneto could not escape this universe on his own. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Upon hearing the satisfactory reply, Clark nodded. Excellent. You possess some discernment. Now, tell me, how do you traverse the parallel universes? The question, though seemingly unremarkable, was laced with a power that compelled obedience. As Clark sought to assess its effect on Magneto, the reason I can traverse parallel universes is not due to my inherent abilities. My previous crossings were mere happenstance, allowing me to navigate through these realms. I do not possess the power to traverse parallel universes independently. Clark furrowed his brow upon hearing Magneto's response. As he did so, he emanated an aura of pressure, a presence that was utterly terrifying to the aged Magneto. The elder Magneto hastily clarified, I am not lying. My abilities enable me to effortlessly sense anomalies in magnetic fields. It is precisely this skill that allows me to swiftly detect areas of disturbance, through which I can navigate different parallel universes. Typically, the universes I can access have experienced significant events that provide me an opportunity. For instance, in the last universe I visited, Superman had been gravely injured in a fierce battle, his life nearly extinguished. Had it not been for Captain Marvel's intervention, Superman in that universe would have perished. Although Captain Marvel revived him, Superman lost a considerable portion of his powers, including even the most fundamental ability of flight. I had intended to linger in that world a while longer, but inexplicably, I was drawn here by a powerful force. Not only I was drawn into this world, other supervillains and superheroes from parallel universes were also pulled in. I made attempts to depart from this place, but to no avail. This world is peculiar, resembling a cage. One can enter, yet escape seems utterly impossible. However, this is merely my conjecture. I cannot assert it with certainty. After listening to Magneto's words, Clark fell into deep contemplation. He could now affirm that superheroes and supervillains from other parallel universes were indeed able to arrive in his world. However, the superheroes and supervillains of his own realm were incapable of traversing to other parallel universes. Yet, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Clark. He could sense a powerful aura that had suddenly manifested in this world, an aura that did not belong here. Unless one, like the present Magneto, possessed the means to obscure their presence, it would remain undetectable to him. But soon, all these auras vanished simultaneously, confirming that they had departed this world and had not lingered for long. As for why the current Magneto had not left, it likely pertained to his ability to traverse parallel universes. This power could transport individuals from parallel realms to this world, while also returning them at a designated time. However, the Magneto before him did not originate from his previous universe, hence the Force was unable to return him, which Clark deemed the most plausible explanation. Chapter 68. Fulfilling promises, yet now was not the time for such musings. Clark gazed at the aged Magneto before him. Since you have decided to accompany me, I shall arrange a new identity for you. From this day forth, you will be my personal steward, responsible for my daily needs and overall well-being. As for other matters, I will ensure they are arranged in the shortest possible time. Henceforth, your code name shall be Nameless. Given the perilous nature of this individual, Clark would not permit anyone under his command to interact with him. Even his death squad was to have no contact with Magneto. Clark was acutely aware that Magneto was not one to yield willingly to another. His current submission was merely a temporary measure, given the chance. Magneto's character would undoubtedly lead him to betray Clark. Of course, Clark would not grant Magneto such an opportunity, nor did Magneto have any means to seize it. Clark could perceive that this Magneto was far more ruthless than the one in his own world. The aura of death surrounding him was profoundly intense, enough to suggest he had taken the lives of nearly 1,000 individuals. Although the identities of these victims remained unclear, it was evident that he was no benevolent soul. Upon hearing Clark's arrangements and the existing name, the unnamed individual felt a profound discontent, yet found himself powerless to contest. Uncertain of the depth of Clark's hidden abilities, he acquiesced. Just as he thought the matter had settled, Clark suddenly removed his helmet, placing a finger upon his head to release a surge of energy. This transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the unnamed individual no opportunity to react. When he finally gathered his wits, he sensed an unfamiliar presence within his mind. "What have you done to me?" he exclaimed, his tone laced with fury, yet Clark wore a serene smile. "This is a mark I have bestowed upon you. Should you ever entertain thoughts of rebellion or commit any act detrimental to me, your head will explode like fireworks. Of course, merely a fleeting thought of disloyalty will not bring about immediate harm. However, each time such thoughts arise, you will endure a torment that renders life unbearable for an entire day. This agony is non-lethal, but will surely prove excruciating. Upon your third transgression of this nature, you shall find liberation, for your head will erupt instantaneously. Do not even contemplate escaping this energy, for even I cannot revoke it. As long as you remain loyal to me, you shall face no harm throughout your life. Even after departing from my side to lead a normal existence, you may live in peace until old age. Now, I assign your first task. I have stated that within 5 hours, all supervillains and gangs in New York City will be eradicated. The gangs have been thoroughly dealt with. Only a few supervillains remain. Your duty is to silence these supervillains or compel them to leave. Should you succeed, rewards await. Failure, however, Clark left the statement unfinished as he departed the estate, leaving the unnamed individual standing alone, filled with regret. He realized that his earlier negligence had led to this predicament, yet he dared not harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards Clark. As the crowd gathered before their television sets witnessed Superman's return after a brief absence, they erupted into cheers once more. Superman hovered in the air, waving at the camera before vanishing from view. Meanwhile, the unnamed individual commenced his own endeavors. Not only was he on the move, but the professor also urged the mutants in New York to evacuate swiftly. Uncertain of Superman's intentions towards ordinary mutants, the professor prioritized their safety, instructing them to retreat without delay. Those who received the professor's directive acted with precision, having witnessed Superman's prowess. They dared not entertain any semblance of hope, departing New York either by plane or car with great urgency. In the sky, Clark sensed several presences swiftly retreating along the same path as those detected in May and before. Simultaneously, he perceived that the actions of the Nameless were far more decisive than his own. Those unwilling to withdraw were swiftly eliminated on the spot. Clark was exceedingly satisfied with this assertive approach to handling matters, deeming those who clung to false hopes as ineffective. He believed that their removal was the only sure way to ensure safety. With just over 20 minutes remaining until the 5-hour mark, Clark returned to the entrance of the police station. Upon his arrival, all the reporters immediately directed their microphones and flashing lights toward him. Clark regarded the journalists with a calm demeanor, stating, "All major gangs and supervillains in New York City have been thoroughly eradicated by me. Only minor factions remain, which I have not engaged. They can easily be dealt with by the local police. If anyone doubts my words, they may verify with friends or relatives nearby. However, should any supervillain foolishly return to the bustling streets of New York, I will ensure their complete obliteration." As he spoke, Clark's gaze was fixed intently on the screen, as if he could see those watching from their televisions. Some timid supervillains, frightened by his words, hastily turned off their sets, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the more formidable supervillains, though disdainful, dare not provoke him. They were not foolish. They could think whatever they wished in private, but voicing such thoughts could lead to their demise. After dealing with the reluctant mutants, the Nameless witnessed Clark's declaration. Despite the considerable distance between them, he could still feel the oppressive aura emanating from Clark, an unsettling sensation that kept him on the brink of despair. Yet, no matter his dissatisfaction, he did not dare express any animosity toward Clark. Concurrently, the police began apprehending members of the smaller gangs, whose offenses were not severe enough to warrant long sentences, typically a few years at most. This police operation was remarkably decisive, instilling an unprecedented sense of security among the citizens of New York City. Chapter 69. Taking over the underworld business that evening, various hotels, supermarkets, and shopping malls in New York City surprisingly operated 24 hours. Ordinary citizens flocked to the streets to celebrate this revelry. Observing this scene, Clark realized his objective had been achieved. He had cemented an unassailable position in the hearts of the New Yorkers. Simultaneously, some police stations in the city were addressing the issue of corrupt officers. These corrupt officials needed to be discreetly dealt with, as this was Clark's final opportunity for them. Although some directors and deputy directors are not entirely innocent, Clark cannot eliminate them all in a short span of time. The stakes involved are simply too significant, and his primary objective is merely to present an illusion of peace to the politicians. These high-ranking officials are well aware of the necessary steps. They merely need to scapegoat certain individuals to bear the blame. Furthermore, since these individuals are already compromised, their removal will not raise any objections from others. The corrupt officers initially contemplated resistance, but when higher-ups threatened their families, they had no choice but to accept the false charges against them. Consequently, their plans for infighting became futile, and the higher authorities would not afford them such opportunities. At this juncture, Clark had reverted to his previous attire, and standing beside him was Wooming, now adorned with a mask. Remember to wear this mask during your future endeavors. With its concealment, you need not fear being recognized by mutants. Additionally, your abilities should not be displayed indiscriminately in public. Wooming, perplexed, inquired, "Are you worried that I cannot contend with them?" Clark, hearing Wooming's response, felt a sense of exasperation. These cunning Americans, despite their mental agility, often lack strategic acumen. "The reason I urge you to conceal your identity is not due to doubts about your combat prowess. I simply wish for you to lead a normal life when not on missions. Do you desire to be relentlessly hunted even in times of peace? Since you have become my subordinate, I shall ensure that your ordinary life remains unaffected. I need not elaborate further. Your intellect should suffice to grasp my intentions." Clark preferred not to delve into excessive explanations, for he believed that certain matters should be pondered by them, allowing their thoughts to wander into their own reflections. Meanwhile, the supervillains who had escaped from New York were hesitant to return, having witnessed the terror of Clark, particularly his ability to manipulate individuals. They could not be certain of their resilience against such power, and if they faltered, death awaited them as the only inevitable outcome. Fortunately, these supervillains often ventured to other cities, and soon they identified a new refuge. While uncertain of how long they could remain in this city, they believed that as long as they maintained a low profile, Superman would not pursue them. Subsequently, Clark led Wooming to the new base established by Jones and Jack in New York. This base was not a disreputable hideout, but rather a sophisticated office building. With Wooming's newfound financial resources, there is no longer a need to seek a base like other minor factions. It is precisely due to the formidable financial backing that the Nameless Gang can freely purchase or lease any desired location. This area can be considered one of the more prosperous districts of New York City, and the annual expense for renting this floor amounts to merely a day's revenue for the Nameless Gang. Before entering the building, Clark donned a white mask, an act that left the Nameless perplexed yet hesitant to inquire further. As the entire floor currently employed no staff, only members of the gang were present. Upon the appearance of the two masked individuals, all the subordinates immediately stood at attention in deference. Though they were unfamiliar with the figures, their attire was unmistakable. As the commander of the Reaper squad, Clark's ensemble was predominantly white, devoid of any other insignia. The remaining members of the Reaper squad bore numbers or distinct color badges, serving as crucial identifiers of their status. The subordinates gazed at Clark with a mix of admiration and trepidation. They marveled at the revelation that their leader was, in fact, Superman, while simultaneously fearing that an inadvertent slip of the tongue could jeopardize their families' lives. At that moment, Jones and Jack promptly emerged from the office area. Acknowledging their greeting with a nod, Clark soon found their attention fixated on the Nameless, though they refrained from speaking further. "Take me to my office here," he commanded. Jones stepped forward with alacrity. "Certainly." He guided Clark to a room located at the innermost part of the premises, where the office was meticulously arranged according to Clark's preferences. As Clark settled into his executive chair, Jones, Jack, and the Nameless stood in a row before the desk. "Please, take a seat. There is no need for such formality. As we have yet to officially commence," Clark reassured them. With his directive, the three finally dared to sit. "Now, tell me, how is the drug trade progressing?" Upon hearing this, the Nameless was taken aback, though his expression remained concealed behind a mask. Jack rose to respond. "As for the remaining small black gangs in New York City, I have successfully brought them all under control. Those who resisted have been dealt with thoroughly, along with their families. For those willing to align with us, I have extended the same conditions." Clark nodded in satisfaction. "Well done this time." He then opened the office drawer and tossed a gold bar onto the desk. "This is your reward." Jack approached with enthusiasm, retrieving the gold bar from the desk. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Jack returned to the sofa, and Clark turned his gaze toward Jones. Jones quickly stood. "As for the remaining small white gangs, they have all been subdued. Regarding the obstinate factions like the Old Mexicans, I have dispatched operatives to eliminate them. Those we cannot eradicate have been silenced and made to disappear. Simultaneously, we have assumed full control over the smuggling operations in New York, and, at this stage, a considerable workforce is required to ensure the seamless functioning of the entire smuggling process." Clark, upon hearing this, was exceedingly pleased and could not help but applaud. "Ori! Excellent!" he exclaimed, before tossing a gold ingot onto the table as a reward. Jones stepped forward to retrieve the gold ingot, expressing his gratitude with a simple thanks. Clark regarded the two men before him, stating, "Your performance this time has been commendable, and I have decided to double this month's bonuses. Now, concerning my identity, I trust you have taken the necessary precautions." Without having yet taken a seat, Jones promptly responded, "Rest assured, we have instructed our subordinates to remain silent. Should anyone dare to leak information, they and their families will be dealt with ruthlessly." Clark could not help but acknowledge the increasing effectiveness of his subordinates, particularly those in leadership positions who were performing with even greater excellence than before. "By the way, I previously mentioned that you are not to engage with establishments of ill repute. However, in a place like New York, you may proceed with confidence. Just remember, you must never cross my bottom line. I trust you comprehend this fully. If you do overstep, do not involve yourselves with establishments of particularly low caliber. If we are to operate, let it be in the high-end market, attracting the affluent clientele. As for the casinos and drug factories left behind by larger gangs, those that are not viable should be shut down, while the usable ones should be consolidated and regulated. Additionally, expedite the process of bribing the police to ensure they do not trouble us unnecessarily. That is all I have to say. The rest is up to you. I expect to see results within a week." Upon receiving their orders, Jones and Jack promptly exited, leaving behind a dumbfounded Nameless and the composed Clark in the office. Clark removed his mask and placed it on the table, while Nameless remained momentarily stunned. He could not fathom how this individual, who exuded the aura of a gang leader, could possibly be among the universe's supposed paragons of justice. Was the world truly so different from what he had previously understood? Noticing Nameless's bewilderment, Clark chuckled softly. There is no need for such astonishment. I am indeed unlike any Superman you have come to know. My pursuit of absolute justice is merely a fade for those who wish to witness it. Behind the scenes, I am deeply entrenched in the underworld. I engage in drug trafficking and smuggling, with casinos sprawling throughout the region. Should anyone dare to defy me or refuse to comply, I will not merely eliminate them. I will ensure that their entire family is eradicated. Due to my inherently cautious nature, I have always refrained from leaving threats behind. Even if they pose no danger to me, I cannot afford to gamble. However, there exists a most suitable individual to bear the brunt of it all on my behalf. Upon uttering this statement, Clark regarded the Nameless One with a smile. The Nameless One, upon witnessing Clark's expression, felt a chill race down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle uncontrollably from his brow. He found it utterly perplexing that, apart from his appearance, the Clark before him bore no resemblance to the Superman he had come to know. Nevertheless, Clark paid no heed to the Nameless One's thoughts as he picked up his phone and dialed a number, which was answered almost immediately. Is there a task to assign me? The voice on the other end carried an unmistakable allure, belonging to none other than Steelman, who currently served under Clark. Steelman stood out among the many mutants Clark had recruited, being the one he found most satisfactory. Moreover, Clark had assigned Steelman the role most befitting him, the chief instructor for training newcomers. Steelman's primary mission was to mold these novices into competent warriors, ensuring that even gang members were subjected to militarized management and possessed the qualities and discipline of soldiers. Only in this manner could they gain the upper hand in confrontations with others. I want to see you in New York tomorrow morning. All right, Clark replied before hanging up. Meanwhile, Steelman promptly donned his gear and set off towards New York in his customized vehicle. The Nameless One was astonished. He had not anticipated that this fierce individual would be under Superman's command. Now, I'm assigning you your first task. For the next 3 months, you will undergo comprehensive physical enhancement training, during which Steelman will sculpt your physique to mirror mine. Once all is said and done, you shall serve as my stand-in. Whenever our presence is required simultaneously, you will operate from behind the scenes for the Nameless Gang. As for your height, fret not. I shall devise a solution. Although the Nameless One wished to voice his concerns, he understood that he had no authority to oppose and could only acquiesce fully to Clark's directives. Steelman, a man of efficiency, arrived in New York before dawn. En route, he contacted Jones to inquire about the company's address. Upon receiving Steelman's call, Jones immediately connected the dots and dutifully provided the location of the company. Steelman was not particular about locales. Upon reaching the office building, he ascended directly to the designated floor and, after conversing with his underlings, settled into temporary accommodations. These subordinates had mostly been trained by Steelman, instilling in them a certain trepidation towards him. After all, in matters of training, Steelman was never lenient. Those who performed well were rewarded, while those who faltered faced punishment. However, the majority of individuals have experienced corporal punishment, and they are not keen on enduring it again. Thus, upon the arrival of Steelman, they exhibited remarkable diligence. Observing their behavior, Steelman nodded in satisfaction. Having not rested that night, he hurriedly lay down, hoping to catch a brief nap, so as not to impede the tasks that lay ahead. At 8 in the morning, Steelman arose punctually to receive a call from Clark. Clark recounted the entire situation to him. After listening, Steelman assured, "Rest assured, within 2 months, I will deliver the results you desire." However, he expressed concern that rigorous training at his age might pose certain risks to his health. Clark, unfazed, replied, "No worries, train boldly, should any issues arise. I will summon the Sprite to assist." The Sprite, a mutant with healing abilities recruited by Clark, could not only administer healing, but also enhance the effects of certain medications while alleviating adverse effects. Thus, the Sprite typically accompanied Clark, serving as a member of the Reaper Squad, though never engaging in combat, solely providing support from the rear. Chapter 71. Television interview upon Clark's arrival at the office. He discovered Steelman already awaiting him. As soon as Steelman saw Clark, he promptly rose. Clark nodded, gesturing for him to sit. "You are likely already aware of the purpose of your visit. I shall refrain from excessive explanation. Furthermore, the individual you will soon encounter is also a mutant. so do not be overly surprised. Naturally, he added, as for the particulars of the situation, I cannot divulge too much at this moment, but suffice it to say, he is not who you might think. This final statement left Steelman somewhat perplexed, entirely unclear as to its meaning. However, understanding that some matters were not for him to question, he chose to remain silent. After a short while, the nameless figure knocked on the office door and entered. Upon seeing Steelman seated nearby, he removed his mask. The instant the mask was lifted, Steelman sprang to his feet, instantly entering a battle-ready stance. He recognized the unmasked figure as Magneto. Although unsure why Magneto appeared so aged, Steelman remained vigilant, refusing to relax in his presence. Observing this, Clark remarked, "Steelman, there is no need for such tension. Remember, he will be a soldier under your command in the future. Train him just as you would any other." He continued, "I have arranged for the sprite to assist you. Train him rigorously, but ensure he does not sustain any serious injuries. I expect to see results within 2 months." As Magneto donned his mask again and stood by, Steelman relaxed his defensive posture and turned to Clark, assuring, "Rest assured, within 2 months, I will undoubtedly demonstrate the desired results. However, what should I do if he does not heed my instructions? May I take action against him?" Clark glanced at the nameless figure, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, he will undoubtedly cooperate with you in the forthcoming training." The Nameless One understood this as Superman's subtle warning. Disobedience would lead not only to death but also to excruciating torment. After arranging matters for the Nameless One, Clark donned his Superman attire once more and commenced patrols in New York City. Each time Clark appeared, the citizens felt an overwhelming sense of security. Some even brought high-resolution cameras to the streets, hoping to capture a glimpse of him. Throughout the ensuing month, Clark steadfastly upheld his image of justice, assisting the police in managing various emergencies. He managed to expose numerous corrupt officers during this period, executing them before the public eye. This brought justice to the victims oppressed by these rogue officers, as not only did the corrupt meet their demise, but the victims also received substantial compensation. A portion of this compensation came from the police department, while the other part was sourced from the corrupt officers themselves. The police department's contribution stemmed from their independent management, which allowed corruption to fester within their ranks. It is worth noting that while corrupt officers exist in cities across the nation, their presence in New York is particularly pronounced. Given the city's history of supervillains and rampant gangs, some officers felt compelled to engage in unsavory actions for their own survival. Initially reluctant, many officers abandoned their duties upon witnessing the influx of wealth, choosing instead to collude with supervillains and gangs to oppress ordinary citizens. Although American police officers are not strictly obligated to protect citizens, they certainly must not conspire with criminals. Engaging in such acts renders them no different from the very criminals they are meant to oppose. For an entire month, the citizens of New York experienced a level of freedom and ease previously unknown. Even venturing out at midnight no longer invoked fears of being robbed by vagrants or gangs. The police dutifully patrolled the streets, promptly addressing any emergencies that arose. New York had become arguably the safest place in the nation. Even when supervillains sought to provoke Superman, their threats remained mere words. None dared to enter New York to stir trouble. Having addressed the issues in New York, Clark recognized it was time to move on to the next city. If he were to solely advocate for justice in this one locale, it could not be deemed absolute justice, nor could it establish him as the true embodiment of justice in the hearts of the populace. Thus, Clark prepared to depart for San Francisco. However, he would not leave hastily, as that would appear too informal. Instead, Clark accepted a television interview. The program, being one of America's most popular shows, was an opportunity he could not decline. Soon, news of Superman's upcoming television appearance spread across the states, generating immense anticipation among the show's viewers. On Friday night, as the interview program commenced, nearly the entire nation gathered before their television screens, eager to behold the visage of the superhero they idolized. The host, although accustomed to interviewing various superheroes and villains, felt an unprecedented sense of nervousness at the prospect of meeting someone as extraordinary as Superman for the first time. Fortunately, his years of experience allowed him to regain his composure swiftly. At precisely 8 o'clock, the program aired, and Superman made his grand entrance, adorned in his iconic attire. The moment he appeared, a thunderous applause erupted from both the live audience and viewers at home. They were witnessing the transformation of New York City and yearned to experience a life akin to that of its vibrant streets. Clark greeted the enthusiastic audience with a warm smile, exuding an approachable demeanor that was neither aloof nor distant, creating an inviting atmosphere that resonated with all present. The host, eager to seize the moment, rose and asked, "Mr. Superman, my daughter is an ardent admirer. Could you please grant me an autograph?" Clark graciously accepted the paper and pen. Responding, of course, he inscribed his name along with an encouraging message wishing for the continued success of the program. The audience quickly discerned that this was not merely a request for a daughter's autograph, but rather a subtle admission of the host's own admiration for the superhero. Realizing he had been seen through, the host felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly invited Superman to take a seat for the interview. Meanwhile, in a conference room, Nick Fury observed the interview, flanked by Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, and Thor, the newly formed Avengers. Thor had chosen to remain on Earth, having regained his powers, and joined this illustrious assembly. Chapter 72. The next destination as a program of interviews, it was essential for the host to build anticipation before delving into the main themes. Thus, he began with questions that piqued the audience's interest without straying into the core subject matter. One such inquiry revolved around Clark's favorite female celebrity. With candor, Clark openly expressed his admiration for various actresses, articulating the reasons behind his affections, some for their beauty, others for their charisma, and still others for their personalities. The women he mentioned were among the most celebrated in contemporary cinema, and to their delight, they found themselves recognized as Superman's idols. When the topic shifted to male celebrities, Clark effortlessly named numerous actors, all embodying the archetype of the rugged hero. Upon learning they were admired by such a formidable figure as Superman, these male stars felt a profound sense of honor, astonished that the mighty Superman considered them as role models. Feeling that the atmosphere was sufficiently warmed up, the host finally transitioned into the main topic of discussion. "Mr. Superman, could you share with us what your childhood was like, and when you first discovered your extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing the host's sudden shift in conversation, Clark understood it was time to address the more serious matters at hand. "In truth, I was not much different from an ordinary child. Throughout my upbringing, I exhibited no extraordinary traits. In fact, during my early years, I was even subjected to bullying." Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a formidable figure had experienced such hardships in his youth. Who would believe it? Clark quickly noticed the astonishment on their faces and added, "You need not doubt it. I was indeed lean and frail as a child, which made me a target for the more robust kids in my class. As for when I discovered my powers, it was during a rather perilous incident. I found myself in a life-threatening situation. In that moment of crisis, my abilities manifested unexpectedly. To be honest, it was quite sudden, even for me to comprehend." Although Clark's explanation may seem kitsch, it was fitting in this context. Before one attains true strength, such statements might be met with skepticism. However, once one possesses formidable power, their words carry weight. The subsequent inquiries were considerably lighter, primarily focusing on joyful and pleasant experiences as the host sought to divert from the earlier uncomfortable topic. Recognizing the right moment, the host produced a few cards, smiling as he asked, "Mr. Superman, would you be willing to answer some questions from your fans?" Clark nodded affirmatively. "Of course. For any questions posed, I shall provide answers within reasonable bounds." Upon hearing this response, the host felt a sense of relief. His greatest fear was that Superman might decline. If Superman were to refuse, many matters could not proceed. "Very well, let us proceed to the first question. Superman, do you have any requirements for your girlfriend?" Once this question was posed, the host immediately cast the card aside. "Mr. Superman, you may respond according to your personal preferences." In light of such an inquiry, Clark maintained his previously relaxed demeanor. "Regarding a girlfriend, I am not currently focused on that aspect, as I have numerous responsibilities to attend to." Moving on to the next question, the host asked, "Mr. Superman, what do you consider to be absolute justice?" At this, the host nodded. "I believe both the viewers at home and those present here are eager to hear your definition of absolute justice, Mr. Superman." In truth, Clark had anticipated this inquiry. He knew it would arise. "Even though my understanding of absolute justice may differ somewhat from yours, my vision of absolute justice is a world devoid of any evil. If I were to truly undertake such actions, it would render survival nearly impossible for the majority of individuals in this world. Therefore, My unwavering sense of justice has undergone certain modifications within the confines of human regulations, ensuring that those deserving of punishment receive their due. Those who err must face the consequences of their misdeeds. However, some matters speak louder than words. The transformations witnessed in New York over the past month are evident to all. Upon uttering these words, those present could not help but concede that, while individuals in other states and cities may remain oblivious, the inhabitants of New York have indeed perceived this change, which continues to improve. Subsequently, a series of inquiries arose. Of a personal nature, Clark responded to those he could address, while he gracefully sidestepped the others with a smile. Beyond these inquiries, there were brief interactions wherein Clark showcased the inherent abilities of Superman, deliberately refraining from exhibiting the powers possessed by the White Death. Clark aimed to enlighten everyone about the capabilities of Superman, thus enabling future distinctions in similar encounters. During the final questioning segment, the host inquired, "So, Mr. Superman, what are your plans moving forward?" At this moment, supervillains, gangsters, and superheroes alike, watching from their screens, were fixated on how Superman would respond. "Having concluded my affairs in New York, I now intend to journey to other cities to eradicate the evils therein. My next target is San Francisco." Initially, Clark considered Washington, D.C., as a potential locale. However, given the prominence of its residents, a widespread purge there might entangle him with high-ranking officials, complicating matters significantly. To avert such a predicament, Clark opted for San Francisco. Upon hearing of Clark's impending arrival in San Francisco, the local gangs and supervillains were immediately engulfed in trepidation. Some gang leaders hastily summoned their members to disband. Having witnessed the fate that befell the gangs in New York, they were unwilling to meet a similar end, thus compelled to make such a choice. As for the supervillains, their reluctance to confront Superman was palpable. A confrontation with him would yield virtually no chance of victory. Consequently, upon learning that Superman's next destination was San Francisco, weaker supervillains promptly decided to flee, seeking refuge in distant cities. Meanwhile, those with greater strength entertained a different thought. If Clark had chosen to come to San Francisco, did it imply that New York was now secure? Thus, they resolved to return to New York. Chapter 73. Anti-Superman Armor. After recording the interview, that very evening, Clark arrived in San Francisco. His presence was met with an enthusiastic welcome from the citizens of San Francisco. Although the number of gangs and supervillains in the city may not have been the highest, they were certainly among the most audacious. Especially in San Francisco, the venerable gangs have nearly dominated the city's underworld for almost a century. The enduring strength of these century-old factions is attributed firstly to their extensive networks and secondly to their amassed wealth, which allows them to corrupt government officials. Some individuals opt to collaborate with these gangs to secure greater electoral support. Once they attain their desired positions, they readily open doors for these criminal organizations. However, these long-standing gangs have mastered the art of discretion. Thus, despite the absence of any particularly grave incidents over the years, the shadows of their illicit activities are countless. Consequently, Clark's recent presence in San Francisco was warmly welcomed by its citizens. Notably, Clark had expressed in interviews that he harbors no discrimination against any race. He pledges to offer equal assistance to anyone in distress. This declaration garnered him substantial support from both the Black and Asian communities. Although the white populace was discontent with Clark's stance, they could do little more than endure, given his undeniable strength. Upon arriving in San Francisco, Clark swiftly received an invitation from a century-old gang, which he was already familiar with due to their significant standing in the city. Over the years, they have evolved into a large family. Those with education and influence have become politicians, while those lacking power but possessing business acumen manage the family enterprises. This extensive network and influence render the century-old gang a formidable entity in San Francisco. Their invitation to Clark was motivated by a desire for a face-to-face discussion. Clark relished the sight of his prey's agonizing struggle in their final moments. Accepting their invitation, he met the gang members within their residence. Upon entering the main house, Clark quickly noticed numerous assassins lurking in the shadows, all equipped with heavy weaponry, some even bearing kryptonite. It appears that this gang has received guidance from some supervillain, for they would otherwise have no knowledge of Superman's vulnerability to kryptonite. Given that they had laid out a banquet of treachery, Clark felt no obligation to be courteous. Initially, he had considered sparing some of their descendants, but now that seemed unnecessary. In truth, Clark had never intended to allow these individuals to survive. He simply lacked justification to eliminate all of them until now, as they had conveniently provided him with the rationale. The reason Clark was able to gather such a vast amount of information in a short time was largely due to the capabilities of his recruits. Since he began enlisting mutants, he discovered that some possessed astonishing talents in hacking. Some mutants possess the extraordinary ability to project their mental prowess onto the internet, seeking out any information they desire. Clark has never been reluctant to prioritize such mutants, designating them as key individuals to protect while offering them exceptional rewards, allowing those who have lived in the shadows since childhood to feel valued. Furthermore, within the gang, Clark has established a clear mandate within this community. All members are akin to family, and any form of discrimination is strictly prohibited. Those unwilling to adhere to this rule have long been dealt with by Clark, leaving only those who comply. Consequently, these mutants are treated on par with ordinary individuals, free from any prejudice. Most of these mutants are also inclined to show gratitude. Those who can lead a normal life here strive to repay Clark for his kindness. For those treacherous souls who dare to betray, Clark personally executes them, a process that is excruciatingly slow and painful. All mutants are required to witness these executions, observing the fate that befalls a traitor. Naturally, those who perform well are generously rewarded, and such accolades are made public, serving as a reminder that loyalty begets substantial rewards. Whether human or mutant, money remains the most persuasive influence. How intriguing. Since you've invited me and prepared lessons as a gift, it seems you are genuinely earnest. However, I find myself rather dissatisfied with your preparations, and thus, you may all perish. Upon uttering these words, Clark unleashed his freezing breath. In an instant, the entire estate was encased in ice, leaving the hidden assassins no opportunity to strike as they were completely immobilized. After confirming that no one within the estate remained alive, Clark maneuvered around a pillar, discovering an assassin lurking behind. The assassin wielded a modified handgun, which Clark approached and crushed effortlessly. The bullets within were crafted from engraved stone. Initially expecting to confront only an unnamed foe, he was surprised to discover another presence. "Come forth, I know you are here. I did not anticipate that you could completely shield yourself from my probing. It seems you have thoroughly studied me." As Clark's words echoed, a tremendous noise resonated from the roof. Subsequently, a colossal figure descended heavily before Clark, and amidst the swirling smoke, he was taken aback by the sight before him. For standing there was Batman, donned in anti-Superman armor. Clark had envisioned numerous supervillains and other superheroes, yet he never anticipated facing Batman clad in such armor. Gazing at Batman, Clark remarked, "It appears that in your universe, our war must have already begun. However, given the condition of your anti-Superman armor, it appears that the battle you endured was quite arduous." As Clark's words echoed, Batman, clad in his anti-Superman suit, removed his helmet. Beneath it lay a weathered visage, markedly older compared to the youthful Batman of this world. Utilizing his X-ray vision, Clark discerned that the Batman before him was on the brink of demise. Without this armor, he would have surely perished long ago. Chapter 73. Disobedience leads to oblivion. Observing the ailing Batman, Clark spoke, "You must seek medical attention, for without this armor, your life hangs by a thread." The armored Batman gazed at Superman and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "You're not the Superman I know." Clark, a smile gracing his lips, responded, "Indeed, I'm not the Superman you are familiar with. I hail from an alternate universe." Batman shook his head in disagreement. "That cannot be. I have traversed numerous universes, and nearly all Supermen share similarities, yet you are different. You lack their righteousness and instead exude an aura of slaughter. Though you conceal it adeptly, your murderous nature is unmistakable to me." Upon hearing Batman's words, the previously jovial Clark retracted his feigned benevolence, his demeanor turning icy as he glared at Batman. "Do you not wish to leave this universe?" Batman observed Clark's transformation and remarked, "Indeed, you are unlike any other Superman. This is the true essence of your being. As for my ability to depart, it has become inconsequential. My body is in ruins, and even if I were to return to my original universe, death would be inevitable. Yet, witnessing a different kind of Superman before my demise is quite unexpected. Though surprising, you cannot survive. Your existence poses the greatest threat to this world." Upon hearing Batman's statement, Clark erupted into unrestrained laughter. completely dismissing the figure before him clad in anti-Superman armor. Ha ha ha, how utterly amusing. Do you truly believe that this specially crafted armor can affect me? To me, it is no more than scrap metal. Is this the best weapon you could devise against me? With that, Clark seized a kryptonite-laden bullet, applying a gentle pressure that reduced the embedded kryptonite to powder, which he inhaled forcefully before exhaling it slowly. The sight left Batman utterly astounded. This incarnation of Batman had never encountered a Superman impervious to kryptonite. Kryptonite is often the decisive factor in subduing Superman. If it were ineffective, even an armored Batman would stand no chance. Batman, I now present you with an opportunity. Thus, surrender to me and heed my commands, and you shall survive, evading death. Should you refuse to submit, you may as well vanish from this place, for it shall mark your end. Clark's desire to subdue Batman stems largely from his quest for invaluable information. If all goes as anticipated, this Batman is likely a member of the Justice League, having traversed numerous parallel universes and encountered myriad experiences. To avert unforeseen circumstances beyond his control, Clark requires prior preparation. However, relying solely on his own capabilities proves insufficient. He must seek assistance from external sources. The known superheroes in this world are merely budding, many of whom are akin to infants in Clark's eyes, rendering them incapable of providing any substantial aid. Previously, Clark had conversed with the Nameless One regarding his journeys through parallel universes, hoping to glean pivotal insights. Yet, the outcome left Clark disheartened. Although the Nameless One had traversed countless parallel worlds, the information he could offer was exceedingly limited. It was not a matter of intentional concealment, but rather that upon entering a parallel universe, he would swiftly be detected by a formidable force, the nature of which the Nameless One could not elucidate. Once discovered, he was often sought after by Superman, Doctor Strange, and even Captain Marvel and Shazam. Among them, Captain Marvel employed the most ruthless tactics, leaving the Nameless One with no opportunity for rebuttal. Thus, each time he ventured into other parallel universes, he could only survive by evading detection. Once uncovered, he had no choice but to employ special means to escape to another universe. As the Nameless One could not provide Clark with any useful information, he was compelled to seek his next target. Now, having finally encountered Batman, Clark was determined to make an attempt. However, given Batman's disposition, Clark harbored little hope. After all, this Batman's life was nearing its conclusion. He had promised to save him once, and if he chose not to comply, Clark would allow him to depart with a modicum of ease, sparing him further anguish. A slight smirk graced Batman's lips. To think you could command my submission is utterly impossible. I have traversed numerous parallel universes and faced many formidable beings. Yet I have never yielded. In fact, some of these powerful beings have succumbed to my prowess. Now you wish for me to submit to you? Do not indulge in fantasies. Clark, hearing the anticipated response, exhibited little change in expression, merely regarding Batman with a look of pity. Since you have made your choice, it is time to bid farewell. With that, Clark unleashed his searing breath upon Batman. This time, Clark adjusted the temperature of his scorching breath to approximately 5,000 degrees. In an instant, the Batman was reduced to mere ash, leaving nothing behind. Such intense heat vaporized even the remnants of dust. Alas, what a pity. I had hoped to extract some valuable information from him, but he proved to be a tough nut to crack. However, it matters not. Since one has come, a second may yet follow. There will inevitably be further opportunities to encounter the right one. Ideally, I would meet the Joker Bat. I am truly curious to witness the extent of his power. Observing the half-destroyed manor, Clark shook his head in resignation. What a shame. Since it has already been ruined, let it vanish completely. With that, Clark ascended above the estate and unleashed his scorching breath, causing the entire manor to instantaneously disappear from the earth. Soon, news of the annihilation of San Francisco's largest gang family spread swiftly throughout the underworld, while all incriminating evidence regarding this century-old organization was simultaneously released online. Naturally, information implicating government officials and other significant figures was withheld. Only the evidence of their years of murder, drug trafficking, and other offenses warranting the death penalty was disclosed. Some of this evidence even implicated corrupt law enforcement and government officials. After all, such undertakings could not be accomplished solely by a single gang family. Those exposed were merely expendable pawns, as the true masterminds understood how to navigate such situations. Chapter 74. all sent to Arkham Asylum upon seeing these revelations. The higher-ups in the police department and government quickly grasped Superman's intentions. To ensure these individuals remained silent, some conditions would inevitably need to be met. The terms they proposed were sufficient to compel these scapegoats to comply. Should they choose to persist in their obstinacy, their fate would be sealed. However, this silence would not be enforced upon just one person. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he and his family would vanish from existence, leaving no trace behind. Those orchestrating this disappearance could easily craft it to appear as an unfortunate accident. Ordinary citizens would simply believe that individual had fallen victim to bad luck, without further contemplation. These scapegoats were well aware that if they dutifully accepted their roles, their families would receive substantial compensation. This reward would be ample enough to allow their loved ones to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. The scapegoats were convinced that the compensation would be delivered faithfully, for matters resolved with money are the simplest of all. The orchestrators shared this perspective. To them, the funds allocated for compensation could be recouped in mere hours or even minutes. As long as the individual in question remained silent, many opportunities for profit would arise thereafter, rendering the current losses insignificant. Meanwhile, an urban poll was underway online. This poll seeks to ascertain the city that the public most desires for Superman to visit next. It commenced shortly after Clark departed from New York, and within mere hours, millions had participated. Unsurprisingly, Gotham City emerged as the frontrunner, closely followed by Detroit. The voting rates for these two cities stood at 60 and 50, respectively, while other cities lagged significantly behind. The high turnout for Detroit can be attributed to its status as a haven for mutants, with over 40 of its population belonging to this group. The remaining 60 comprises half gang members, while the last 30 includes ordinary civilians, police, supervillains, and superheroes. Consequently, the level of chaos in Detroit rivals that of Gotham. However, Gotham's plethora of supervillains subjects ordinary citizens to an existence fraught with peril. Not only must they remain vigilant against supervillains, but they also have to be wary of gangsters, with the risk of facing unprovoked attacks, even within the supposed safety of their homes. Fortunately, Batman's presence in Gotham maintains a semblance of order, rendering the situation more manageable than it would be in his absence. Upon returning to his residence, Clark encountered this poll online. However, he was not inclined to involve himself in either city. Firstly, Gotham already has Batman, and his presence would undermine the latter's esteemed position in the public's perception. As for Detroit, it is the stronghold of mutants, and Superman has no desire to sever ties with the Professor just yet. Thus, despite the high voter turnout for these cities, Clark remained resolute in his decision to abstain from any involvement. That evening, while in his hotel room, Clark received phone calls from both the chief of police and the mayor of San Francisco. Their intentions were straightforward. They wished to speak with Clark privately. However, he promptly declined their request, recognizing that attending such a meeting would jeopardize his image of absolute justice. Instead, he advised them to communicate their thoughts directly or through other means, firmly stating that he would not meet with them in private. Fortunately, the chief of police and the mayor, recognizing Superman's position, were willing to respect his decision. Had they been capable of confronting him, they would not have humbled themselves to seek his favor. Approximately an hour later, Clark received another call from the chief of police. "Mr. Superman, we are prepared to fully cooperate with your pursuit of justice. For every individual you execute, we will provide the necessary evidence and documentation. To ensure that the proceedings are perceived as justifiable, we will also supply corroborating witnesses, thereby safeguarding your reputation and preventing you from being unjustly labeled as a perpetrator of indiscriminate violence. As for those senior officials implicated, I sincerely hope that Mr. Superburn can show them some mercy. Rather than executing these individuals outright, it would be more prudent to imprison them, allowing the inmates to administer their own form of punishment." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Clark's lips. "I find your proposal acceptable," he replied, "provided that I have the authority to select the prison." The director, relieved by Superman's concession, felt optimistic. Choosing a prison seemed a minor concession. As long as it was indeed a prison, he would have a say, and those incarcerated could be swiftly granted parole. With a face alight with excitement, the director exclaimed, "Of course, as long as Mr. Superman desires it, you shall have complete control over the prison." Witnessing the other party's acquiescence, Clark's smile broadened. "In that case, let us send them directly to Arkham Asylum." I am confident that they will receive the punishment they deserve there. At the mention of Arkham Asylum, the director was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the phone. Arkham Asylum operates independently and is not governed by any authority. It is a place where even the sanest individuals emerge as deranged. Moreover, the inmates of Arkham are all heinous criminals and bloodthirsty lunatics. Only those with the most egregious offenses find themselves confined within its walls. Most notably, Arkham accepts all who arrive, regardless of their state or stature. Anyone sent there due to criminal actions is incarcerated, with power and influence rendered utterly meaningless. Inmates at Arkham derive pleasure from tormenting newcomers, indifferent to their identities or backgrounds. All who reside within Arkham are effectively on death row, with the sole means of survival being escape. Failing that, the inevitable outcome is execution. Since the director has already consented, let us conclude for today. Tomorrow, I shall have all those individuals apprehended. With that, Clark did not allow the director a moment to respond, abruptly ending the call. The director, listening to the dial tone, slumped helplessly in his chair. He understood all too well that now that Superman had made his decision, there was no room for negotiation. Those individuals will be sent to Arkham Asylum. Chapter 75. The more ruthless the means, the greater the reward in the ensuing week. The police chief joined forces with the local mayor to assist Clark in his campaign against organized crime. During this period, what pleased Clark most was the absence of any supervillains seeking trouble, which spared him considerable hassle. However, drawbacks soon emerged. One day, after Clark had dealt with the last major gang, James from the gang called him. As Clark was resting, he answered the phone to hear James's anxious voice on the other end. "We have a situation." James's tone was urgent, clearly indicating the gravity of the situation. Under normal circumstances, he would never reach out to Clark, as he served as the second in command of the nameless gang. Unless the situation was exceptionally critical, he would rather perish than contact Clark. Leaning back in his chair, Clark spoke calmly. "What is it?" James swallowed hard. Perhaps due to the absence of his involvement with Asian gangs during this period, several of these gangs had become increasingly rampant. Among the most audacious were the factions led by the Little Notebook and the Southern Gang. They began to brazenly seize control of unclaimed territories. After our intervention, conflict ensued between them and our men. Clark, maintaining his composed demeanor, inquired about the outcome. James hastily replied, "Rest assured, the results this time will not disappoint you. We eliminated over 200 of their members, with only 3 of our sustaining injuries. These injuries occurred while pursuing the Little Notebook gang and were due to falls." Clark, satisfied with the report, instructed, "Provide these 3 individuals with an additional bonus. Furthermore, inform all members of the gang that for every ordinary member of the Little Notebook gang killed, there will be a reward of $500. For core members, the reward will be $5,000. The bounty for the leaders will range from $10,000 to $100,000, depending on their rank within the gang. Of course, if their families can also be dealt with, even greater rewards await. Additionally, the more brutal the method of eliminating the Little Notebook members, the higher the bonus. Should any Chinese gangs attempt to encroach on our territory, contact me beforehand for further directives." At that moment, Clark had no doubt about the capability of his subordinates to handle these gangs. After all, his mutants were formidable allies, outclassing ordinary individuals in every respect. In times of crisis for the gang, these mutants would step in to resolve the issues, only escalating to Clark if they were unable to do so. Once the call ended, a cruel smile crept across Clark's face. How could I have forgotten about them? Since they seek their own demise, they shall not blame me for my lack of mercy. The following day, Clark initiated a comprehensive purge against the Little Notebook gang and their southern counterparts. Given his current identity as the epitome of absolute justice, Clark could not resort to excessively brutal tactics. He would have to repeat previous methods, allowing them to eliminate each other. Although this approach was far too merciful for the Little Notebook, it was a necessary compromise. To maintain his superhero image, Clark had to make certain sacrifices. This is the irony of being a superhero. To uphold a positive public persona and avoid becoming a pariah, one must continue to wear a fade. Indeed, Clark was adept at inciting animosity. After eliminating those individuals from the gang, he instructed his hackers to investigate the records left behind by the Americans. His primary objective was to ascertain whether their ancestors had participated in World War II, particularly targeting those who had previously attacked the United States. By unveiling such pertinent evidence, Clark understood that he need not intervene further. Others would naturally take it upon themselves to act. Swiftly, the identities of the gang members were made public. Given the gang's nefarious activities, their deeds were hardly fit for daylight. Particularly egregious was their involvement in the trafficking of underage girls for illicit filming, an act that drew zero tolerance even in America. However, such transgressions were often overlooked when it came to high-ranking officials and the powerful entities behind them, who were, in truth, far more depraved than the gang itself. The unique status of these individuals, coupled with their prominent positions, rendered them untouchable. Even if evidence surfaced, few would dare to expose them. While Clark possessed certain incriminating evidence, he felt powerless. Offending the American government and its influential backers would invite retribution, undermining his own strength and complicating matters further. Having acquired significant power in this world, he resolved to exercise caution until he was truly invincible. After the crimes of these individuals were disclosed, the ensuing revelations about their ancestors, many of whom had slain Americans on the battlefield, ignited a wave of outrage among the white populace. Retaliatory actions against the gang unfolded across the nation, a scenario that pleased Clark immensely. Since he could not act directly, he relied on the strength of the populace to address the issue. Nevertheless, he did not permit his subordinates to remain idle. Those who dealt with the gang members in the most brutal fashion would be handsomely rewarded. Conversely, anyone who dared to indiscriminately kill the innocent or impersonate others would face dire consequences. Members of the unnamed gang were well aware of Clark's modus operandi, and thus, none dared to act recklessly. Even if one could confirm that the target spoke the gang's language, they would meticulously verify the individual's identity before proceeding, ensuring that the target was indeed a member of the gang. The unnamed gang, as subordinates, were unwilling to risk their lives for the sake of earnings. Having worked hard to amass wealth, they were determined to enjoy it rather than lose everything over minor issues. In just 3 short days, the gang became universally despised in America, largely thanks to Clark's vigorous promotion of their misdeeds. He not only exposed their actions on television, but also incited public sentiment online, deepening the populace's hatred towards the gang. Now, Clark has begun to truly understand the sensation of controlling public opinion and wielding power over the lives of others. This feeling is undeniably exhilarating. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to Clark's meticulous plans, without any unforeseen incidents. Chapter 76. The final reminder while Clark revels in his newfound authority. The director and the mayor find themselves in a quandary. After all, Little Ben and the Americans share a cooperative relationship. When their citizens are harmed, Little Ben's government is compelled to intervene. The pressure soon mounts on the mayor of San Francisco. As the mayor stares at the incessantly ringing phone, he finds himself at a loss for how to proceed. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, the mayor resorts to contacting Superman through the police chief, hoping for an opportunity to meet and discuss matters thoroughly. Should Superman acquiesce, it would be a joyous resolution. If he declines, at least the mayor can claim he made every effort. Upon receiving the mayor's directive, the police chief, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly reaches out to Clark. At that moment, Clark is indulging in the culinary delights offered by the hotel arranged by the chief. Given that all of Clark's current endeavors must be showcased to the public, including his residents, there is essentially no room for secrecy during this period. As for his work at Stark Industries, Clark has never faltered. The company has a remarkably humane policy, as long as one can present commendable proposals and design blueprints. There is no requirement to remain within the company. During his leisure time spent combating crime as Superman, Clark diligently opens his laptop to craft superior designs, which he submits to the company. Upon receiving these blueprints, the company expresses great satisfaction, naturally granting Clark ample vacation time. To avert any suspicion, Clark occasionally shares photos of his excursions in the workgroup chat. The company does not discourage such behavior. Rather, it encourages others to strive for the same level of creativity and quality in their designs. This is the outcome Stark Industries desires, as it aligns with Tony Stark's directives. At Stark Industries, genius reigns supreme. As long as one can produce commendable designs and innovative ideas, they can navigate the corridors of the company with ease, enjoying all manner of benefits. Should one's creations yield significant profit for Stark Industries, not only will they be eligible for dividends, but they may also ascend to become core members of the organization. Upon attaining core membership, one continues to generate substantial benefits for Stark Industries. eventually earning the esteemed status of an elder member. This elevated position grants access to some of Stark Industries' most guarded secrets, such as the pinnacle of achievement for a talent within Stark Industries. However, to further ascend in the ranks, one must earn the recognition of Tony Stark, a feat not easily accomplished. Clark, savoring his culinary delights, was not perturbed by the director's call. Rather, he felt a twinge of curiosity as to why the director sought his counsel. Over the past fortnight, Clark and the director had collaborated to eradicate all corrupt officers, which, in theory, should have concluded their partnership. From this point onward, Clark merely needed to handle the remaining affairs, and the anti-corruption campaign in San Francisco would align with his expectations. Presently, Clark enjoyed considerable support and popularity online, having accomplished feats that even superheroes dared not attempt, allowing the populace to genuinely experience life devoid of gangsters and supervillains. Once the citizens became accustomed to such a way of life, Clark's objectives would be fulfilled. Regardless of nationality, ordinary individuals yearn for a comfortable existence. Should anyone plunge them back into turmoil, be they politicians or presidents, they would harbor profound resentment, ultimately recalling the goodwill Superman had bestowed upon them. Thus, Superman's image would firmly establish itself in their hearts, embodying true justice. Director, is there something you wish to discuss at this hour? Clark inquired. The director hesitated, stammering, the mayor wishes to speak with you privately. I wonder if you, Mr. Superman, might have a time? Having broached the subject, the director decided to convey the entirety of his message in one breath. Upon hearing the director's words, Superman surmised the mayor's intentions. Recently, the purges targeting the Yakuza and the South American gangs had persisted unabated in San Francisco, New York, and elsewhere. Those eliminated seemed to vanish without a trace, their families disappearing entirely, inciting panic among ordinary gang members. They had sought assistance from the American government, yet to no avail, and were left with no choice but to appeal to their homeland for support. Upon learning of this news, the gang members naturally found it intolerable. However, as sons, they dared not question their fathers directly, opting instead for a more diplomatic inquiry into the matter. In pursuit of fostering amicable relations between the two nations, the U.S. government felt compelled to maintain a semblance of decorum. Tell the mayor that a meeting is unnecessary. I am well aware of what he wishes to discuss, and rest assured, it will not involve ordinary citizens, nor will it impede your future endeavors. Moreover, I will be departing from San Francisco shortly, Clark stated. Upon hearing that Superman intended to leave the precinct, the director's spirits soared. For some time, he had navigated his role with trepidation, fearful of making a misstep that might lead to his own demise at Superman's hands. Now, with the news of Superman's imminent departure, the director could scarcely contain his desire to uncork a bottle of champagne in celebration. Yet, he maintained a facade of concern, inquiring, Mr. Superman, are you truly certain that everything has been resolved? San Francisco is in dire need of your presence. Could you possibly refrain from departing? Clark discerned the unmistakable excitement in the director's tone, yet he chose not to expose this revelation, for his objectives had been met, and the rest was of little consequence. Other cities awaited my arrival. Thus my stay in San Francisco cannot be prolonged. However, you may rest assured that your position as director is secure, and there shall be no disturbances during this interim. As for the longevity of your tenure, that hinges entirely upon your forthcoming actions. Should you continue as before, your tenure will be fleeting, for the populace will not permit you to remain in your position. You are well aware that should the public unrest escalate, the higher-ups will undoubtedly seek a scapegoat, and you would be the one to bear the brunt. Thus, I need not elaborate further. You should comprehend the necessary course of action. Upon hearing these words, the director's earlier exhilaration dissipated completely. He understood that Superman spoke the truth. If, after Superman's departure, matters reverted to their former state, his position as director would be perilously untenable. Chapter 77. All preordained in the San Francisco Bay Area. Where the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, a jarring metallic tearing sound suddenly pierced the air. A colossal container crane at the port experienced a catastrophic cable failure, sending a container laden with automobile parts crashing down like a runaway boulder towards the workers unloading below and the moored fishing boats. The crowd's screams shattered the morning serenity, as several workers stood frozen, acutely aware of the impending disaster. At this critical moment, A figure clad in red and blue streaked across the Golden Gate Bridge like a bolt of lightning, the resultant gusts lifting the awnings of a nearby CF. Clark's feet firmly planted on the concrete of the dock, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. He spread his arms wide, palms directed towards the descending container, channeling his formidable strength to abruptly decelerate the plummeting steel mass, which ultimately halted just shy of 2 meters above the workers' heads. With a gentle lift of his arms, Clark set the container down in an adjacent vacant cargo area, the dull thud of metal meeting ground resounding without a single shard scattering. "Quick! The fishing boat over there is being swept away by the waves," someone in the crowd shouted. In the earlier chaos, the anchor chains of 2 fishing boats had been severed by the container, causing them to drift toward the open sea, with 3 fishermen trapped aboard. Upon hearing this, Clark raised his gaze, his focus locking onto the swaying mast of the fishing boat. He propelled himself off the ground, his body darting toward the water's surface, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. As he neared the fishing vessel, Clark tempered his speed, grasping the gunwale with one hand while swiftly twisting the severed anchor chain into a single strand with the other, forcefully hurling it towards the mooring post on the shore. The chain arced gracefully through the air, accurately wrapping around the stone pillar. With a powerful motion of his arm, the drifting fishing boat was steadily reeled back to the shore. The fishermen aboard lay prone on the deck, fervently waving toward Superman, their voices brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Superman." At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the dock. Some individuals were capturing the scene with their smartphones, while others rushed back to the CAF to fetch hot coffee. A few children, having escaped their parents' grasp, approached, brandishing a graffiti adorned with the symbol of Superman. "Superman, you are amazing," exclaimed a little girl with pigtails, holding her drawing up for Clark to see. The artwork depicted Clark lifting a skyscraper, with the word Guardian inscribed beside it. Clark accepted the drawing, crouched down, and gently patted the girl's head, his face radiating a warm, affectionate smile. "This is my duty. We all protect this city together." As soon as Clark finished speaking, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, with some shouting, "Long live Superman." The cheers carried far in the Bay Area's sea breeze. The sunlight gradually pierced through the morning mist, illuminating the emblem on Clark's chest, casting a dazzling glow that mirrored the smiles of the citizens, creating a scene filled with warmth and strength. When Superman prepared to depart, the dock workers spontaneously formed 2 lines, waving him off. Shops along the street hung banners proclaiming "Thank you, Superman." Clark nodded toward the crowd and soared into the sky, his red and blue figure shrinking until it blended into the azure expanse above San Francisco, while the cheers and applause from the ground lingered long after he had gone. Even as he flew away, Clark could still hear the crowd's adulation. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Of course, the earlier incident was not merely a coincidence. Many events were orchestrated in advance by Clark himself. The world does not present so many coincidences in a single place. Apart from Clark's meticulous planning, the remaining elements were executed by an unnamed ally operating in the shadows. After flying a considerable distance, Clark took out his phone and dialed the unnamed individual's number. After 2 rings, the call was answered. A smile graced Clark's lips as he said, "You performed exceptionally well. I will reward you with 100,000 for this achievement. In addition to the monetary reward, you'll also receive 4 days off to rest." The intense training of late had drained the unnamed individual of vitality. Clark did not wish for a despondent person to remain by his side. Hence, the bonus and time off were imperative. The previously despondent, unnamed individual, now buoyed by the prospect of a 100,000 reward and 4 days off, was filled with exhilaration. During this period, he had trained almost every day, except for sleep. To enable him to meet Clark's expectations in a short span, the training regimen was relentless and rigorous, treating him more like a machine than a human. Whenever he sustained injuries or struggled with fatigue, the ethereal being would provide healing, creating a continuous cycle. Had it not been for today's arrangement by Clark, the unnamed individual would have had no opportunity to emerge. Initially, I believed that after this matter concluded, I would return to my training. However, I was utterly astonished not only to receive a bonus of $100,000, but also to be granted a 4-day holiday. This unexpected turn of events instilled a renewed sense of hope within me. I shall seize this opportunity to rest, ensuring that my training remains unaffected. Upon hearing the excitement in my tone, Clark realized that no amount of money or time off could resolve the underlying issues. The recent departure of Superman from San Francisco had once again ignited fervent discussions among the populace. Speculations abounded regarding which city Superman would visit next. Mayors and police chiefs across all cities felt like startled birds, fearing Superman's appearance in their jurisdictions. Although Superman's presence effectively dealt with gangsters and supervillains, the repercussions were burdens they could hardly bear. Previously, they profited from these criminal enterprises, but with Superman's arrival, those illicit gains vanished, leaving them vulnerable to his scrutiny. Thankfully, Superman chose not to expose their transgressions, granting them a reprieve. Yet, the knowledge that their secrets resided in another's grasp left them restless. Regardless, they were powerless to alter their fate, for they lacked the strength to confront Superman. Previous attempts to ally with supervillains and heroes under their command yielded no viable solutions. They quickly realized their own inadequacy. Superman's overwhelming power rendered any offensive action futile, only serving to provoke his wrath, which would result in their utter obliteration. The recent events in San Francisco rapidly spread across the internet, showcasing Superman's amiable demeanor and his tender interaction with a young girl, which garnered him a substantial following of devoted supporters. Parents, in particular, regarded Superman as a guardian angel for their children, convinced that anyone capable of such warmth could not possibly be a villain. Meanwhile, Clark glanced at the painting in his possession and, without a moment's hesitation, incinerated it with his fiery breath, leaving only ashes to be carried away by the wind. Chapter 78. Diverse opinions as Superman departed San Francisco. Online discussions erupted regarding his next destination. Some speculated Las Vegas, while others suggested Washington, D.C. Amidst this conjecture, Clark returned to Stark Industries, resuming his work as if nothing had transpired. After all, the holiday was over, and he needed to maintain his cover as an ordinary employee to protect his identity. At that moment, within the secret base of the Avengers, Nick sat at the head of a long table, surveying the gathered members. Black Widow leaned gracefully against the side, while Iron Man lounged with his legs crossed, idly toying with a miniature energy reactor. Captain America maintained a focused demeanor, and Thor sat with a relaxed air, exuding an aura of divine power. Doctor Strange, with arms crossed over his chest, gazed into the distance with profound intensity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that the world today is confronted with an ever-increasing array of formidable threats. Recently, we have received word that Superman has yet to align himself with any organization. His extraordinary abilities are well known. If we could recruit him into our Avengers, it would undoubtedly augment our strength significantly. Oh, you mean that fellow clad in a red and blue spandex suit, with his underwear worn over it? Iron Man raised an eyebrow, a hint of a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Indeed, he is remarkably powerful, but would he be willing to join our ranks? As far as I know, he has always been a solitary figure, one that few can approach with ease, regardless of his past interactions with others. We must devise a strategy to entice him to join us, Nick asserted with conviction. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to brainstorm ways to attract Superman, ensuring his allegiance to our cause. Perhaps we could appeal to his values, Captain America suggested earnestly. Judging by his current actions, Superman is dedicated to protecting civilians and upholding justice. Our Avengers share the same mission of safeguarding the world and shielding humanity from threats. We can demonstrate our commitment and resolve, showing him that we are like-minded allies. Captain, your notion is rather idealistic, Iron Man countered. Our understanding of that individual is virtually non-existent at this point. I believe that to win him over, we must offer him tangible benefits, better equipment, and more formidable support. Equipment? Are you jesting? With his level of power, does he truly require any? From his recent demonstrations, it is evident that he is an invincible entity in his own right. Thor interjected, unable to contain himself. In my view, we should challenge him to a contest, allowing him to witness the might of the Avengers. Only then will he respect us and be inclined to join our ranks. Thor, this is not a contest for courtship, Black Widow remarked with a slight smile. We need a more cunning approach. Perhaps we could identify issues that pique his interest, such as safeguarding a specific region or resolving a particularly vexing problem, thereby demonstrating our respect and trust in him. Natasha has a point. Dr. Strange nodded in agreement. Superman possesses immense power, yet he too harbors emotions and desires. We must delve deeper to understand him and discover what he truly yearns for. I can utilize my intelligence network to gather more information about Superman, Black Widow volunteered. We need to ascertain what kind of alliance or organization he wishes to join, as well as his current thoughts and needs. Very well, Natasha. I entrust this matter to you, Nick concluded, recognizing the validity of Black Widow's proposal and acknowledging that she is indeed the most suited for this task. Others began to contemplate solutions, and it became imperative that we swiftly devise a comprehensive recruitment plan for the inclusion of Superman. His presence is of utmost significance to our Avengers Alliance. The members nodded in agreement, each pondering their own proposals as a clandestine operation to recruit Superman quietly unfolded within the confines of a secret base. Unbeknownst to them, Clark remained blissfully unaware of the Alliance's determination to enlist him. He continued to lead his carefree existence, occasionally perusing online sentiments regarding Superman. Since departing from San Francisco, Clark had not ventured to other cities, leaving many curious about Superman's whereabouts during this interlude. Some soon provided an answer. After nearly 2 months of relentless activity, it was presumed he sought rest and would likely reemerge in due course. A multitude concurred with this sentiment, acknowledging the inherent need for even the strongest among us to rest and recuperate. The discourse was fervent, and soon, someone posed the most pressing inquiry. What was the current state of affairs in New York and San Francisco? Respondents from these cities quickly offered their insights. Since Superman's last visit, both cities had experienced unprecedented safety. Law enforcement was more diligent than ever before. What astonished them most was the newfound peace in the streets, devoid of fears of robbery, and the complete disappearance of homelessness. The issue of homelessness had indeed been brought to the attention of the chief by Clark, who proposed relocating the homeless to the suburbs. They could venture into the city during the day to earn a living through panhandling and scavenging, but must return to the outskirts by nightfall. To facilitate this, Clark instructed the chief to repurpose several discarded school buses as dedicated transport for these individuals. Initially, the homeless resisted this arrangement, feeling their rights were infringed upon, questioning why they could not reside in the city. However, as news of the disappearance and demise of some began to circulate, those who remained were left with no choice but to retreat to the suburbs. These outskirts, relatively uninhabited, provided a suitable environment for the homeless to establish their own communities. The government allocated funds to assist in constructing rudimentary shelters, ensuring they would not endure the elements, which was certainly an improvement over urban living conditions. It is worth noting that these funds were supplied by shadowy benefactors. Since Clark had not exposed them, they willingly contributed to mitigate any threats. Even if they were reluctant, they feared the repercussions of withholding such funds, as the potential for their own families to face dire consequences rendered their compliance nearly obligatory. A modest investment in safety for their families was a business decision that any rational individual would understand. Chapter 79, Gotham City, 1. In the dimly lit dressing room of the abandoned castle, fluorescent tubes buzzed softly, illuminating the walls adorned with chilling clown graffiti. The Joker, with fingers glimmering with glitter, twisted open a tube of vivid crimson lipstick. Suddenly, an urgent news bulletin erupted from the dilapidated television behind him. The screen displayed Superman suspended in midair, a blazing mob stronghold engulfed in flames behind him. As the trembling voice of the anchor reported, Superman has initiated a purge of all supervillain lairs in Gotham. Currently, the Penguin, the Riddler, and others have been subdued. Ah, look at that. The lipstick wobbled at the corner of his mouth, yet the Joker remained oblivious. Instead, clapping his hands in delight like a child who had just discovered candy, his laughter ricocheting off the metal cabinet, producing a jarring echo. Suddenly, he lunged toward the television, nearly pressing his nose against the screen, his painted eyes gleaming with a madness brighter than the flames flickering within the broadcast. Purge, what a delightful term, he exclaimed, tilting his head as if addressing an invisible presence in the air, his tone thick with saccharine sweetness. But you forget, dear Superman. Spider webs will regrow on their own, and some insects hide in places you cannot sweep away. With that, the Joker snatched a deck of playing card from the table, flicking a card that landed audibly beside Superman's visage. The paint dripped through his fingers, pooling into a dark crimson on the card's surface, reminiscent of bloodstains. The Penguin? The Riddler? Those pitiful creatures who merely hide in their suits and play numerical games. They dare to call themselves supervillains? The Joker's voice crescendoed, laughter morphing into a sharp, shrill screech as he hopped onto the table, crushing scattered eyeshadow palettes beneath his polished shoes. They're simply afraid of pain, afraid of your splendid blue spandex, afraid of the shattered lasers in your eyes. But I am not afraid, dear Superman. He extended his arms wide, as if to embrace something, only to suddenly clutch his stomach, doubling over in laughter. The television continued to broadcast images of Superman reassuring the citizens. Yet within the Joker's mirth, there lingered a hint of sorrow, swiftly morphing into unrestrained ecstasy. What do you think you're doing? Attempting to establish a world devoid of sin? A world where even jokes must receive approval? The Joker abruptly lifted his gaze, the lipstick smearing into a grotesque scarlet mark on his chin. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. A world without chaos is as tedious as a hot dog devoid of mustard, so dull it drives one to despair. Finishing his tirade, the Joker seized a spray can from the table, unleashing a torrent of vibrant paint onto the television screen, transforming Superman's face into a chaotic canvas, the colors streaming down the screen like bizarre tears. However, the Joker suddenly halted, his fingertips delicately tracing Superman's emblem on the screen, a flicker of eerie obsession gleaming in his eyes. Yet, it is not without its advantages. At the very least, Batman must be anxious now, wouldn't you agree? The Joker rose, twirling in the cluttered room, akin to a dancer lost in a frenzied waltz. Lipstick playing cards, and shattered mirror fragments scattered as he kicked them. He thought, oh no, my little madcap is about to be stolen away. How amusing. The Joker suddenly halted, pressing his hands to his chest, feigning an exaggerated expression of emotion. Superman intends to eradicate the villains? Very well. I shall observe whether you can cleanse this place of all its gangsters and nefarious characters. Upon discovering that the most troublesome of them was hiding behind him, blowing bubblegum, would your flawless visage furrow in dismay like Batman's? With that, the Joker seized the uncapped lipstick and drew a crooked smiley face upon the wall, deliberately accentuating the eyes with two blue dots reminiscent of Superman's cape. The game has commenced, Superman. He bowed to the smiley face on the wall, his tone as tender as a lover's whisper. This time, the rules are, I make you laugh or you make me cry. However, I wager, he straightened up, revealing a grin smeared with grease paint. You lack the ability to make me weep. 7 days prior, Clark, faced with the enthusiastic voting of netizens, found it difficult to refuse and ultimately chose to venture to Gotham City. The moment the public learned that Superman would be visiting Gotham, excitement erupted. In particular, the ordinary citizens of Gotham finally glimpsed a glimmer of light amidst the endless darkness. This news swiftly reached Batman's ears. Upon hearing it, Batman was indeed displeased, yet he understood that he lacked the power to thwart Superman. He had presumed that Superman would act as he had previously in New York and San Francisco. But to his astonishment, Superman sought him out immediately. What astounded Batman most was that Superman was aware of his true identity. Should I address you as Mr. Batman or Mr. Wayne? The Batman, clad in his dark attire, regarded the unfamiliar face before him with a calm demeanor. You may call me Batman. Clark nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mr. Batman, I understand this area falls under your jurisdiction, but you have seen the online votes. I have no intention of clashing with you. I merely wish to fulfill my duties. Rest assured, I know how to handle certain matters and will not pose a threat to your influence here. Upon hearing Superman's words, Batman exhibited little change in expression. Having resided in Gotham for so long, he was intimately familiar with the local gangs and supervillains. Among them, the most deranged and cunning was undoubtedly the Joker. Batman regarded others with indifference, confident that he could easily deal with them should the need arise. If you can rid Gotham of its evils, I care not for my influence here. Should you succeed, I might even offer you my full support. For many years, Batman has steadfastly fought crime in Gotham City, nurturing the hope that one day the city might transform into a place as admirable as any other. He yearns for the moment when Gotham is no longer synonymous with malevolence, but instead evokes images of beauty. Yet, despite his relentless efforts over the years, Batman has been unable to achieve this aspiration. The emergence of Superman has imbued Batman with a sense of optimism for the formidable strength of Superman, as corroborated by various televised broadcasts and investigative reports, suggests that he possesses the capability to eradicate crime from Gotham entirely. Indeed, Superman has not disappointed Batman. Within a mere few days, he has dismantled the city's criminal syndicates and captured several notorious supervillains. In the corner of Arkham Asylum's isolation chamber, a narrow gap has been stealthily pried open in the iron mesh of the ventilation duct, allowing a faint beam of moonlight to illuminate 4 taut faces. The Penguin adjusts the collar of his meticulously pressed suit, while Scarecrow delicately pinches a small quantity of pale yellow fear toxin powder between his fingers. The Riddler etches intricate logical puzzles into the ground with his nails, and Two-Face repeatedly tosses a worn coin, the metallic clink echoing sharply in the silence. I have already verified the ventilation route for the 3rd time. The Penguin's voice rumbles low, his fingertip clutching a miniature map marked in red ink with the timing of the guard shifts. At 3:17 in the morning, there will be a 42-second blind spot in the West District surveillance, ample time for us to traverse 3 iron gates. He pauses, casting a glance at the other 3. As long as there are no errors, we can reach the harbor before dawn, where my ship will be awaiting us. Scarecrow emits a soft cough and slips a small packet of fear toxin into the gap of the ventilation duct, the powder glistening with an eerie sheen under the moonlight. I have already introduced diluted toxin into the guard's ventilation system. They will succumb to hallucinations before their shift change, seeing their most dreaded fears. For instance, the uncontrollable Joker. Or, Scarecrow's voice falters momentarily, his gaze drifting toward the window as if he might glimpse that blue figure descending from the sky, the steel body from above. The Riddler abruptly halts his engraving, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. The puzzle on the ground is nearing completion, yet the final symbol remains uninscribed. The logical chain is flawless, and I have validated the code-breaking formula 5 times, he states, a subtle tremor lacing his voice. But the problem is, Superman is still in Gotham. This statement lands like a stone cast into tranquil waters, the previously tense atmosphere becoming palpably more oppressive. Two-Face hand, which had been tossing the coin, comes to a sudden stop. The coin rests with heads up, symbolizing risk. He had been seen just yesterday at a gang stronghold in the North District. If we were to choose to escape now, with his speed, he could appear before us within 10 seconds of our departure from Arkham's vicinity. Upon hearing the words of the Two-Face, the Penguin meticulously folded the map into small fragments and tucked them into the inner pocket of his suit, his fingers clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. I understand, he murmured, his voice lower than before. My instincts informed me that Superman had no intention of departing Gotham just yet. He remained vigilant, monitoring the remaining unstable elements, us. The Penguin then turned to Scarecrow, inquiring, "Is your toxin effective against him?" Scarecrow shook his head, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. The fear toxin was designed to exploit the psychological vulnerabilities of humanity, yet he refrained from elaborating further. All present comprehended that Superman S will surpass that of ordinary men, rendering the fear toxin nearly ineffective against him. Suddenly, the Riddler rose to his feet, pacing back and forth in the confined space, the riddles on the floor becoming obscured beneath his steps. "Our plan is flawless," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with impatience. "From the ventilation shafts to the docks, each step is seamless, yet we are thwarted by Superman." The Riddler slammed his fist against the wall, drawing blood from his knuckles. It was akin to a perfect mathematical equation, which became utterly meaningless due to an unforeseen variable. Two-Face tossed the coin into the air once more. It traced a silver arc before landing, still showing the same favorable side. All we can do now is wait for him to leave Gotham City. The Penguin inhaled deeply, suppressing the rising tide of anxiety within him. Indeed, waiting. He gazed out the window, beyond Arkham's towering walls, into the dense darkness of Gotham's night. Our plan was already remarkably refined, and a few more days of waiting mattered little. But remember, he added, once news arrives of Superman's departure, we must act immediately. Without hesitation, Scarecrow secured another vial of fear toxin, the powder cascading from his fingertips. "I will have my crows keep a constant watch on Superman S movements. The moment he shows any signs of leaving, we will be the first to know." The Riddler crouched down, meticulously redrawing the riddles on the ground, this time with slow, deliberate precision. The plan would not fail. It merely required a bit more time. Once Superman vacated, Gotham would be ours again. Two-Face cast the coin into the air yet again. This time, it spun several times before landing, revealing the opposite side, the one that symbolized hope. Patience. What we need now is patience. With sufficient patience, opportunity shall arise. In the night of Gotham City, Batman and Superman patrolled the streets. Over the past 7 days, Superman had eradicated the major crime syndicates, leaving only a few small gangs struggling to survive. However, these minor factions posed no real threat and could be easily dealt with by the police. Even Batman had not witnessed such clean and orderly streets in a long time. In the past, his nocturnal patrols often revealed gang members, homeless individuals, and addicts littering the avenues. The streets of Gotham City now lay desolate, save for the refuse trucks diligently clearing away debris, devoid of the bustling figures that once populated them. Superman, your intervention has indeed proven effective this time. However, those supervillains you apprehended are unlikely to relent so easily. Clark, reveling in the thrill of the Batmobile, replied nonchalantly, "But you are still here, aren't you? Should you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall arrive post-haste." He paused, contemplating another solution to eliminate future threats. Yet, he left his thought unvoiced, fully aware that Batman understood his implication. The reason superheroes refrain from entirely vanquishing supervillains is to prevent themselves from becoming the next adversary. Once superheroes are devoid of supervillains, they inevitably become the greatest menace themselves. Clark grasped this notion, thus sparing the lives of those he had captured. Let's not dwell on such matters. With your prowess, even in my absence, you are more than capable of handling them effectively. You managed before, and now, it should be even easier. As for the gang issue, I trust you have devised a more effective strategy. In truth, Batman had long contemplated a solution, allowing his own operatives to assume control over a portion of the chaos, thereby quelling the unrest. His bomb disposal unit proved exceptionally useful, obeying his commands with unwavering loyalty. Disguising these operatives as gang members would undoubtedly exert absolute pressure on the smaller factions. Chapter 81, Gotham City 3. On this day, Gotham City, following the rain, was shrouded in a nightfall that resembled ink-drenched velvet, blurring the outlines of spired churches and derelict factories into indistinct silhouettes. The Batmobile's engine purred on the asphalt, akin to a slumbering beast traversing the recently drenched streets, splashing through puddles that sparkled like scattered silver in the beams of its headlights. Clark sat in the passenger seat, his red and blue cape fluttering gently in the airflow generated by the vehicle's ventilation system. His fingertips absent-mindedly traced the cold metallic patterns along the car door, while his gaze swept over the dashboard's pulsing data streams, with a crime heat map flickering across the screen, marking the faces of suspicious individuals lurking in the shadows. I must admit, your vehicle is far more comfortable than my flight mode. At least it doesn't fill my lungs with wind, Clark remarked, glancing playfully at Batman in the driver's seat. Batman remained focused, his black-gloved hands gripping the steering wheel, eyes locked on the fog-enshrouded street ahead. Its design was intended for pursuit, not leisure. Batman's voice, low and steady, resonated through the voice modulator of his helmet, retaining its characteristic coldness. The Batmobile rounded a corner, passing an abandoned jewelry store, where the glass displayed the scars of last week's robbery, the caution tape rustling ominously in the breeze. Clark chuckled softly, his gaze drifting towards the neon sign of the Iceberg Lounge outside the window. Shall we step in for a drink and unwind? After all, with me here, no one would dare to act recklessly. After uttering these words, Clark glanced at Batman, only to find him maintaining his usual icy demeanor, offering no response. Recognizing that his hopes for a drink were futile, Clark continued, "I've been here for over a week, and I've been hearing some intriguing rumors." He paused, curiosity creeping into his tone. Is it true that Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn are said to be more alluring and captivating than Hollywood starlets? Clark was not so oblivious as to exclude Catwoman from the discussion. Given the narrative that had unfolded previously, it was apparent that Batman and Catwoman shared a complicated emotional connection. Thus, including Catwoman in the conversation might seem somewhat impolite. Nevertheless, he felt it permissible to inquire about Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn. As soon as Clark posed his question, the Batmobile abruptly slowed down. Batman expertly maneuvered a mechanical arm to shoot a tracker towards a vent on the opposite rooftop, and the screen immediately displayed a target lock notification. After a prolonged silence, Batman finally spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Their appearances are not the focal point. I only know they're criminals. Clark raised an eyebrow, his fingertips lightly tapping on his knee. The rumors portray them as breathtakingly beautiful. One cannot help but be curious. After all, the female criminals who have been such a thorn in Gotham's side must possess more than mere tactics, right? Batman steered the vehicle into a narrower alley, the graffiti on the walls rushing past in the glow of the headlights. It was only then that Batman turned his head slightly to meet Superman's indifferent gaze, his tone remaining flat. They are indeed quite striking. There were no embellishments or fluctuations in emotion, as if discussing the weather casually. Clark paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, his red and blue cape fluttering lightly with his mirth. Is that all? I expected you to analyze how their appearances might aid their criminal strategies. Analyzing appearances is less critical than examining their behavioral patterns, Batman replied, redirecting his attention to the road, skillfully maneuvering the Batmobile around obstacles. Tonight, the concentration of poison ivy's pollen will increase by 30% due to the humidity, and Harley Quinn may be spotted near the old amusement park. That is what we should focus our patrol on. With that, Batman pressed the accelerator down hard, the Batmobile's engine roaring with fury as it melded into the shadows of Gotham. Clark watched the cityscape whiz by outside, a smile lingering on his lips, though his expression gradually shifted to seriousness. He understood that in this city shrouded in darkness, every word and action from Batman concealed an unwavering dedication to protection. Even his response regarding the alluring criminals was straightforward and factual, devoid of any extraneous sentiment. In the early morning, the horizon to the east finally tore open a pale gray fissure, painting the heavy, inky clouds above Gotham City in a hazy, cerulean hue. The engine of the Batmobile gradually diminished in the desolate streets, ultimately transforming into a low hum as it came to rest before a concealed entrance at the rear of Wayne Manor. The rain had long ceased, and the accumulated water on the road mirrored the faint morning light, resembling shattered glass that reflected the silhouette of Batman, tall yet somewhat weary. As the dark night opened the car door, his black cape fluttered gently in the morning breeze before swiftly falling back into place. The night vision lenses on his helmet retracted slowly, revealing the sharply defined jawline of Bruce Wayne, with stubble faintly visible against his pallid skin. Batman raised his hand to press a button on his gauntlet, causing the rocks at the entrance to gradually shift apart, unveiling a seemingly bottomless tunnel. Emergency lights within the tunnel flickered to life sequentially, outlining the path to the Batcave. Descending the damp stone steps, the air was imbued with a mingling scent of earth and metal. The full expanse of the Batcave gradually unfolded before him. A colossal bat statue hung from the cave's ceiling, beneath which lay a circular control console, countless screens still aglow with faint light, displaying the patrol routes and crime data for the night. No red alerts, no anomalies, only a sea of green lights indicating safety. It had been many years since Batman had encountered a scene so devoid of danger. Iflit, Batman's voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, resonated through the communicator to the control room of the manor. No anomalies tonight. Received, sir, came Alfred's gentle reply. Hearing Alfred's voice enveloped Batman in a profound sense of familiarity, prompting him to take a seat on a nearby chair. Though Superman was on watch tonight, seemingly at ease, Batman's years of experience kept him perpetually vigilant, unwilling to allow even a moment of relaxation. Only upon returning to the Batcave could he truly unwind. For now, Gotham's daylight was entirely within Superman's purview, a prearranged agreement allowing Batman to continue his role as the nocturnal guardian while Superman dealt with any troubles during the day. Clark was also a man of great discernment. Upon concluding his patrol, he refrained from following Batman back into the Batcave. After all, the Batcave was Batman's private domain, a sanctuary where he could find solace and security. To preserve this atmosphere, Clark would naturally avoid intruding upon Batman's territory. In a subterranean refuge on the outskirts of Gotham City, the damp air was thick with the scent of earth, appearing particularly viscous under the dim glow of emergency lights. 3 rows of metal shelves lined the walls, stocked to the brim with canned goods, bottled water, and compressed biscuits. On the top shelf lay several packets of seeds, hastily tucked away by poison ivy during the chaos, now being nurtured in plastic bottles as the vines stealthily climbed through the gaps in the shelves, their leaves glimmering softly in the light. The Harlequin sat cross-legged on the damp-proof mat, her fingers idly twirling her beloved baseball bat, the graffiti on its surface fading into indistinct hues in the dim light. "Damn Superman," she muttered, her foot inadvertently nudging an empty can nearby. If only she hadn't lured him during that jewelry heist. Now, here she was, scurrying like a rat in the underground. Meanwhile, Poison Ivy crouched in the corner, her fingertips delicately brushing the leaves of a potted plant, droplets of water cascading from her nails into the soil. "Be quiet, Harley," she admonished, her voice colder than the air within the shelter. Superman's hearing could penetrate 10 meters of concrete. "Do you wish to guide him here by sound?" The Harlequin pressed her lips together, yet her gaze drifted toward the old television set placed at the center of the room. The screen flickered with static, broadcasting Gotham City's morning news. The two of them dared not connect to the internet, relying solely on the sporadic updates from the television signal. The offline movie stored on the computer had long since been watched, and now even the commercials became cherished diversions. In the early hours of yesterday, the police apprehended Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, in the basement of the Iceberg Lounge, seizing a substantial cache of illegal weaponry. The news anchor's voice emanated from the poor-quality speakers, exuding a dispassionate calm. The Harlequin's baseball bat clattered to the ground. "The Penguin," she exclaimed in a hushed scream. That old coot's basement was more secure than a bank. How could he be caught? Poison Ivy halted her movements upon hearing the news, raising her eyes to the television, her brow knitting tightly. The screen transitioned to a clip of the Penguin in handcuffs, his signature top hat askew, his face ashen. Before either could fully process this revelation, the anchor's voice echoed once more. On the same morning, Harvey Dent, the Two-Face, was arrested in the old courthouse. Police stated he was preparing to enact a revenge plot. In the afternoon, Edward Nygma, the Riddler, was apprehended while attempting to solve one of his own riddles. The Riddler? He fell victim to his own puzzle. The Harlequin's eyes widened in disbelief as she reached for the nearby laptop, opening a web page that displayed related information, complete with a photograph of Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow, being captured, his fear-toxin devices scattered around him, police lights flashing in the background. Poison Ivy approached, her fingers gliding across the keyboard, leaving faint green traces of plant sap. "Not the police," she suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Look here." She pointed at a shadowy figure in the corner of the news screen, clad in a red and blue cape, standing tall like a mountain. It was Superman. He was involved in all these arrests. The Harlequin leaned closer to the screen, her shoulders sagging in despair. "My heavens, is he intent on capturing every supervillain in Gotham?" She slumped back down on the damp-proof mat, grabbing a packet of cookies and biting into it with vigor. Had I foreseen such an outcome, I would have chosen to adopt a more discreet demeanor. Now, I find myself hesitant even to venture outside to bask in the sunlight. The sanctuary is shrouded in silence, save for the echoing advertisements emanating from the television. Poison Ivy approaches the shelf, retrieving a bottle of water and offering it to Harley Quinn, while she leans against the metal cabinet, her gaze fixed upon the wall overrun with vines. "The supplies are sufficient to sustain us for 3 months, she muses. "As long as we remain silent and concealed, Superman will not discover our whereabouts. Yet who can predict how long he will linger?" Harley Quinn takes a sip of the cool water, her tone laden with impatience. "If he remains stationed in Gotham, are we to spend eternity ensconced here?" Poison Ivy offers no response to Harley's query, instead brushing her fingers against the leaves of a nearby potted plant. The vines, seemingly attuned to her emotions, gently entwine around her wrist. Once more, Poison Ivy's eyes drift to the television screen, where Superman appears, standing before the Gotham Police Department, proclaiming his intent to eradicate crime from the city, ensuring that all may live in the light. "As long as I am here, that will never happen." Before Superman can complete his statement, Harley swiftly presses the power button, plunging the screen into darkness, which reflects their pallid visages. "Do not look again," she whispers, her voice tinged with a plea. Poison Ivy nods and leads Harley to the moisture-proof mat, where they sit closely together. Outside the sanctuary, the sound of wind rustling across the ground resembles footsteps wandering nearby. They hold their breath until the noise subsides, releasing a sigh of relief. "Pray, Harley," Poison Ivy softly urges, her fingertips gently patting Harley's hand. "Pray that he departs Gotham swiftly." Harley closes her eyes, hands clasped in earnest supplication, her tone devoutly uncharacteristic. "Please, flying brute, hurry back to your New York. I shall no longer steal your headlines." As Harley's prayer concludes, a profound stillness envelopes the sanctuary once more, interrupted only by the slow growth of the potted vines, their leaves brushing against the metal shelves, producing faint sounds. By day, Clark dons the guise of absolute justice before the masses. By night, he returns to his abode and dials his subordinate. The phone rings once before being answered. "Are you planning to send our people to Gotham?" Comes the excited voice of James from the other end. "Who informed you that I intended to send you to Gotham? Are you not aware of what Gotham entails? The business here pales in comparison to other locales. And as you have witnessed, I have not personally dealt with those supervillains. I have merely consigned them to Arkham Asylum. If all goes as anticipated, they will undoubtedly seek a means of escape upon my departure." James, upon hearing this, finds the reasoning sound. "I have not considered this thoroughly. I have been overly hasty." Clark rubbed his temples, stating that all he required of his subordinates was to manage the business in San Francisco effectively. The reason he made this call was to ensure that his team would not entertain any notions regarding Gotham City. Even in the absence of supervillains, dealing with a singular Batman was no trivial matter. For the following 2 days, Clark dedicated himself to eradicating the remnants of the gang. Along with the remnants of the gang, he naturally encountered the minions of supervillains. Among them, the Penguin's henchmen were the most numerous. However, since the Penguin's capture, his associates seemed to have vanished without a trace. Despite Clark employing numerous strategies, he was unable to achieve any results. Batman, however, was accustomed to such occurrences, for they were all too common. Over the years, he had come to understand the behavior of these henchmen. Knowing their leader was absent, they refrained from engaging in reckless activities, choosing instead to remain discreet while awaiting orders. Not all of the minions of supervillains were as deranged as those belonging to the Joker. During his time in Gotham, Clark had eliminated most of the gangs affiliated with the Joker. These members resembled a band of lunatics, fervently devoted followers of the Joker. Even when apprehended, they would vehemently proclaim their undying loyalty to him, insisting that the spirit of the Joker would never fade. Some, in their madness, would strap explosives to themselves, opting for mutual destruction when confronted by law enforcement. Clark couldn't help but admire the immense influence the Joker wielded in America, earning him the title of the most charismatic supervillain. Clark's desire to remain in Gotham stemmed from his wish to see the Joker in person. Even if he could not eliminate him, he yearned for the encounter to avoid any lingering regrets. Yet, despite employing all his abilities, Clark was ultimately unable to locate the Joker. He had to concede that the Joker possessed certain qualities, perhaps even enjoying the protection of fate in this world. To avoid undermining Batman's authority in Gotham, Clark announced that he would depart the city after today, leaving all remaining matters to be handled by Batman. On the eve of his departure, Clark prepared for one final patrol of Gotham alongside Batman. After their rounds, he intended to take his leave. How did Batman feel about this? Was he pleased? Even on his last day, it was Clark accompanying him. Batman, however, did not respond to Clark's remarks. After boarding the Batmobile, he coldly instructed him to hurry up. Observing Batman's reaction, Clark found it rather dull and expressed his disappointment. Upon learning that Superman was about to depart, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy embraced joyfully. "How splendid! How splendid! He is finally leaving," exclaimed Harley, holding Poison Ivy tightly. "We won't have to hide in this dank and dreary refuge any longer." However, she suggested that they might consider renovating the place, as its utility in the future remained uncertain. Poison Ivy glanced around and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the surroundings were indeed rather rudimentary. Meanwhile, the plants nestled within their jars seemed to sense Ivy's elation, growing more rapidly and swaying gently, as if they too were sharing in the joy. As Batman drove the Batmobile into the city with Clark, the sudden wails of police sirens echoed through the streets like the anguished cries of a dying beast. Yet they could not keep pace with the rapidly escalating chaos. This was a meticulously orchestrated farewell feast prepared by the Joker for the departing Superman. The first to shatter the calm were the members of the Joker's gang, clad in their signature purple and green attire, their faces painted with exaggerated smiles, resembling demons risen from the depths of hell. Some carried barrels of gasoline, dousing the storefronts in flames. Glass shattered under the intense heat, sending shards mixed with burning fabric raining down upon pedestrians. Others wielded modified firearms, firing indiscriminately into the crowd, their screams intertwining with gunfire to weave a tapestry of despair. In front of a bakery, the owner attempted to thwart a gang member who was snatching bread, only to be struck brutally on the head with a baseball bat, blood instantly staining the freshly baked loaves. The assailant merely grinned and cackled, "Don't be so stingy. This is Gotham's last hurrah." The chaos continued to escalate, as the Joker had long ago set more malevolent pieces in motion. Within the city's underground sewer system, Green laughing gas seeped from the cracks of the pipes, like a serpent's tongue, silently infiltrating homes. Inside an apartment, a housewife, previously engaged in cooking, suddenly halted her actions. A bizarre smile creeping across her face as she seized a kitchen knife and lunged at her child, who was watching television. In the corridors of the apartment building, what had once been amicable exchanges between neighbors devolved into vicious clawing, the sound of nails raking across cheeks sending shivers of dread through the air. Simultaneously, several trucks emblazoned with chemical transport signs traversed the city, their Joker insignia starkly visible. The valves at the bottoms of the trucks opened, releasing vast quantities of laughing gas that billowed into a green haze upon the streets. Citizens inhaling the gas became deranged, losing all semblance of reason, attacking those around them without distinction. Some engaged in brawls, while others picked up stones from the roadside to hurl at passing vehicles, transforming Gotham into an unhinged asylum. At the heart of this pandemonium, the Joker concealed himself in a hidden chamber atop Gotham's tallest building. He reclined on a leather sofa, toying with a sharp dagger, its blade reflecting the fiery glow of the city beyond the window. On the immense screen within the chamber, countless images flickered, depicting the chaotic scenes unfolding across Gotham City. Burning buildings, frenzied citizens, and fleeing innocents filled each frame, igniting a thrill within the Joker. His grin stretched to his ears, and his eyes sparkled with fervor. Upon witnessing a throng of citizens inhaling laughing gas surrounding a police car, dragging officers from their vehicle to beat them, the Joker could not contain his manic laughter, which echoed sharply in the chamber. "Oh, Superman, look, this is the true face of Gotham," he murmured to the screen, his tone dripping with provocation. "Are you leaving? No matter. I shall ensure you remember this city forever, along with the grand gift I present to you." Rising, the Joker approached the window, flinging it open to let a gust of air laden with smoke and laughing gas rush in. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the chaos of the city, his smile shining brighter than ever. "Let chaos reign, Gotham. May this revelry become the most unforgettable backdrop to your departure." The Joker's voice dissipated into the tumult, while the nightmare for the city was far from over. Chapter 84. The first appearance of the Justice League. Clark observed the turmoil outside with a stoic demeanor. In truth, he had anticipated that merely expressing his intention to leave Gotham would elicit a grand farewell from the Joker, so he was not taken aback by the unfolding events. "What say you? Do you require my assistance to quell this disturbance? With my intervention, this riot would cease in an instant." Batman tightened his grip on the steering wheel. "Since you have chosen to depart Gotham, the task now falls to me." As Batman surveyed the screen marked with red indicators, he realized that the entirety of Gotham had succumbed to chaos. Given Batman's individual capabilities, it was utterly impossible to resolve such a vast crisis in a short time frame, and Clark was keenly interested in how Batman would proceed. At that moment, the sirens of Gotham had long been drowned out by the cacophony of chaos. The Joker's minions, seeking to amplify the disorder, had even released balloons filled with laughing gas. The iconic purple balloons drifted through the smoke-choked streets, emitting a sinister laughter from specialized launchers, like an invisible poison fog silently consuming the city's sanity. Ordinary citizens, who thought they had evaded calamity, succumbed to the effects of these explosive balloons, their eyes turning bloodshot and their faces contorted in uncontrollable laughter. Wielding sticks, stones, and even overturning cars, they shattered shop windows. The laughing gas not only magnified their inner rage, but also transformed them into mindless marauders. Back in the Batcave, Batman's fingertips danced rapidly across the control console, the red data pulsating on the screen outlining Gotham's crisis map. The concentration of laughing gas has enveloped 80 of the city center, and incidents of violent clashes are escalating by the minute. Batman removed his helmet, revealing Bruce Wayne's taut jawline, and pressed the emergency channel on his communicator, his deep voice imbued with undeniable urgency. "Aquaman, Flash, Wonder Woman, Gotham needs assistance. The Joker has unleashed a large-scale release of laughing gas. Civilians have been infected, and the situation is spiraling out of control." The response from the other end of the communicator was almost instantaneous. Flash's voice, hurried as the wind, proclaimed, "Received. I've spotted the smoke over Gotham. I'll arrive in 3 minutes." Wonder Woman's tone was calm, yet resolute. "The Guardians of the Amazons will never be late. I will bring the lasso of truth and the God Killer Sword. prioritizing the protection of civilians. Aquaman's voice, heavy as the ocean depths, declared, "The strength of Atlantis will bring a turning point for Gotham. I will summon the currents from the nearby waters." Merely 3 minutes later, 3 distinct beams of light erupted in the city center square. Flash's golden afterimage raced down the streets as he attempted to evacuate the trapped civilians at super speed, only to find the gas-infected assailants charging at him like frenzied bulls, with some even brandishing fire hydrants as weapons. This was no ordinary chaos, but a nationwide breakdown of order. For the first time in his rescue efforts, Flash hesitated, his fists clenched, yet he dared not unleash his full power against the civilians. Soon after, Wonder Woman's lasso of truth arced gracefully through the air, ensnaring a thug attempting to ignite a building. Yet, as she discerned the mix of manic laughter and anguish on his face, her grip softened. It was an elderly man, usually a helpful presence in the community, now manipulated by the laughing gas into acts of destruction. Furrowing her brow, she turned to Batman, who had just landed on the rooftop. "This gas can warp the mind. We cannot harm them, yet mere restraint will not suffice to quell the chaos." Aquaman descended into the square atop a bridge of waves, the blue gem atop his trident glimmering faintly. Upon witnessing the city transformed into a hellish landscape, his pupils dilated. He had witnessed the fury of marine life, but had never seen humans, under the influence of chemical weapons, erupt in such terrifying self-destructive tendencies. "Bruce," Aquaman's voice crackled through the communicator. "The armies of Atlantis can manipulate the water to form a barrier, but this will only temporarily hinder the assailants. It does not address the root of the problem." Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Batman's black cloak billowed amidst the chaotic winds. He had already deduced the critical characteristics of the laughing gas through the Batplane's analytical instruments. At last, he spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of each member. "The molecular structure of laughing gas is unstable. Upon contact with water, it undergoes decomposition. The gas lingering in the air will dissipate at 10 times the rate when it interacts with rain. The recent monitoring indicated the presence of cumulonimbus clouds over Gotham. Arthur, your task is not to erect a barrier, but to guide the flow of water, ensuring that the rain envelopes the entire city." "Guide the rainwater?" A flicker of understanding crossed Aquaman's eyes. He raised the trident of Poseidon, infusing it with power. The gem atop the trident erupted in a dazzling blue light, and the previously scattered clouds began to rumble ominously. The rivers near Gotham and the waters of the bay surged violently, transforming into countless water arrows that shot skyward, merging with the cumulonimbus clouds. Within mere seconds, torrential raindrops began to fall from the heavens, initially a few solitary drops, soon coalescing into a deluge. The rain washed away the blood and shards of glass from the streets, drenching the frenzied civilians. Wonder Woman stood amidst the downpour, observing the elderly man she had ensnared with her lasso. His maniacal laughter faded, his eyes returning to clarity as he recognized the gravity of his earlier actions. Overcome with remorse, he collapsed to the ground, weeping into his hands. The Flash seized the opportunity presented by the storm, hastening to evacuate the returning citizens. His golden blur darting through the rain as he transported the injured to makeshift aid stations. Batman piloted the Batwing, releasing antidote spray from the skies, effectively neutralizing the remnants of laughing gas in conjunction with the rain. Aquaman stood resolutely in the town square, maintaining the downpour's intensity, observing the streets below as they gradually regained order. He sheathed his trident and spoke into his communicator, addressing Batman. "It appears that this flood in Gotham has come to provide salvation." As the rain began to subside, the silvery moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the streets of Gotham. Though the city lay in tatters, the eerie laughter had vanished, replaced by the sounds of sighs and the sight of citizens supporting one another. Batman descended to the ground, glancing at his 3 allies. Beneath the black mask, a subtle smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 85. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy hovering silently in the air. Clark observed the unfolding events below. He had to concede that the current Justice League was indeed formidable. However, this prowess was primarily directed at adversaries of lesser strength. In the face of more powerful foes, it would be futile for them to rely solely on their current numbers. Clark remained uncertain when his world might face an invasion, hoping only that they could endure a bit longer. At that moment, a figure almost identical to Clark appeared beside him. Clark nodded at the unnamed individual, acknowledging, "Your training has yielded remarkable results. You now resemble me to a significant degree. Given your impressive progress, I shall grant you an additional 4 days of leave and a reward of $50,000. Upon the conclusion of this respite, you will accompany James." The unnamed individual beamed with excitement. The previous 4 days of leave had left him wanting more, and now he could relish another opportunity for enjoyment. "Thank you," he replied. "Should I intervene in the matters here?" Clark gazed below, responding, "Your involvement is unnecessary. Simply behave like an ordinary person from now on. Unless a particularly urgent situation arises, you need not take action. Now, go and relish your holiday." Following the directive, the unnamed individual swiftly departed Gotham City, leaving Clark to eliminate all members of the Joker's gang. With a mere snap of his fingers, those gang members who had intended to flee found themselves immobile. As if enchanted, realizing their predicament, they began to struggle in vain. Meanwhile, the Flash and Wonder Woman, still engaged in the aftermath, witnessed this scene. The fleeing members of the Joker's gang suddenly froze, seemingly aware of something, and instinctively looked skyward. However, Wonder Woman and the Flash could not discern the blue figure. Just as they pondered how Superman would proceed, they observed the gang members using their own weapons to end their lives. Their actions did not surprise Wonder Woman and the Flash, for Superman had previously demonstrated this ability in front of an audience. Even Aquaman and Batman bore witness to the tragic spectacle as the gang members raised their weapons and took their own lives. At that moment, Commissioner Gordon, accompanied by the remaining police force and available ambulances and medical personnel, began to rescue civilians. The recent riot had resulted in significant casualties among the police, and medical staff had also suffered injuries from the laughing, gas-inhaled civilians. Thus, the resources at hand were severely limited. Fortunately, neighboring cities did not turn a blind eye. They dispatched medical personnel and police to assist Gotham City. In the past, such cooperation would have been unlikely, but with members of the Justice League present, the surrounding cities aimed to leave a favorable impression and thus sent corresponding reinforcements. Such is the nature of the capitalist world. Profit motivates action, and only substantial benefits lead to wise choices. The arrival of these additional personnel alleviated the crisis in Gotham City's rescue efforts. Meanwhile, in an underground shelter on the outskirts, the creaking of metal door hinges echoed through the desolate passage, akin to a long overdue sigh. Harley Quinn was the first to peek out, her blue and pink pigtails fluttering gently in the breeze. She squinted at the sky above, a shade not of the shelter's harsh emergency lights, but a true azure, reminiscent of a hue washed clean by rain, with clouds floating softly like vanilla ice cream. "Hey, Ivy, do you see that thing? Isn't it more beautiful than the nearly expired marshmallows in our supplies?" The voice of Harley Quinn trembled subtly, yet retained its characteristic buoyancy. Poison Ivy trailed closely behind her, and as her fingertips brushed against the grass beneath her, a faint green essence began to spread quietly through the crevices of her fingers. It had been far too long since Poison Ivy had encountered such vibrant hues. The few remaining potted plants in the sanctuary had long since withered away. Yet, the grass beneath her feet exuded the earthy aroma of moist soil, a sensation far more reassuring to her than any chemical reagent could offer, clinging to her canvas shoes. Poison Ivy did not respond immediately. Instead, she raised her gaze, allowing the sunlight to cascade upon her face, warming her skin and encouraging it to unfurl gradually. Harley had already skipped ahead a few steps, crouching before a cluster of dandelions, her fingers playfully prodding the fluffy flower heads. "Do you remember? The last time we saw these was in Gotham Park, when you nearly transformed the entire rose bed into carnivorous plants, all because some guy trampled your daisies." "He deserved it," Poison Ivy replied, a faint smile finally gracing her lips. She approached Harley, watching as the dandelions were gently blown by her breath, their white tufts scattering like tiny parachutes in the wind. Yet, it seemed they were thriving on their own. Poison Ivy's fingertips glided over a nearby clover, its leaves instantly brightening, even coaxing a small ladybug out from beneath, which leisurely crawled onto her knuckle. The two continued along the suburban path, the chirping of birds emanating from the bushes, a stark contrast to the mechanical noises that occasionally seeped into the sanctuary from the ventilation ducts. This was a clear, vibrant symphony of life. Harley suddenly halted, pointing towards a nearby stream, its waters glimmering under the sunlight, revealing the playful dance of fish beneath the surface. "Oh my goodness, Ivy, We could bathe here. It's 100 times better than that wretched shower in the sanctuary. That thing sprayed rust all over my face last time. Hold on. Poison Ivy gently pulled Harley back, her eyes reflecting a long-awaited sense of relaxation. Look over there. She gestured towards a field of wildflowers at the end of the path, where purple lavender, golden coreopsis, and unknown pink blooms swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a delicate floral fragrance. Harley stared at the field in silence, memories flooding back of their days in the sanctuary, surviving on canned goods and crackers, watching the news and fearing they would never witness such beauty again. Poison Ivy approached the flower field, not manipulating the plants as she usually did, but instead crouched down to softly touch a sprig of lavender. They've endured the hardest times, she murmured, her tone laced with a hint of nostalgia. Harley joined her, plucking a small daisy and tucking it behind Pamela's ear. We've made it through as well, Ivy. Harley gazed at the daisy nestled behind Poison Ivy's ear, her signature dimples appearing as she smiled. Look outside. How splendid it is, adorned with flowers and grass, complemented by a brook suitable for bathing. The clown girl paused, gesturing towards the distant horizon where the sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and red, resembling a magnificent canvas, further enhanced by the beauty of the setting sun. Pamela gazed at the vibrant twilight, then turned to the cheerful clown girl beside her, delicately touching the daisy behind her ear. Chapter 86. Conducting business. The recent turmoil in Gotham City ought to have been made public. However, Batman had already anticipated such a scenario. Utilizing Wayne Tower, he deployed a signal jammer, effectively cloaking Gotham from any external communications while allowing internal devices to function normally. Consequently, aside from the upper echelons, the ordinary citizens remained largely unaware of the chaos unfolding in their midst. Moreover, Commissioner Gordon's diligent nature ensured that Superman, after exposing the corrupt officers, refrained from imposing any penalties on him. A person of Gordon's integrity is a rare gem, and finding a suitable successor after his demise would prove to be a formidable challenge. To be a principal police chief in the morally corrupt Gotham City is akin to discovering a unicorn, even if someone were to emerge capable of stepping into Gordon's shoes. An appropriate candidate would not materialize in the immediate future. Commissioner Gordon was also among Clark's favorite characters prior to his journey through dimensions. After all, in Gotham, who could truly embody the essence of justice? In a bid to ensure that this character endures in his world, Clark left his phone number with Commissioner Gordon, assuring him that should he ever find himself in peril, a call to that number would summon Clark with utmost urgency. Clark did not rely on Batman to rescue Gordon in times of danger. Regardless of Batman's formidable equipment, he remained fundamentally human and without robust support. His abilities were merely slightly superior to those of the average individual. Thus, in moments of true peril, only Clark could extricate Gordon from danger. Following his departure from Gotham, Clark returned to the headquarters situated in New York. During this period, the drug trade of the Nameless Gang had proliferated throughout San Francisco. This was due to Clark's encouragement of some chemical prodigies within the gang to develop a new type of drug. This substance was tailored specifically for white individuals. Others would experience nausea and headaches upon consumption, while white users would find themselves engulfed in euphoria. The addiction potential was relatively low, yet the hallucinogenic effects far surpassed those of previous narcotics. Clark's intentions were not born from compassion towards the populace of America, but rather aimed at ensuring a steady stream of profit. Given the low addiction rates, even individuals who typically abstain from drugs began to engage, resulting in a staggering 300% increase in sales, precisely the outcome Clark sought to achieve. The most terrifying aspect of this drug lies in its complete inability to be relinquished. While other narcotics can be alleviated through rehabilitation, this particular substance leads inevitably to death for those who attempt to quit. During this time, Clark had his subordinates conduct research on two distinct types of drugs tailored for individuals of different ethnicities, specifically targeting both white and black populations. Notably, the drug designed for black individuals exhibits the highest addictive properties and the most potent effects. Clark has harbored a long-standing disdain for black individuals in both his original world and this one, perceiving them as bullies who prey on those weaker than themselves, yet lack the courage to confront those more powerful. Consequently, he feels no compassion for such individuals. Moreover, their propensity to engage in duplicitous behavior further intensifies Clark's aversion toward them. Nevertheless, Clark has established a clear decree. None among his ranks are permitted to indulge in these drugs. Should anyone falter, he would not resort to severe punishment, but would simply expel them from the nameless gang. However, if they dare to divulge any information regarding the civilized society, they may face the annihilation of their entire family. Upon entering his office, which he had not visited in a considerable time, yet remained impeccably clean, Clark settled into his chair just as a knock resonated at the door. "Come in," he called. As his words echoed, several female secretaries clad in professional attire entered, each carrying a substantial stack of documents. Upon witnessing the sheer volume of paperwork, Clark understood that this was the matter he needed to address. However, these tasks held little significance for him. While he busied himself with the files, another knock sounded at the office door. "Come in," he repeated, without lifting his gaze from the documents. Bella hurriedly entered, immediately bowing an apology. "I'm sorry. This should all be my responsibility." Clark regarded the paperwork in his hands. "Your recent performance has been commendable. I'm quite pleased." As he spoke, he retrieved a gold bar from his drawer and tossed it onto the desk. "This is your bonus. As I have stated before, as long as you continue to perform well and work diligently, your compensation will reflect your efforts." Upon seeing the gold brick on the desk, Bella's initial panic evaporated, and she eagerly grasped the bar. "Thank you. I will strive to do even better." Clark has never indulged in false promises with his subordinates. After all, their line of work is perilous, and empty assurances hold no value. Rather than painting grand visions to encourage loyalty, he finds tangible rewards in monetary form far more effective. Clark has mastered the delicate balance of his authoritative approach, knowing precisely when to dispense rewards and when to enforce discipline. When rewarding, he offers substantial sums of money. When punishing, he eliminates threats one by one. Anyone who joins the nameless gang, aside from a few who may succumb to despair and meet an untimely demise, diligently fulfills their designated roles. It is precisely due to this structured system that the nameless gang has remained shrouded in secrecy for many years. Those responsible for drug production focus solely on their craft, while smugglers concentrate on their illicit trade, and those engaged in legitimate business adhere strictly to their tasks. Although there exists a connection among them, they refrain from interaction or contact with one another. Only during the monthly gatherings do they come together, and newcomers must not only memorize the members of their own group, but also those of the surrounding nameless gang factions. This represents one of the most formidable challenges when entering the gang. Failure to remember could result in severe repercussions. Distinctions among members are primarily marked by tattoos. Notably, the tattoos of the Skull Gang stand out distinctly. To facilitate differentiation, Clark personally redesigned the skull emblem for the Skull King, incorporating the initials of the nameless gang within the eye sockets of the skull, thus serving as the most recognizable feature. This initial is understood solely by the members of the nameless gang. Chapter 87. We just want to leave the smoke of Gotham City has yet to fully dissipate, leaving the air thick with a stifling silence. The once boisterous villains who wreaked havoc in this city have lost their former bravado, leaving behind a desolate ruin that silently recounts the tale of a devastating purge. At this moment, all television broadcasts in Gotham are airing the Superman-led crackdown. Superman hovers above the city, his red cape billowing in the gentle breeze, his gaze as frigid as ice. His presence looms like a formidable bomb, not only altering Gotham's fate, but also instilling unprecedented terror among the supervillains lurking in other cities across the multiverse. In a forsaken factory, several villains from parallel universes huddle in a corner, trembling in fear. They include members of a criminal syndicate from Earth 3, followers of Nazi Superman from another Earth, and the leader of a technological crime gang from Earth 19. Just days prior, they had established contact through their respective devices. Previously, they had ruled their own universes with impunity, leveraging superpowers or advanced technology to plunge their cities into chaos. However, upon accidentally traversing a cosmic rift to this universe, their understanding of Superman was irrevocably shattered. Did you see that? That Kryptonian is not the merciful Superman we once knew. The voice of the Overlord from Earth 3 quivers with unmasked trepidation, as he recalls the harrowing scene witnessed on the outskirts of Gotham just days earlier, still haunted by the memory. At that moment, he merely observed from a distance, witnessing Superman crush the last defiant gang member of Gotham City, displaying no hesitation or compassion whatsoever. The merciless gaze he possessed seemed to regard the act as the disposal of inconsequential refuse. I had previously contemplated finding a place within this universe to continue my endeavors. But now it appears that merely surviving and departing from this locale would be a remarkable feat. The countenance of the Earth's villain chief turned ashen. He had once confronted Superman in his own universe, and though he had invariably met with failure, the latter had always spared his life. However, the Superman before him was nothing short of a heartless engine of destruction. Since witnessing Superman cleanse Gotham, the villains from parallel universes had lost their former bravado, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to return to their own universe. They commenced a frantic search for methods to open a rift in the fabric of the cosmos, leveraging their advanced technology and superpowers in repeated attempts. Their first endeavor took place in a desolate desert, where they activated the cosmic traversal device they had brought with them. The apparatus emitted a blinding radiance. The ground trembled violently, and a faint rift in the universe materialized before them. Yet, just as they were poised to step into the fissure, it abruptly began to constrict, ultimately vanishing from sight. This failed attempt not only yielded no success, but also triggered a powerful energy surge, which was detected by members of the Avengers who were undertaking a mission nearby. Upon detecting the anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from the western desert region, suspected to be linked to extraterrestrial technology or superhuman activity, JARVIS' voice resonated within the Avengers' headquarters, prompting Iron Man to summon his fellow members. It appeared that unwelcome guests had intruded upon their world, necessitating an investigation. Soon, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and other members of the Avengers arrived in the desert. They discovered residual energy traces at the scene and, through analysis, confirmed that this energy did not belong to Earth, likely originating from other parallel universes. It seemed that trouble was not confined to their own universe. Entities from other realms had also encroached upon their territory. Captain America furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation might be more complex than anticipated. Meanwhile, the villains from the parallel universes, undeterred by their initial failure, retreated to an abandoned city to initiate a second attempt. This time, they intensified their energy input, causing the cosmic traversal device to emit an even more dazzling light, resulting in a rift wider than before. However, just as they were about to step into the fissure, Iron Man's armor descended from above, unleashing an energy blast that struck the cosmic traversal device directly. The apparatus exploded instantaneously, sealing the rift along with it. "You lot have come to our universe to sow chaos, and you think you could depart so easily?" Iron Man hovered in the air, his helmet retracting to reveal his stern visage. Captain America, Thor, and other Avengers swiftly encircled the villains, effectively trapping them. "We merely wish to return home. We do not desire to linger here." "That Superman is utterly terrifying," a villain exclaimed in panic, his body trembling from fear. "It is too late to voice such sentiments now. Having intruded upon our world, you must bear the consequences of your actions." Captain America, resolutely wielding his shield, stood firm. An intense battle ensued. Though these villains from parallel universes possessed superpowers and advanced technology, they were swiftly overwhelmed by the seasoned and cohesive Avengers. Some were incapacitated by Iron Man's energy blasts, others were severely injured by Thor's mighty hammer, while some were subdued by Captain America's shield. Ultimately, all these villains from alternate dimensions were apprehended by the Avengers and confined within a prison specifically designed for superpowered criminals. In their cells, they huddled in the corners, their eyes filled with despair. They had lost all hope of returning to their own universe, forced to live in constant fear within this terrifying realm, dreading the moment when the ruthless Superman might appear before them, akin to the eradication of Gotham's villains. Observing these captured individuals, Nick felt a twinge of concern. Since they did not belong to this universe, eliminating them could yield unpredictable consequences. Moreover, Nick understood that their sole desire was to leave. They harbored no ulterior motives. If their only wish was to depart from this world, Nick was open to consideration. The prospect of exchanging minimal cost for maximum benefit was paramount in his thoughts. After considerable deliberation, Nick resolved to communicate with Iron Man to explore the possibility of aiding their exit from this universe. Upon learning of this development, Iron Man found it intriguing. The ability to traverse parallel universes freely would represent a significant breakthrough. "Director, I accept your proposal, but I need to speak with him privately," he stated. Chapter 88. Striving for excellence. After concluding the matters concerning the gang, Clark returned to his workstation. Although he had indeed produced numerous commendable designs during this period, his professional responsibilities must continue, particularly with Stark Industries' annual evaluation approaching, a time of utmost importance. However, given Clark's previous exemplary performance, this assessment posed little challenge. His only obligation was to adhere to the schedule. After all, an exemplary employee must not only generate outstanding designs, but also comply with company regulations. Those who excel during this period are naturally rewarded with generous incentives and improved conditions. While Clark was indifferent to the rewards, he certainly hoped for enhanced benefits. Should he earn the title of Outstanding Employee in this review, he would be granted a larger, more prestigious office. In this realm, the privilege of exceptional employees allows them to bypass the customary layers of bureaucracy and communicate directly with Tony Stark. Notably, these outstanding individuals enjoy significantly more vacation time than their ordinary counterparts, affording Clark ample opportunity to pursue his personal interests. Particularly as Superman, it is imperative that he has sufficient time at his disposal. According to the preferences expressed by netizens in previous polls, Clark's next destination should be Detroit. This version of Detroit vastly differs from its original counterpart, earning the moniker City of Gangsters, with countless gang factions, both large and small, permeating its streets. Even the most unassuming civilians may be entangled in gang affiliations. Moreover, the absence of supervillains in this Detroit makes it an ideal setting for Clark to cultivate a positive reputation for his superhero identity. In pursuit of his vacation, Clark once again immersed himself in his work, much to the satisfaction of the higher-ups. Each time he returned from leave, he would dive back into his projects, consistently delivering remarkable designs before embarking on another break. Such a prodigy is a rare find, with only a select few capable of achieving what Clark has accomplished. This time, Clark focused on designing prosthetic hands. Previously, he had created prosthetics for arms and thighs, which garnered impressive sales and earned the acclaim of many individuals with disabilities. His latest endeavor centers on a fresh design for the crucial digits of a human hand, particularly the thumb, which plays an indispensable role. The loss of a thumb renders the remaining fingers nearly ineffectual for many tasks. Although this design may not yield substantial profits, Stark Industries has long been committed to philanthropic efforts, assisting underprivileged families in obtaining prosthetics. The earlier creations were too extravagant for ordinary families to afford, even in charitable contexts. To address this, Clark developed both a luxury version and a standard version of the prosthetic. The luxury version caters to those with greater means, while the standard version is designed for the general public, prioritizing practicality over aesthetics, which inevitably fall short in comparison to the luxury model. Besides the visual appeal, the luxurious model is equipped with exclusive features, justifying the significant price difference between the two. This latest design of hand prosthetics consists of over 10 variations, tailored to different levels of hand impairment. Ultimately, only a select few designs will be chosen for production, in a bid to curtail expenses. It is implausible to adopt all of the numerous designs. Instead, only the most practical ones will be embraced. During this period, Clark also provided Paul and Aisha with a modest allowance, while simultaneously updating and upgrading all their electronic devices. As a devoted older brother, Clark has never been frugal with his financial support. Naturally, to receive such benefits, one must exchange them for commendable performance. Not only does this apply to academic achievements, but Clark also maintains a strict oversight of their conduct and social interactions. While Paul and Aisha were at school, Clark ensured that his subordinates were constantly vigilant of anyone who approached them. Any individual exhibiting dubious intentions or a questionable background would receive a preliminary warning from Clark. Should they persist in their behavior, he would instruct his associates to make them vanish. Regardless of the adversary's status, if Clark desired their disappearance, that wish would be fulfilled. For those families silenced, Clark would employ the most judicious methods to absorb their assets. Presently, Clark has a multitude of lawyers at his disposal, some of whom are notably esteemed within the legal realm. Upon witnessing the prowess of the nameless gang, these individuals wholeheartedly committed themselves to its cause. Naturally, their allegiance to the nameless gang comes with abundant benefits and privileges. Retaining exceptional talent necessitates substantial financial investment. Beyond monetary compensation, it is imperative that they understand the dire consequences of betrayal should they choose to depart from the gang. The gravity of such repercussions cannot merely be conveyed through words. Therefore, Clark has his subordinates employ the most straightforward and direct methods to illustrate the fate of traitors. Even if some new recruits contemplate withdrawal, it is often too late, as they have already glimpsed what they should not have. Should they opt not to remain, they too would face silencing. Crucially, Clark ensures that these individuals meet their end in a manner that appears entirely reasonable, evading any suspicion. Lawyers of their caliber inevitably offend many, thus attracting numerous individuals inclined to silence them. Hence, orchestrating a murder or accident is a trivial task. Initially, these individuals experience trepidation, yet the allure of generous salaries and benefits quickly dispelled their fears. Additionally, they no longer need to worry about retaliation, as the nameless gang discreetly deploys personnel to guarantee their safety. Though this may be a form of covert surveillance, it indeed alleviates their concerns regarding threats to themselves and their families. Tasked with safeguarding these lawyers is Clark's reconstituted Black Reaper squad, comprised predominantly of mutants, each possessing formidable abilities. It is precisely due to the clandestine protection afforded by these Reapers that Clark's lawyers feel emboldened to undertake any litigation or accept any case. Chapter 89. The turmoil in Detroit. Clark finally arrived in Detroit, guided by the votes of netizens. In a bid to capture the first-hand narrative, the Planet Daily decided to document the entire journey. Clark's presence in Detroit was not merely a figment of his imagination. It was also the result of the formalized voting orchestrated by the Planet Daily. Following the emergence of the online poll, they monopolized it, renaming the initiative which sinful city should Superman purify next? Detroit, notorious as the city of gangs, topped the chart with a staggering 47 of the votes. As the Planet Daily headlined the results, Clark gazed at the graffiti of the Bloods on the walls of an abandoned factory in Detroit, tugging gently at his crimson cape. He had anticipated that this act of righteous retribution would unfold like countless previous encounters, requiring only a symbolic appearance to send evil scurrying away. After all, he was Superman, and his reputation for being ruthless and decisive was well known throughout the land. Any gang that learned of Superman's impending arrival would dare not resist. They would scatter in fear, and those unable to escape would seek a sliver of mercy by surrendering to the authorities. When Clark descended upon the desolate docks by the Detroit River, he intended to conduct a symbolic patrol to fulfill the purpose of his visit. However, he was taken aback by the bustling streets, the firmly shut casino doors, and the gang members trembling in their basements, none of which aligned with his expectations. Just then, a round of armor-piercing ammunition whizzed past his ear, detonating a 3-meter-wide hole in the concrete warehouse behind him. For the first time, a flicker of astonishment crossed Clark's eyes. It appeared that the news of his arrival had not reached them. His voice resonated across the docks, carried by the wind, as his red cape billowed amidst the smoke. Yet, the response he received was not one of pleas for mercy, but a torrential barrage of gunfire. Dozens of Gatling guns emerged from the surrounding derelict factories, shell casings cascading down like a waterfall, while bullets halted just a meter from Clark, never grazing his form. Indeed, this was a place worthy of its moniker as the city of gangs, boasting substantial financial resources. Clark raised an eyebrow, fully aware that such weaponry was beyond the reach of an ordinary gang. Unsurprisingly, the Gatling guns were merely the appetizer. As anticipated, 2 main battle tanks slowly emerged from the rear of the warehouse, their barrels gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Furthermore, 3 fighter jets swooped low through the clouds, their missiles targeted squarely at Clark. The largest gang alliance in Detroit, the Iron Claw Gang, was evidently prepared to fight to the death. They had amassed enough wealth through the smuggling of drugs and arms to purchase weaponry capable of taking on a small army, all in a bid to ensure that Clark remained within their city for good. Since you have no desire to seize your last chance, I find no reason to show mercy. Clark's tone bore no trace of anger. Rather, it was infused with a sense of exhilaration and delight. When a main cannon of the first tank thunderously discharged, the armor-piercing round, accompanied by a supersonic crack, hurtled towards Clark's face. He merely waved his hand nonchalantly, devoid of any elaborate maneuvers or dazzling energy, as if brushing away dust from his shoulder. Yet, with that simple gesture, an invisible shockwave met the projectile, causing the armor-piercing shell, capable of penetrating thick armor, to disintegrate into countless minuscule metal fragments. Most terrifyingly, this shockwave surged back up the barrel, tearing the entire tank apart as if gripped by an unseen giant hand. The armor plates, tracks, and engine were reduced to countless shards amidst the piercing sound of twisted metal, scattering across the ground. Even the gang members in the cockpit had no time to utter a scream before being engulfed by the debris. Observing this, the fighter jets in the sky immediately launched missiles, 3 ground attack missiles trailing long tails as they dove downward. Clark did not flinch. With a gentle push against the ground, he soared into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. In the fleeting moment, he brushed past the missiles midair. He waved his hand once more, and the bodies of the 3 fighter jets seemed to be severed by invisible blades, their wings separating from their fuselages, engines exploding in midair, while the wreckage, billowing black smoke, plummeted towards the desolate land below. In a mere 3 seconds, the once mighty aerial force was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The gang members on the ground, who had previously been so confident, were now utterly panicked. The gunfire from the Gatling gun became chaotic. Some even discarded their weapons in a desperate attempt to flee, but Clark offered them no opportunity for escape, landing atop the factory roof. Intense beams of heat erupted from his eyes, 2 red energy streams sweeping across the factory walls like the scythe of death. The steel framework of the factory was instantaneously melted into molten iron, and those gang members hiding within were either vaporized by the searing heat or buried beneath the collapsing structure. For those attempting to flee in vehicles, Clark merely teleported beside them, grasped the car's roof with one hand, and crushed the entire vehicle, along with its occupants, into a metallic sphere, which he then casually tossed into the Detroit River, creating a massive splash. The entire process was devoid of compassion or hesitation. When the last gang member at the port fell to his knees, pleading for mercy in exchange for his life, the Superman merely gazed at his bloodied hands and slowly lifted his foot. You offered no mercy to the innocent when wielding your weapons. With a dull thud, the ground cracked open, and that man's figure vanished entirely into the dust. For Clark, this was merely an appetizer. Subsequently, he showed no mercy as he undertook a thorough cleansing of the gang presence in Detroit. Wherever he went, no gang member was spared. Clark had to admit that the gangs in Detroit displayed a certain bravery, as everything that transpired at the port was broadcast live. They were acutely aware of the events transpiring at the port, yet these gang members opted not to flee, defiantly taking up arms in resistance. However, such actions merely prolonged their demise. After all, the interference caused by weapons did have some effect on Clark, particularly with occasional shots fired from the surrounding structures. These projectiles would result in tremendous explosions upon contact with Clark's biological form. While these colossal blasts could not inflict harm upon Clark, the ensuing cacophony was inescapable. Ordinarily, Clark could have incinerated these individuals to mere dust with his searing breath, but he refrained from doing so. The reason being that there were still innocent civilians within those buildings. His intention was to eliminate only the gang members, and the collateral damage of innocent lives would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 90. The Detroit Turmoil 2. Within the Detroit Police Precinct, both the chief and the rank-and-file officers were engulfed in despair. The audacity of these gang members to retaliate against a Superman was unfathomable. Most alarming was their possession of such an arsenal, of which the police were entirely oblivious. This represented a grave dereliction of duty for any officer, and many had previously collaborated with the gangs, sealing their fates. Some timid officers, in a bid to escape suffering, drew their sidearms and ended their own lives on the spot. With the first came the second, and soon the precinct echoed with the sounds of 5 or 6 gunshots, marking the demise of just as many officers. Witnessing this, the chief realized his own fate would scarcely be better than theirs. As the chief of the Detroit Police, he had engaged in numerous and scrupulous dealings to secure his position and amass wealth. Although Superman had never targeted him, that did not guarantee his safety. Now, the chief found himself wishing to leave the precinct, yearning to escape Detroit or even America itself. Survival was paramount. With this thought, he dared not linger and promptly made his way outside. Observing the chief's departure, several corrupt officers realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly followed suit. As this group reached the parking lot, a voice suddenly echoed from above. "Why the rush to leave? I've only just arrived, and you are already departing. Don't you welcome me?" This unexpected voice prompted the departing individuals to look up, only to discover Clark hovering above them. The chief swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Superman, we were merely assisting you. Given the sheer number of gang members here, it is our duty to help you eliminate some of the trouble in advance. Clark descended slowly, gently applauding. I had no idea your awareness was so profound, Chief. However, everything appears to be proceeding smoothly, so your concerns are no longer necessary. For now, I suggest you remain in the precinct and cooperate with the forthcoming operations. Upon Clark's utterance, the gathered assembly immediately grasped the underlying implication. They were to remain docile within the precinct, relinquishing any thoughts of escape, even if they were to flee the station. The prospect of departing Detroit was utterly bleak. Moreover, with Superman standing before them, compliance was their only recourse. Clark, too, did not depart, but rather accompanied them into the station. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn across the floor, he shook his head in resignation. There truly was no need for such a hasty demise. Had you chosen to articulate your reasons for living, perhaps your families could have been spared. Yet, in succumbing to death so readily, your families would inevitably share your fate. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed through the spines of all present, cold sweat beating at their temples while tremors seized their bodies. They had harbored the belief that death would liberate them, never anticipating that Superman would harbor no intentions of granting them reprieve. Even in death, their families would not escape retribution. Prior to this encounter, Clark had diligently investigated the precinct's affairs. These corrupt officers were not alone in their misdeeds. Their kin bore a similar taint. Some had committed transgressions even graver than those of their criminal counterparts, including the chief and deputy chief, who, emboldened by their rank and status, had extinguished the lives of many who obstructed their financial ambitions. Naturally, such individuals had no justification for survival. Fortunately, the upper echelons implicated in Detroit's underbelly were relatively few, affording Clark an opportunity to act. Had there been a greater number of high-ranking officials involved, he would have needed to proceed with utmost caution, refraining from impulsive actions. Meanwhile, the Daily Planet was broadcasting live coverage of the unfolding events in Detroit. Viewers were astounded to witness the gang's audacious armed resistance against Superman, deeming them utterly reckless. Particularly, netizens critiqued the gang's futile defiance, likening it to throwing stones against an iron wall. Yet, some argued that their actions were not without merit. After all, no one wishes to await death passively, and if there existed even a glimmer of hope through resistance, it was only natural to grasp it. However, as their crimes came to light, public sentiment shifted, with many concluding that they deserved no mercy, and Superman's benevolence was profoundly admirable. Chief, we ought to retire to the office for a more thorough discussion, Clark declared. All present should remain compliant and refrain from hasty departures. As his words resonated, it was as if an unseen force had seized control of their minds. The ordinary officers stood frozen in place, paralyzed by trepidation. The chief, too, found himself unable to resist, leading Clark to his office. Once inside, weakness overtook him, and he fell to his knees. I beg of you, I implore you, spare my family. They are entirely unaware of my actions. They are innocent. Please, let them live, and I shall willingly accept my fate. Clark sat expressionless in the director's chair, his tone calm and devoid of any emotion. They are beneficiaries. The ill-gotten gains you possess were likewise spent by them. Since they have spent it, they too deserve to be punished. If I am not mistaken, when those victims sought your aid, they were likely in a position similar to yours. Yet what did you do? Not only did you fail to spare them, but you also, fearing the exposure of your secrets, resorted to murder to silence them. Had you merely taken lives to cover your tracks, I might have considered sparing your family. However, your involvement in trafficking their grotesque representations for profit renders you irredeemable. But fret not, your family shall soon join you in the depths below. Initially, Clark believed that Detroit, as the largest hub for organized crime, encompassing drug trafficking, smuggling, gambling, and prostitution, represented the pinnacle of depravity. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the depths of perversion exhibited by these individuals. Organ trafficking and the transformation of young girls into mere playthings were among their heinous acts. Confronted with such depravity, Clark, of course, would show no mercy. Most importantly, he intended for his nameless gang to seize control of Detroit's drug trafficking industry. This city boasts an intricate network of drug production and smuggling routes, and once his gang took over, profits would flow directly. As for other industries, Clark was determined to obliterate them entirely. ensuring they would never re-emerge in Detroit. Those who had committed unspeakable atrocities would face execution by the most brutal means. And Clark planned to broadcast the entire process live, allowing the world to witness the fate that befalls those who err grievously. Chapter 91. The Turmoil in Detroit. 3. Director. I am aware, and I too believe that these gangs are merely the surface of Detroit's underbelly. If my intuition serves me right, the true powers capable of shrouding the city in darkness must still lurk in the shadows. Upon hearing Clark's words, the already disoriented director collapsed entirely to the ground. The current chief of police trembled uncontrollably, his legs feeling as though they had been shattered, rendered utterly numb and incapable of standing. Do not entertain thoughts of concealment or justification. This is your final opportunity. If you comply, your family may yet survive. Should you fail, they will meet the same fate as you, reduced to nothing but bones. I trust you have observed my previous methods. There is no need for further elaboration. I find myself somewhat weary today, so I shall rest here in your precinct. Inform everyone within the station to remain there. Anyone who dares to venture beyond 100 meters will face a fate worse than death. Now, go and relay this message. With those words, Clark comfortably leaned back in the director's chair, taking a moment to rest. The director, upon attempting to rise once more, found his legs utterly unresponsive and could only crawl out to secure the door behind him. Once liberated from the oppressive atmosphere of his office, the director found it somewhat easier to breathe. The immense pressure emanating from Clark had thrust him into a state of near mental collapse. In such a condition, even the act of breathing felt like an extravagant luxury. Fortunately, with Superman's emergence, the director was granted a moment to catch his breath. Regaining his composure, he laboriously leaned against the wall and made his way to the broadcasting room. Upon entering, the officers present dared not utter a word, acutely aware of Clark's previously disclosed abilities, one of which was superhearing. To avoid being overheard, they maintained a respectful silence, only posing the necessary inquiries. Is there anything you wish us to broadcast, Director? The director swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly as he replied. Inform all officers that they are not to venture beyond 100 meters from the precinct. Should anyone dare to leave, death will be their only reward. The officers in the broadcasting room grasped the gravity of the situation. It was clear they had no choice but to remain within the precinct if they wished to survive. One officer, sensing the urgency, promptly activated the broadcast to disseminate the message throughout the station. Upon hearing the news, while some officers felt a flicker of discontent, none dared to voice their dissent. Although Clark had seized control of the precinct, the outside world remained tumultuous. The remnants of the gang that had not been entirely eradicated by Superman were regrouping. These surviving members, having narrowly escaped Clark's recent onslaught, were not ordinary thugs. They were the elite of their organization, possessing significant combat experience and proficiency with weaponry, armed with even more formidable weapons than before. They prepared to eliminate Superman along with any lingering vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, Clark observed every development with keen interest. He was astonished by the depth of the Detroit gang's resources. Previously, he had considered their possession of tanks and fighter jets to be the pinnacle of their arsenal, never anticipating that missiles were also within their grasp. He pondered who could possibly be audacious enough to supply such armaments to a criminal organization. Wouldn't you agree, Director? Clark's voice, unrestrained and resonant, echoed in the room, ensuring the director heard every word clearly. The gang's ability to procure such weapons was not solely a matter of financial means. It also required extensive connections. Their procurement of 16 fighter jets and a main battle tank was ample evidence that they had ties not only to the precinct but also to military personnel. Overwhelmed by Clark's revelations, the director, who had only just managed to rise, found himself collapsing once more to the ground. Upon witnessing the director's demeanor, Clark found little interest. After all, there was no sense of accomplishment in bullying ordinary individuals. His current actions were merely a means to garner public favor for his Superman persona. Rest assured, I have assured you that as long as you diligently cooperate with my endeavors, your family shall remain unharmed. Should you excel during this period, there exists a possibility that you may also survive. However, the decision of life or death ultimately resides in your hands. I hope you do not squander this opportunity. Upon hearing that there was still hope for him, the director's spirits were momentarily revived. After all, no one willingly embraces death when life is at stake. One must employ every possible means to survive. Noticing the change in the director's expression, Clark donned a playful smile. I reiterate, if you divulge the remaining members of the gang, your life will be spared. The director's smile vanished instantaneously at Superman's words, leaving him standing there, a mere shell of despair. Clark understood the director's apprehensions all too well. Your concerns are entirely unwarranted. I shall not depart from Detroit until I have eradicated the gang entirely. When I leave, no remnants of the gang will linger in Detroit. Thus, you may speak freely. After expressing this, Clark rose and gently patted the director's shoulder. Consider this carefully. I shall return shortly. With that, Superman exited the director's office. After Clark's departure, the director sank in a nearby sofa, overwhelmed by despondency. When he first arrived in Detroit, he aspired to be a commendable officer, bringing justice and light to the city. However, upon realizing that even the police were colluding with the gang, he felt utterly powerless. Those under his command appeared to obey him, yet secretly relayed operational plans to the gang, resulting in multiple actions being thwarted. The director had initially resisted surrendering, but upon witnessing his wife and children being captured by the gang as leverage against him, he was compelled to acquiesce and become complicit. Now, the director merely hoped that Superman would spare his family, not involving them in the turmoil. Thus, even in death, he could at least feel justified towards his family, ensuring they were not entangled in his fate. This would be the most meaningful act he could accomplish. Chapter 92. The Detroit Turmoil 4. The instant Clark stepped out of the police station, several projectiles came hurtling towards him. Observing this, Clark remained unfazed, immediately unleashing his biofield. Typically, the biofield he emitted would extend to about 1 meter around his body, a distance ample for his needs. The reason he expanded the biofield's range upon the imminent attack was to ensure that the scoundrels within the precinct would not meet their demise so easily. If they were to perish so easily, it would be nothing short of a reward for them. Thus, Clark must ensure their survival, subjecting them to public execution and a slow torment instead. You truly lack memory. Despite knowing that such weapons pose no threat to me, you dare to wield them. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall facilitate your journey. With that, Clark unleashed his heat vision. Wherever the scorching rays swept, nothing remained, penetrating through any cover the adversaries might have sought refuge behind, ensuring instant obliteration upon his targeting. The timid among them witnessed the demise of their companions. Even those hiding behind a towering edifice were not spared by Superman's wrath, causing their morale to shatter completely. Such an utterly imbalanced confrontation would be unbearable for anyone. The members of the gang were engulfed in profound despair, for they could discern no glimmer of victory. They had presumed that sheltering behind a building would spare them, yet they were utterly astounded to discover that Superman's attack could pierce through the very structure and claim their lives. The missiles acquired by the gang were not stationed on land, but rather aboard a naval vessel at the port. Although this ship had been decommissioned, some functionalities remained intact. The gang had purchased it primarily to facilitate drug trafficking and engage in organ trade, never anticipating that they would be compelled to resort to such weapons of mass destruction. The cost of the missiles on board was substantial, and releasing them all would entail severe losses for the gang. However, the Detroit underworld was willing to overlook such concerns to eliminate Superman. Yet, launching the missiles would require considerable time. Given their dubious origins, the preparatory phase was lengthy. Naturally, Superman would not allow them to unleash the missiles. Should they be fired, the devastation wrought upon Detroit would be catastrophic. In previous encounters across various cities, his focus had solely been on neutralizing gang members, causing minimal collateral damage. However, should the Detroit gang succeed in launching these missiles, the repercussions would be immense, obliterating the positive reputation he had painstakingly built as a symbol of justice. Clark was determined to avoid any blemish on the image he had cultivated. In an instant, Clark materialized above the naval vessel, as the gang members were still orchestrating the missile launch. Simultaneously, news reached those aboard the ship. All of Superman's subordinates tasked with thwarting their efforts had been vanquished, and Superman was swiftly approaching their position. Upon receiving this alarming news, the ship's commander promptly summoned all his henchmen to conduct a meticulous patrol of the vicinity. The gang members, obeying orders, armed themselves and surged onto the deck, searching diligently for any trace of Superman. Floating above the vessel, Clark observed the gang's frantic response and realized that his presence had once again been compromised. Clark was utterly convinced that the gang members stationed outside the police station to obstruct him had been thoroughly eliminated, leaving no survivors. with these thugs silenced. The only potential informants were those within the precinct. Little did Clark anticipate that the individuals inside the police station were themselves in dire straits, barely managing to safeguard their own lives, let alone assist the gang. It seemed imperative to ensure they faced a more excruciating demise. The Daily Planet, initially eager to provide live coverage alongside Superman, found itself unable to deliver a complete report. The gang had launched indiscriminate attacks against them, targeting both ground interview vehicles and aerial news helicopters without exception. Had it not been for their swift retreat, they might have met their end there. The lucky survivor. The reporter continuously caressed his chest, overwhelmed by the perilous situation. It was indeed dangerous, so perilous that they had come perilously close to death. Others echoed his sentiments, affirming that this was their closest encounter with the Grim Reaper. Such a scenario had never transpired in Gotham City. It was unimaginable that it would unfold in Detroit. Regrettably, they could no longer relay their first-hand report. Another individual nearby retorted with irritation. "What time do you think it is? Are you still contemplating a report? Do you value the story more than your life? If you truly wish to report, then go ahead." With that, the driver tossed the keys to the reporter and departed without a backward glance. The other journalists, witnessing this exchange, chose to remain silent. After all, survival took precedence over news. American journalists, it seemed, were merely mercenaries for hire, unwilling to risk their lives. Furthermore, some positions were simply unattainable, rendering it unnecessary to stake their lives for a scoop. "Hey, are you looking for me down there?" The gang members searching for Clark's whereabouts immediately looked up upon hearing the voice, spotting Clark hovering in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, these thugs raised their guns, ready to fire. Clark, however, calmly addressed them. "There's no need to be so tense. Lower your guns and aim at each other instead." Obediently, the gang members complied, redirecting their weapons toward their companions. At that moment, the gang members yearned to break free from the control over their bodies. Yet no matter how hard they struggled, it bore no fruit. Their attempts to escape did not alter the fact that they were now pointing their guns at one another. What everyone required most was composure. They needed to remain calm. "It appears that everyone is rather agitated," Clark continued. "How about we each take a shot at one another to regain our composure? Now, let's allow for some tranquility among us." As Clark's voice faded, a cacophony of gunfire and explosions erupted aboard the vessel. Even the commanding officers on the warship were caught off guard. After all, launching missiles is not a task that can be accomplished by merely one or two individuals. In an instant, the 200 to 300 crew members aboard, in consideration of their neighbor's peace, obediently reclined to engage in a deep, breathless slumber. Chapter 93. The Detroit Turmoil. 5. The second assault by the Detroit mob against Superman also concluded in failure. This time, not only did it end in defeat, but the most valuable missiles were also confiscated. For the shadowy figures behind Detroit's largest crime syndicate, this was nothing short of a catastrophic blow. While the mob is accustomed to easy money, such weaponry is not merely obtained through wealth. The suppliers of these arms are none other than the two oldest and most affluent gangs in Detroit, the Lion Gang and the One-Eyed Gang. These two factions, having long established their reign in Detroit, were tasked with orchestrating and commanding the recent attempt to subdue Superman. They believed that their numerical superiority, combined with the overwhelming advantage of weaponry and equipment, would inflict some semblance of damage upon him. However, the outcome left them utterly astonished. Not only did the dispatched mob members perish, but all their weapons were effortlessly obliterated by Superman. In less than half a day, nearly half of the assets of both gangs were entirely depleted. Moreover, these two gangs, possessing remarkable foresight, sought to stabilize the other crime factions in Detroit. They utilized decoys and offered generous bounties to retain a portion of their members within the city. The remaining, oblivious gangsters presumed that the leaders of these two formidable gangs had not departed. Thus they too chose to remain and confront Superman alongside them. Little did they realize that what remained was merely a decoy. The true leaders had long since fled Detroit, taking refuge in an opulently constructed underground palace. This subterranean sanctuary was intended as the final hideout for these gang leaders, equipped with ample supplies and logistical support to sustain nearly 100 individuals for 5 years without concern for sustenance. They had contemplated fleeing to foreign lands or other cities. Yet wherever they might venture, Superman would inevitably track them down, rather than live in constant fear while evading capture. They deemed it wiser to conceal themselves in the safest haven available. The two factions resolved to bide their time until Superman departed, at which point they could reclaim their dominion over Detroit. That very night, the thunderous roar of the Batmobile's engine shattered the night sky as Batman, accompanied by members of the Justice League, arrived in Detroit. Upon witnessing their arrival, Superman seemed to have an epiphany rather than engage with them. He opted for an abrupt departure. "Why is he leaving?" The Flash inquired, confusion etched upon his face as he watched Superman's retreating figure. He had accomplished all that was required of him. Remaining here had become a constraint. "Our mission was to address the subsequent tasks, specifically to manage and recover the missiles aboard the warship, ensuring that they posed no threat to the innocent civilians residing in this place." Wonder Woman maintained her composure, fully aware of the purpose behind their arrival. Superman's departure, in fact, afforded her a sense of relief. His continued presence would have exerted an invisible pressure on everyone involved. Batman deftly maneuvered the Batplane to land at the precinct's entrance. Wonder Woman was the first to disembark, her gaze sweeping over the trembling officers standing at the police station's doorway. Besides resolving the missile situation, they also needed to address the local police. These officers had believed they would evade peril following Superman's exit, never anticipating the Justice League's arrival in Detroit. Once complicit in accepting bribes from gangsters, they had woven a perfect shield of protection for the underworld within the precinct. They intended to flee Detroit the moment Superman departed, oblivious to the Justice League's impending intervention. The Flash, noticing individuals attempting to escape, materialized before them in a flash of red. "Please do not rush. Let us have a proper discussion." With that, he transformed into a red bolt of lightning, returning the fleeing individuals to the precinct's entrance. Meanwhile, Batman was engaged in a series of operations on his computer aboard the aircraft. Within mere minutes, he had commandeered the precinct's surveillance and surrounding power grid. Thus, those who sought to escape found themselves with no chance of leaving. To thwart any lingering attempts at flight, Aquaman commanded the waters to encircle the precinct. Some of the seawater, upon contact with the electrical grid, was charged, rendering the hope of escape even more elusive. Aquaman, observing those trapped within the precinct, remarked, "Enjoy your remaining time." The officers confined inside had long since abandoned hope, their faces pale and expressions despondent. Yet they felt a sliver of relief knowing that their judges were not Superman, but the Justice League. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the plaza of Detroit, Batman projected the crimes of the corrupt officers onto a colossal screen in the city center. Embezzlement, drug trafficking, witness murder, each sordid transaction was laid bare before the citizens. The surviving ordinary populace, initially silent, erupted into furious shouts. According to Detroit's laws, every crime you committed is worthy of a death sentence. Wonder Woman ascended to the makeshift judgment platform, the lasso of truth coiled around her wrist. "However, we shall not end your lives with vigilante justice. Instead, you will spend your remaining years in prison, witnessing this city gradually rejuvenate and observing the restoration of all that you once destroyed." The Flash subdued the last rebellious officer, pinning him to the ground, his speed leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. "Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. The entire police force of the city is en route, and your shield of protection has vanished. No one can rescue you now." Aquaman, observing the gathering crowd, swiftly conjured a wall of water around them, safeguarding the innocent civilians from any potential ambush by the remnants of the gang, thus preventing unnecessary casualties. After all, the situation had reached its climax, and any unforeseen incident at this critical juncture was unacceptable. The 2-hour public trial had thoroughly exposed the misdeeds of these corrupt officers to the scrutiny of the public eye. Some emotionally charged citizens even rushed onto the makeshift platform, assaulting the officers with fists and kicks. The Justice League, however, refrained from intervening immediately, choosing instead to observe the unfolding chaos silently. Only when the thrashing seemed sufficient did they step in to quell the turmoil. Witnessing the superheroes of the Justice League take action, the police who had hurriedly arrived to assist swiftly intervened, urging the enraged crowd to maintain their composure. Although the officers spoke soothingly, their actions were merely symbolic, for they understood that the populace was seething with anger and needed an outlet for their frustrations. Any vigorous attempt to restrain them would likely result in the officers becoming the focus of the crowd's wrath. Chapter 94. Knowing when to withdraw, Clark's silence and absence of hesitation in leaving Detroit was largely influenced by the emergence of the Justice League. He recognized that, having previously cleared numerous cities without the appearance of other superheroes, it indicated that those cities were not entangled with significant power players. Even if apprehended, it would have little impact. However, Detroit was different. The presence of superheroes signified the involvement of individuals with considerable influence. Clark also realized that his intelligence team required further enhancement. Had they gathered more comprehensive information, they would have discerned the identities of those implicated. The arrival of the Justice League illuminated for Clark that remaining in Detroit held little value. Departing was the most prudent choice. Continuing to linger would undoubtedly invite the American government to tarnish his reputation. After all, they monopolized various news and entertainment outlets, and any unfounded slander against him would obliterate his established credibility. Such occurrences might be more easily mitigated in other nations, but in America, there would be no opportunity for redemption. In capitalist nations, as long as high-level interests were not at stake, one could create a ruckus without consequence, merely becoming a source of amusement. However, once high-ranking officials became involved, the outcome was entirely different. Particularly after witnessing the public trial in Detroit today, Clark understood unequivocally that these individuals would not survive. On the surface, these individuals appear to be confined, yet within the walls of a prison. It is an effortless endeavor to make someone vanish without a trace, particularly in a place like Arkham Asylum. The number of inmates who perish throughout the year can easily reach 30 or 40, and this seldom stirs concern among anyone. Once these individuals are admitted to Arkham, it is but a month before not a single soul remains alive. When they have all succumbed, those who stand behind them will find themselves secure. After witnessing the public trial, Clark picked up the phone and dialed James's number. The call was answered as promptly as ever, with a single ring preceding a response. Are we to send someone to take over the meth lab in Detroit? Initially, Clark had indeed entertained such an idea, but that notion had since dissipated. The Detroit crew was instructed to remain compliant and harbor no ambitions. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the meth labs in Detroit, along with various other enterprises, would soon be under new management. Regardless of who takes over the Detroit operations, should any of their personnel approach us with a favorable offer, we shall engage in collaboration. James, upon hearing this, was filled with confusion. According to his understanding, such an occurrence had never transpired before. Historically, no matter how formidable the gang, they would eliminate any threats and allow their subordinates to assume control, leading to an expansion of their operations and the eventual development into new cities. Yet this time, with such a substantial opportunity in plain sight, they chose not to act, opting instead to partner with those in Detroit. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon James, prompting him to respond hastily. Rest assured, I will diligently execute your directives. After receiving James's affirmation, Clark ended the call. Immediately thereafter, James relayed this news to the remaining leaders, the other heads of the nameless gang. Upon receiving this message from James, displayed a degree of bewilderment. However, the more astute among them quickly grasped its implications. Jones stated, I shall heed the arrangements. Bella echoed, I shall comply with the arrangements. Jack affirmed, we shall all comply. Witnessing the commitment of these leading figures, the remaining leaders also voiced their allegiance, pledging to respect the orders and refrain from entertaining any notions regarding the Detroit meth labs. For many years, the nameless gang had maintained its position at the pinnacle of the underworld precisely by adhering to directives. Everyone understood that only through compliance could they sustain their current way of life. Crucially, throughout these years, the arrangements had never faltered. Obedience had not only led to the expansion of their business, but also an increase in their wealth. Most importantly, no gang dared to provoke them, which was the most gratifying aspect of their existence. Meanwhile, within an empty police precinct in Detroit, only a few members of the Justice League and several newly hired officers stationed at the entrance remained. Following the public trial, all the officers in this precinct had been taken away, leaving only these fresh recruits. The matters at hand have now been resolved. May we take our leave? Aquaman inquired while savoring a slice of pizza. Currently, no new directives have been issued from above, thus we must remain stationed here. This is not my first encounter with such a situation. The last time I faced something similar was during World War II. After speaking, Wonder Woman took a sip of her coffee, exuding an air of calm and elegance. Are you suggesting that if no one from above descends, we are to remain here indefinitely? Aquaman's tone had grown somewhat irritable. There is no need for haste. Arrangements have already been made for someone to take over. Once that person arrives, we will simply hand over the responsibilities and be free to depart. Batman turned his laptop towards the group, revealing the content of his recent conversation with the higher-ups. The reason we are to remain here is to ensure that the remnants of the gang do not entertain any excessive ideas. Our task is to dutifully fulfill the orders from above. Batman was reluctant to comply with these orders, yet he found himself without alternatives. Disobedience in significant matters could easily lead to their transformation into the next supervillains. This explains why the members of the Justice League, despite their dissatisfaction with the upper management's decisions, dare not resist. After all, we have not yet reached a point where a complete rupture with the government is unavoidable. Thus, certain matters are best overlooked. At that moment, the Flash burst through the door. I just took a stroll outside and noticed several gang members retreating towards the outskirts of the city. Should we not apprehend them? As the Flash's words echoed, Aquaman tossed a hamburger towards him, which the Flash effortlessly caught with one hand. The higher-ups have already dispatched someone. We need not interfere further. Upon hearing Aquaman's assertion, the Flash refrained from further inquiries, unwrapping the hamburger and taking a hearty bite. Chapter 95. A rare relaxation after the Justice League had nearly concluded their affairs in Detroit, Batman received a call from the national authorities. They expressed great satisfaction with the Justice League's handling of the situation in Detroit. In recognition of their efforts, the national leadership granted the Justice League additional privileges. Among these was a reward for Aquaman. Upon learning of his reward, Aquaman was taken aback. Logically, Atlantis posed a potential threat to the United States, given its advanced technology. However, in an effort to stabilize relations with Atlantis and ensure Aquaman's allegiance, the United States has extended greater tourism privileges. Since Aquaman assumed control over Atlantis, he transformed it into a thriving tourist destination, personally endorsing his realm and welcoming all visitors to explore Atlantis. However, due to previous travel restrictions, the number of visitors that Atlantis could accommodate annually was limited. Nevertheless, the recent performance of Aquaman in Detroit has greatly pleased the higher-ups in America, resulting in a significant relaxation of these restrictions. The annual allowance has expanded from a mere 100 individuals to an impressive 10,000, with no time constraints imposed. Previously, not only was the quota restricted to 100, but each individual was allowed a mere 2-day stay in Atlantis. Such a brief visit left little room for a substantial experience, leading to a rather mundane impression of the magnificent city. Now, with the cap raised to 10,000 and no time limitations, Aquaman has ample opportunity to showcase his realm. In addition to Aquaman's rewards, the Flash, Wonder Woman, and Batman have also received corresponding accolades. These rewards serve as a form of hush money, as numerous events in Detroit have remained undisclosed following the Justice League's intervention, including the mysterious disappearance of high-ranking officials from the police department that very night. The public trials that ensued did not involve any prominent figures. After obtaining the rewards he desired, Aquaman was in high spirits. I will not return to the Justice League just yet. This momentous news compels me to visit Atlantis personally. Once I have arranged everything, I will take you all to Atlantis for a delightful experience. Upon hearing of the complimentary trip to Atlantis, the Flash immediately perked up. He had always yearned to visit Atlantis, but the exorbitant ticket prices had deterred him from pursuing that dream. Additionally, the Flash, being somewhat shy, felt embarrassed to ask Aquaman for a free excursion. When can we go? The Flash eagerly inquired, but soon realized he might have been a tad too hasty. Aquaman, perceiving the Flash's enthusiasm, retrieved a card from his costume pocket and presented it to him. Whenever you wish to visit Atlantis, simply bring this card. With it, you can enjoy complimentary access to Atlantis. This card not only grants you free entry, but also covers all your needs while in Atlantis. However, I must advise you against indulging in the oversized lobsters and crabs, as they may very well be juvenile citizens of the saltwater kingdom. With a friendly pat on the Flash's shoulder, Aquaman departed, for returning to Atlantis through the ocean was a swift and effortless journey, far quicker than traveling by land or air. Batman, having determined that matters here had reached a definitive conclusion, retrieved his phone and sent a message before tucking it away. He then departed Detroit with the Flash and Wonder Woman. Meanwhile, in his office, Clark was engrossed in sketching design plans when his phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon glancing at the message, a subtle smile graced his lips. It was from Batman. Out of courtesy, Clark decided to respond. Since their collaboration in Gotham, they had exchanged contact information, and this marked their first communication since then. After finishing work that evening, Clark found himself wandering to Chinatown, the only place where he willingly carved out time amidst his busy schedule. Here, he could indulge in the culinary delights reminiscent of his homeland, particularly the barbecue, which felt indistinguishable from returning home. The fact that the proprietor hailed from northeast China only intensified Clark's sense of familiarity and comfort. "Torek, what brings you here today?" Same old, Clark inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he greeted the owner of the barbecue joint. "Same as always. I'll have a rack of lamb. Please, start me off with a platter of flour and meat skewers, along with a serving of cold marinated tofu and tiger vegetables. Make the tiger vegetables a bit more charred," he replied. The owner beamed in response, "Absolutely." At a nearby table, a fellow from northeast China gave Clark a thumbs up. "Brother, from your accent, I can tell you've learned Chinese from us Northeasterners, haven't you?" Upon realizing the man was also from northeast China, Clark's interest peaked. "My previous Chinese teacher mentioned that this accent allows you to encounter fellow countrymen anywhere." I was skeptical at first, but it seems to be true. The conversation flowed easily, and soon the two tables merged into one, sharing food and laughter, creating one of the happiest evenings Clark had experienced since his rebirth. Surrounded by compatriots from northeast China, representing almost all of the three northeastern provinces, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. As the night progressed, several more individuals from northeast China joined their gathering, exchanging contact information with plans to reunite monthly. Upon returning home, Clark opened the Northeast group chat he had been added to. The group was filled with Northeasterners striving in various American cities, with some having returned to their homeland, yet still sharing updates about the changes back home. These expatriates held a deep yearning to return to Northeast China, yet were unable to abandon their current lives. Only a select few, possessing a carefree spirit, had relinquished everything to return to rural Northeast China, embracing a leisurely life. Unfortunately, they missed the opportune moment. Had they returned just as short videos became a sensation, they would have undoubtedly thrived financially through such captivating stories. Chapter 96. The Cultivator. As Clark perused the group chat, an advertisement suddenly popped up, announcing the pre-sale of tickets to Atlantis. Previously, Clark had encountered various introductions regarding this enchanting destination. Although the duration of the visit was a mere 2 days, the plethora of activities available was astounding. However, the limited availability of tickets meant that even wealth could not guarantee access. Upon clicking the link, Clark was astonished to discover the ticket prices had surged dramatically. Previously, a 2-day excursion to Atlantis cost nearly $4 million, an endeavor reserved for the affluent. Now, the price had escalated to a staggering $10 million, and that was not even for the most luxurious package. The ultimate Atlantis travel experience was priced at an eye-watering $80 million, extending the visit to an entire month. Recognizing these details, Clark understood that this was a reward bestowed upon the Sea King by the upper echelons. With the restriction on the number of days lifted, it was reasonable to assume that the number of visitors would increase as well. At this juncture, Clark glanced at the advertisement, noting a figure of 10,000 in the lower right corner, indicating that only a little over 2,000 tickets remained. Just as Clark contemplated seizing a ticket worth $80 million, an image in the group caught his attention. At the moment he beheld this image, all desire to acquire a ticket dissipated, and his focus shifted entirely to the picture. To the untrained eye, the image appeared unremarkable, merely a box containing a few pills. However, having read countless cultivation novels, Wu Tian recognized that these were no ordinary pills, but rather elixirs. The pills bore intricate patterns, albeit simplistic and faint, yet they were indeed present. And each elixir's pattern was strikingly similar. To verify his suspicions, Clark promptly sent the first message in the group. "Northeast Return. Hey, what is this? Rural Oldly. Brother, it's evident you haven't returned to the country in quite some time. This is a newly sold pill in our homeland, known as the Foundation Establishment Pill. After consuming it, one can expect noticeable effects within a week, enhancing physical strength and alleviating various ailments. It is said that those with frail constitutions can significantly improve their health by taking the Foundation Establishment Pill continuously for a year. This is already my third course. My original rheumatic pain has improved remarkably after taking this pill, and I believe with continued use, I will achieve complete recovery. Being in Chow's camp while my heart remains with Han, I bought some of these when I returned home upon a friend's recommendation. During my 6-month stay in the country, I consumed them for half a year, and many of my ailments were effectively treated. I initially intended to bring some back, but it seems this product is under special protection by the state and cannot be taken abroad. After experiencing the effects of the foundational pill, I, the American, also wished to purchase some to bring back, but they were confiscated before I could even pass through security. Consequently, I faced a fine exceeding 20,000. Following this, several others recounted similar experiences, sharing images of their purchased foundational pills and the effects they had observed. Upon viewing the images they sent, Clark became convinced that this foundational pill resembled the foundational elixir described in cultivation novels. However, it appeared to be a diluted version, merely serving to enhance physical strength and heal ailments. You all are merely scratching the surface, remarked a participant. In fact, there are numerous such elixirs available domestically, albeit at exorbitant prices, with varying effects for each type. This was the most basic version, accessible to the public. It was rumored that more advanced varieties emitted a subtle fragrance, with intricate and deeper patterns engraved upon them. These latter statements further solidified Clark's belief that within this realm of superheroes, China had indeed chosen the path of cultivation. This also explained why, in a world populated by superheroes, China remained resilient and unyielding to the invasions of both heroes and villains. It was plausible that the current China housed formidable cultivators, though these practitioners remained discreet, revealing themselves only when provoked by powerful superheroes or supervillains. Clark's curiosity about China intensified. He yearned to witness whether these cultivators were as formidable as depicted in novels. Just as he was about to inquire further about the elixirs, he noticed someone swiftly diverting the conversation to another topic. Recognizing this shift, Clark realized that there must be someone with authority in the group, and certain matters could not be discussed in depth. The more they evaded the topic, the more it piqued Clark's interest in the new role that China played in this world. Previously, Clark had not contemplated visiting China, but this incident solidified his resolve to journey there. With this thought, he rose, donned his Superman attire, and flew directly towards China. This is the greatest advantage of being Superman. Wherever his mind wanders, he can simply soar there, without needing to inform anyone or require any mode of transport. As Clark flew eastward, the sky gradually cooled. When he had traversed half the globe, daylight broke completely. Throughout the flight, he maintained a low altitude, allowing him to both travel and appreciate the scenery below. To avoid drawing attention, he emitted a biological field during his flight, ensuring he would not be easily detected. Just as he entered Chinese airspace, a deep voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "My dear friend, this is not a place for you. You should turn back at once. However, should you insist on proceeding, we shall be compelled to take action." As the words fell, several middle-aged individuals, gliding upon their flying swords, suddenly materialized before Clark. Witnessing their appearance, Clark's previous conjecture was further validated. Indeed, the land of Hua was steeped in the practice of cultivation. Yet, these cultivators deviated somewhat from Clark's initial expectations. Their attire was exceedingly ordinary, indistinguishable from that of common folk on the streets, the only striking aspect being the flying swords beneath their feet. What a delightful surprise. Initially, I presumed I had trespassed into a domain inhabited by mutants or supervillains fleeing from the Americans, but to my astonishment, I encountered paragons of absolute justice. "Mr. Superman, this is not a place for you. Kindly return." Though the tone of these cultivators was amicable, their gazes betrayed a lack of warmth. Their smiles were insincere, clearly signaling to Clark that he should depart while they remained in a good mood. Should he linger, and they become incensed, the outcome would be unpredictable. Clark did not harbor resentment towards them. After all, this was a place he had longed to return to, and even if the demeanor of his greeters was less than welcoming, he could endure it. Please do not misunderstand. My presence here bears no ulterior motive. I am merely a tourist. I understand that my explanation may be difficult for you to accept, but I assure you that is indeed my sole intention. Clark's response took the cultivators by surprise, but it was evident that they remained skeptical. To them, Superman represented a significant threat. Ever since his actions were broadcast worldwide, many nations had developed a fear of him. Although Superman's deeds undeniably upheld justice and ensured that the guilty faced their due punishment, his methods were often deemed excessively brutal. Particularly for those with a more compassionate outlook, the notion that even the most heinous individuals deserved to live was paramount. Mr. Superman, even if what you say is true, we still cannot permit you to enter the borders of Hua. As for any inquiries you may wish to pose, we can only answer the questions we deem appropriate. However, time is limited. We hope you can focus on the essentials. Seeing that the cultivators showed no intention of yielding, Clark realized that his entry into Hua was unattainable. What he had hoped would be an opportunity to indulge in the local cuisine now seemed futile. Nevertheless, this visit was not entirely in vain. Having encountered these cultivators, Clark understood that Hua possessed formidable means to defend against both superheroes and supervillains. Furthermore, it appeared there were protective formations along the borders, though the specifics of such formations remained beyond Clark's knowledge. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a cultivator to intercept me as soon as I entered the borders of Hua country. In truth, I had no particular inquiries. I merely wished to enjoy a leisurely visit. Since entry was not feasible, I decided to depart. With that, Clark turned away without a glance, making his exit. The cultivators observed the retreating figure of Superman, lingering for a moment before they could finally exhale in relief, confirming that they could no longer sense Clark's aura. That was truly terrifying. Superman was an entity of immense dread. The powerful aura he exuded nearly rendered them breathless. One individual beside them, having overheard, patted his chest and remarked, "Indeed, by the changes in his expressions and mannerisms, I could ascertain that his overwhelming pressure was entirely unintentional. This pressure was emitted even before he had entered a combat state. It was unfathomable to consider what it might be like if he were to engage in battle." The speaker refrained from continuing, but all present comprehended the implication of his words. Initially, upon their arrival, they had believed they were confronting a cadre of oblivious supervillains who had fled to Hua country to evade Superman, only to discover that the formidable Superman himself had arrived. These cultivators now understood the sheer despair that gang members and supervillains must feel when faced with such a being. At that moment, an elderly man with an ethereal demeanor, who appeared to be a tale of ancient wisdom, descended gracefully on a flying soar behind them. Who was that individual who just appeared here? Upon hearing the old man's voice, the cultivators promptly turned, clasping their fists in respect. "Master." The elder gazed at his disciples, whose faces were etched with fear, and he could not help but furrow his brow. "What manner of person has instilled such panic in you?" The elder possessed a keen understanding of his disciples' capabilities. Although they were unable to confront a powerful outsider, they should have had no difficulty dealing with the average foe, even against a few formidable adversaries. They could have held their ground for a considerable time. This reaction was uncharacteristic. "Master," was Superman. Upon hearing this, the elder was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "He did not act inappropriately, did he?" Another disciple hastily replied, "Rest assured, Master, he did not overstep any bounds. We inquired about his intentions. Yet he posed no questions and merely glanced before turning to leave." The elder fell into deep contemplation upon hearing his disciple's account. Previously, the nation had assessed Superman's strength, recognizing that an entity of such power should not be provoked lightly. If he were to pose a genuine threat to Hua country, the nation would mobilize its strongest warriors to confront him. Even if they could not eliminate him, they would strive to inflict grievous wounds, ensuring he could never recover and thus no longer pose a threat. "I must report this matter. You all continue to stand guard diligently here." After speaking, the elder did not give his disciples a chance to respond. He produced a talisman and, while reciting an incantation, vanished from sight in less than 5 seconds. It seems that this time, the master was genuinely anxious, using such a precious teleportation talisman without hesitation. Upon departing, Clark did not return to America, but instead made his way directly to the small country. Given his newfound abilities, he felt compelled to create a stir in the small country. Although he could not engage in excessive antics at this stage, a bit of mischief was certainly permissible. Primarily, Clark aimed to establish commercial ties between his unnamed gang and the local underworld, engaging in the trade of common narcotics. Simultaneously, he had his research team develop a specific drug tailored to the dietary habits of the small country. This new substance was ingeniously concealed within raw foods and, when consumed, would halt the growth of minors and diminish their intelligence. Ultimately, their height would be stunted between 1 foot to 5 meters, with cognitive development peaking at the mental capacity of an 8 or 9-year-old. This groundbreaking drug had been on the market in the small country for 5 years, yielding initial results. Many children had begun to experience stunted growth or slow development, with their intelligence showing signs of incompleteness. While the addictive potential for adults was relatively low, prolonged use could inflict considerable harm on their health. To ensure that these drugs were exclusively utilized within the small country, all subsequent operations were personally overseen by dispatched members of the unnamed gang. Chapter 98. Journey to the Land of Cherry Blossoms 2. The small country lacked the heightened vigilance of Wagwa, allowing Clark to effortlessly enter its territory. Upon arrival, he had a clear objective and flew directly to a secluded forest. Within this forest stood a unique, isolated residence that Clark had instructed his local representative, Casey, to prepare. Regular maintenance was ensured by designated individuals who cleaned the property monthly, guaranteeing its seamless operation. Once at his lodging, Clark changed in a modest attire and donned a backpack, transforming into the guise of a hiker. Before departing, he noticed several car keys displayed on the shoe rack by the entrance, complete with descriptions of the vehicles. Clark had to admit that Casey's attention to detail was truly commendable. Upon opening the wardrobe, he discovered that Casey had meticulously organized the clothing according to varying needs. The assortment ranged from casual wear to an array of sports and work attire, showcasing a comprehensive selection. Just when he thought it could not be better, he was pleasantly surprised to find that even the car keys had been fully prepared. Clark simply selected the most ordinary car key and proceeded down the mountain. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office bustling with activity, Casey received a notification on her computer. Though Casey's appearance was not particularly remarkable, ranking among the more unremarkable female executives, Clark entrusted the business of the little notebook to her due to her exceptional capabilities. Among the many executives, Casey also received the highest salary and benefits. Upon seeing the notification, Casey promptly opened her computer and witnessed Clark entering the room to change his clothes and retrieve his car keys. Aware of his arrival, she immediately arranged for the appropriate reception. All the members of the unnamed gang working for the little notebook were seasoned employees transferred from the old country. Upon hearing of Clark's arrival, they all tensed up, fearing to relax even slightly. Although they had enjoyed a comfortable life at the little notebook over the past few years, the terror it had once instilled in them was never forgotten. As Clark drove in his pickup truck, he pondered how to inflict the most significant damage on the little notebook in the shortest time possible. After more than 2 hours of driving, Clark finally arrived at the headquarters of the unnamed gang within the little notebook's main office. The headquarters was a 4-story office building, which the unnamed gang had purchased at an exceptionally low price. Of course, acquiring the building required Clark to employ some tactics, utilizing perfectly legal means to secure it at the lowest possible cost. The sellers had no opportunity to object, as all those connected to them had already vanished from this world. Upon seeing Clark's arrival, the young men stationed at the entrance immediately stood at attention. Noticing their response, Clark remarked that there was no need to be so tense. After saying this, he walked straight into the building, allowing the young men at the door to finally exhale. Despite his words, the group of young men dared not slacken their vigilance. Inside the office building, everyone displayed the utmost respect towards Clark, and he ascended to the top floor via the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by Casey, standing at the entrance. "Welcome," she said. Clark nodded calmly. "Let us proceed. Show me how the plan is unfolding." Casey stepped aside, respectfully gesturing, "This way, please." Given that Casey often hosted Japanese clients, she was more accustomed to using the names familiar to the little notebook. However, Clark was indifferent to this, as long as profits were generated. He would not intervene in any other matters. Once in the office, Clark naturally took a seat in Casey's position, while she stood respectfully in front of the desk. "Now, tell me, how is the plan progressing?" Casey retrieved the document from the side and handed them to Clark with both hands. "This is a summary of our achievements over the past 5 years with the little notebook." After concluding his thoughts, Clark began to sift through the meticulously condensed documents, which encapsulated only the most critical and useful information. Among these was the plan to terminate the next generation, deemed remarkably successful. Over the course of 5 years, tens of thousands of children were adversely affected by a novel drug, their physical and mental development irrevocably stunted, with no hope of recovery. Observing such results, Clark nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "You have performed exceptionally well. The outcomes have indeed met my expectations. Tomorrow, credit each person's account with 100,000 as a reward for this endeavor. And as the person in charge here, having navigated through without detection while flawlessly executing the plan, you shall receive 5 million as your reward." Upon hearing of such a generous reward, Casey felt an overwhelming thrill within, though she maintained a facade of composure. After setting the documents aside, Clark turned his gaze back to Casey, inquiring, "Has there been any significant development at the agency recently?" Promptly, Casey approached to adjust the computer, which then displayed local news reports from the agency. Recently, the agency had been subject to a series of mysterious terrorist attacks. Although each attack, dubbed a terrorist washing machine, did not result in mass casualties, numerous prominent structures suffered extensive damage. Many buildings were utterly destroyed beyond repair, necessitating complete reconstruction. It was not only notable edifices that were impacted. The financial system also endured a catastrophic blow. However, the agency was not to be trifled with, swiftly implementing measures to mitigate these assaults. Members of the unknown organization responsible for the attacks were apprehended, yet they seemed to act under some form of coercion, as they would unhesitatingly take their own lives upon capture. Despite having detained many, these individuals quickly perished, yielding no valuable information. Upon reviewing the news, Clark's furrowed brow relaxed, a smile gracing his face, pondering which benefactor had orchestrated such noble deeds. "Our people were not involved?" he asked. Casey promptly stood at attention, her demeanor grave. "I assure you, our personnel were absolutely not implicated in these events. I have also cautioned my subordinates to return home directly after work, avoiding any places that might embroil them in unnecessary troubles. However, I have initiated an inquiry into the nature of this organization, yet thus far, we have yielded no results." Chapter 99, Journey to the Land of Cherry Blossoms. 3. Clark was not surprised by this response. The audacity of the perpetrators to carry out continuous terrorist attacks indicated their formidable capabilities. There was a significant likelihood they were either supervillains or mutants. Yet, Clark refrained from further speculation, recognizing that this matter was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. "Since this issue did not encroach upon our interests, there was no need for your involvement. However, given Casey's capabilities, it is reasonable to assume that she could deduce that the scope for accomplishing such acts without detection is quite limited." Upon hearing this, Casey immediately grasped the implication. She had previously informed all members of the Nameless Gang that there might be some superheroes or supervillains who originally belonged to this world. She urged everyone to exercise utmost caution and avoid attracting the attention of these individuals. In a world teeming with superheroes and supervillains, the most prudent choice for living a stable life is to remain ordinary. Although ordinary individuals may suffer collateral damage and even perish amidst the clashes of these mighty beings, they need not worry about being targeted by either faction. Moreover, after years of observation, Clark had noted that battles causing widespread destruction within cities were indeed rare. Even characters like the Hulk, known for their brute force, inflicted relatively limited damage. The devastation portrayed in films and comics often seems disproportionately vast, capable of rendering entire areas irreversibly harmed. However, this scenario is contingent upon the Hulk not losing complete control. Before such an event transpires, there will invariably be those who intervene to steer the Hulk away from densely populated areas, thereby mitigating the resultant destruction. Recently, I will be staying in a small notebook for a while. Please take me for a stroll around the vicinity this afternoon. Upon hearing Clark's request, Casey respectfully acknowledged it. Around midday, she escorted Clark to a renowned Japanese restaurant nearby. Upon entering and witnessing the fresh tuna being prepared, Clark couldn't help but furrow his brow. Casey, noticing the shift in Clark's expression, hurried to his side and lowered her voice. "Rest assured, this establishment is run by our own people, and these tunas have not been subjected to any harmful substances. Any seafood that has been tainted is strictly prohibited from entering this area." Clark's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, yet he confessed, "I still do not favor raw dishes." Understanding Clark's sentiment, Casey promptly signaled to the chef who was currently demonstrating the preparation of a shark. The chef, recognizing the deference shown by his superior towards Clark, quickly grasped the identity of the guest and whispered a few words to those around him. After 5 minutes in a private room with Casey, a variety of Japanese delicacies began to grace the table, all prepared in accordance with Clark's preference for cooked dishes. Salmon and tuna were subjected to traditional Japanese cooking methods. Although their texture altered, their flavor remained quite pleasant. Following their lunch, Clark requested Casey to guide him to the sites of recent terrorist attacks. Upon arrival, Clark noticed that the area was cordoned off, rendering it impossible for ordinary civilians to glimpse the situation within. However, for Clark, these barriers posed no challenge whatsoever. Clark sat in the vehicle, surveying the area where the terror attack had transpired, while also taking in the scents that lingered in the air. The acrid odor of gunpowder was palpable, indicating that the method employed was rather conventional, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Nonetheless, Clark was certain that the substantial amount of explosives transported to such a heavily guarded location suggested that among the perpetrators, there were individuals possessing abilities such as flight, teleportation, tunneling, invisibility, and disguise. Without such capabilities, it would have been impossible to smuggle a large quantity of explosives into these ancient edifices without alerting security and surveillance. While there could be other explanations, Clark chose not to dwell on them. "Let us proceed to the next location," he instructed. Following Clark's command, Casey diligently visited 4 different sites of the terror attacks. Through his espionage oath and superhuman sense of smell, Clark was able to ascertain that the same method had been employed at all 4 locations. However, he could not confirm whether the same group was responsible, as he had been attempting to detect the scent of gunpowder along the way, but to no avail. This lack of success left him unable to determine if the same individuals were indeed behind the attacks. "Any discoveries?" Clark inquired, gazing quietly out the window. "The only certainty I possess at this moment is that the explosives they utilized are entirely consistent." Before he could finish, a resounding roar echoed across the sky. It was not thunder, nor a conventional explosion. It was a low-frequency tremor capable of shattering bones, creeping up from the soles of his feet into his skull. The cables of the river-crossing bridge first let out a mournful cry, and the silvery bridge structure twisted as if in the grip of an invisible giant, while cars, accompanied by their piercing screams, plummeted into the churning waters below. The buildings and shops closest to the explosion were reduced to mere rubble. Scalding steam mingled with flying debris. As the cobblestone streets and the alleyways cracked open with spiderweb-like fissures, where steaming meat buns became ensnared, quickly charred to a hardened black by the searing waves of heat. As the radiant light swept across the vicinity, glass curtain walls cascaded like waterfalls, and fingers that had been typing on keyboards instantaneously lost sensation. Those seated by the windows had no time to utter a gasp before their garments were consumed by the flames. The nearby shrine's enormous bell was violently uprooted by the shockwave of the explosion, soaring through the air to embed itself into the facade of a tall building not far away. Subsequently, a mushroom cloud rose slowly above the city, a gray-black pillar enveloping debris, smoke, and shattered remnants of buildings, resembling a colossal hand reaching skyward. The once clear river water became murky, floating twisted metal and bloated corpses. The once thriving commercial street had transformed into a sea of flames, with burning billboards crackling and neon tubes contorting into grotesque shapes amidst the inferno. The residential buildings resembled gnawed biscuits, their outer walls peeling away to reveal the skeletal framework of steel and concrete within. Some structures leaned precariously against the ruins of neighboring edifices, threatening to collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, Clark was utterly stunned, unable to fathom the extent of destruction orchestrated by this group. Chapter 100. Journey to the Land of Cherry Blossoms. 4. Amidst the aftermath of the nuclear explosion, survivors crawled from the debris, their bodies marked by burns and lacerations, their vacant gazes scanning the desolation around them. A man knelt before a broken wall, cradling the lifeless body of a child in his arms, the dust of tragedy still clinging to the child's school uniform. In the distance, faint cries for help echoed, but they were swiftly drowned out by the sounds of collapse triggered by aftershocks. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt plastic, mingled with the metallic tang of blood and dust, a combination that provoked relentless coughing. The sun was obscured by a mushroom cloud, casting a pall of darkness over the landscape. Fine, black rain began to fall within a limited radius, pattering against the shattered rooftops with a soft hiss. The rainwater, tainted with radioactive debris, pooled into small black streams that coursed along the streets, weaving past cold corpses and crumbled structures, eventually merging into the murky river. The city felt as though it had been placed on pause, with only the mournful wail of the wind whispering through the ruins, echoing the tale of this sudden catastrophe. "Oh my God, are these people insane? They dare to use nuclear weapons," Casey exclaimed, utterly shocked by the unfolding scene. "There's no need for such alarm. They understand restraint quite well. What they deployed was likely a small nuclear device with a limited blast radius. Under normal circumstances, this miniature nuclear bomb would not have a destructive range exceeding 1 kilometer, Clark reasoned, quickly regaining his composure despite the initial shock of the event. If a standard-sized nuclear weapon had been utilized, he was certain that his current location would also have been affected. But where exactly did that explosion occur? Casey inquired, gazing toward the rising mushroom cloud. "That's the infamous Dog Day God toilet," he replied. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Clark's face, realizing that someone had indeed taken such drastic action. Given that this was a notably small nuclear explosion, it had not garnered widespread attention, merely instilling immense panic within the ranks of the small book. After all, the Dog Day God toilet was a symbolic stronghold for the small book, perpetually guarded by heavy security. The fact that such a location had been targeted was indeed alarming for them. Soon, this incident caught the attention of the Justice League in America. Batman's sharp gaze fixated on the flickering screen before him, which displayed a stream of data and intelligence concerning the attack on the small book. "This is an outright provocation." Batman's grave voice shattered the silence. "Moreover, the use of nuclear weapons blatantly disregards international treaties and the fundamental safety of humanity." Aquaman furrowed his brow, a worried expression crossing his face. "We must act immediately. Such atrocities cannot be allowed to go unpunished. The innocent populace is suffering." Wonder Woman grips her lasso of truth tightly, her gaze resolute. "This is a blatant affront to justice, and, as guardians of righteousness, we cannot remain passive." Meanwhile, at the Avengers headquarters, a flurry of activity ensues. Iron Man swiftly taps away at his keyboard, the lights on his armor flickering. It is madness. Miniature nuclear weapons. Do they not comprehend the catastrophic chain reaction this could provoke? Captain America, with a serious countenance and shield firmly in hand, asserts that whoever is responsible must face the consequences. Such actions pose a grave threat to global peace. Thor, arms crossed, has stormy fury swirling in his eyes. Those who dare to wield such perilous powers among mortals must submit to the judgment of gods and heroes. The two superhero teams spring into action. The Justice League, leveraging their extensive global intelligence network, begins to trace the origins of the nuclear weapons. The Flash zips through various regions at lightning speed, gathering first-hand information, while Green Lantern pilots his energy craft high above for reconnaissance. Within the Avengers, Black Widow employs her exceptional espionage skills to extract intelligence from the shadows, and Hawkeye stands ready to provide support from a concealed position. As the investigation intensifies, clues gradually point toward a shadowy terrorist organization. This organization, however, is shrouded in mystery, employing exceedingly covert tactics. Despite both alliances mobilizing all their connections and resources, they have failed to obtain any pertinent information regarding this enigmatic group. Initially, both alliances considered the source of these miniature nuclear weapons, as such armaments are under stringent control. No nation would readily sell nuclear weapons to individuals or small factions. Should any nation dare to engage in clandestine sales, they would face condemnation and sanctions from the international community. The Justice League and the Avengers have contemplated investigating major powers, yet they lack the authority to do so. Even as superheroes, there are matters beyond their jurisdiction. Particularly when it pertains to the interests of powerful nations, their ability to intervene is severely limited. In contrast, smaller nations could wield their influence without such constraints. However, the availability of nuclear weapons is finite. Both alliances could ascertain the precise number of these armaments with relative ease if they employed certain measures. Recently, they utilized such tactics to confirm that the nuclear weapons held by smaller nations had neither been lost nor sold. Yet, they were aware that, aside from these superpowers, some formidable villains could also acquire the materials necessary to manufacture miniature nuclear weapons. Nevertheless, these supervillains are often at odds with one another, rendering any collaboration improbable. This predicament has ensnared the two prominent alliances. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, the higher-ups in the United States reached out to both alliances, instructing them to refrain from intervening and to treat the incident as if it had never occurred. Upon receiving this directive, despite their reluctance, both alliances had no choice but to comply. Upon learning this news, Iron Man quickly grasped the intent of the government. It seemed that the higher-ups sought to seize this opportunity to deploy a substantial number of troops to the small nation, thus naturally preferring that we do not interfere in the matter. Those present found Iron Man's reasoning quite persuasive. With a clear order issued from above, they resolved to act in accordance with it. To prevent undue attention from the press, it was decided that they should remain at headquarters for the time being, leaving only after the situation had stabilized. Although there was some hesitance, Nick's command left them no option but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, the Justice League swiftly discerned the government's intentions and likewise abandoned their investigation. The members of the Justice League were acutely aware of how well hidden this organization was. Even if they were to persist in their inquiries, they would likely uncover no valuable information. Chapter 101. A Journey to the Land of Cherry Blossoms. 5. Seeing so many adversaries vanquished brought an unusual joy to Clark. He had never felt such happiness since his arrival in this world. Casey, catching a glimpse of Clark's elation in the rearview mirror, felt a surge of curiosity but refrained from voicing it. Where would you like to go next? Given Clark's buoyant mood, he pondered briefly in response to Casey's inquiry. I just glanced at the site of the explosion. It is not far from our headquarters. Inform the staff that they can take a paid leave. As for when they will return to work, we shall decide after this situation is resolved. Those wishing to return home may claim reimbursement for their round-trip flights, along with an additional bonus of 20,000. Additionally, please purchase gifts for the employees to present to their families. After issuing these instructions, Clark cheerfully hummed a tune, leaving Casey bewildered by his decision. However, since the directive had been given, Casey promptly set to work. Known for her exceptional organizational skills, she wasted no time in arranging everything as soon as she received the orders. Upon learning of their unexpected leave, the employees at headquarters were filled with joy. In truth, they were all aware that their compensation was exceedingly generous, as long as they did not err or violate the rules of the unnamed organization. They could work there with peace of mind. That evening, Casey took Clark to a nearby city to a hot spring hotel. The city had recently suffered a nuclear attack, and thus the hot spring establishment was bustling with people. These individuals had fled from the affected city, seeking refuge to avoid being caught in the fallout. Though the standard rooms were fully occupied, the luxurious suites remained largely unfilled. Additionally, given the ownership stake of the nameless faction in this hot spring hotel, Casey and Clark were directly assigned to the opulent presidential suite. What piqued Wu Tian's interest most about this lavish accommodation was the outdoor hot spring pool, where one could soak while admiring the picturesque surroundings. Aware of her companion's aversion to sharing quarters, Casey took up residence in an adjacent room, specifically prepared for accompanying personnel. While it could not compare to the presidential suite, this room was nonetheless equipped with all necessary amenities. After dinner, Clark indulged in the outdoor hot spring, relishing the serene ambience. The quality of the hot spring was indeed remarkable. Should they manage to secure this land entirely, it could serve as an exquisite retreat. However, the notion of annihilating a nation was an egregious crime. It seemed a grand conflict would be required to thoroughly cleanse the area of its inhabitants before seizing control. After all, eliminating a nation that posed a threat to the world would ultimately bring peace of mind. At this juncture, Clark was reminded of a rather exquisite scheme. Emerging from the hot spring, he donned a bathrobe and retrieved a vial from his backpack, which contained a grain of black sand. Ever since confining the Black Sandman within, Clark occasionally released him for brief excursions before imprisoning him once more. The Black Sandman had attempted rebellion previously, but upon realizing he was no match for Superman, he ultimately conceded. Upon releasing the black sand, Clark gestured toward the nearby beach. Consolidate into a humanoid form. I have matters to discuss. Obeying the command, the black sand promptly took flight. Clark held no concerns about the possibility of escape, for should the entity attempt to flee, the consequence would be complete annihilation. Moments later, a small whirlwind of sand wafted through the window, scattering granules everywhere. Observing this, Clark frowned. Clean up the sand on the floor. The Black Sandman, preparing to coalesce into a more substantial form, quickly dispersed. gathering the fallen grains together until he assumed the appearance of a boy of 4 or 5 years. Although the Black Sandman wished to increase his size, doing so would result in a greater mess of sand. To avoid inciting Clark's ire, he opted for a smaller stature, thus minimizing the sand produced. "I have released you for a specific task," Clark stated. "From this day forth, you shall remain on this territory, utilizing your abilities to sabotage their dams, farmlands, and all critical structures." Upon hearing these words, the Black Sandman was utterly taken aback, gazing at Clark with a face full of confusion and disbelief. Why would an embodiment of absolute justice, such as Superman, engage in such deeds? Such matters are typically the domain of supervillains or organizations intent on world domination. Clark observed the incredulous expression on the face of the Black Sandman. He had anticipated this reaction, and a faint, cold smile graced his lips. "Some things are best left undisclosed. Simply follow my directives. Of course, I shall not expect you to toil without recompense. You will receive a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. This sum serves merely as a stipend for your monthly expenditures. Should you execute the tasks I assign with finesse and remain undetected, I will grant you an additional reward commensurate with the extent of destruction you inflict upon the land and structures. The magnitude of this reward will depend on your own capabilities. I will provide you with cameras, recording devices, and transportation to facilitate your daily endeavors. To ensure your comfort here, I will also arrange for a luxurious residence." Upon hearing of such generous compensation, the earlier confusion and shock on the Black Sandman's face dissipated, replaced by sheer delight. "Is this truly real?" Clark set down the bottle of whiskey, asserting, "There is no need for deception. You are not worth such an effort." The Black Sandman, pondering further, quickly inquired, "What about the ordinary people residing here?" Clark replied, placing the bottle down, "Must I instruct you on this? As before, the more you eliminate, the greater your reward. However, ordinary individuals possess little value. If you can target those of higher standing, your compensation will increase accordingly. Yet, I must emphasize that your actions should not be overtly conspicuous. A modicum of restraint is essential. Should your actions attract the attention of other superheroes, I might find it challenging to ensure your safety." Chapter 102. Interests come first. "You are to seek out a person named Casey next door and convey my words to her. Henceforth, you shall heed her every command. Now, you may attend to your own affairs." As the Black Sandman prepared to depart, Clark issued one final reminder. "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have placed a special mark upon you. No matter where you go, I will be able to locate you." Upon hearing this, the Black Sandman shuddered involuntarily and hastily exited, fearing to linger. Once outside, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Standing beside this superhuman always evoked an invisible pressure that rendered him breathless. After taking a moment to alleviate his tension, he proceeded to find Casey as instructed by Clark. The following morning, Casey emerged from her room, her face weary, bearing dark circles under her eyes. Last night, she had engaged in conversation with the Black Sandman, whose demands were refreshingly simple, a desire for a tranquil life when not on assignment. For Casey, this task posed little challenge, especially considering the numerous properties held under the name of the Small Notebook, many of which were situated in desolate locations. These properties were once owned by affluent individuals who had succumbed to bankruptcy and utilized them as collateral for debt. While houses in picturesque regions were easily sold, those in remote areas remained largely overlooked. To prevent these properties from becoming worthless, Casey decided to lease them to vacationers seeking respite nearby. After arranging accommodations for the Black Shark individuals, Casey provided them with a bank card and a sum of cash, which served as the initial funding for their mission. In an effort to curb any overly aggressive actions that could lead to unnecessary complications, Casey elaborated on certain details, and before long, dawn had arrived. By this time, rescue efforts had commenced around the perimeter of the Small Notebook's nuclear explosion site. However, these efforts proved largely ineffective. Nevertheless, as the guardian of the Small Notebook, the United States decided to deploy a team to assist in resolving this predicament. The cost for such aid was substantial. On the surface, this rescue appeared to be a voluntary act by the United States, yet in reality, the higher echelons of the Small Notebook had discreetly contacted senior officials in the U.S. government, trading military presence and various resources for this assistance. The United States did not disappoint, sending their most capable mutants to cleanse and purify the nuclear blast zone. These specialized mutants had been hired at a great expense, as they fell under the purview of the professor. Engaging their help required going through him. Under normal circumstances, these mutants had little opportunity to showcase their abilities, but in the wake of a nuclear explosion, their powers could be harnessed effectively. One such mutant, known as Cannon, possessed the ability to absorb nuclear radiation from the air and soil, converting it within his body. Upon successful conversion, Cannon would generate immense energy, which he could subsequently release in a powerful blast. His capacity only grew stronger with each instance of conversion, leading to faster and more potent projectiles. In addition to Cannon, the abilities of Flower Fairy were equally formidable. Flower Fairy could transmute radiation from the air and soil into pure energy, which manifested as butterflies that dispersed into the surroundings. This pure energy, upon contact with any living being, imparted significant vitality, facilitating rapid growth and healing. There were several such mutants in the Professor S school for gifted individuals. Due to the unique nature of their abilities, they remained ordinary individuals in the absence of nuclear radiation, seldom having the chance to demonstrate their potential. With this opportunity to unleash their true capabilities, the professor was keen to seize the moment. However, it was unrealistic to expect that these mutants alone could cleanse an entire area in a short span of time. However, they are indeed the most suitable candidates for the cleanup of this nuclear contamination. Before assistance arrives from other nations, the nation must begin to help itself. After all, the casualties have been devastating. To appease the populace, the government must take action. Otherwise, the citizens may become exceedingly disillusioned with their country. The military and police have cordoned off the irradiated areas, and water and electricity have been suspended in the vicinity. Concurrently, arrangements have been made for nearby residents to take refuge in hotels, with all expenses borne by the state. As for the rescue operations, the government's higher-ups are merely putting on a fade, failing to undertake any genuine rescue efforts in the radiated zones. The reason for this superficiality is to stabilize public sentiment. Whether or not individuals can be saved is of little concern to them. On another front, the Justice League and the Avengers, though unable to trace the mysterious organization, are nonetheless committed to humanitarian aid. Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises promptly dispatched aircraft carrying essential supplies. To enhance the public image of both alliances, each sent the most appropriate representatives to offer their condolences. Clark, watching their gestures on a television program, couldn't help but smile subtly. Truly, in a capitalist nation, profit remains paramount, regardless of the circumstances. As for the lives of the citizens, what concern is that to the capitalists? However, this experience was not entirely in vain. He finally witnessed what he had longed to see. In his previous world, such matters were unthinkable, and he never anticipated that someone in this realm would dare to act so boldly. Should the opportunity arise, he would certainly seek to be acquainted with these individuals, just as the professor was preparing to instruct a few individuals to board a plane to the nation. A sudden phone call from the higher-ups halted the proceedings. The professor was bewildered. Had they not already agreed? Why was the mission abruptly terminated? He suspected the potential reasons, but still sought clarification. Some matters need not be explicitly stated, for you should already grasp the situation. Until conditions are met, we will not provide any useful assistance. I hope you can understand. The voice on the other end remained remarkably calm, as if such matters were routine. With a resigned smile, the professor acknowledged that the complexities between the two nations were far too intricate for him to decide unilaterally. Since the command had been issued from above, he could only comply, for the plight of mutants was already dire. Should he act on his own accord, it would only exacerbate their suffering. Chapter 103. The long-term plan commences. It is undeniable that Casey's efficiency is remarkably high. By that afternoon, everything required for the Black Sandman had been thoroughly prepared. A residential area was selected in a location with minimal human presence, ensuring that whatever the Black Sandman undertook would go unnoticed. To ascertain the satisfaction of the Black Sandman, Casey personally escorted him, departing only after receiving a gratifying response. The residence chosen by Casey for the Black Sandman was once a luxurious retreat for a wealthy individual. Within the estate, there existed a Zen garden, a favored pastime for the affluent, characterized by its exquisitely fine sand, which delighted the Sandman. Upon his arrival, the Black Sandman, without a moment's hesitation, transformed the ordinary yellow sand into the desired black sand. However, the corrosive nature of the black sand proved to be formidable. swiftly deteriorating the wooden barriers initially intended to contain it. Fortunately, an outer perimeter of stone barricades remained intact, preventing the sand from dispersing. The Black Sandman expressed immense satisfaction with his surroundings, exploring the Zen garden before commencing his work. Nearby, a field awaited, where he intended to initiate corrosion, gradually spreading inward. To avoid leaving any trace and to evade detection, the Black Sandman chose to act under the cover of night, releasing some of his black sand around the field. This peculiar black sand possessed a unique quality, autonomously converting the surrounding earth and sand into black. Initially, the transformed black sand lacked any corrosive properties, creating a deceptive illusion for those nearby who would not perceive it as a threat. Only when the black sand reached a certain expanse did its corrosive effects manifest. By then, it would be too late to halt the spread, as the entire area, spanning hundreds of meters, would be engulfed in this black sand within just 2 or 3 days. This elucidates why Clark refrained from liberating the Black Sandman lightly. Only when the Black Sandman was in a position to wreak havoc would Clark permit his release, allowing him to roam freely. Meanwhile, Clark, in the presence of his notebook, did not hasten to depart. Instead, he lingered, delighting in the torment of the victims before him, which filled him with immense joy. After all, if these individuals had resorted to nuclear weaponry, why could its power not be greater? Alas, what a pity. Such opportunities are rare, and it is uncertain when another might arise. Should nothing unforeseen occur, it is likely that the Americans would dispatch operatives to investigate discreetly, for this was a provocation against them. Everything unfolded as Clark anticipated. Though the Americans ostensibly offered no support to the notebook, they quietly initiated inquiries into these matters. After all, the Americans still maintained a base in the vicinity of the notebook, perceiving this assault not as an affront to the notebook, but as a direct challenge to their supremacy. How could the self-proclaimed dominators of the earth permit such provocation? They must uncover the identity of those responsible. Meanwhile, a clandestine organization convened within a secluded cavern, draped in crimson cloaks and adorned with golden masks. Approximately 30 individuals gathered together. Esteemed companions, we have executed our mission with remarkable finesse. The relentless efforts we have invested during this period have finally borne the fruit we sought. Now we shall disband here, returning to our former lives. Let the events of these days be regarded as a fleeting dream. Even if we happen to recognize one another in the future, we shall act as strangers. This is my final command to you all. Everyone, disperse. Without a moment's hesitation, the 30 individuals turned and departed, each venturing in a different direction. Once they had distanced themselves, they promptly incinerated their cloaks and masks, reclaiming their original identities, no longer affiliated with any organization. As Clark reveled in the anguished cries of his notebook, his phone suddenly chimed with a message. The content was rather straightforward. "Where are you?" The sender was none other than Batman. Clark felt no surprise at Batman's inquiry regarding his whereabouts. "I am on vacation. I will not interfere with the notebook matter. If you're tracking the signal, you should also discover that I am currently with the notebook." Clark's assertion was accurate. Batman had been monitoring their conversation, eager to ascertain Superman's location. When Batman realized that Superman was indeed with the notebook, he was taken aback. The other superheroes of the Justice League who had not visited the notebook were equally astonished. Did Superman not claim to embody absolute justice? Why was he not rescuing the innocent populace there? The Flash, filled with curiosity, found Superman's actions entirely perplexing. Batman scrutinized the message from Superman. His choice was indeed sagacious. Although Superman represents absolute justice, he cannot transgress the commands of his nation. Much like his departure from Detroit upon our arrival, he sought to avoid conflict with the government. After hearing this, the Flash fell silent, while Aquaman observed Superman's location, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of the table. Is it conceivable that these events are connected to Superman? As Aquaman posed this question, the attention of everyone in the office shifted toward him. Aquaman was aware that his statement might be indiscreet and shrugged. "I am merely speculating. After all, thus far, we have uncovered no information regarding that enigmatic organization, and the number of individuals capable of such feats is exceedingly limited. Even if it is not Superman, it could very well be a formidable supervillain." Batman put away his phone. Some matters should not be discussed lightly. Now that the higher-ups have established a collaboration with the notebook, we must diligently attend to our responsibilities. Even though Batman intended to enlist Superman's help to investigate the true circumstances in the notebook, upon hearing Superman's response, he relinquished that notion. It was futile to continue any further inquiries. Once cooperation was achieved, further investigation would serve no purpose. However, Steele was undeterred, persistently gathering all pertinent information. Observing this, the Flash placed a hand on Steele's shoulder, saying, "Batman has declared it unnecessary to continue the investigation. You may cease as well." Steele remained resolute, replying, "It will eventually prove useful." Chapter 104. The Avengers Division. 1. In the conference room of the Avengers, all members were present save for Black Widow. "Nick, you summoned us for a reason?" Captain America inquired. "A directive has been issued. We in the Justice League are forbidden from intervening in this matter. Are you intending to defy this order?" In response to Captain America's questioning, Nick maintained a calm demeanor. "Captain, you are overthinking. I would never contravene an order from above. The purpose of gathering everyone is that we are going on vacation." Upon hearing this, the Avengers were taken aback, perceiving Nick's statement as a jest. At such a time to suggest a holiday, it was evident to all that Nick had ulterior motives. "Director, this vacation destination isn't the Notebook, is it? If it is, I have no desire to visit that insignificant place. There is nothing of worth to draw me there." Iron Man's tone bore a hint of amusement. As everyone understood Nick's implications, yet some clarifications were still necessary, particularly for Iron Man, whose vast enterprises intertwined with the military and high-ranking officials. He had no interest in offending them, as it would jeopardize his business. The notion of a vacation impacting his affairs was a venture he would not entertain. Moreover, Iron Man's motivation for joining the Avengers was primarily to safeguard his business interests. Should this operation lead to suspicion cast upon him, he had no inclination to continue playing these childlike games with them. Observing the reactions of the group, Nick's lips curled into a slight smile. "You are mistaken. I would never contravene the orders from above. This time, we are heading to South Korea, not the Notebook. As you may know, there exists a temporary Avengers base there, which was recently assaulted by an unidentified force. Although no casualties occurred, it remains a provocation against us to thoroughly investigate this incident. I have decided to take you all along, conveniently masquerading it as a vacation. After all, the division in South Korea will soon be decommissioned, and it is imperative to retrieve some vital documents and important materials before its closure." Upon hearing that the destination was indeed the land of the morning calm rather than the land of the little Notebook, the attendees felt a sense of relief. None of them wished to offend the higher-ups, as they all had to continue their lives in this country. Being targeted and labeled as a supervillain would undoubtedly complicate their existence. Even Thor was keen to avoid entanglement, considering that his identity had been registered with the men in black. Should he inadvertently commit an offense, he would be apprehended by them. Although Thor had regained his divine powers, he remained unable to return to Asgard, leaving him with no viable escape. With no avenues for retreat, Thor was compelled to adhere to the regulations of Earth. Nick's remarks, while not deceptive, merely scratched the surface of the severity of the Avengers' situation in the land of the morning calm. The Avengers division in that nation had been nearly obliterated during a recent unprovoked assault. However, to date, the Avengers had failed to uncover any useful intelligence, and the land of the morning calm was unable to provide any valuable assistance. Most critically, the recent incident had incited dissatisfaction in the Middle Kingdom. Given the proximity of the land of the morning calm to the Middle Kingdom, had it not been for the prior attack, the latter would have remained oblivious to the presence of an Avengers division within its borders. Yet, following the attack, the Middle Kingdom became aware of the Avengers' operations and insisted that they withdraw post-haste. Otherwise, they would resort to extraordinary measures to ensure the Avengers' disappearance from the land of the morning calm. In light of the Middle Kingdom's amicable yet firm proposal, the Avengers found themselves in a position of concession. Over the years, both supervillains and superheroes had refrained from entering the Middle Kingdom, which indicated the existence of certain unique measures. However, the specifics of these measures remained a mystery to all. The Avengers understood that if the Middle Kingdom were to activate such capabilities, they would face monumental losses. Meanwhile, in a lavish presidential suite in the land of the morning calm, another Tony Stark, devoid of an arc reactor in his chest, had just awakened from a sumptuous slumber. Upon waking, Stark retrieved a laptop from the side and checked his itinerary in this world. Since his arrival, he had swiftly opened an alternative account, transferring a substantial sum of money from his own assets. This transaction, executed by the otherworldly Tony Stark, was not particularly discreet. Resembling a typical expenditure that anyone observing would presume was merely Stark's own spending. Moreover, Stark's lack of deep understanding regarding business allowed his counterpart from another realm to indulge in a carefree lifestyle in the land of the morning calm. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with my expectations. Regardless of the world from which he hailed, he remained indifferent to the fate of this trivial sum. Though the alternate Tony Stark possesses a profound understanding of himself, he is cautious not to transfer excessive funds at once, lest he attract unwanted complications. His decision to remain in this foreign land stems from a desire to evade detection by another version of himself until he discovers a method to return home. However, circumstances often dictate otherwise. The alternate Tony Stark unexpectedly encounters the presence of the Avengers distribution in this land. Although he initially intended to remain uninvolved, he soon realizes that his existence has been detected. To avert unnecessary troubles, he promptly dismantles the division, thereby alleviating his concerns. As anticipated, the inept authorities of this country fail to uncover any valuable information. Yet, the alternate Tony Stark is aware that he must maintain a low profile for the next few days. With the local authorities unable to glean any useful insights, it is certain that the Avengers headquarters will dispatch individuals to investigate. Thus, the alternate Tony Stark spends his time ensconced in a luxurious hotel, indulging in the pleasures of life while remaining unfazed by the events unfolding outside. Having traversed into a parallel universe, and with no immediate means of returning, he resolves to savor the experience. Although this world bears a striking resemblance to his own, it also presents novel experiences that captivate his interest, including the existence of Superman. Chapter 105, The Avengers Division 2. The following day, the Avengers arrived in this foreign land. Due to the sensitive nature of their mission, they opted for a discreet disguise. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, they were greeted by high-ranking officials from the local government. Under their guidance, the Avengers were accommodated in a luxurious 5-star hotel, which happened to be the same establishment where the alternate Tony Stark resided. However, the alternate Stark seldom ventured outside, thus he was not well acquainted with the hotel's arrangements. In pursuit of valuable intelligence, Iron Man promptly set out for the site after securing their belongings. Upon his arrival, he discovered the location had been utterly ravaged, leaving little of value behind. This site was once the Avengers' most clandestine division in this land, and its current state far exceeded Iron Man's expectations. Previously an unremarkable office building on the outskirts of the Jiangnan district, the underground levels housed sophisticated instruments capable of monitoring anomalous energy fluctuations across East Asia. Now, all that remained were shattered rebar and charred concrete remnants, with the acrid scent of burnt electronic components lingering in the air. The situation was graver than anticipated. Iron Man utilized the internal communication system to succinctly relay the circumstances of the site. He then crouched down, employing the detection capabilities embedded within his suit to extract samples from the surrounding soil. When Jarvis's test results were revealed, Iron Man was taken aback, for it was evident from the residual dust and char materials that the weapon used in the assault on the Avengers base was not of terrestrial origin. Faced with such startling revelations, Iron Man wasted no time in reporting the situation. Director, the matter is far more grave than you anticipated. Meanwhile, Nick, en route to the scene, became acutely serious upon hearing Iron Man's report. Secure the area, Iron Man, and prevent anyone from approaching. As for the police on the periphery, instruct them to vacate the premises. This is beyond their jurisdiction. If it were merely conventional weaponry, Nick would not have been so perturbed. But given that it was not of earthly design, the situation warranted utmost attention. Recently, the Avengers and the Justice League had received numerous reports regarding unfamiliar superheroes and supervillains. Nick immediately surmised that this incident was likely connected to these sudden appearances of extraordinary beings. The American government had already issued 4 directives, mandating that this matter remain confidential. Citizens could not be privy to any useful information, let alone allied nations. Upon the arrival of the team at the perimeter of the cordoned-off area, they found a significant presence of the Korean police. Initially, it was assumed they were there to safeguard and investigate the scene, but it soon became apparent that many were more interested in seeking photographs and autographs from Iron Man. Although this approach was not what Nick had envisioned, the ultimate objective was still achieved. When a member of the Justice League witnessed the devastation, they too were struck with astonishment. Given the proximity to the American base, satellite imagery was unable to capture the full extent of the damage. It had initially seemed less severe, yet it now exceeded Nick's expectations. Enraged by the scene before him, Nick resolved to contact the Korean High Command, insisting on an immediate meeting with their leaders. He struggled to suppress his fury, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Since the secrecy of the base had remained intact, the assailants must have possessed either insider information or tracking technology unknown to them. It was imperative to acquire leads through official channels. 2 hours later, in a high-level conference room within the Korean government, the atmosphere turned palpably awkward. Kim Min-cheol, a senior official from Korea, sat opposite, his coffee long since cold. As he nervously rubbed his hands together, his face etched with regret, yet he offered no valuable information. Director Nick, I once again extend our most sincere apologies on behalf of the Korean government to the Avengers. Kim Min-cheol's voice quivered with evident anxiety. We truly have no knowledge of who orchestrated the attack. Prior to the incident, there were no intelligence reports indicating suspicious individuals or organizations in the vicinity. And even the capital's air defense system failed to detect any anomalous aircraft. Iron Man glided his fingers across the holographic projection screen, revealing the last 10 minutes of surveillance footage before the assault on the division. Suddenly, the image flickered and was engulfed in static. Is this how your intelligence department operates? He scoffed. A clandestine base capable of monitoring energy fluctuations across East Asia lies in ruins in your capital, and you remain utterly oblivious? Do not tell me that you have failed to analyze any remnants from the scene. The energy signatures not of this earth, and possess no leads whatsoever. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Jean Minge's forehead as he instinctively averted his gaze from Iron Man. We have assembled the finest research team to investigate the site, yet thus far, we have yielded no results. Moreover, at the time of the incident, the forces responsible for safeguarding the Gangnam district were engaged in routine exercises and could not reach the scene in time. This is our negligence, and we accept full responsibility, hoping only that the Avengers will forgive our lapse. Forgive? Nick furrowed his brow. What we require is not apologies or forgiveness, but clues, leads that will help us identify the assailants. This base has remained concealed for 3 years, never once exposed. Its sudden attack likely indicates that the perpetrators have uncovered our secrets, potentially threatening other divisions as well. If you cannot provide any assistance, we shall have no choice but to conduct our own investigation, including accessing your military bases and intelligence systems, something I doubt you would welcome. Jean Minge's complexion drained of color, and he hastily rose to his feet. No, Director Nick, we are willing to cooperate fully with the Avengers in any investigation, provided it leads to identifying the attackers. We can offer all necessary resources and intelligence. However, at this moment, we truly lack any actionable leads. I beseech the Avengers for a bit more time. Iron Man deactivated the holographic screen and stood up. We do not have the luxury of time. If the assailants target New York or London next, can you bear the responsibility? He declared, you have 24 hours. Either present us with leads or clear the way so we can act. With that, all members of the Avengers departed, leaving Jean Minge alone in the reception room, lost in thought. Chapter 106, Avengers Division 3. Upon returning to the presidential suite, Captain America and the director began analyzing the available data, hoping to extract something useful. Iron Man, meanwhile, did not remain idle. He instructed JARVIS to analyze the nature of the substances involved. Only Hawkeye leaned back on the sofa, polishing his bow and arrows. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, and unable to endure it any longer, Iron Man rose and approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of whiskey. After filling the glass, he did not drink, but instead lifted it. Nick, we need to talk. Iron Man swirled the glass, the liquid within sloshing as tumultuous as the emotions of everyone present. What is the true purpose of the Korean division? Stop feeding us the absurd notion of monitoring East Asian energy fluctuations. A division base that can be easily obliterated by unknown forces merely attests to the fact that this division is far from what you claim it to be. Nick halted his actions, his gaze sweeping across the Avengers outside the screen, ultimately landing on Iron Man Tony. Some matters involve high-level secrets that you're not privy to. High-level secrets? Now that the base is gone, we do not even know who the enemy is, and you still speak of confidentiality? With a scoff, Captain America forcefully placed his glass on the bar, setting aside his pen to face Nick. Nick, Tony is right. This base has been hidden for 3 years, and we core members were unaware of its true purpose. Now that it has been destroyed, it may have jeopardized the safety of the Avengers. You must reveal the truth. Nick fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed, his tone laced with resignation. Very well, since you have already surmised the truth, there is no need for further concealment. This division in South Korea is not a monitoring station, but rather a mutant research facility secretly established by the U.S. government. A mutant research facility? Even the usually composed Hawkeye paused, his eyes wide with shock. What are they trying to accomplish? Are they researching mutant abilities to create weapons? Far worse than you can imagine. Nick's voice grew somber. The upper echelons plan to extract mutant genes through certain special methods and inject them into ordinary humans, creating artificial mutants that they can fully control. These artificial mutants would become their secret weapons, employed to carry out clandestine missions, and even to confront those authentic mutants who elude their control. Hawkeye abruptly raised his head, his face etched with fury. Such experimentation is utterly inhumane. How dare they undertake such actions? Because of profit, Iron Man replied, his gaze icy and his tone steady. Great power brings immense profit, politically and militarily. They care not for humanitarian concerns in their pursuit of objectives. Nick nodded in agreement. Tony is correct. The very horror of these experiments is why the upper echelons established the base in South Korea and maintained strict secrecy, with even the Avengers believing it to be an ordinary monitoring station. Now that this base has been destroyed, it is, in fact, a boon for both the American elite and the South Korean government. A boon? The base's destruction and the interruption of research cannot possibly be a good thing, Captain America retorted, still seething with anger. Because they can finally rid themselves of this hot potato, Nick calmly explained. Once this experiment is exposed, both the Americans and the South Koreans will undoubtedly face immense public scrutiny, potentially inciting condemnation from the international community. With the base now destroyed, they can conveniently shift the blame onto unknown assailants, thus absolving themselves of any responsibility. Hearing this, Iron Man instinctively tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Are there no matters of concern for them, such as the experimental data and recorded footage? Indeed, this is their sole apprehension and the very purpose of our current mission. The base housed a substantial amount of experimental data and recorded footage, including mutant gene samples, documentation of the experimentation process, and preliminary research outcomes on artificial mutants. Should these materials fall into the hands of the assailants, the repercussions would be dire. Not only would the reputations of both the Americans and South Koreans plummet, but the high-ranking officials involved in the experiments would face disgrace, potentially triggering large-scale conflict between mutants and humans. Nick's expression was grave as he articulated these concerns, for they represented the most pressing issue at hand. Upon his declaration, the room fell into silence, and everyone recognized the severity of the situation. Hawkeye rose. So, our foremost task now is not only to locate the assailants, but also to retrieve those experimental data and recordings before they do? Nick nodded. Precisely. These materials must not fall into anyone's hands, be they the assailants or any other malevolent entities. I have already instructed Agent Hill to retrieve all surveillance footage from the vicinity of the base. I believe we will soon uncover some leads. We cannot rely on these South Koreans, so everything that follows must be accomplished by our own efforts. Iron Man downed the remaining whiskey in his glass, his gaze transforming into one of rare resoluteness. It seems our mission is far more complex than we initially imagined. Most importantly, we must assist in cleaning up their mess. Iron Man's seriousness stemmed from his desire to protect his business interests and the stock value of his company. After all, if such a monumental issue were to break, every industry in America would suffer tremendous repercussions. Captain America stood up. No matter how complicated it may be, we must see this through. We must not only locate the assailants, but also prevent the exposure of that experimental data and footage, averting a greater crisis. Meanwhile, high-ranking government officials, upon learning of the attack on the South Korean branch of the Avengers, reached out directly to the Justice League. The Justice League was perplexed. Why should they intervene in a matter that clearly pertained to the Avengers? However, Batman soon grasped the intent behind the higher-ups' directive. Should we accept this mission or decline? After all, Batman, as the leader of the Justice League, held the authority to make all decisions. Manipulating his phone, Batman concluded, since this is a directive from above, we must comply. However, we shall refrain from engaging in this matter unless the Avengers are unable to resolve it. Only then shall we intervene. Batman is acutely aware that they are merely responsible for tying up loose ends. Chapter 107. The Search for Test Subjects 1. In the narrow alleys of the bustling Jonyo district, an array of refuse and cardboard boxes lay strewn about, with the walls marred by the remnants of some unidentified liquid that had dried. A drunken man clutched the coins he had just exchanged at a convenience store, hastening his steps into the dimly lit passageway. At that moment, he fumbled to stuff the coins into his pocket while attempting to unfasten his belt with one hand, seeking to relieve himself in the shadows. However, having indulged a bit too much, he struggled to accomplish his task, his irritation mounting. Damn it, is this wretched pants conspiring against me? The more frantic he became, the more obstinate his trousers grew. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow darted from behind a trash bin at the alley's entrance, cloaked in a tattered trench coat, instantly obstructing the inebriated man's path. Hand over the money. The voice was gravelly, akin to sandpaper scraping together, the coat's hood obscuring much of the individual's face. In the flickering light, one could discern a portion of the visage marred by faint traces of a pale blue experimental serum, with fingers twitching slightly, emitting sporadic wisps of silvery magnetic energy that caused the iron nails on the ground to rattle. The drunken man, upon witnessing this, was paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. As he attempted to call for help, he watched in horror as the figure's arm erupted with ashen scales, the skin warping like melting wax, swiftly morphing into a countenance identical to his own. This bizarre spectacle rendered his scream caught in his throat, leaving him helplessly gazing as the assailant raised their hand. And the coins in his pocket, as if drawn by an invisible thread, clattered into the stranger's palm. Keep your mouth shut if you wish to live. I seek only your money, not your life. The mutant stuffed the coins into the tattered coat's pocket, the magnetic energy at their fingertips still flickering erratically. Suddenly, the metal shade of a street lamp emitted a low hum, startling the mutant into retracting their power. The mutant could distinctly sense two forces clashing within. Mystique's shape-shifting genes causing their skin to ripple, while Magneto's magnetic control prevented them from approaching metallic objects, both results of the coercively implanted experiments conducted in the Avengers laboratory. To ensure that the drunken man would not prematurely reveal his identity, the mutant swiftly rendered him unconscious, confirming that the man was indeed incapacitated. The mutant promptly turned and strode along the wall towards the main street. Pausing before the glass display of a clothing store, they concentrated, adjusting their facial muscles for a few seconds, and soon the reflection in the window transformed into that of a weary office worker clad in a suit, exuding the demeanor of someone just off work. The mutant then reached into their pocket, feeling the stolen smartphone, its screen still aglow. The screensaver features an adorable photograph of two young girls, and the mutant has long forgotten from whose hands this mobile phone was seized. However, a mere glance at the phone's hunger-induced screen momentarily draws the mutant's thoughts back to reality. Taking a few steps forward, the mutant arrives at a convenience store. Upon entering, the metallic hands on the shelves tremble slightly, prompting him to avert his gaze as he hurriedly grabs 2 boxes of tuna rice balls and a bottle of milk. At the checkout, he deliberately lowers his voice, mimicking the tone of an office worker. The young cashier, without a hint of suspicion, cheerfully reminds him that if he requires heating, he may utilize the microwave over there. Once outside, wary of revealing his peculiarities, the mutant retreats into a nearby alley and tears open the packaging of the rice balls, devouring them with fervor. After swallowing the last bite, he unlocks the smartphone. The absence of a lock spares him considerable hassle. Entering Avengers' soul branch into the search bar, he frowns at the news that appears. The latest report discusses a fire caused by a circuit malfunction in a certain office building, with no casualties reported, accompanied by images of charred structures, entirely omitting any mention of the laboratory, let alone any whispers regarding the escape of artificial mutants. The mutant scours several news websites and even peruses a few conspiracy forums, yet finds no valuable information. It appears that the Avengers have shrouded the traces of the laboratory with an invisible veil, and that fire may have been their means of obliterating evidence. Clenching the phone tightly, his knuckles whiten from the pressure, and the fluctuations in the magnetic field cause the screen to flicker before ultimately going black. At that moment, rain begins to pour from the heavens, and the street outside the alley teems with bustling traffic. No one realizes that this office worker in a suit is an experiment that has escaped from the brink of hell. The mutant discards the black-screen phone into a trash bin, rises, and once again adjusts his facial features, this time transforming into a student with a backpack, blending into the crowd of students leaving school. He is acutely aware that he cannot remain here. To survive, he must leave this land. Only by doing so can he evade detection by the Avengers. Meanwhile, in the hotel, others have finally learned of some grim news. A total of over a dozen relatively successful test subjects have escaped from the research facility. Each possesses at least 2 mutant abilities, with one even boasting 5. It seems this situation is far more severe than anticipated. If these mutants do not cause any disturbances, it would be fortunate. However, if they do wreak havoc, Nick refrains from finishing his sentence. Yet the assembled Avengers grasp the implication. Had they foreseen such an occurrence, why would they have conducted such experiments? Iron Man's tone is laced with disdain. If this matter truly comes to light, I would prefer not to be implicated. You may refer to Iron Man. Rest assured, this situation will certainly not involve you. This led Captain America to uncover some critical information within the records. Each of these test subjects is equipped with a locator. By activating the locators on them, we can pinpoint their locations. Our current task is to devise a method to activate these locators. Once activated, locating them should not pose a significant challenge. Captain America spoke with an air of ease, yet those present were at a loss as to how to initiate the activation. What astonished them was the utter absence of detailed records on activating the locators amidst the plethora of data. Truly a band of dim-witted individuals. Allow me to handle this matter. Although Iron Man's tone was somewhat brusque, everyone understood that he was the only one capable of resolving this issue. Chapter 108. The Search for Test Subjects. 2. Iron Man would not be dubbed a genius if he had not independently discovered the means to activate the locators, even without any assistance from the data. However, the creation of the locators necessitated certain materials. These materials should be procured from the nation of the leopards. After all, this situation arose due to their negligence, and they must take remedial action. Nick found Iron Man's reasoning compelling and immediately contacted the higher-ups in the nation of the leopards, requesting that they deliver all relevant materials and tools to the hotel. Due to this blunder, the Americans expressed considerable dissatisfaction with their performance. In an effort to restore their image, the leopards promptly dispatched the necessary materials to the hotel upon receiving Nick's call. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite, the alternate Tony Stark was disturbed by the sound from outside. Under normal circumstances, such noise would not typically rouse him. However, this version of Tony Stark seemed to sense something amiss, feeling somewhat disoriented, prompting him to set up listening devices in the corridor. When he heard the commotion of large objects being moved, it piqued his curiosity. To avoid detection, he deployed his mini-robots to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered that this world's version of himself was also staying in the same hotel and on the same floor. However, he was perplexed as to why they would require the nation of the leopards to prepare such an array of equipment. Was there some significant event unfolding? Logically, there should not be anything in the nation of the leopards that involved him or the Avengers. Although the alternate Tony Stark was intrigued, he knew he must remain undetected. Once discovered, trouble would undoubtedly follow. Fortunately, the personality of the visiting Tony Stark is relatively stable, especially in comparison to those restless versions of him. Meanwhile, Batman and Cyborg from the Justice League are aboard a flight to the land of the morning calm. The decision to send only these two was indeed the optimal choice. Batman, composed and unflappable in the face of challenges, is adept at managing various situations. Cyborg, diligent and resolute, complements him perfectly. Their partnership embodies fairness and impartiality. Soon, the Avengers learned of Batman and Cyborg's impending arrival, which Nick had anticipated long before. However, Iron Man paused his busy work upon hearing the news. He was taken aback that the Justice League would dispatch these two. One is rather dull, while the other is rigid. He could not fathom the reasoning behind the Justice League's decision to send them. After expressing his thoughts, Iron Man resumed his tasks. In truth, their presence was indeed the best choice. Their personalities are well known to the Avengers, and despite the apparent lack of communication between the two alliances, private interactions are indispensable. Thus, the members of the Avengers are quite familiar with the nature of Cyborg and Batman. However, the higher-ups in the land of the morning calm were far less pleased. While the Avengers' presence was one thing, the arrival of the Justice League was unexpected. When Batman and Cyborg reached the land of the morning calm, it was already the evening of the second day. Awaiting their arrival were not only the nation's leaders, but also Nick and Captain America from the Avengers. Initially, accommodations had been arranged in a separate presidential suite for Batman and Cyborg, but they declined, as their purpose was to monitor the Avengers, necessitating their stay together. Upon entering the presidential suite occupied by the Avengers, Batman and Cyborg noticed that everyone was engrossed in their respective tasks, showing little enthusiasm for their arrival. The two were unfazed by this reaction. After all, such a state of affairs was ideal. If there were excessive displays of warmth, complications would surely arise. The nations relied on the two alliances to maintain a balance of power, allowing for cooperation while discouraging pride in private. How are things progressing? Any breakthroughs? Batman inquired immediately, emphasizing the importance of work, especially following recent developments that required his reporting. Nick handed a stack of documents to Batman, stating, "This is all the valuable information we have gathered thus far. The incompetence of the Land of the Morning Calm has proven them unreliable, as they are unable to provide any significant intelligence. These findings are solely the result of our own efforts. I have given the Land of the Morning Calm 24 hours. In the past 24 hours, although they have not been able to provide any valuable information, some relevant footage has indeed surfaced." After this remark, the television displayed some related clips from the nation of Korea. This recent assault on the Avengers headquarters was perpetrated by a group of unknown organization, and the weapons they employed were evidently not of terrestrial origin. The design of these weapons confirmed the existence of a novel type of laser weapon, yet any further useful information remained elusive. Batman observed the content being aired on television, pondering whether Korea could truly supply such technology. Nick shrugged in resignation, indicating that this was all they had. Meanwhile, Iron Man was preoccupied with the creation of a tracker. Each of the fleeing test subjects was equipped with a locator. Once the tracker was developed, locating the escaped subjects would be feasible. Silently observing from the side, Cyborg approached Iron Man, removing his glasses. Iron Man turned to face Cyborg. "Are you planning to intervene?" he inquired. Cyborg began scanning the device Iron Man was working on with his right eye. "Your work is impressive, but it still requires a bit more refinement." Without allowing Iron Man a moment to respond, Cyborg directly seized the half-finished product. "If you trust me, I can complete it within 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Iron Man set down his tools and placed his glasses aside. "If you believe you can finish in 15 minutes, then I shall grant you that time. It provides me an opportunity to rest." Iron Man held no objections to Cyborg taking over his task. Had it not been for the inability of those present to assist him, he would have sought rest long ago. Taking a breather, Iron Man approached the bar and poured himself a glass of whiskey. He turned to Batman and asked, "Care for a drink?" Chapter 109. The Eyes of Various Nations. Meanwhile, Clark was enjoying a soothing soak in a hot spring in Japan when suddenly an old, familiar ringtone pierced the tranquility. Upon hearing the sound, Clark lost all desire for relaxation. He promptly emerged from the hot spring, donned a bathrobe, and approached his backpack to retrieve a rather antiquated phone. Glancing at the number, a faint smile crept across his lips. It seemed that something significant was afoot in Korea. With that thought, Clark answered the call, and an elderly voice greeted him on the other end. "Mr. Reaper, it has been a long time." The excitement in the caller's tone was palpable. In contrast to the caller's enthusiasm, Clark's voice remained composed. "It has been 7 years since we last communicated. Why contact me now? Has something substantial occurred in Korea?" This phone had been specifically set aside by Clark for certain operatives overseas. "The reason for my persistent use of this antiquated mobile phone is to diminish the likelihood of being tracked. Typically, this phone receives no calls throughout the year, but the moment a call does come through, it signifies that significant events are unfolding within the nation." After Clark seized control of the drug market in several states, he resolved to expand into international territories, with the first targets being Canada and Mexico. The narcotics from Mexico have always garnered a notorious reputation for their quality. However, when compared to the high-end products developed by Clark's team, they pale in insignificance. This disparity allowed Clark's drug enterprise to swiftly dominate half of the markets in both Canada and Mexico. Clark understood the necessity of not completely obliterating local drug lords. He recognized the need to provide them with a semblance of opportunity. Otherwise, should tensions arise, managing the fallout would prove cumbersome. Yet, in his pursuit of greater profits, Clark engaged with numerous high-ranking officials across various nations under the guise of investment and education. It was during this time that his informant from South Korea was embedded. Corrupting officials from South Korea was remarkably straightforward. As long as the financial incentives were substantial and the power behind them formidable, there was little room for refusal. With these informants in place, as long as the information provided was sufficiently valuable and the temptations alluring, generous rewards were assured. Simultaneously, Clark assured them that should they be discovered, he would facilitate their escape, allowing them and their families to live lavishly in other countries. To ensure these individuals remained loyal and free from treachery, it was imperative for Clark to demonstrate his brutal methods and the extraordinary rewards he could offer. Faced with such terrifying tactics and the lure of wealth, few among the elite of these smaller nations would dare to decline. Those who did refuse Clark's overtures were swiftly dealt with. Indeed, significant events were transpiring. Currently, both the Avengers and the Justice League are present in our country. Clark felt a twinge of surprise upon learning of their alliance. Typically, the likelihood of collaboration between the two factions is minimal. If they truly are working together, it implies that one side has erred, while the other is tasked with oversight. Which side has made the mistake? Upon hearing Clark's inquiry, the South Korean officials realized he had discerned something amiss. They proceeded to recount the recent occurrences in detail. At present, the artificial mutants have seemingly vanished without a trace. Our police force and military are collaborating with the Avengers to locate these mutants. This situation indeed exceeds Clark's expectations. Ordinarily, the Avengers appear uninvolved in matters concerning mutants. However, it is evident that the narrative within his world deviates from the usual storyline. Are there any leads regarding these artificial mutants? In truth, Clark did not anticipate extracting any valuable intelligence from the officials' lips. If they were truly so useful, it is unlikely that such incidents would occur. The tone of the individual from the agency was imbued with regret. Mr. Grim Reaper, the information at our disposal is exceedingly limited, and I have expended considerable effort to procure this. As you are aware, the two alliances harbor significant distrust towards us. Moreover, this intelligence is known only to our upper echelons. The ordinary soldiers and police remain oblivious. They are merely aware that they are apprehending mutants, nothing more. Clark could discern sincerity in the other party's tone, indicating a high probability of honesty. Your performance this time has been commendable. You have provided me with invaluable information. Your remittance will be processed within the next 12 hours. Should you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to call me, and I will promptly arrive to extract you from the agency. Upon hearing Clark's assurance, the agency's upper management was visibly elated. Thank you, Mr. Grim Reaper. I will report any new developments to you immediately. After concluding the call, Clark scoffed at the phone. Now that you've been discovered, you are of no use. Those who hold no value are worthless in my eyes. Since ascending to the leadership of the Nameless Gang, Clark believed that only those of merit deserved to live. Those deemed valueless were mere refuse, easily discarded. The fact that Clark refrained from taking matters into his own hands was already a considerable act of grace. Subsequently, Clark sent a message to headquarters, instructing them to transfer a sum of $500,000 into the agency's account. Having obtained such critical information, Clark was naturally inclined to investigate further. He was also curious to discern the true appearance of the individual in the photograph. Meanwhile, on the other side in the agency, the location trackers were successfully deployed within just 11 minutes. However, upon activation, they evoked surprise among all present as the trackers were congregated in close proximity. Those witnessing this exchanged glances, deducing that the subjects must have been aware of the trackers and subsequently dismantled them. This was the most plausible explanation Nick could conceive. Otherwise, it was improbable for all trackers to cluster together. Let us observe for now and see if these devices move in the short term. If they do, it would indicate they are still on the artificial mutants. If they remain stationary, it would corroborate Nick's assertion. Nonetheless, we should dispatch a team to ensure they do not escape. Captain America stepped forward. Allow me to handle this matter. Tony would remain behind. In the event of an emergency, his prowess would enable him to arrive swiftly. Chapter 110. The lone action of Hawkeye. Casey, I shall depart from here tonight. You will continue to oversee matters concerning the little notebook. As for certain charitable endeavors, we must make our intentions abundantly clear, ensuring that we cultivate a favorable impression among the masses. This will facilitate our endeavors. Upon hearing Clark's words, Casey's tone was resolute. You can rest assured. I shall diligently manage everything you have entrusted to me. Clark, satisfied by her response, added, regarding the Black Sandman, you need not concern yourself with him. His pursuits are of no consequence to us, and it is preferable to avoid any overt contact. Should he require financial assistance or have other needs, do your utmost to accommodate him. However, if his demands become excessive, inform me immediately. Once everything was arranged, Clark journeyed swiftly to the land of the morning calm. For the distance to this land was but a fleeting moment for him. Upon his arrival, he donned his white reaper guise once more, hovering in the skies above the country. Recently, this nation had suffered an assault from an unidentified organization, prompting a bolstered air defense. Yet, Clark felt no trepidation of being detected, given his unique biological stance. Suspended in the air, Clark utilized his ability to sense the presence of ordinary humans in order to identify mutants. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals with nasal mutations, allowing him to discern the distinct scent that accompanied those possessing extraordinary abilities. The unique capabilities of mutants altered their sweat glands and other scents, setting them apart from the general populace. This distinction enabled Clark to effortlessly locate mutants amidst the throngs of people. In the bustling waiting hall of the Capitol, the cacophony of voices filled the air as students burdened with backpacks mingled within the throng, their eyes warily scanning every uniformed staff member. Having just purchased a ticket to Busan from an automated vending machine, the lingering sensation of the cold metal buttons still tingled on his fingertips, while the magnetic energy within him surged restlessly, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. As the mutant prepared to approach the boarding area, a sudden, sharp clang of metal echoed in his ears. Instinctively, he glanced up to behold a man clad in a black leather jacket, standing not far from a newsstand, dexterously toying with 3 silver arrows, his fingers moving with such speed that only afterimages remained. This individual was none other than Hawkeye, known for his penchant for taking matters into his own hands. While Captain America and Iron Man investigated the gathering of mutants, Hawkeye was not idle. He sought to utilize his skills to scout the vicinity for any potential encounters with mutants. The moment the mutant laid eyes on Hawkeye, a sense of alarm surged within, prompting him to instinctively retreat toward a nearby convenience store. However, at that moment, Hawkeye seemed to sense something, his gaze abruptly locking onto the direction of the mutant. The mutant hastily lowered his head, pretending to organize his backpack, while discreetly manipulating the magnetic field to firmly adhere the coins in his pocket to his palm, ever ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. "Classmate, wait a moment," came Hawkeye's voice, low yet chillingly cold, piercing through the clamor of the bustling train station with unsettling clarity. The mutant stiffened upon hearing Hawkeye's voice, compelled to turn around with forced bravado, a tentative smile gracing his face. "Uncle, is there something you need from me?" Hawkeye approached the mutant, his gaze lingering on the boy's face for a few seconds before sweeping over the backpack he carried. "Just now, by the ticket machine, I noticed something stirring in your pocket. Did you accidentally drop any metallic object?" As he spoke, Hawkeye toyed with 3 arrowheads in his fingers, their surfaces glinting coldly, as if poised to be unleashed at any moment. The mutant's heart sank, acutely aware that Hawkeye had sensed the fluctuations of the magnetic field within him. Feigning calm, the mutant reached into his pocket. "No, Uncle, it's probably just my keys moving." As he spoke, he secretly summoned his shape-shifting ability, preparing to alter his appearance and seize the chance to flee if necessary. However, at that moment, a sudden clash between his 2 abilities ensued. The shape-shifting caused a slight ashen hue to tint his cheeks, while the magnetic power erupted uncontrollably, toppling a nearby metal trash can as if possessed by an unseen force. Even the vending machine succumbed to the magnetic influence, spilling countless drinks onto the floor. The unexpected chaos sharpened Hawkeye's gaze, and he gripped the arrowhead tightly, declaring with authority, "You are no ordinary student. You are an artificial mutant who escaped from a laboratory." Realizing concealment was futile, the mutant unleashed all his magnetic energy, hurling a nearby soda can directly at Hawkeye. Simultaneously, he rapidly transformed, morphing into a woman clad in a janitor's uniform, and swiftly darted towards the densely populated area. Hawkeye's reflexes were lightning quick. He sidestepped the incoming can and released an arrow from his grasp. It zipped past the mutant's shoulder, embedding itself into a nearby column, its tail quivering slightly. "Block him," Hawkeye shouted, sprinting forward. The crowd in the hall erupted into chaos as the mutant navigated through the throngs of people, intermittently harnessing his magnetic powers to cast metal objects behind him, impeding Hawkeye's pursuit. Aware that he was no match for Hawkeye, the mutant knew he had to escape the station swiftly. Just as he neared the station's exit, a bus arrived, its doors slowly opening. Without hesitation, he surged forward, glancing back at the last moment as the doors began to close, catching sight of Hawkeye standing at the station's entrance, another arrowhead in hand. His gaze fixed intently on the bus's direction. The bus gradually departed from the station, and the mutant leaned against the door, gasping heavily. He glanced at his hands, still marked with the ashen hues left behind from his transformation, while the energy of the magnetic field within him had become increasingly unstable. He was acutely aware that this encounter with Hawkeye was merely the beginning. The Avengers would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, and his path of escape would be fraught with peril. Unbeknownst to him, Clark, hovering in the air, observed this scene unfold. It was unexpected that this mutant had merged the powers of Magneto and Mystique, making the situation considerably more intriguing. Moreover, the formation of the Avengers was remarkably swift, with Hawkeye himself having joined their ranks. Now that he had identified his target, Clark would not let this opportunity slip away, trailing the synthetic mutant to discover his destination. Chapter 111. A fruitless pursuit. The bus glided smoothly along the roadway beside the river, as a gentle rain began to fall outside, the overcast sky barely revealing a glimmer of light. The mutant leaned against the handrail of the rear door, still panting heavily, his janitorial uniform sleeves stained with dust from his earlier escape. He discreetly activated his shape-shifting ability, smoothing out the wrinkles on his face and transforming back into the appearance of a young man in casual attire, though the weariness and vigilance in his eyes remained undiminished. At that moment, the phone he had pilfered vibrated unexpectedly, illuminating the screen with an unfamiliar text message, which contained only a string of peculiar numbers and symbols. A surge of anxiety gripped him, and he swiftly retrieved the phone, intending to delete the message, only to discover that a device, roughly the size of a button cell battery, had somehow adhered to the back of the phone, flickering with a red light. A signal tracker. In an instant, the mutant understood that Hawkeye must have stealthily affixed a tracker to him or his phone during their chase. He hastily stood up, realizing he could not linger on the bus any longer. He needed to exit immediately. Remaining on the bus would only lead to his inevitable capture by Hawkeye. The mutant discreetly placed the signal tracker beneath the seat before quickly rising. "Driver, please stop the bus. I have an urgent matter to attend to," he shouted towards the front, his voice strained with tension. The driver furrowed his brow and glanced at the rearview mirror, seeing the mutant's panicked expression, which appeared genuine, prompting him to pull over at the roadside. As soon as the mutant disembarked, he heard someone on the bus call out, "That guy seems suspicious. I saw him being chased at the station." The mutant dared not look back and sprinted down a nearby alleyway. The alley was cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes and trash bins, emitting a pungent odor. As he ran, he rummaged through his pockets, fearing that he might possess more than one signal tracker. After a thorough exploration, the mutant was relieved to discover no other signal trackers in the vicinity. Once assured that there were no lingering threats, the mutant prepared to leave the alley, only to be startled by the sound of footsteps behind him. He quickly turned, adopting a defensive stance. Before him stood a woman clad in a black trench coat, a handgun in her grasp, its muzzle aimed directly at him. "Do not be alarmed. I am not affiliated with the Avengers," she said, gradually lowering her weapon and revealing a faint smile. "My name is Aaron, and I am a mutant. I am aware that you have escaped from the Avengers laboratory." The mutant regarded Aaron warily, choosing silence as his response. Aaron continued, "I have been searching for individuals like you, synthetic mutants. We have established an underground sanctuary dedicated to providing refuge for those persecuted by the Avengers. If you are willing, I can escort you there." The mutant hesitated, uncertain of the veracity of Aaron's claims. However, feeling cornered and knowing that the Avengers were likely still in pursuit, he considered the underground haven as perhaps his only recourse. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I will accompany you." Above, Clark, floating in the air, could not suppress a wide grin at this turn of events. He had initially thought it a stroke of luck to find a synthetic mutant in such a short time, but this unexpected twist was beyond his expectations. "It appears today is indeed my fortunate day. Perhaps I should buy a lottery ticket later," he mused, oblivious to the fact that the two below could not hear his soliloquy as he hovered a kilometer above them. Only Clark possessed the superhuman hearing and vision to discern their conversation and actions. Aaron led the mutant through a labyrinth of narrow alleys until they reached an unassuming iron door. She knocked, and a small window in the door slid open, revealing a man's voice. "Password? Freedom, rebirth, hope," Aaron replied. The iron door creaked open, and the mutant followed Aaron inside. The space revealed a spacious underground chamber furnished with numerous beds and tables, where several mutants were engaged in various activities. Upon the mutants' entrance, they paused, curiosity etched on their faces. "Welcome to our sanctuary. Here, you may find temporary safety. We will assist you in concealing your identity and teach you how to better harness your abilities. Welcome to our family." As the mutant took in his surroundings, a wave of warmth surged within him. Since his escape from the laboratory, he had lived in constant fear of being hunted, perpetually anxious about the Avengers' grasp. Now at last, he had a place to breathe, free from the dread of relentless pursuit. "May I take a moment to rest? I feel utterly exhausted." The mutant named Eileen nodded in response. "Of course, I shall escort you to your room at once." Under Eileen's guidance, the mutant was finally granted a personal chamber, complete with a private bathroom. "This will be your room from now on. Please take a comforting bath, and you may rest peacefully. Any matters can be addressed upon your awakening." Having arranged everything, Eileen turned to leave. Meanwhile, Clark, observing from outside, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Clark discerned through scent that aside from the recently encountered artificial mutant, the others in this refuge were merely ordinary mutants, lacking in strength. The aromas they emanated indicated that the most formidable among them was merely of Delta rank. Due to the varying prowess of the mutants, their scents exhibited significant distinctions. These nuances were imperceptible to the average person, yet Clark could easily differentiate them. How laughable! With such meager abilities, how dare you presume to instruct an alpha-level mutant? He had anticipated some unexpected delight by aligning with them, yet was met with mere disappointment. What a waste of time and sentiment, leaving me feeling foolishly hopeful. Nevertheless, Clark had no intention of dismissing this particular mutant, for possessing the powers of Mystique and Magneto was a rare find. He envisioned utilizing this mutant for covert operations and assassinations, making them an optimal choice for future tasks. Even if assassination missions were not pursued, commanding a gang would pose no challenge, as such strength would undoubtedly ensure peace within the area. Chapter 112. An immediate transaction. Clark slowly descended from the air, arriving at the door and mimicking Eileen's knocking. Upon peering through the small window, the stranger, seeing a masked figure, immediately grew wary. One hand swiftly retreated behind their back, signaling the others still inside. The rest of the individuals present became acutely alert, their gazes fixated on the entrance. "Password," the man stated, his tone rife with caution and suspicion. Should the response fall short, he was prepared to act to avert any unnecessary complications. "Freedom, rebirth, hope." As Clark uttered these words, his voice remained calm and devoid of panic. The man, uncertain, turned to Eileen for confirmation. Eileen recognized that this password was known by few outside the mutant community. After a brief hesitation, she nodded affirmatively to the man. While their strengths were not particularly formidable, their collective power was not to be underestimated, especially since they faced only one individual. Together, they could certainly subdue him. As the door creaked open, Eileen immediately sensed something was amiss, for the presence of the man before her radiated an unsettling aura. Eileen's ability was to perceive danger. Moments ago, he had unmistakably confirmed that the man posed no imminent threat. Thus, it bewildered them why such a terrifying sense of foreboding enveloped the instant the door swung open. In that tense moment, Erin contemplated halting her companions from opening the door, but alas, it was too late. Just as she intended to utter a command for action, she discovered her body rendered immobile, her lips sealed. She could only glimpse her remaining comrades from the corner of her eye, realizing they were ensnared in the same predicament. Unable to move or speak, Clark sauntered in with an air of nonchalance, remarking, "There is no need for such tension. If I desired your demise, you would have succumbed already. My purpose here is quite straightforward, to retrieve the mutant you just brought back. As long as you cooperate with me willingly, you shall not face any harm. Do you comprehend my words?" His tone remained devoid of inflection, betraying neither anger nor joy. Yet, each syllable bore an oppressive weight. suffocating the mutants present, instilling a palpable sense of impending doom. If you understand, simply blink. Fearful compliance swept over the mutants, including Aaron, who obediently blinked. I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, every one of you present will vanish from this world. Upon concluding his speech, Clark released his grip, allowing them to regain their freedom. Yet, despite the restoration of their mobility, they remained paralyzed by fear, hesitant to take a single step. Clark then pulled a chair beside him and sat down, addressing the assembly. There is no need for such apprehension. I have assured you that you will not be harmed. You there, hiding in the back, come forward. My intention is to find you. Rest assured, I am neither an Avenger nor affiliated with that faction. I trust you witnessed my capabilities earlier. Had I truly aimed to harm you, survival would have been beyond your reach. As Clark spoke, the mutant emerged from the shadows, still cloaked in the guise of an office worker. He appeared somewhat revitalized, yet the terror in his eyes remained unchanged. Relax, there is no cause for such alarm. My objective is simple. I wish for you to join my faction. Once you align with my group, neither the Justice League nor the Avengers will pose a threat to you. Furthermore, I will ensure you master the dual abilities within you in the shortest time possible. To demonstrate my sincerity, I present an offer you simply cannot refuse. With that, Clark retrieved a gold bar from his backpack and placed it upon the table. This is my genuine invitation. Upon your induction into my organization, you shall receive a monthly remuneration of $50,000. The more exemplary your performance, the greater the increments in your salary will be. In addition to the base pay, a plethora of benefits and bonuses await you. Such a rare opportunity for a mutant as yourself prompts Clark to invest time in conversation. Most importantly, Clark understands your needs, and he is fully equipped to provide for them, even surpassing your expectations. The surrounding mutants were taken aback by Clark's lavish offer. They had anticipated that his presentation of a gold ingot constituted the entirety of the invitation. Yet they were astonished to learn that it included a monthly salary and various perks. Such an advantageous arrangement is beyond the wildest dreams of a mutant. At this juncture, Eileen, unable to contain her excitement, tentatively inquired, "May we also join your organization?" Clark was not surprised by their reaction. He comprehended that the aspirations of mutants are quite simple: a stable life, a dependable job, and a consistent income. While this is a straightforward endeavor for ordinary individuals, it poses a formidable challenge for mutants. "Should you wish to join, I must first witness your value," he stated. "My organization already comprises mutants whose abilities significantly contribute to our cause. Some leaders, responsible for managing the group, can resolve numerous issues without my intervention, including encounters with both superheroes and supervillains. If you can achieve similar feats, you may join my ranks." Eileen turned to her companions, remarking, "Individually, our abilities may seem insignificant, but together we are unparalleled." "Oh." Clark's interest was piqued by Eileen's declaration. "Please elaborate on your abilities and how they render you unmatched when combined." Eileen began, "My power is danger perception. I can sense any threats within a 5-kilometer radius. Yet, you are the sole individual who has caused my danger perception to falter." Clark could not help but acknowledge the remarkable nature of a 5-kilometer range. It is akin to being a walking radar. In a gang conflict, such an ability would provide a substantial advantage, allowing one to set ambushes and eliminate adversaries without incurring casualties. Chapter 113. First, watch the video. Clark had to concede that, whether in his original world or this new realm, a good job coupled with excellent benefits is an offer that no one can refuse. Even mutants, when faced with such generous provisions, would gladly accept and contemplate how to secure the position. Subsequently, Eileen's associates took turns demonstrating their respective abilities. Clark had to concede that this squad was an exquisite amalgamation. The remaining members of the team, Alarm, Confusion, Control, Shield, and Group Attack, formed a flawless ensemble of damage dealers. Naturally, a support unit was indispensable, comprising healing, teleportation, and protection. Although each member of Clark's death squad possessed remarkable capabilities, their synergy was utterly chaotic. However, the present team was precisely the perfect combination that Clark had long sought. If he were to recruit these 8 individuals, they must remain inseparable, for only in unity could their true potential be realized. Contemplating this, Clark resolved to establish a dedicated squad for them, which he would personally command. While this team might not be particularly effective against formidable superheroes or supervillains, their prowess against ordinary individuals would undoubtedly exceed expectations. I have thoroughly assessed your abilities. Your convergence, indeed, forms an exceptionally harmonious team, both in coordination and logistical support. Thus, should you wish to join my faction, I shall create a dedicated squad for you, one that will wholly adhere to my command. Upon hearing the prospect of joining, and under Clark's command, expressions of eager anticipation illuminated their faces. Observing their reactions, Clark wore a knowing smile, concealed beneath his mask, unnoticed by all but the primary mutant he intended to recruit, who sensed an unspoken truth. He felt that to walk alongside this man was to embrace both death and opportunity. Gazing at the joy radiating from the group, Clark spoke once more. Before you join my faction, I would like you to view a video. After watching, you will find it impossible not to join. You still have a chance to reconsider. Is there anyone among you who wishes to withdraw? The 8 present were captivated by the promise of generous benefits, their concerns fading away. We are indeed willing to join, and we shall have no regrets. Absolutely. We are eager to join and pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, with no intention of betrayal. Each individual expressed their allegiance, and Clark, satisfied with this display, handed them a mobile device. Remain silent while watching. Make no sound. Upon completion of this video, you will be members of my nameless gang. From this day forth, whether in life or death, you shall not depart from this faction. At that moment, Eileen sensed an unsettling undercurrent, yet the allure of such bountiful benefits overshadowed her reservations, and she took the phone to watch alongside the others. As the mutants approached to view the video, Clark halted one of them. From this day forward, you shall be reborn. Henceforth, this shall be your name. Though his tone was calm, it bore an undeniable pressure that made refusal impossible. Upon receiving this name, the newcomer felt an undeniable sense of suitability and silently nodded in agreement. Observing the newcomer's assent, Clark was quite pleased. Now, let us proceed. The video commenced with an explanatory narration recorded by Bella. The content was remarkably comprehensive, detailing the gang's benefits, job positions, housing arrangements, and even the allocation of family work responsibilities. Among the benefits, in addition to bonuses and various dividends, an array of holidays was indispensable. These advantages instantly left a few individuals with their mouths agape, enviously admiring such a work environment and its perks. Even the less glamorous jobs were strictly organized within a factory-like system, where everyone had their designated area, and as long as they performed their tasks diligently, they could relish in all these benefits. After outlining the perks, Bella handed the narration over to Jones. Upon hearing Jones's voice, Clark could no longer contain his broad smile. The video revealed the unique timbre of Jones's voice, characteristic of a Caucasian male. While it remained uncertain how this voice resonated with Asians, it was generally well received among both Caucasian women and men in America. However, for Clark, this voice held no special allure. Even as a Caucasian himself, he had never found the voice of his race particularly melodious. Perhaps this was due to the absence of the proverbial meng soup. Having already introduced the various benefits and privileges one could enjoy in the company, it was now time to examine the disciplinary measures. Our punitive system comprises 2 types. The first involves the leaders of our divisions addressing matters. If we handle it, you shall feel an unparalleled clarity. It will be the most commendable celebration as your life approaches its conclusion. The second type is personally administered, and you would do well to pray that you do not invoke his wrath. For if you do, you shall find yourself in a predicament from which escape is impossible. I understand that my words may not instill a sense of urgency, so allow me to present the execution methods of the nameless gang. As soon as those words fell, the video transitioned to Clark employing various brutal techniques to execute traitors and their families. These methods were exceedingly cruel and violent, with the audience forced to witness the entire ordeal. Soon, 2 individuals with weaker psychological fortitude began to vomit uncontrollably. The others, watching the video, trembled, occasionally glancing at Clark, who appeared remarkably calm. Although this segment of execution lasted merely 1 minute and 30 seconds, the impact was profound and lasting. Once the video concluded, the group remained in a daze, staring blankly at their phones. Clark rose and retrieved the phone from Aaron's grasp. I trust you have all watched the video in its entirety, and you have clearly understood our benefits. As long as you do not betray or commit any wrongdoing that would incur significant losses to the company, You shall continue to enjoy these generous benefits. However, should you engage in betrayal or cause the company substantial harm, the consequences that await you will be dire. Although I provide high rewards, it does not imply that I am indifferent to the loss of funds. Those who bring great misfortune upon me shall face dire repercussions. Chapter 114. Easy control. Now that you have viewed the video, there is no opportunity for regret. You are now members of my nameless organization, the Grim Reaper Squad. Apart from the newcomers, henceforth, you shall obey my commands and directives, adorned in uniform attire and masks. Your garb will closely resemble mine. Yet, as members of the Grim Reaper Squad, it will bear significant distinctions. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your uniforms to be delivered. Remain here obediently, and do not entertain thoughts of escape. If even one among you attempts to flee, the fate depicted in the video will befall you all. Upon hearing this, the few still in shock regained their senses. They had barely grasped what Clark had previously said, but this final statement resonated clearly. Some among them now felt regret, for Clark's methods were exceedingly ruthless. His approach to executing these individuals would not result in a swift demise. Rather, he would inflict prolonged torment, not only upon them, but also upon their families. They would be compelled to witness the suffering of their loved ones, a method they had never encountered before. In contrast to their previous experiences with the gangs of the Korean Peninsula, Clark's methods were the epitome of cruelty. He held disdain for acts that humiliate women, for such tactics only inflict harm upon the perpetrator and incite anger among onlookers, eventually leading to indifference or even victim blaming. Clark's intent was to ensure they fully comprehended the essence of extreme fear and unrelenting pain. Even in death, their souls would endure profound suffering. Should anyone miraculously survive, they would be condemned to a lifetime of fear, unable to escape its grasp. However, such a scenario would never be permitted by Clark. He would eliminate any potential threats without hesitation, even if it meant extinguishing the life of a child to prevent future complications. I shall return at this same time tomorrow, and I expect no one to remain here. Newcomer, come with me. With that, Clark departed, leading the newcomer away. Once Clark and Sacrifice departed, Eileen and the remaining individuals collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to exhaustion. Their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Eileen, what shall we do? Eileen gazed at the closed door, responding, what else is there to do? We must comply with his directives. As you have all witnessed, as long as we avoid making mistakes and fulfill his arrangements, we can enjoy the privileges we previously had. I firmly believe that with our impeccable coordination, we need not fear even the most formidable adversaries, as whatever happens next will befall us. Though Eileen spoke with a veneer of confidence, her heart was steeped in terror. Yet, as the leader of these individuals, she had to maintain her composure. Otherwise, the lives of all present could be at stake. Upon emerging with a new recruit, Clark frowned at their continued office attire. You must immediately transform your appearance to resemble mine. A duo like us would easily arouse suspicion. The new recruit understood Clark's intent and, ensuring no one was around, quickly morphed into a casually dressed young man. Where shall we go next? The new recruit inquired, intrigued by Clark's motivations for bringing him along. I know you are not the only experimental subject to have escaped from the laboratory. There are others, and I hope you can assist me in locating them so they may join us. Naturally, the benefits will be the same as yours. The new recruit was taken aback by Clark's knowledge, as he was unaware of how Clark had acquired such information. Typically, only the upper echelons of the Avengers would possess such insights. Observing the new recruit's bewildered expression, Clark shook his head with a hint of exasperation, stating, there are certain matters you need not delve too deeply into. To ensure your concealment, I shall now seamlessly merge your two abilities. With that, Clark extended his finger and touched the new recruit's forehead. A gentle stream of energy flowed into the recruit's body. Since recruiting mutants, Clark had conducted some research on their physiology, understanding that the mastery of their abilities resembled a taming process. Successful taming would allow them to control their powers flawlessly, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Conversely, a failure to tame could lead to uncontrollable surges of power, resulting in unnecessary complications. Clark's goal was to forcibly assist them in mastering their abilities, and taming the two powers within the recruit was hardly a challenge. In an instant, the recruit's expression transformed into one of profound ease, marking the first time since becoming a test subject that he felt such comfort. The two energies within him ceased their chaotic turmoil and began to harmoniously integrate into his being. a change the recruit could distinctly perceive. After approximately a minute, Clark retracted his finger, stating, "All done. You may now attempt to control your two abilities and assess the results." Previously, new recruits had to concentrate fully on controlling the abilities of the female model to transform into their desired appearance. Any hint of distraction would lead to a loss of control, exposing vulnerabilities. However, now there's no need to harness that energy. One can effortlessly change or maintain their current form simply by wishing it. Observing the delight of the new recruit, Clark calmly advised, when next encountering members of the Avengers, "Remain composed. As long as you maintain your tranquility, your disguise will ensure that you remain undetected. Even if you are discovered, your Magneto abilities will suffice to contend with most of the superheroes within the Avengers. Should you encounter Iron Man or Thor, find a way to blend into the crowd, perfectly integrating yourself among them. Do you understand?" The new recruit, with a serious expression and resolute demeanor, affirmed, "I understand." Subsequently, Clark placed a call to Casey, requesting the delivery of 8 sets of Death Squad uniforms. Although the Japanese branch was indeed on holiday, there were personnel on duty earning double wages. Those in need of money naturally opted to work rather than take leave. Upon hearing this news, Casey was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure, responding, "All right. Tomorrow, I will ensure that the necessary uniforms are delivered to your specified location." Chapter 115. You will grow stronger. Meanwhile, Iron Man and Captain America, responsible for investigating the gathering of experimental subjects, had made no significant progress. Everything unfolded as they had anticipated. Those experimental subjects had indeed removed all tracking devices. The very act of gathering them was a blatant provocation towards the Avengers. Batman, upon witnessing these developments, refrained from involvement, and Cyborg would not intervene either, as he adhered to the regulations of the Justice League. Even if he were able to act, he would not. Both alliances had clear stipulations, some of which were inviolable. Should trust erode at higher levels, it could lead to the introduction of others into the fray, individuals who might pose the greatest threat. Both alliances were keen to prevent such occurrences, thus understanding what actions were permissible and what were not. Although Hawkeye reported having made contact with the experimental subjects, their shape-shifting abilities meant that rushing over would yield no fruitful results. If you truly cannot devise a strategy, consider bringing in the Professor. I believe his capabilities could resolve our current predicament. This was Batman's suggestion to the Avengers. He felt that the most suitable individual to locate mutants within the crowd would undoubtedly be the Professor. Absolutely not. This matter must remain concealed from the Professor. Nick exclaimed with agitation, fully aware of the dire consequences should the Professor become privy to this situation. The Professor harbored a profound disdain for those who conducted experiments on mutants, especially when it involved the alliance he had placed his trust in. Observing Nick's intense reaction, Batman surmised his thoughts. Had he known such a consequence would ensue, he would never have embarked on this course of action. The Avengers truly elicited a sense of revulsion. Cyborg, lacking understanding of social nuances, bluntly stated his thoughts. "Cyborg," Batman admonished in a lowered voice. Noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the Avengers, Cyborg recognized that further discourse was unnecessary. Batman, aware that certain matters were beyond their purview, rose and retreated to his quarters. Once Batman had departed, Cyborg deemed it pointless to linger any longer and followed suit to another room. Batman's actions were intended to afford the Avengers some semblance of personal space, signaling their decision to refrain from intervening in other matters. As both retreated to their respective rooms, Nick let out a resigned sigh. This situation could not be escalated to the Professor. If he were to find out, the complications would only multiply. Given the Professor's staunch defense of mutants, their actions were tantamount to challenging his boundaries. At that moment, Iron Man and Captain America returned to the hotel. Their expressions remained largely unchanged, as they were already aware of the outcome. Their visit was merely to confirm their suspicions. "I think we ought to let this go," Iron Man declared upon his return, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. After all, this was orchestrated by those in the shadows of S.H., and it bears no relation to us. If it comes to it, we could simply rebrand ourselves and adopt a different name. Captain America frowned at Tony's words. "We cannot simply dismiss this, Tony. Having accepted this mission, we are bound to see it through." Iron Man opened a box of Korean fried chicken he had purchased on his way back, extracting a piece slathered in sauce and devouring it with gusto. If this matter remains unresolved, I will withdraw entirely. I refuse to share in the blame, as it would severely impact Stark Industries. As he spoke, Iron Man popped another piece of chicken into his mouth. I must say, the fried chicken from Korea is rather delightful. You should give it a try. Oh, and Captain, I almost forgot to remind you. Your reputation among the American populace is exceedingly favorable. Do not tarnish it over this incident. Observing Iron Man's demeanor, Nick could only suppress his discontent. Meanwhile, Clark escorted the new arrivals to an opulent hotel. In such establishments, Clark required no identification. By merely controlling the minds of others, he could manipulate their bodies to complete the check-in process. Soon, with the front desk's assistance, Clark acquired access to the presidential suite. The hotel is merely 2 streets away from the establishment where the Avengers reside. Given that both hotels are of similar height, Clark stands before the expansive window, affording him a clear view of the Avengers and the Justice League members as they move about in the presidential suite. "Newcomer, come here," Clark commands, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of authority that leaves no room for defiance. The newcomer obediently stands beside him. Clark then gestures towards the presidential suite on the top floor of the opposite hotel. That is where the Avengers are staying. Upon hearing this, the newcomer's legs weaken, a desire to retreat bubbling within. Yet his body remains under Clark's control, rendering him immobile. I previously mentioned that aside from formidable superheroes, there is no need for you to fear anyone else. Once you return to America, I will arrange for specialized training to hone your abilities. Once you master your powers, you will possess the strength to stand against even the likes of Iron Man. The prospect of acquiring such formidable prowess ignites an undeniable excitement within the newcomer. Clark's intention is straightforward: to entrust the newcomer to Nameless. Nameless has completely transformed into Clark's devoted follower. Swayed by the exceptional compensation he receives, an impressive monthly salary of $150,000, along with a bonus of $50,000 and an additional $20,000 in red envelopes. This $220,000 is merely his standard income. Should he successfully complete the tasks assigned by Clark, his earnings could range from $100,000 to $1,000,000, depending on the task's complexity. Thus, Nameless easily garners an income of $400,000 a month, allowing him to enjoy a life of luxury without the burdens of instability. Remarkably, Nameless has a peculiar hobby: building with Lego bricks. Thanks to his newfound stable income and residence, he can purchase an abundance of Lego sets for his enjoyment, even constructing a Lego city within his room. During his leisure, he continues to create additional Lego masterpieces within this urban landscape. Chapter 116. A significant loss in an abandoned hospital on the outskirts of South Korea. The damp air is thick with a mingled sense of rust and blood. A dozen mutants, having escaped from the Avengers' Korean branch, huddle in the corners, their tattered clothing and the scars from experiments they endured marking their bodies. Their eyes are filled with fear and despair. Just hours prior, their laboratory was besieged by an unknown organization, and amidst the chaos, they broke through layers of security, believing they had finally escaped the hellish confines of the laboratory and attained freedom. However, they remain unaware that the upper echelons of the American government had long ago transformed their bodies into unstable vessels. In pursuit of greater power, researchers forcibly injected various mutant genes into their bodies. These genes were able to coexist temporarily under the control of laboratory suppressants, but once deprived of the drugs, they became like uncontrollable beasts, turning upon one another within their hosts. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the abandoned hospital. A young mutant, his skin slightly darker, suddenly collapsed, convulsing violently on the ground. At that moment, his skin visibly transformed from its normal hue to a grotesque shade of purplish black, rapidly decaying to reveal mangled, bloody tissues beneath. He had once been endowed by the experiment with the dual abilities of manipulating electricity and self-healing. Yet now, the two powers clashed violently within him, with electric currents searing his internal organs while his healing ability attempted to mend the ravaged tissues, subjecting him to unbearable torment. Nearby, another mutant sought to assist him, but was halted by a female mutant. She had been one of the most successful subjects in the laboratory, gifted with the power to perceive others' emotions and shape-shift. Her face was now marred by fine streaks of blood, her lips perpetually dripping crimson. "Don't touch him, it's futile. Our bodies can no longer endure this." This is the price of their experiments. Her voice was frail, these few words exhausting all her strength. No sooner had she spoken than two more mutants exhibited identical symptoms. One, capable of manipulating metal, found the metallic elements within him spiraling out of control, sharp metal spikes erupting from his bones, piercing through his skin and innards. Another mutant, who could render himself invisible, oscillated painfully between visibility and invisibility, each transition accompanied by excruciating agony, until he became completely transparent, leaving behind only a puddle of molten liquid. The horrifying scene before them spread like a plague among the remaining mutants. They watched helplessly as their companions fell one by one, powerless to intervene as death loomed closer. As the convulsions gradually ceased, the bodies lost all signs of life, their skin turning pitch black, resembling charred wood. The female mutant leaned against the wall. Sensing her waning vitality, her empathic abilities allowed her to acutely feel the anguish and despair of her comrades, emotions crashing against her heart like a sledgehammer. Why? Why must we endure this? We only wish to live. A young girl, cradling her knees, wept silently as tears streamed down her face. The female mutant reached out a trembling hand, gently stroking the girl's hair. Do not be afraid. Perhaps this is our destiny. If anyone discovers our plight, they must know of the heinous acts committed by those individuals. Her vision began to blur, her strength waning further. Time passed, though its measure was lost, and the screams within the factory gradually subsided. As these artificial mutants harbored no glimmers of hope, Clark emerged before them, embodying a beacon of new life. His successful discovery of their whereabouts was largely attributed to the heightened perception possessed by the newly awakened. Like them, were also subjects of experimentation. Observing these test subjects, Clark noted with dismay that many had succumbed entirely, while the few remaining were akin to flickering candles, teetering on the brink of death. He understood all too well that their present state was the result of two conflicting abilities incessantly clashing within them, leading to their tragic condition. Determined to prevent these invaluable resources from becoming mere corpses, Clark acted swiftly, approaching each individual and touching their foreheads with deliberate intent. As his formidable energy coursed into their bodies, the once tumultuous powers were instantly subdued. What had been on the verge of collapse halted abruptly, even beginning to exhibit signs of self-healing and restoration. Regrettably, the remaining artificial mutants were beyond salvation. Clark had already assessed their vital signs and found them irretrievable. Ultimately, only 4 mutants survived, and Clark lamented his tardiness, recognizing the profound loss incurred. However, to the fortunate few who had evaded death, his words resonated as a personal failure to save them all. Newborn, he instructed, you will explain everything to them while I await your return outside. Clark was acutely aware that his words might not inspire confidence, but he believed that Newborn's influence would yield different results. Yet, the desolation of the abandoned hospital unsettled him. He resolved to reduce it to ruins upon their departure. After a brief interval, the 4 remaining mutants emerged from the forsaken hospital, their expressions visibly improved and their conditions remarkably stable. To ensure you remain undetected, I shall level this place to the ground shortly, he cautioned. Newborn nodded in acknowledgement, leading the group away. Prior to their arrival, Clark had prepared clothing for them, and now, clad in these garments, they bore little distinction from ordinary individuals. Once they had distanced themselves, Clark surveyed the notorious sight of terror in the land of the morning calm, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He then steadied his breath and unleashed a searing inferno, transforming the once feared hospital into a raging sea of flames. The colossal blaze quickly drew the attention of nearby residents. When Clark reunited with the group, he discovered that one of the mutants possessed the ability to initiate short-range teleportation. While this power held little significance for Clark himself, it proved to be an exceptionally advantageous skill for transporting illicit substances. After all, there are times when the sheer volume makes normal transport susceptible to scrutiny from above. However, possessing this capability can alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. Chapter 117. Naming oneself upon returning to the presidential suite with a few individuals. Clark instructed them to cleanse themselves and don appropriate attire before seeking him out. The mutants saved by Clark did not dare to exhibit any semblance of defiance, completely adhering to his commands. After all, his ability to suppress their mutant powers was a testament to his formidable strength. Their instincts warned them that opposing such a person would ultimately lead to their demise. Clark, meanwhile, sat in the room, opening the laptop he had brought to peruse some websites linked to terrorist organizations, hoping to uncover who dared to strike at the Avengers branch. He was certain that anyone capable of such an act must have some knowledge of the branch's purpose. Otherwise, they would not have assaulted this place without provocation. As for the identity behind the nuclear strike on the ledger, Clark was indifferent. As long as he could eliminate that ledger, he considered himself a good person. After more than half an hour, the newcomer returned with 4 mutants who had changed into fresh clothing. They stood in a neat line, while the newcomer approached Clark's side. Clark regarded the 4 individuals before him, 3 females and 1 male, the latter appearing to be around 15 years of age, while the females were in their 20s. Clark addressed them. I believe the newcomer has provided you with a brief overview of my identity. Therefore, I shall refrain from excessive repetition. From this day forth, you are under my command. You should understand that I have recruited you for your abilities, which I hold in high regard. Clark spoke candidly, for his intentions were straightforward, devoid of any need for subterfuge. In due course, as they worked for him, they would naturally come to grasp this truth. Rather than allowing them to discover the reality on their own, it was more expedient to inform them now, enabling Clark to swiftly eliminate any with ulterior motives. Upon hearing Clark's words, the 4 individuals nodded in agreement. Earlier, while bathing, the newcomer had shared insights about Clark's character and capabilities, cautioning them against any acts of defiance, lest they lose their identities on the spot. These artificially enhanced mutants, having fought hard for their chance to survive, would naturally refrain from seeking their own demise. I will stabilize the mutant abilities you possess through my powers. With diligent practice, you will ultimately master this strength. You were unfortunate to have been experimental subjects previously, unable to control your abilities, which led to your suffering and demise. Yet, you are fortunate to have encountered me. I have granted you a second chance at life and the ability to wield your powers. What you now possess surpasses that of many mutants. Now, your sole task is to swiftly master and proficiently wield your abilities under my guidance, transforming into a formidable force at my disposal. You need not be concerned about welfare and benefits. There is no need to ponder notions of fairness or injustice. All individuals shall receive identical base salaries and benefits. The better you perform, the more substantial your rewards will be. I shall grant you 5 minutes to conceive a new name for yourselves, consisting of 2 characters, symbolizing the abilities you currently possess. Upon concluding this, Clark opened his laptop to continue reviewing information, while the 4 individuals departed the room to discuss matters outside. Once they had left Clark's chamber, they finally exhaled in relief, for within that room, they felt perilously close to death. The oppressive aura emanating from Clark instilled in them the belief that this man could effortlessly extinguish their lives with but a single breath. Their instincts were not misguided. A mere icy or fiery breath from Clark could lead to their instantaneous demise. One of the girls quietly sobbed, I want to go home. The boy glanced at the weeping girl and retorted, what is there to cry about? His tone was far from courteous, laced with a hint of anger. Do you not remember how we arrived in that place? We were neither abducted nor deceived. We were sold into that fate by those closest to us. Have you all forgotten? The boy struggled to suppress his rage, his words erupting from his throat. Going home? Do you still consider home? Even if you returned, your parents would see you as a monster. Upon hearing his words, the girl's tears flowed more freely. A slightly older girl interjected, he speaks the truth. We no longer have a home. She recognized the cruelty of such a statement. Yet some truths must be articulated. Ever since their families sold them to the laboratory, they had lost any semblance of family ties. It was these so-called family members who had cast them into that hellish place. Surviving this ordeal rendered them luckier than those who perished. However, had Clark arrived even a moment later, they would have quietly succumbed in that hospital. I shall not concern myself with your thoughts. I have resolved to follow him, declared the boy. Like a newborn, I will stay by his side, at the very least. This way, I can live the life I desire. With that, he rose and opened the door, returning to Clark's room. The previously sobbing girl, hearing the sentiments of the others, realized her retreat was no longer an option. All the suffering she had endured today was inflicted by her family. The girl who had longed for home now harbored a flicker of resentment and anger in her eyes. This animosity would deepen as they grew stronger, and one day, they would personally confront those who had betrayed them. The last 3 girls exchanged glances before rising once more to return to Clark's room. Upon seeing all four had entered. Clark remarked, "Please state your names." One boy stepped forward with unwavering resolve, declaring revenge. Clark nodded approvingly at this name, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are due for vengeance. However, before seeking revenge, you must possess absolute strength." At that moment, another girl stepped forward as well, proclaiming, "Hatred." Clark was not surprised by the names they had chosen. Now that they possessed the ability to control their own powers and would receive training, it was only natural they would seek revenge, and their hatred would not dissipate with newfound strength. To help them fully move on from their past, the best course of action was to allow them to exact their revenge and release their pent-up animosities. Chapter 118, A Treasure Found Slaughter. When the next girl uttered this name, Clark momentarily paused before quickly reconciling with it. After all, in this world devoid of symbiotic entities, the concept of slaughter was non-existent. "That is a commendable name," Clark remarked. "Henceforth, the four of you shall form a small team under your command." Clark observed determination and ferocity in the eyes of Slaughter, whose composed demeanor made her an excellent candidate for leadership. The final girl, who had earlier expressed a desire to return home, spoke the word purge. In uttering this term, her initial timidity had vanished. She had come to understand that revenge was correct. Her current plight was entirely due to the actions of her parents, and thus, she sought to eliminate those who had rendered her so disrespectful. Revenge turned to Clark and asked, "Why choose Slaughter as our captain?" Clark, with hands clasped upon the table, "Maître Finchgage, I admire your courage. Typically, my decisions go unchallenged, and you are the first to question me." Acknowledging this, Clark decided to grant him a special privilege, an answer to his inquiry. Although Clark's tone was calm and his expression unchanged, each word he spoke exuded an invisible pressure that enveloped Revenge, causing him to bend and ultimately kneel before Clark. In that moment, Revenge found it impossible to lift his head, forced to endure the immense and terrifying weight of authority. Clark needed them to recognize who the true decision-maker was, who held the power over their lives. He aimed to instill in them the understanding that any act of defiance or treachery would be crushed with ease, as though squashing an ant. Logically, the selection of a team leader among individuals such as yourselves should be based on personal strength and leadership capability. However, you all lack maturity. Your anger and resentment are etched upon your faces, easily discernible to anyone who looks upon you. The Slaughter is distinct. He conceals his emotions remarkably well. She shrouds all her darkness with finesse, which is precisely why I have chosen Slaughter over you. Through her name, you should comprehend the underlying significance. In the future, he will become the sharpest blade in my possession. Clark has never misjudged anyone, much like Jones, Bella, and Casey, the three individuals he holds in high regard, who are also his most exceptional subordinates. Presently, Jones's demonstrated strength and personal capability have surpassed many of the leaders within the nameless gang. James often seeks counsel from Jones regarding various matters. Bella, too, warrants mention. Since she has assumed leadership of a particular region, her displayed prowess is commendable, although she may not compare to Casey at present. With a few more years of cultivation, surpassing Casey will be entirely feasible. As for happiness, there is no need for elaboration. She epitomizes the archetype of a working woman, excelling in every domain. Now, Clark has encountered a perfect blade, known as Slaughter. However, for the time being, Clark will refer to him by that name, though he intends to change it later. Let us now discuss your abilities. In a bid to assert her strength, Vengeance spoke first. "I possess the abilities of Wolverine and Quicksilver." Upon hearing Vengeance's declaration, Clark immediately understood. She is indeed a top-tier assassin, ideally suited for covert operations. "Is there adamantium within your body as well?" Vengeance nodded earnestly. "Indeed, my body contains adamantium." With that, she swiftly extended her claws, reminiscent of Wolverine's, through her fingers. The previous researchers who injected adamantium into my body mentioned that it was a brand new variant. However, I'm unaware of why it is termed as such. Intrigued by Vengeance's words, Clark utilized his vision to scan the extended claws, discovering that this adamantium had been purged of toxins, ensuring that the user would not suffer from chronic poisoning. This implies that as long as Vengeance remains loyal, she will become the person who stays by my side the longest. After Vengeance's introduction, Hatred hastily presented herself. "My abilities include sensing the emotions of others and shape-shifting." Upon hearing Hatred's capabilities, Clark visibly lost interest. This ability seems temporarily impractical, and shapeshifting pales in comparison to rebirth, leading Clark to question hatred's current utility. While I cannot find an immediate application for your abilities, do not despair. There will be a time for you to showcase your value within my gang. Though Clark spoke reassuringly, hatred's demeanor clearly reflected a sense of disappointment. My abilities encompass laser vision and the White Queen. Upon hearing about the ability of cleansing, one cannot help but feel that his name perfectly encapsulates the essence of his power, akin to a stationary laser cannon. After expressing this, cleansing began to showcase his prowess. He first transformed his entire body into diamond, followed by a surge of crimson light emanating from his eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, Clark hastily intervened, cautioning him that such a display might lead to complications for them. Heeding Clark's warning, cleansing promptly reverted to his normal state, retracting his laser vision as well. Clark's attention then shifted to the entity known as Slaughter. Upon channeling energy into Slaughter, Clark discerned that the energy infused was significantly greater than that bestowed upon others, suggesting that Slaughter possessed more than merely two abilities. Without uttering a word, Slaughter gradually raised both hands, crystallizing one into ice while igniting the other with flames. After reclaiming these powers, Slaughter manipulated the surrounding objects to levitate. Simultaneously, Clark sensed a force within Slaughter reminiscent of that of Phoenix. Initially, Clark had failed to recognize this power prior to its release, but once unleashed, the formidable energy became unmistakable. Clark now regarded Slaughter with profound delight. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be known as Slaughter, but rather as Rebirth. Rebirth shall be your new name. Slaughter, taken aback by the sudden change of name, found that Rebirth resonated more with his essence. Initially, Clark perceived the ability of hatred as somewhat lacking. However, with the emergence of Rebirth, that sentiment became trivial. After all, among these individuals, Rebirth was the most pivotal presence. Chapter 119. The conclusion of the retreat. Once arrangements were finalized, Clark instructed everyone to return to their respective quarters to rest. The upcoming training tasks were to be entrusted to the Nameless One. Presently, the Nameless One had no pressing duties, having spent this time indulging in leisure. It was high time to assign him some responsibilities. The reason the members of the Nameless faction enjoyed such a leisurely existence stemmed from the shadow left by Clark on the gangs. Now, all American gangs were acutely aware of the ruthless nature of the Nameless faction. They might disregard their own lives, but they were unwilling to jeopardize their families. Every gang member understood that provoking the Nameless faction would lead to dire consequences. Currently, the only gangs in America capable of coexisting with the Nameless faction were those established by the Asians, notably excluding the factions associated with the notorious Little Book. Recently, Clark had commanded the Nameless faction to eradicate all gangs related to Little Book and seize control of their enterprises. The leader of the Nameless organization is well-versed in such matters. Their objective is to eliminate the gang members of the minor factions and subsequently seize their assets and territories, thereby establishing themselves as the true authority in the area. Many of the minor factions have faced brutal purges at the hands of the major gangs, with hardly any survivors. Upon hearing this news, the minor factions dared not show any resistance. They understood all too well that sending their men to confront the situation would only result in their demise. That evening, Clark dialed the phone number of the Nameless leader. At that moment, the leader was basking in the sun on a tropical island, indulging in the company of beautiful women. This was the essence of life. In comparison, his previous existence felt utterly wretched. He leaned in and planted a kiss on the cheek of one of the lovely ladies beside him, then slipped several $100 bills into her swimsuit. The swimsuit-clad beauties reveled in this attention, playfully posing before him, hoping to garner even more indulgence. Amidst this delightful scene, the leader's phone rang with a distinctive tone, abruptly shifting his demeanor from carefree to profoundly serious. The surrounding women, sensing the change, discreetly dispersed. He hesitantly answered the call, and Clark's voice emerged on the other end. "How is your vacation?" Clark's tone was casual, yet felt like a harbinger of urgency to the leader. "The vacation has been quite splendid. It is the most relaxing time I have experienced since my birth," he replied. Hearing this, a slight smirk appeared on Clark's lips. "Now that you have enjoyed your respite, it is time to attend to business." Upon hearing the mention of business, the leader's expression grew grave. "Is there a task you wish to assign me? Rest assured, I will exert every effort to accomplish it." Satisfied with this response, Clark continued. Your task is not particularly challenging. I need you to take charge of a group of mutants, overseeing their mastery of their abilities, while Steelman will handle their physical training. You have 3 months to ensure they can proficiently control and utilize their powers. Clark's expectations for an average individual were not excessively high. Given the capabilities of both the leader and Steelman, they would undoubtedly enable this group of mutants to adeptly harness their powers within the allotted time. Realizing the exceptional nature of these mutants, the leader inquired, "May I ask if there is anything particularly noteworthy about these mutants?" Upon hearing this question, Clark recognized that the leader had likely discerned some underlying truths. Clark had no intention of concealing the matter, for they would inevitably collaborate in the future. Rather than leaving the unnamed to speculate wildly, it was far more prudent to lay things bare, thereby avoiding any unforeseen complications when the time for cooperation arrived. You are correct in your assumptions. These mutants are indeed extraordinary. More specifically, they are artificially created mutants. One of their abilities mirrors your own, and he possesses the capacity of a model female. Upon hearing Clark's words, the unnamed, a mutant himself, immediately grasped the situation and felt a surge of anger that made his teeth clench audibly. Although he and the professor differed in their philosophies regarding humanity, they both harbored a profound disdain for those who treated mutants as mere subjects for experimentation. Can you tell me who is responsible for this? The unnamed spoke through gritted teeth. You may have already surmised their identities. I trust you have seen some recent discussions in the group. There is no need for me to elaborate further. Currently, you lack the strength to confront them, so it is best to escort this group safely, for there will be future opportunities for retribution. Clark was all too aware of the hatred that fueled the betrayal and slaughter of their kind. After hearing the account, the unnamed quickly deduced who was involved, yet he could only suppress his fury as he recognized his own limitations. Rest assured, I will handle it. I shall ensure they become the most formidable mutants. Clark was not taken aback by the unnamed's response. The following morning, just as dawn broke, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, Clark found that Casey had sent someone with the necessary clothing and masks. He had to admit that Casey's efficiency in such matters was indeed impressive. To reward the diligent errand runner, Clark generously tipped him $1,000. The young man, elated by the unexpected bounty, reveled in the triple pay along with the additional tip, a delightful surprise for anyone in his position. Thank you, Clark remarked nonchalantly. You have completed today's task. You may enjoy your time here before returning. This is my special treat. The young man, pleased by such an arrangement, felt that this trip was indeed worthwhile. After his departure, Clark led a few individuals to Aaron's residence. Upon seeing the newcomers, Aaron quickly surmised their identities, but she was well aware that such matters were not hers to question, and thus chose to remain silent. Chapter 120. The new Collider Laboratory deep within the Rocky Mountains of Montana, a valley perpetually shrouded in thick fog, has long since been erased from all official maps. Beneath the dense forest at the canyon's base, a massive space has been forcibly excavated from a 30-meter-thick layer of granite, with cold metallic pipes winding and intertwining under the eerie blue glow of emergency lights. The roar of machinery reverberates through the concrete walls, echoing for kilometers. It is entirely overshadowed by the howling mountain winds. This is the second backup Collider Laboratory, painstakingly constructed by Gene Bing over 3 years. A clandestine stronghold where he aspires to rewrite the rules of the world. In the center of the laboratory, the circular collider boasts a diameter of 50 meters. Its metallic shell marred by the charred remnants of prior experiments. At the control panel, Gene Bing presses down heavily on the cooling system button, his brow furrowed at the data pulsating across the display. He cannot help but recall the moment of the initial activation when an energy pulse tore through space, summoning otherworldly knights riding mechanical steeds across America, with 3 flaming alien warships even hovering over New York. Fortunately, such occurrences did not persist for long, swiftly fading into oblivion. The second experiment proved even more disastrous, not only resulting in numerous bizarrely equipped supervillains populating Gotham's asylum, but also inadvertently attracting a version of Iron Man from a parallel universe to the entrance of Stark Tower, nearly exposing the entire operation. These damned unexpected visitors were far from the desired outcome. Gene Bing tugged at the taut collar of his suit, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Behind him, the research director, Dr. Thurman, timidly presented a report. Sir, spatial stability has improved by 47. But the temporal coordinate locking still cannot overcome the interference of quantum turbulence. Jean Bing crumpled the report into a ball, his gaze sweeping over the surveillance footage displayed on the laboratory walls. Within the frames, a dozen guards clad in black combat suits patrolled the underground passage, the entrance camouflaged as an abandoned mine, surrounded by 3 layers of thermal sensor security. No one comprehends the significance of this underground laboratory better than Jean Bing. A year prior, he had constructed the first collider laboratory in the depths of Brooklyn, which was discovered by the Justice League shortly after the 3rd experiment. Batman had melted through the protective doors with his laser weapon from the Batplane. Wonder Woman had compelled him to divulge all data using her lasso of truth, and ultimately, Cyborg had pressed the self-destruct button himself. That incident cost Jean Bing not only billions of dollars, but also nearly led to his being targeted. Since then, he vowed to situate his laboratory in a location that no one could ever find. The geological structure of this canyon in the Rocky Mountains is stable, far removed from human habitation, even eluding detection by satellite remote sensing, which can only perceive ordinary rock layers. What I desire is not to invite beings from other universes, Jean Bing thought as he approached the collider, his palm gliding over the cold metallic surface, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. What I seek is to create a rift in time, to return to 20 years ago, to a time before the murder of Bruce Wayne's parents, before the formation of the Nameless Gang, before all superheroes had risen to prominence. Jean Bing vividly remembers the sensation of being threatened during his first encounter with the Nameless Gang. Do you recall how Batman repeatedly dismantled his drug trafficking network, causing him incalculable losses? If only he could traverse back in time, there would be 100 ways for him to eradicate those future heroes and formidable gangs before they even took root. He could orchestrate an accident on the Wayne's way to the theater, engineer an armored suit for Tony Stark that would lead terrorists to eliminate him, or even ensure that the spider which bit Peter Parker met its demise before the fateful encounter. Once the hindrance of superheroes was removed, the criminal syndicate under his command could effortlessly infiltrate every corner of the American government, with profits from drugs, arms, and illicit trades flowing incessantly into his coffers. In such a scenario, even the President of the United States would be compelled to heed his whims. This was the true ambition behind Kim's painstaking construction of the Collider, a desire he yearned to fulfill after ascending to the throne of America's underground empire. Restart the experiment and set the energy output to 80. This time, I demand to witness the fluctuations in the temporal coordinates, Kim commanded abruptly, turning to Dr. Thurman. A seasoned doctor turned pale. Sir, an energy output of 80 could trigger a spatial collapse. We are not prepared. Prepared or not, we must proceed. I have waited far too long. I cannot afford to squander any more time. Kim's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. The indicator lights on the console began to flicker, and a haunting blue energy coursed through the collider's circular track, emitting a piercing hum. Kim's gaze was fixed on the temporal coordinate parameters displayed on the screen, watching the numbers dance erratically before suddenly transforming into a sea of red warning symbols. Warning: quantum turbulence intensity has exceeded critical levels. Spatial stability is diminishing. The system's alarms blared, and the air surrounding the collider began to warp, with fine dust seeping from the cracks in the walls. The doctor hastily pressed the emergency stop button, and the flow of energy gradually ceased, the thunderous noise within the laboratory slowly fading. Kim stood motionless, observing the data on the screen return to normalcy, his fists gradually clenching. Another failure. Previous experiments had attracted unwelcome guests, and this attempt had once again failed to breach the barriers of time. Approaching the surveillance monitor, he watched the guards patrolling the canyon and the camouflage mine entrance at the laboratory's threshold, suddenly perceiving the meticulously constructed underground fortress as a cage imprisoning his ambitions. Continue refining the system. I possess ample time and patience. As long as I can open a breach in time, no number of failures will deter me. Kim's voice regained its composure, yet the chill in his gaze intensified. He understood that the Justice League was still pursuing him and had not abandoned their investigation into the previous laboratory explosion, but he remained indifferent. As long as this underground laboratory remained undiscovered and the collider continued to function, he believed that one day he would embark on his temporal journey, rewriting the fate of this world with his own hands. In the shadows, a diligent researcher meticulously recorded every action of Jean Bing with a miniature camera. This researcher was none other than the mutant strategically positioned by Clark to observe Gene Bing. This mutant possessed the unique ability to ensure that others only remembered his presence, yet could never recall his visage. It was precisely this advantage that allowed him to remain undetected within the laboratory. Whenever he was mentioned, people merely regarded him as a competent worker, unremarkable yet never having committed any errors. However, no one ever spoke of his appearance, nor did they engage in discussions regarding it. Chapter 121. Daily Acts of Kindness in the Early Morning of New York. The city gradually awakens amidst the rumble of subways and the fragrant aroma of nearby surface. Clark stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of his apartment, admiring the unique morning scenery that New York offers. Just a few days prior, Clark had led all the mutants on a private jet to a nameless vacation island. After all, this location was the most suitable choice for training mutants, as the entire island was under Clark's ownership, and the only personnel working there, aside from a few swimsuit-clad beauties, were members of the unnamed gang. It was only in this secluded environment that they could train without the risk of being easily discovered. Although Clark could ensure the mutants' concealment through biological means, he certainly did not wish to remain by their side at all times, to prevent unnecessary complications. Sending them to this island was indeed the wisest decision. As for what the Avengers and the Justice League might uncover, that would depend on their capabilities. However, Clark had always been meticulous in his operations, leaving no trace behind. Even if the two alliances turned the entire nation upside down, they would find no valuable leads. Standing by the window, Clark marveled at the rare scenery and mused, "What a beautiful day." After sipping his soy milk, he added, "Now this is what life should be. Sweetened soy milk suits my palate far better than that bitter coffee." With that, Clark leisurely made his way to the dining table situated by the window. The table was adorned with soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, and an array of side dishes. Of course, it was not complete without Clark's favorite, authentic Tianjin pancakes. This genuine version of pancakes was only available through a hidden menu for locals. The adaptations made for foreigners were far less palatable to those accustomed to the original flavors. Clark broke the fried dough stick into small pieces, soaking them in the tofu pudding. Once the dough absorbed the savory broth, he indulged in a hearty bite, his face alight with enjoyment. "Now, this is what breakfast should be. I truly suffered in previous years," Clark lamented, as he opened his laptop to check the latest comments about Superman. Since Superman's last departure from Detroit, he has not made another appearance. Speculations surrounding his absence have proliferated online, with some even questioning whether he's been apprehended. However, there are those who argue that Superman's deeds are inherently just, leaving no grounds for his capture. Observing the myriad comments, Clark realized that his recent reticence had given rise to unwarranted conjectures. It was high time for him to engage in some subtle public activity. Nonetheless, Clark intended for his actions to be discreet, as an unobserved revelation would yield the most desirable outcome. While he entertained such thoughts, he understood that performing good deeds is most impactful when witnessed. He had already envisioned his ideal location, the bustling market of New York, armed with data indicating that this marketplace was prone to disturbances. He recognized it as the perfect setting for his intervention. Donning his iconic superhero attire, Clark made his way to the market, typically situated on the fringes or outskirts of the city. Generally, the clientele consists of ordinary individuals, but today, coinciding with a break, there was an exceptional influx of shoppers. At that moment, Clark spotted an elderly Caucasian woman struggling to maneuver a heavy cart laden with various vegetables. Recognizing it as the opportune moment to act, he observed as the woman attempted to turn a corner. The cart's precarious load caused it to tilt, resulting in a significant portion of its contents spilling onto the ground. Without hesitation, Clark descended from the air and approached her. The woman was frantically gathering the scattered produce, some of which had been damaged beyond salvage. Clark swiftly advanced, initially refraining from directly assisting. Instead, he righted one of the overturned boxes and, utilizing his super speed, rearranged all the boxes while collecting the fallen vegetables and returning them to their rightful place. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by several shoppers and nearby vendors. Precisely the outcome Clark had hoped for. Such unintentional observations would achieve the greatest impact. "Look, it's Superman. It truly is Superman." Despite the surrounding chatter, Clark remained focused, continuing to assist the elderly woman in arranging her produce back onto the cart. "Madam, allow me to help you transport these vegetables to your stand," he offered, effortlessly lifting the entire load with one hand. He then gently supported the elderly woman. Although she did not recognize Superman, she was nonetheless charmed by the presence of this robust and handsome young man. "Thank you, young man," the woman said as Clark assisted her. "You are exceedingly gracious." This act of kindness was swiftly captured on camera and circulated online. Previously, discussions had revolved around the whereabouts of Superman, but now, witnessing him in the marketplace aiding ordinary individuals, his fervent admirers began to extol his virtues without reservation. In a bid to appear more relatable, Clark did not abandon the woman after guiding her to his stall. Instead, he arranged the fruits and vegetables meticulously and assisted in selling them. Before long, his stall attracted a considerable crowd. Many claimed to be there to purchase produce, yet it was evident that they were drawn by the sight of Superman. "Mr. Superman, your willingness to help with such trivial matters is truly heartwarming," exclaimed one customer, a sentiment echoed by many. After preparing the requested items, Clark handed them to the customer, expressing, "It brings me immense joy to resolve practical issues for everyone." Coincidentally, a journalist was present in the market conducting interviews. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, he instructed his photographer to capture the moment. To preserve the atmosphere, the journalist refrained from approaching, instead inquiring with those nearby about their opinions on the event. Clark observed everything, pleased with the outcome he desired. Naturally, he did not expect to gain widespread recognition from a single charitable act in the marketplace. Rather, he understood that such deeds needed to be performed regularly to maintain his image in the public eye. However, he was mindful not to make his actions seem overly contrived, as this could yield the opposite effect. Chapter 122. The expansion of the Nameless Gang. While Clark busied himself with daily acts of goodwill, the Nameless Gang did not neglect its expansion efforts. Presently, the gang had established a presence in half of the states in America, albeit with varying numbers of members in each location. In the states with the fewest members, the total count barely reached 10. Those stationed there were primarily focused on gathering intelligence on other gangs rather than expanding their own. In regions devoid of the Nameless Gang, one would typically encounter either formidable supervillains or powerful superheroes. At this stage, Clark was not inclined to confront these supervillains and superheroes, opting instead for the most prudent approach. These individuals enjoyed a relatively carefree existence within the Nameless Gang, as their daily responsibilities were comparatively light, yet they were expected to avoid any missteps. A mistake on their part would result in consequences they could hardly bear. Moreover, their compensation was among the highest, necessitating tangible results. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves replaced. For those wishing to earn more, venturing into new markets as pioneers in uncharted territories offered even greater rewards. Following the Nameless Gang's takeover of Detroit, the drug trade experienced a significant escalation. In a clandestine drug manufacturing facility in Detroit, an unnamed syndicate has uncovered a novel method for producing a highly potent narcotic. However, the yield of this drug is exceedingly low, as one of its essential ingredients is the blood of mutants. The incorporation of mutant blood enhances the hallucinogenic effects by a staggering 15-fold, prolonging the experience. Consequently, upon its emergence in the market, this drug garnered considerable attention from affluent individuals. Some elite millionaires, hindered by physical disabilities from participating in extreme sports, have turned to this substance for its euphoric effects. Due to the complexity of its production and the scarcity of its raw materials, Clark has set a steep price of $1 million per gram, an unprecedented pinnacle in the realm of narcotics, to achieve the desired hallucinatory experience. A minimum of 5 grams must be consumed in a single session. This exorbitant cost restricts access to the wealthy elite. As for the mutant blood, it is provided by members of the syndicate, given the substantial number of mutants within their ranks. Initially, many mutants were disinclined to provide their blood for drug production, but upon learning that they would receive a reward of $100,000 for each gram sold, many willingly began to donate. A typical mutant can yield 400 milliliters of blood. However, after filtration and purification, this amount results in less than 10 grams of the final product. Clark has imposed strict restrictions on sales, allowing only the wealthiest disabled elites to purchase this drug. His motives are not rooted in altruism, but rather in the fear that others would be unable to afford such exorbitant prices. Only these affluent individuals can indulge in multiple sessions within a week. Moreover, the unnamed syndicate has established a formidable hegemony over the drug trade in America, controlling 50% of the national narcotics industry. The remaining 50% is deliberately left for government and rival gangs to contend over. In addition to the expansive drug trade, the smuggling sector is equally robust. Given that many low-end industries in America mirror those of the Old World, the prices of small commodities are exceedingly high. Thus, Clark has strategically focused on smuggling these items, which, despite their seemingly inconspicuous nature, contribute significantly, about 20%, to the syndicate's monthly revenue. The legitimate enterprises serve primarily for laundering money and providing cover for the underground operations. It is these ventures that enable Clark to lead a lifestyle akin to that of the world's wealthiest. In comparison to the Superman of parallel and primary universes, Clark stands as a figure of unparalleled affluence. In pursuit of greater profits, he has even ventured into arms smuggling. Though he has recently entered this arena, yielding modest profits thus far, Clark is acutely aware that, given the current circumstances, substantial gains are inevitable. The cargo ship you previously expressed interest in has already been acquired. Engaged in his daily acts of kindness, Clark felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing the news. You must remember the purpose behind acquiring this vessel. Do not misinterpret it. Upon hearing this, Jones immediately grasped the implications of the statement. Rest assured, I am well aware of the primary objective behind purchasing the ship. However, given the current stringent scrutiny by American authorities on smuggling, should we not consider retreating from the limelight? Clark, unfazed, replied, there is no need for that. Navigate the cargo ship to my private island. The servers will ensure the goods are delivered to American territory. Simply have your people ready at the designated location for pickup. After receiving these instructions, Jones refrained from further inquiries, well aware that he should only concern himself with what was necessary to know and avoid questioning matters beyond his purview. Initially, Clark had contemplated acquiring a submarine or a cruise ship. However, procuring a submarine proved to be an arduous task, even for the most formidable arms dealers. Subsequently, he considered a cruise ship, yet the complexities of operating such a vessel led him to abandon the idea. Ultimately, Clark opted for a cargo ship, which served the dual purpose of facilitating smuggling while also allowing for legitimate transport, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. To his surprise, the process of purchasing the cargo ship unfolded with unexpected swiftness. Now that the vessel was fully loaded, it was time to embark on the next phase of his plan. With this thought in mind, Clark turned his course toward his private island. On the island, Nameless and Steel Force were engaged in training the newly arrived mutants. Nameless, do you believe these mutants truly possess the significant latent potential as claimed? Steel Force, observing their completion of basic training, instinctively inquired. I believe they possess some potential given their abilities, but their physical condition leaves much to be desired. You must train them diligently over the next month to enhance their physical capabilities. Nodding in acknowledgement, Steel Force assured, rest assured, I will execute the arrangements to the best of my ability. Nameless harbored no doubts about Steel Force's sincerity. Having endured 3 months of grueling training under his guidance, 3 months he preferred not to revisit. Though excruciating, Nameless had to concede that the results yielded from that rigorous training were remarkably effective. Chapter 123. Arrangements on the island upon arriving at the island. Clark did not seek out Nameless and Steel Force, recognizing their preoccupation with training the newcomers, while his own responsibilities were beyond their scope. Soon, Clark met with the island's overseer. On his journey, he had donned his White Reaper attire, a transformation that unequivocally affirmed his identity, ensuring that no one on the island would dare to challenge him. They were all acutely aware of the character at hand, since they already recognized his identity. There was no need to recklessly approach him. However, the arrival of Clark instantly galvanized everyone on the island into a state of diligent work. In his absence, they could afford to be somewhat lax, even indulging in light-hearted banter without fear of reprimand. But when Clark was present, they were compelled to focus, as none wished to risk any oversight at such a critical moment. The individual responsible for this introduction had been assigned by Jones. Although the exact name of Clark was not precisely known, nevertheless, Jones had previously assured them of this person's unwavering reliability and trustworthiness. After all, there were officially over 7,000 registered under the Nameless organization, with tens of thousands more likely unregistered. It was impossible for Clark to remember each one. Furthermore, many individuals might only meet Clark once and would not take special note of him. Take, for instance, the leader from the Old Mex faction. Although he performed commendably, Clark had only encountered him once since his arrival at Old Mex and could vaguely recall that he was of shorter stature. As for his specific name, Clark had long since forgotten. The members of the nameless organization dispatched abroad knew well that as long as they did not err, they could live freely for the rest of their days. However, a single mistake could spell disaster for their families. Understanding this reality, all members abroad adhered strictly to the rules. Even if their subordinates faltered, to avoid implicating themselves, they would swiftly eliminate the errant party and report all actions taken. They dared not omit such reports. Should higher-ups discover any concealment, their fate would mirror that of the deceased, if not worse. Although reporting could lead to penalties, it spared them their lives. This was the primary reason why the branches abroad had remained remarkably incident-free for so long. Especially after the members learned that Superman was their clandestine overseer, the notion of dissent became increasingly untenable. They understood that Superman's true visage was not his real appearance, thus amplifying their trepidation towards Clark. The methods employed by Clark in executing those from the underworld were primarily intended to serve as a warning to all members of the nameless organization, ensuring they understood that betrayal would lead to dire consequences. Guided by a staff member from the island, Clark swiftly arrived at the office of the person in charge. Aware of his impending arrival, the leader had been waiting respectfully at the office door. When Clark discerned that the individual in charge was still a woman, he was somewhat taken aback. Upon entering the office, Clark took a seat at the leader's desk. At this moment, Clark scrutinized the individual before him. The person in charge was a quintessential Caucasian woman, approximately 165 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure and a refined appearance. Dressed in professional attire, she epitomized the image of an office career woman. "You are the head here," he remarked. The woman stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I am indeed the head here, Lucy." Clark nodded in acknowledgement. "How has business been on the island lately?" Although this was a private island, it was occasionally open to the public, primarily catering to affluent businessmen. The island offered rare narcotics for these wealthy patrons, but it was only accessible on specific days. Consequently, despite the limited hours of operation, the profits were astonishing. Recently, due to the training sessions conducted by the unnamed and Steel Titan on the island, it had only been opened twice. The first occasion yielded a revenue of $270 million, while the second brought in $250 million. These figures represented the income from narcotics alone. Other earnings were meticulously documented. As she spoke, Lucy stepped forward to present a written account of the financial records and subsequently pulled up the data from her computer. Every expense and transaction was recorded with remarkable precision, which pleased Clark immensely. He then produced a key, unlocking the lowest drawer of his desk and retrieving a gold ingot, tossing it onto the table. "This is your bonus." The desks were part of a furniture set that Clark had commissioned, uniformly equipped according to his specifications. The lower side drawers were filled entirely with gold ingots and bars, crafted from a special alloy, with keys accessible only to Clark himself. This arrangement facilitated Clark's ability to reward his subordinates. Such rewards were reserved for those who exhibited outstanding performance, and it was rare for anyone to receive them. Many who were fortunate enough to receive gold ingots and bars would not exchange them for cash, as they symbolized honor and were typically displayed in their homes. There were rumors that those in possession of gold ingots and bars could safeguard their lives should they ever err. After all, these items bore the exclusive insignia of the Nameless Federation. Clark, however, did not discourage such tales, as he was curious to see if anyone would dare commit transgressions upon receiving such rewards. Lucy was initially taken aback by the sight of the substantial gold ingot, but she quickly regained her composure and responded respectfully, "Thank you." The conversation then shifted to Clark's intention to establish a transit station on the island, with Lucy designated as the person in charge. Aware that this was her first assignment, she understood the gravity of ensuring that no unforeseen incidents occurred. "Rest assured, I will complete the establishment of the transit station in the shortest time possible and ensure that all goods are safely delivered to their designated locations." Satisfied with her assurance, Clark stood beside her, gently patting Lucy on the shoulder. "Behave commendably. If you perform excellently this time, the rewards and positions you deserve shall be yours without exception." Although Clark merely mentioned a transit station, Lucy understood that this station must remain undiscovered and its operations must be ensured. Finding such a place on the island is, frankly, no simple task. However, in pursuit of her promotion, Lucy resolved to give it her all. Chapter 124. The Rampaging Hulk. 1. The following day, the streets of Lower Manhattan trembled violently amidst deafening roars. causing the unknowing bystanders to mistakenly believe an earthquake had occurred. As the crowd looked around in confusion, a mangled car soared overhead, crashing into the nearby throng of people. Instantly, screams and alarm bells intertwined, and the previously bewildered crowd plunged into sheer terror. The architect of this chaos stood amidst the rubble, his chest heaving, the contours of his muscular physique sharply defined under the sunlight. Each breath he took sent ripples through the air surrounding him. This was the Hulk, albeit a notably altered version, for his skin bore a disconcerting shade of green, suggesting something was amiss. Raising his powerful arm, he gripped a load-bearing wall of skyscraper, the steel and concrete groaning under the strain of his grasp. With a low growl, Hulk summoned his strength, and the wall crumbled away like torn paper, bricks and glass cascading downwards, raising a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Hulk sought not merely destruction, or at least not entirely. Within the chaos of his thoughts, one clear objective remained: to draw the attention of the Avengers. In his universe, his comrades in outlandish costumes always managed to locate him amid his rampages. Yet now he found himself trapped in this unfamiliar realm, with the only recourse being to create enough commotion to signal his existence. With a thunderous roar, Hulk bellowed towards the sky, the sound waves shattering nearby windows and violently shaking helicopters flying at low altitudes. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fixating on the Stark Tower in the distance. In his universe, that was the Avengers' stronghold. With each step he took towards Stark Tower, the ground beneath him cracked like spiderwebs, while vehicles were effortlessly shoved aside, and streetlights snapped under the force of his momentum. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, scattered in panic, the wailing sirens drawing ever closer, yet utterly unable to impede the advance of this emerald behemoth. Just as the green giant was about to reach the base of Stark Tower, a flash of red streaked forward, halting abruptly before him. Clark, having resolved matters on the island, was en route to his apartment for a respite when he received a call from the Manhattan Division. On the phone, the young man, filled with trepidation, informed Clark that a drug manufacturing facility in Manhattan had been obliterated by a figure clad entirely in green. Many unfortunate souls had lost their lives, and the facility was rendered utterly inoperative. Upon receiving this news, Clark immediately recognized that only one entity could fit that description: the Hulk. Faced with such formidable power, his subordinates stood no chance, compelling him to intervene personally. Suspended 3 meters above the ground, Clark's gaze remained serene as he surveyed the Hulk before him. He could sense the anger and unrest emanating from the green giant. Perceiving that this force was not driven by malice, but rather seemed to convey a desperate plea for assistance. "Cease your destruction. It resolves nothing and only brings harm to the innocent." Clark's voice resonated clearly and forcefully, reaching the Hulk's ears even amidst the clamor of chaos. Clearly taken aback by the emergence of this unfamiliar superhero, the Hulk hesitated momentarily, only to become more enraged. In his understanding, only the Avengers could thwart him. Who was this oddly dressed man, and what authority did he possess to command him? With a primal roar, the Hulk threatened Superman, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from exertion as he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Superman's chest. The force of this blow was capable of demolishing a building, the air crackling with the sound of its impact. Clark's expression remained unchanged, his body unmoved as he absorbed the Hulk's strike effortlessly. Despite the punch landing squarely on his chest, it inflicted no discernible harm. An invisible barrier materialized, intercepting the blow with a resounding thud. The Hulk felt an overwhelming backlash, his arm vibrating from the impact, yet Clark remained steadfast, not a single thread of his cape fluttering in response. Dumbfounded, the Hulk had never encountered such a phenomenon. His full-force assault had failed to breach his opponent's defenses. This only fueled his fury further, as he emitted a deep, guttural growl and launched a frenzied barrage of attacks upon Superman. His left fist struck, followed closely by his right, and both feet relentlessly aimed at Superman, each assault reverberating with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath to tremble and debris to scatter. Yet, no matter how fiercely the Hulk attacked, he could not penetrate Superman's protective barrier. Each punch and kick collided against the unseen shield, producing only dull thuds, devoid of any effect. Clark floated effortlessly in place, akin to a feather, occasionally shifting his body to evade the Hulk's strikes with an ease that resembled a leisurely stroll. He even took the opportunity to analyze the Hulk's chaotic attack patterns, discerning that the green giant was not inherently belligerent, but rather consumed by rage and fear. Calm yourself. Listen to me. Superman spoke once more, attempting to communicate with the Hulk. I understand your confusion and fury, but your actions are futile. Tell me, what is it that you truly seek? Perhaps I can assist you. Yet, the Hulk was impervious to his words, perceiving the man before him as one who toyed with him, much like a cat plays with its prey. The Hulk's rage escalated, his muscles swelling, veins protruding, and strength surging. He suddenly seized a nearby, overturned bus, straining with all his might to hoist it above his head, hurling it toward Clark with tremendous force. The bus arced through the air with a deafening roar, seemingly intent on reducing Clark to mere pulp. Clark sighed softly, leaning slightly forward, extending his right hand. Just as the bus was about to collide with him, he firmly grasped its front end. The metallic shell of the bus emitted a creaking sound under Clark's grip, the immense impact causing him to shift back slightly. With a look of resigned exasperation, he remarked, "I told you to calm down. Why must you be so disobedient?" He then gently set the bus aside, its structure largely intact except for a slight deformation at the front. The Hulk, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict. He could not fathom the extent of this man's strength. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not even graze the hem of his garment. Yet, the stubbornness ingrained in the Hulk's very being forbade him from conceding. He charged once more at Superman, intent on unleashing a more ferocious assault to shatter the invisible barrier that stood between them. Chapter 125. The Frenzied Hulk 2. As the Hulk unleashed a barrage of attacks akin to a rainstorm, Clark yawned. This singular action drove the Hulk into a frenzy. Observing this, Clark instinctively rubbed his forehead, pondering why he had chosen to yawn at such a critical moment. The Hulk, at his core, was a proud warrior, and Clark's earlier conduct had been the utmost affront to a fighter. Now, Clark's nonchalance was akin to spitting in the Hulk's face. The Hulk's muscles swelled once again, his stature increasing, and the murderous intent in his eyes became uncontainable. Initially, he merely sought to defeat this oddly dressed individual. Now, he yearned to utterly annihilate the one who had dared to insult him. Unwilling to continue this futile game, Clark spoke with calm authority. "I have no desire to play with you any longer. If you persist in this manner, you will only cause greater destruction around us. So stand still, and I shall escort you away." The Hulk could not possibly heed Clark's command. As he prepared to swing his fist in another furious onslaught, he found himself immobilized, as if nailed to the ground. Despite Clark exerting all his strength, he discovered he could not move an inch. Attempting to roar in frustration, he realized he could not even part his lips. The ordinary people who had not managed to flee, upon witnessing Superman subduing the green monstrosity before them, immediately emerged from their hiding places. "Thank you, Superman," they exclaimed. A few more rushed over, expressing their gratitude. "Mr. Superman, thank you. Without you, we might have perished here." As the crowd swelled, Clark wore a smile. "As the guardian of this city, I have arrived late. Had I come sooner, you would not have found yourselves in such peril. This is my failure." After uttering these words, Clark feigned a heart-wrenching display, his eyes reddening slightly, and he quickly looked up, attempting to suppress the tears that threatened to fall. Witnessing this scene deepened the crowd's admiration for Superman. This moment was captured by onlookers and shared online. At this juncture, Clark fully embodied the anguish and guilt over his inability to save the populace. He then exhaled deeply, seemingly to steady his emotions. "Superman, it is not your fault." Indeed, it was not. He had arrived just in time. The crowd encouraged Clark not to dwell on the incident, which was precisely the outcome he desired. Meanwhile, the Hulk, who stood behind Clark, was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the man's actions. He had done nothing. Why were these people thanking him? "For everyone's safety, I must now take him away from here, ensuring he does not inflict harm upon anyone again before he loses control," Clark resolved. "The rest of you who are uninjured, please assist the wounded. I trust the ambulance will arrive shortly." With that, Clark did not allow the crowd a moment to respond before he approached Hulk, grasped his wrist, and soared into the sky, heading toward the distance. Clark understood the urgency of removing this extraterrestrial giant from the scene. Since discovering the existence of foreign superheroes and villains, he had honed his sensing abilities. Each being in the universe possesses a unique magnetic field. The magnetic fields of these outsiders clashed with that of his own universe, allowing Clark to immediately identify them upon their appearance. This hospitable giant, if all went as expected, likely intended to attract the attention of the Avengers. However, at this stage, the Hulk of this universe had yet to awaken, and Dr. Banner was merely an ordinary researcher, untouched by gamma rays. Thus, even if this Hulk drew the Avengers' attention, they would not recognize him. Nevertheless, this confirmed that the Hulk had not fully merged with Dr. Banner, hence his foolish intentions. To avoid causing further disturbances, Clark transported the Hulk to a desolate wasteland. Upon landing, Clark lifted the restrictions from Hulk's mouth, yet he did not grant him the freedom to move. "Now you may speak," Clark proclaimed. In response, a thunderous roar erupted from Hulk. Roar. Unfazed by the ferocity of Hulk's bellow, Clark regarded him with an icy demeanor. "Do not waste time. Bring Banner out to speak with me." At this, Hulk glared at Clark with fury. Hulk hates Banner. Hulk will not let Banner out. Observing Hulk's obstinate expression, Clark felt a pang of frustration. He understood that there were but two means to subdue the tempestuous creature. The first method involved calming him down, a task Clark knew was beyond his capabilities. Every movement he made during their previous skirmish had been a profound humiliation to Hulk, and now all Hulk harbored for Clark was loathing. The second method was far more direct and brutal, to physically overpower the Hulk. However, witnessing Hulk's current demeanor suggested he was in a youthful, brash state, making it challenging to subdue him through force. "I know you do not belong here. If you wish to return, you must allow Banner to speak with me. Only he can construct the device that will enable your return to your original universe. If you do not release him, you shall remain here indefinitely, and I will forever keep you subdued." Clark would never permit a threat to his reputation to roam free. In contrast to other superheroes and villains, whose submission could be achieved through sheer force, with the simple-minded Hulk, discourse proved to be a more prudent approach than confrontation. Hulk hates Banner. After Clark's declaration, when Hulk repeated this line, his voice was noticeably diminished. Hulk's intellect may have been slower to process, and he was prone to anger, but that did not render him foolish. He was acutely aware that his alternate identity, Banner, was an exceedingly intelligent individual capable of resolving matters that eluded Hulk's grasp. As Hulk uttered, "Hulk hates Banner" for the third time, Clark observed Hulk's robust form begin to shrink, the once vibrant green hue of his skin gradually fading. Clark realized that Hulk was relenting. His desire to return hinged upon Banner, and without relying on him, returning was an impossibility. Chapter 126. Changing fate in his reluctant transformation. Hulk gradually reverted to Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner looked at Clark, confusion etched across his face. "You are a superhero?" Seeing the hesitation in Dr. Banner's expression, Clark was assured that this version of Banner resided in a parallel universe devoid of the Justice League. Otherwise, such a foolish question would never have escaped his lips. "Dr. Banner, though you may not recognize me, I am well acquainted with you. It is evident that you are acutely aware of your current predicament." Upon uttering these words, Clark released Dr. Banner from his restraints. Once regaining control over his body, Dr. Banner sank to the ground, exuding an unmistakable air of exhaustion. "In truth, I am rather uncertain as to how I came to find myself in this place. Should you seek any valuable information from me, I fear you may be disappointed. Nonetheless, rest assured, I shall endeavor to refrain from transforming into the Hulk, thus sparing you any inconvenience." Dr. Banner spoke these words with sincerity, for in this unfamiliar environment, he must prioritize his own safety. In the past, he would not have uttered such sentiments, considering the Hulk's formidable power often eclipsed that of numerous superheroes and villains. However, the individual before him, despite his peculiar attire, possessed a strength that Dr. Banner had never encountered before. He had witnessed firsthand the Hulk's inability to inflict harm during their confrontation, as the opponent neither flinched nor evaded, an undeniable testament to his prowess. Should this adversary choose to strike, not only would Dr. Banner be defenseless, but even the Hulk would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Clark, instead of responding to Dr. Banner's remarks, meticulously monitored his breathing, heartbeat, and even subtle facial expressions. Through these observations, Clark was assured that Dr. Banner's words were heartfelt and unfeigned. "Do you possess a means to return to your original universe?" In response to Clark's inquiry, Dr. Banner exhibited a palpable sense of helplessness. "I too wish to return to my universe, yet I am unable to do so, as I am entirely oblivious to how I arrived here." Dr. Banner's statement piqued Clark's interest. "Tell me, what were you engaged in before your arrival here? It may assist you in your return." Dr. Banner briefly recollected. "Before I arrived, I was conducting research seeking a method to separate the Hulk from my being. Just as I was preparing to enter the experimental chamber, the Hulk unexpectedly seized control of my body, and then, inexplicably, I found myself here. Could it be that something was triggered during this process, causing the situation to unfold? Given Dr. Banner's uncertainty regarding the reasons for his arrival, he could only offer relatively plausible conjectures. However, he recognized that his hypothesis was somewhat far-fetched. Yet, it remained the most reasonable explanation available at the moment. Observing Dr. Banner's bewildered expression, Clark understood that he was entirely at a loss regarding his return, thus implying that for the time being, he must remain here. As for the events transpiring in Manhattan, Clark had employed his means to obscure all pertinent information. Given Clark's current strength and status, he could manipulate not only his city's news reports but even extend his influence across several states. What the public could see and hear was solely what Clark wished them to perceive. Since you currently cannot find a way back, I must temporarily place you in a more suitable location, making every effort to avoid any contact with your other self here. No one can predict what might transpire should the two of you meet. I must also remind you that in this world, the Avengers have only recently formed, and Dr. Banner has yet to join. If all goes as expected, you should still be engaged in research within a laboratory. These initial words elicited little reaction from Dr. Banner. He, too, believed that Clark's arrangement was the most suitable for his current situation. However, the subsequent revelation that the Dr. Banner of this world had not yet joined the Avengers, and that he had not been exposed to gamma radiation nor possessed the identity of the Hulk, stirred great excitement within the Dr. Banner before me. Is there any way to prevent me from being exposed to gamma radiation? I do not wish for this world version of me to endure the same suffering I have experienced. As he spoke, Dr. Banner's tone was sincere, his eyes filled with fervent plea. Clark understood that Dr. Banner's greatest regret was his inability to be with the woman he loved. Furthermore, during earlier stages, Dr. Banner would transform into the Hulk if his heart rate accelerated beyond a certain point. Thus, if he were with his girlfriend engaged in certain activities, it could lead to irrevocable consequences. At that moment, Clark suddenly sensed a shift in Dr. Banner's aura. His body began to take on a green hue once more, his visage becoming increasingly grotesque. Hulk, you must behave. Do you truly wish for this world version of me to also lose my beloved? Dr. Banner shouted with a voice hoarse from exertion, nearly exhausting all his strength. Remarkably, this plea had an effect. As he was on the verge of transforming into the Hulk, he gradually reverted back to Dr. Banner. I only wish for this world's version of me to lead a normal life with Betty. In his own universe, Dr. Banner found himself powerless to alter his fate. Yet, having arrived in this universe, he sincerely hoped that this version of himself would not repeat his past mistakes. Dr. Banner spoke earnestly, and the Hulk remained unprovoked. The Hulk's feelings for Betty were also profound, which allowed him to settle in his silence upon hearing Dr. Banner's heartfelt words. Dr. Banner turned his gaze to Clark once more. If you can assist this world's version of me in breaking free from his predetermined fate, I'm willing to aid you until I find a way back. Faced with this proposition, Clark felt a surge of interest. After all, he was in dire need of talent in the field of research. Moreover, there were many matters that could not be disclosed publicly, making the presence of a loyal and reliable researcher invaluable. Your offer is quite appealing. I can help you alter the destiny of this world's self. However, it is presumed that you possess a clear understanding of the essence of your own being. If you wish for the inhabitants of this world to relinquish certain notions, you must first present something that inspires their belief. Otherwise, mere words, regardless of their eloquence, will scarcely alter your convictions. Chapter 127. Discovering Banner clarifies everything. The fluorescent lights of the laboratory cast a cold, white glow upon the metallic surface. In this universe, Dr. Banner diligently adjusted the parameters of the gamma ray detector, his fingers dancing over the keyboard, eyes brimming with anticipation for the new experiment. Suddenly, a familiar yet foreign sigh resonated from behind him, prompting him to turn sharply. Standing at the doorway was a figure clad in a white lab coat identical to his own, yet marked by deeper lines at the corners of his eyes. Bearing the same scar on his left hand, a remnant of a past encounter with a beaker. Shut down, Banner. Do not initiate this gamma ray enhancement experiment on the cells. It will ruin you. The other Banner stepped forward, his voice heavy with the weight of experience. The Banner of this universe furrowed his brow, instinctively tightening his grip on the experimental logbook. Who are you? A prankster? Or perhaps a mimic sent by some organization? His gaze drifted to the identification badge on the stranger's chest, which boldly bore the name Bruce Banner, with the identification number differing from his own by merely a final digit. This entire setup had been orchestrated by Clark, who believed that if an encounter with this universe's Dr. Banner were to occur, their attire should closely resemble one another to evade surveillance, and those who had not vacated the laboratory. I am you from another parallel universe. The other Dr. Banner paused. Urgency etched across his features. 30 years ago, I, like you now, firmly believed that this experiment could transcend the limitations of cellular regeneration, but the outcome. He hesitated, swallowing hard. The uncontrolled gamma rays altered my genetic sequence, transforming me into something I no longer recognized. I became the Hulk, a monster governed by rage. Absurd. This universe's Dr. Banner scoffed, turning back to continue calibrating the equipment. The probability of genetic mutation is stringently controlled in my model below 0.0001. If what you claim is true, how can you possibly retain your sanity? He glanced back at his counterpart, confidence radiating from him. The other Dr. Banner fell silent for a moment, retrieving a severely worn notebook from the pocket of his lab coat and gently placing it on a lab bench. Open it and see, he urged. On the left side of the first page, a line of formulas was inscribed in pencil, later erased, but the traces of the paper fibers remained. Moreover, the content of that line of formulas was known only to him. Upon hearing this, the Banner of this universe felt his heartbeat falter, hesitating as he reached for the notebook. That was the notebook he used during his university years, long since relegated to the depths of a drawer in the laboratory. Unknown even to Betty. As he opened the first page and tilted the notebook towards the light, a faint pencil inscription gradually came into focus. It was a whimsical formula for gamma energy supplementation he had derived in his youth, long forgotten due to its unverifiability. This might simply be a coincidence. Banner's voice trembled slightly, yet he remained unconvinced. The external Dr. Banner produced a yellowed photograph from his pocket, depicting a youthful version of himself alongside Betty, both standing beneath a walnut tree on campus. Betty held a strawberry-flavored ice cream cone, with cream smudged at the corner of her mouth. Do you remember this photo? On that day, Betty became upset because the ice cream melted too quickly, and you spent half an hour soothing her, eventually promising to take her to the astronomy exhibit that weekend. These details were known only to him. As the external Dr. Banner recounted these memories, his gaze and tone softened with profound tenderness. Banner's fingers traced the smile on Betty's face in the photograph, and his eyes suddenly warmed. The sunlight of that day, the sweetness of the ice cream, and the playful tone of Betty's voice felt as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. These fragments of memory had never been shared with anyone, yet he could recite them verbatim. Moreover, the external Dr. Banner rolled up his left sleeve to reveal a light brown scar on his wrist. When you were 7, you went to the garage with your father to fix a car, and a loose wrench struck your wrist, requiring 4 stitches. The doctor said it would leave a scar, and you cried, asking if you could wear a watch to cover it. Banner abruptly lifted his left hand, gazing at the identical scar on his wrist, rendered speechless. Those secrets, buried deep within his memory, served as keys, unlocking the defenses of his heart. He staggered back, leaning against the cold laboratory table, his voice trembling with disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Will I truly become a monster? The external Dr. Banner nodded, his eyes filled with compassion. It took me 10 years to barely maintain a shred of rationality when angered, but the price I paid was that I could no longer live like an ordinary person. I cannot approach Betty, cannot be in crowded places, nor can I raise my voice. I fear that my emotions may spiral out of control and harm those I hold dear. Banner's gaze fell upon Betty's smile in the photograph, his throat constricting as he softly inquired, In your world, did you and Betty end up together? The external Dr. Banner paused, momentarily taken aback, before a wistful smile slowly graced his lips. That smile was delicate yet encased in ice, concealing an inexhaustible well of regret, a yearning for Betty, a defiance against fate, and a loathing for the identity of the Hulk. He did not respond, merely shook his head gently, pushing the photograph and notebook back towards Banner before turning towards the door. Do not let yourself regret this, Bruce. Some choices, once made, cannot be undone. I hope you do not make the same decision I did, one that may haunt you for a lifetime. The outsider, Dr. Banner, after uttering these words, departed without a backward glance. The laboratory was left with only Dr. Banner, who gazed at the evidence on the table, and then at the gamma ray detector, his finger hovering hesitantly above the activation button, yet it remained unpressed. The outsider, Dr. Banner, slipped away from the laboratory under the cover of shadows, while Clark lingered in the darkness, patiently awaiting his counterpart. The matter was resolved. Clark's tone was calm, devoid of emotion. Dr. Banner exhaled deeply, having expressed all he could. How the other chose to proceed was entirely his own affair. I have done everything in my power to avert tragedy, should he persist in his obstinacy. Dr. Banner did not finish his thought, yet the implication was clear. He had done all that he could. Chapter 128. Let's sit down and talk. What arrangements do you have for me next? Prior to this, Dr. Banner had negotiated terms with Clark, and now that the conditions were met, it was time to fulfill the promise. Clark regarded Dr. Banner. I need to speak with Hulk. Clark was acutely aware that the Hulk within Bruce Banner was an independent persona, and thus it was imperative to address him correctly to avoid inciting anger. If you are to remain here, you must ensure he does not go berserk. Should he wish to emerge, communication with me must precede it, and I will arrange a suitable place for him. Therefore, this matter necessitates a face-to-face discussion between us. Dr. Banner found this to be quite reasonable. To ensure a stable existence here until a way back is found, certain matters indeed required prior discussion and clarification. Let us find a secluded location. Remaining here could invite unnecessary complications. Clark agreed with Dr. Banner's reasoning. Transforming into Hulk in the city center, regardless of caution, would inevitably attract attention. Clark led Dr. Banner back into the expanse of the desert. Have you not eaten? Dr. Banner nodded. Indeed, I have not consumed anything since my arrival, and I am rather hungry now. Wait for me here for half an hour. I shall return promptly. During this half hour, Clark aimed not only to procure food, but also to arrange for everything that lay ahead. The Hulk's emotions were too volatile. No one could guarantee when he might rage. And to prevent uncontrollable consequences during such an episode, a secluded space far from the city was essential. Clark had numerous such locations at his disposal, including several drug manufacturing facilities established in the desert, complete with expertly excavated tunnels for trafficking. This tunnel is entirely autonomous, accessible solely to the unnamed gang. Any individual daring to disclose its location shall face the annihilation of their entire family. Naturally, threats alone are insufficient. Generous rewards are equally essential. Faced with the alluring prospect of substantial benefits, juxtaposed against the dire consequence of total extermination, anyone would comprehend the prudent choice to make. Upon Clark's return to the desert, he discerned a distant cluster of campfires. Drawing closer, he confirmed it was indeed the fire lit by Dr. Banner. The desert night was undeniably chilly, and Clark momentarily forgot that Dr. Banner, unlike the Hulk, lacked the robust physique to withstand such cold. First, let us partake in some sustenance, he declared, setting down the food. During my absence, I have arranged suitable accommodations for you. To prevent the Hulk from causing harm, you will reside in a secluded warehouse near the desert. That space is undoubtedly ample. Even if you were to experience a sudden transformation, it would incur no damage. As Clark spoke, Dr. Banner devoured pizza and hamburgers voraciously, hastily filling his stomach. Once satiated, Dr. Banner wiped the crumbs from the corners of his mouth, stating, I will summon the Hulk now. With his words, Dr. Banner's form underwent a dramatic transformation, and soon the Hulk stood before Clark. This iteration of the Hulk was remarkably composed, acutely aware that the man before him possessed formidable strength beyond his capability to confront. Upon the Hulk's emergence, Clark gestured towards the pile of food on the ground. First, have something to eat. The Hulk, without hesitation, seized a pizza and devoured it whole. You must have overheard my conversation with Banner. Indeed, your world contains the Avengers. However, within that alliance, the Hulk's presence is absent. To them, you are merely an outsider, the gravest threat to humanity. Clark continued, surely you recall the state of your existence prior to joining the Justice League. Upon hearing this, the Hulk paused, his eyes fixated intently on Clark. He was perplexed as to how this stranger could possess such profound insight into his being. After all, in his own world, this individual did not exist. Yet, this man appeared to understand him exceedingly well. I will comply, the Hulk finally replied, though it was a simple response. It yielded the outcome Clark desired. Meanwhile, news of the mysterious green monster assaulting Manhattan reached both the Justice League and the Avengers. Upon their arrival to investigate, they found no valuable information. Is it possible he has vanished into thin air, as if by magic? Iron Man quipped from the sidelines. To speak candidly, Iron Man's spirits are rather low. The situation in South Korea remains unresolved, and now yet another troubling incident has arisen, further dampening his mood. Recently, Iron Man has observed that, regardless of the Avengers' endeavors, nothing seems to unfold smoothly, as if an unseen force is perpetually obstructing their efforts. Today's occurrence is a prime example. Despite the area being under constant surveillance, no recordings were captured, and witnesses claim to have seen nothing, which is exceedingly frustrating for Iron Man. Tony, take a breath. Captain America remarked, noticing Iron Man's discontent and offering a gentle reminder. Iron Man turned to Captain America, asserting, "I am perfectly fine, and I remain composed." However, his tone betrayed his true feelings, revealing his undeniable frustration. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this incident transpired right under his nose. Yet he could not uncover any useful clues, a reality he finds intolerable. The outcome stems from Clark's deployment of his abilities to delve into the memories of those involved, erasing what needed to be forgotten. Although this power is formidable, Clark generally refrains from using it, as each instance forces him to confront fragments of others' memories, an experience he finds distasteful. Nick, on the other hand, is reluctant to engage with this dilemma, wishing to pass the burden onto the Justice League. However, the location of the incident is far too close to the Avengers for him to do so. Upon learning of the event, the Justice League sent representatives to investigate, but they too gleaned no useful information. Even Cyborg, who is typically stringent with himself, could not procure any valuable insights, though he vaguely suspected that the matter might involve Superman. Chapter 129. Seeking a breakthrough. Yet, despite everyone's conjecture regarding Superman's potential involvement, no one dared to approach him. Since their last encounter, they recognized that Superman operates solely on his own volition and desires. His intentions are impervious to external influence, and fortunately, he has consistently demonstrated a commitment to justice, which provides some reassurance to both the Avengers and the Justice League. During this time, Nick made several attempts to contact Black Widow for updates, but her responses were far from promising. Regardless of the means she employed, Black Widow could not uncover any information regarding Superman's identity. Despite Superman's striking appearance, one that, logically, should be memorable to anyone who has encountered him on Earth, the reality remains that apart from his initial public appearance, no one had seen him before. Faced with the futility of relying solely on his looks to gather clues, Black Widow resolved to alter her strategy and utilize her abilities to seek out the truth. After some time, Black Widow came to realize the folly of her initial thoughts. While it was indeed effective to locate individuals through their abilities, the plethora of clues provided was overwhelming. Almost every state, city, and village in America had relevant information available. This abundance of data was largely due to the presence of many mutants possessing similar capabilities, who had, intentionally or unintentionally, showcased these abilities before others, rendering the information highly inaccurate. The present-day Black Widow had long lost her former allure, now bearing the marks of exhaustion with dark circles under her eyes and a haggard visage, as if she had aged a decade. Dressed in a loose-fitting nightgown, her hair was disheveled, presenting a disarrayed and unkempt appearance. Since taking on this task, she had made virtually no progress. Not only was she unable to win over Superman, but even a simple conversation with him remained elusive. Each time Superman departed, she arrived just moments too late, perpetually missing the opportunity to meet him. Black Widow felt as though fate was toying with her. She had never intended to take on this job, yet now it was too late to back out. Having accepted the responsibility, she resolved to see it through. Sipping her coffee and patting her cheeks, she immersed herself once again in her work. Meanwhile, Clark had already arranged for Dr. Banner an ideal location. The warehouse was well equipped, capable of sustaining Dr. Banner for a year and a half without him needing to leave. Additionally, Clark had organized for members of the unnamed group to deliver fresh food to Dr. Banner at regular intervals each week. As for the projects and materials Dr. Banner required for his research, Clark provided them unconditionally. Given the excellent research environment, Dr. Banner did not voice any further concerns and was quite satisfied with Clark's arrangements. Since Clark had acquired his formidable abilities, he had attempted to venture into parallel universes, but to no avail. Despite Superman's immense strength, there were some feats that could not be accomplished solely through power. Clark once believed that if he were powerful enough, tearing open a rift in space would be a trivial pursuit. However, After extensive training, he realized that he had underestimated the complexity of such matters. Some tasks were far from the simplicity depicted in novels. Merely waving a hand to rend time or space was exceedingly challenging. He had even contemplated using various means to access the Time Management Bureau, but that endeavor had also ended in failure. However, Clark was acutely aware that as long as his actions diverged from the prescribed timeline, the Time Management Bureau would inevitably intervene. To further his plans, Clark chose to retain Nameless and Hulk by his side, not only to assist him in navigating the intricacies of this world, but also to serve as bait to lure the agents of the Time Management Bureau. Stark harbored no expectations that the superheroes or supervillains who had traversed dimensions would devise any substantial teleportation devices. The individuals previously apprehended by the Avengers had yet to produce anything of merit to facilitate their return, remaining confined within a clandestine Avengers facility. This facility, ostensibly a prison, primarily functioned as a research hub, as the Avengers themselves were keen to acquire such teleportation technology. After addressing matters with a hospitable entity, Clark returned to Stark Industries to resume his duties. Upon his return, he unveiled a series of innovative designs and concepts, which swiftly garnered Iron Man's endorsement. All these designs and ideas were, in fact, derived from Stark himself. While Clark possessed the capability to invent even more groundbreaking mechanisms, he saw no necessity to do so. His role served merely to furnish him with a plausible identity and cover. As for innovation and breakthroughs, they bore little relevance to him. Clark recognized that, given his current prowess, even granting Iron Man access to nanotech armor would not render him a match. Nonetheless, Clark discerned that his universe seemed to be experiencing a peculiar anomaly. Previously, incursions from other parallel universes only occurred following the emergence of shockwaves. Yet now, even in the absence of such disturbances, superheroes and supervillains continued to materialize from alternate dimensions. During this period, Clark dispatched his most perceptive mutants, adept in sensing or investigating anomalies. These mutants possessed remarkable sensitivity to fluctuations in their surroundings and sudden energy conflicts. Through their abilities, they could easily identify potential breaches. However, the results proved disappointing. While these mutants could anticipate the emergence of anomalous energy, by the time they registered it, superheroes or supervillains had already been transported into their midst. There was not even a second to spare, leaving no opportunity for anyone to react. This explained why most superheroes and supervillains arrived with expressions of bewilderment, utterly oblivious to their circumstances. They were transported not during battles, but while engaged in their everyday lives, completely unaware of the events that had unfolded, only to find themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Chapter 130: The Sorcerer Supreme and the Portal Beneath the Dome of the New York Sanctum. A floating grimoire emanated a ghostly azure glow, yet Dr. Strange found himself with no time to peruse its contents. His fingertips hovered above a celestial map, but instead of familiar constellations, his pupils reflected three abrupt, flickering crimson rifts, an indication of energy fluctuations from an alien cosmos. Within a mere span of 3 days, this marked the 7th occurrence. "Here we go again," Dr. Strange murmured, swiftly forming an incantation with his right hand. His cloak, animated by an unseen force, enveloped him as he traversed the corridor, while the gaze of the Ancient One, depicted in the mural, seemed to penetrate the canvas, resting upon his clenched fist. In his previous encounter with a Spider-Man from another universe, he had resorted to the dimensional anchoring spell, a forbidden incantation repeatedly warned against by the Ancient One, one that could precipitate the collapse of the universe. However, with the Green Goblin launching pumpkin bombs towards Times Square, he had been left with no alternative. As the portal unfurled above the Brooklyn Bridge, the jarring sound of twisted metal echoed through the skies. Wolverine, from another dimension, confronted Magneto, and the bridge-S cables twisted under magnetic force, while chaos erupted below in the traffic. Dr. Strange intoned a spell, and a golden magical circle enveloped the two combatants. Magneto, sensing something amiss, swept his hand to unleash a torrent of rebar, only to have it rebound against the magic circle. "Save your strength," Dr. Strange said, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. The frequent opening of interdimensional portals had begun to take a toll on his magical reserves. Each spell cast left a sharp pain pulsating at his temples. Wolverine's adamantium claws clawed at the magic circle, yet they could not penetrate its defenses. "Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" Wolverine roared at Doctor Strange. The Sorcerer Supreme offered no explanation. As an outsider, he felt no obligation to elaborate. Instead, he hastened the cadence of his incantation. He understood all too well the necessity of not allowing these interlopers to linger within his universe. Each second they remained could trigger unpredictable chain reactions, potentially leading to dimensional instability. He had once witnessed a microcosm gradually collapse due to the prolonged presence of outsiders, and he never wished to witness such celestial extinction again. As the final syllable resonated, the portal's radiance intensified. Magneto and Wolverine's bodies began to be uncontrollably drawn towards the portal, their struggles rendered futile against the overwhelming magical force. When the portal finally sealed shut, Doctor Strange could no longer sustain himself. He knelt on one knee, hands pressed against the ground, gasping for breath. His magical cloak fluttered gently behind him, as if offering solace. In that moment, the collar of the cloak suddenly rose, the entire garment resembling a startled feline, turning towards the back of Doctor Strange. Recognizing the cloak's reaction, he understood that what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. In the preceding iterations, Doctor Strange had long anticipated that, despite his utmost caution, he would inevitably be discovered. "I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly," he remarked as he gradually rose, donned his magical cloak, and turned to face Clark, who stood behind him. Clark regarded Doctor Strange with a calm demeanor. "Your abilities are indeed remarkable, yet it seems they exact a considerable toll on you. Otherwise, you would not appear so disheveled." Doctor Strange refrained from responding to Clark's observation and, with a flick of his finger, opened a portal. "Let us converse in another location." Clark, unperturbed, followed Doctor Strange through the portal back to the sanctum. Once seated, Doctor Strange summoned a teacup to float before Clark. Observing the hovering cup, Clark understood that it could be customized to the guest's preference. "I would prefer cola over coffee," he stated. As his words echoed, the exquisite coffee cup transformed into a large, iced cola from a fast food establishment. After taking a substantial sip, Clark found the taste remarkably delightful, surpassing any cola he had previously enjoyed. However, his purpose for visiting was not merely to savor cola. He set the cup down and turned his gaze toward Doctor Strange, who had noticed Clark's inquisitive expression and sighed heavily. "I know what you wish to ask, but I must tell you that I am unable to comply. I can return them only within a limited time frame. Beyond that, it is entirely impossible." As Doctor Strange spoke, Clark remained attuned to the rhythm of his breath, heartbeat, and expressions. "As you have seen, every time I cast this spell, it exacts a tremendous toll on my body. With each occurrence, my physical state has become increasingly strained." Observing the weariness etched on Doctor Strange's face and, through his X-ray vision, perceiving the depletion of his body, Clark was convinced of the truth in his words. Although Doctor Strange appeared fatigued and somewhat diminished, the damage was not irreversible. With adequate rest, he could swiftly return to his former condition. "I wish to know how you discovered me," Clark inquired, taking another generous sip of cola. "It is not a difficult feat whenever I seek someone. I can effortlessly locate them. In previous encounters, your physical condition and swiftness allowed you to handle matters before I arrived. However, it is possible that this time, your body could not withstand the strain, revealing a weakness that enabled me to detect you promptly." After concluding his remarks, Clark indulged in another sip of the delightful cola. Typically indifferent to gastronomic desires during serious discussions, he found the cola so exquisite that he could not resist the temptation to indulge further. "Doctor Strange, the flavor of this cola is quite delightful. After I take this cup, I will still be able to savor such exquisite cola." Upon hearing Clark's remark, Doctor Strange paused for a moment, then nodded. "Of course. As long as you desire to drink cola, it shall always retain this taste." With the affirmative response from Doctor Strange, Clark happily accepted the cup. "Doctor, I believe I need not elaborate on the matter that brought me here today. You should know how to respond." Doctor Strange smiled. "I certainly do. However, I hope you can keep my affairs confidential. Let us not interfere in each other's matters." Clark shook the cup in his hand. "Such a splendid gift you have given me. This secret will remain unspoken by anyone but yourself." Chapter 131. Internal Investigation 1. After Clark departed, Doctor Strange exhaled with relief. He had contemplated using his abilities to uncover information about Clark, yet found himself utterly fruitless. Doctor Strange regarded Clark as an enigma, for no matter how he searched, there was nothing to be found regarding his past. He had even resorted to employing certain arcane arts that were not meant for such inquiries, but to no avail. This encounter also revealed that Clark's appearance was obscured. He did not present his true visage. Consequently, any information gleaned based on this guise was inevitably blank. Nevertheless, Dr. Strange dared not delve too deeply into uncovering Clark's true identity. He simply wished to lead a tranquil existence in this world, not desiring to meet an untimely end at Clark's hands. After leaving, Clark gazed at the cup in his hand with great satisfaction. Having been in America for quite some time, this was his first encounter with such a perfect cola. The sweetness of the cola produced here was excessively high, and Clark had never quite acclimated to it. Each time he drank, he had to add copious amounts of ice to dilute the sweetness, consequently diminishing the flavor of the cola. Now, possessing such an impeccable cola, Clark was utterly elated, particularly since this cup could provide whatever he wished for, truly a coveted chalice of his dreams. In contrast to Clark's ease, the leader of the Nameless Gang appeared far less relaxed. The Nameless Gang conducted clandestine investigations of its members every year. These inquiries primarily targeted those who harbored disloyalty or villainous intentions. Each time this day arrived, there were inevitably individuals with ulterior motives. Last year, a dozen leaders met their demise due to this very issue, with not a single survivor. Although their transgressions did not warrant such an extreme punishment, Clark would not permit his subordinates to indulge in high welfare while harboring other thoughts. In order to serve as a warning to others, these individuals and their families are undoubtedly doomed. Those who have been closest to Clark for the longest time, despite having anticipated such an outcome, remain silent. They are acutely aware that as long as they do not betray him, even if they err in certain matters, there remains an opportunity for redemption. In the worst-case scenario, they may find themselves relegated to the status of a mere subordinate, yet they can still continue to exist within the ranks of the Nameless Gang. This year's investigation differs significantly from those of previous years. In the past, all leaders would independently report cases involving the Grim Reaper Squad. This year, part of the process remains unchanged, with some reports submitted as usual, while others are covertly scrutinized to determine if any individuals have concealed information. The Grim Reaper Squad continues to conduct clandestine investigations, ensuring the accuracy of the information reported and gathered. At this moment, within a vast conference room, many attendees appear visibly anxious. Throughout the year, their subordinates have, to varying degrees, committed serious errors, albeit in a discreet manner that has escaped notice. Some leaders believe they can evade consequences and thus fail to report, reaping a substantial benefit from their silence. They are under the delusion that as long as their actions remain concealed, no one will be aware. Unbeknownst to them, the Grim Reaper Squad has meticulously documented their clandestine activities. Had they reported truthfully, the worst outcome would have been a demotion to the status of an ordinary Nameless Gang member, avoiding execution and protecting their families. This presents an opportunity from Clark for these leaders, yet some remain convinced they can deceive the system. Those who miss this chance will ultimately face the annihilation of their entire families. Meanwhile, in another conference room, a few individuals sit. These are Clark's trusted confidants, including James Jones, Jack, Bella, and Casey, among others in senior leadership. Some of the previous leaders, having harbored malicious intentions, have already been eliminated, leaving fewer than 10 remaining. Many of these 10 are new faces, with even James unfamiliar with them. Among them stand Nameless and Aaron, who are among the newcomers. As the attendees gather, James rises and addresses them, stating, "I trust that everyone here is already well acquainted with the procedures, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. Newcomers need not worry. Simply follow our lead, observe our actions, and you will understand how to proceed in the future. However, I must caution all present. Do not entertain thoughts of shielding anyone or pleading on behalf of another. If you choose to do so, the consequences you face may mirror those of the one you seek to protect." Upon hearing James's words, Aaron involuntarily shudders. After all, having witnessed Clark's methods in the video, she fully comprehends the gravity of the repercussions of a mistake. Is there anything unclear to those gathered? After speaking, James turned to the others present, gauging whether anyone wished to express additional opinions. His statement had been orchestrated by Clark, as the newly appointed leader was likely to possess some insights worth considering. "I would like to inquire about the approach to dealing with mutants. Is it to eliminate them outright as one would with others?" This question was posed by the masked figure known as the Nameless. The attire of the Nameless bore a striking resemblance to that of Clark's White Reaper, with the sole distinction being that he was clad entirely in black. This ensemble had been custom designed by Clark, thus everyone in attendance was well aware of the Nameless identity. "That is an excellent question," James replied. "It has been previously stated that all mutants are to be managed by you. However, I must emphasize, do not show mercy." The weight of this final remark resonated loudly, ensuring that all present comprehended its implications. Those that must be eliminated should indeed be removed to prevent future repercussions. As Clark's shadow within the Nameless gang, there were matters the Nameless could decide independently, yet there were others that necessitated adherence to Clark's directives. "Rest assured, I am aware of what must be done, and I will not act against your wishes. However, I have a more advantageous proposal." The initial statement revealed the Nameless stance, while the subsequent remark suggested he was contemplating ways to absolve the mutants. Although all belonged to the same faction and outwardly appeared harmonious, in truth, ordinary members of the Nameless gang seldom interacted with mutants. Each individual occupied their own social circle, maintaining a respectful distance. The words of the Nameless piqued the interest of those present. Most were core members of the Nameless gang, esteemed veterans. Their benefits were notably substantial, a testament to the treatment they received from Clark. Yet, regardless of wealth, human nature is insatiable. The prospect of profit naturally drew their attention. Nevertheless, mere interest did not guarantee implementation. The feasibility of the plan remained paramount. Should it earn Clark's endorsement, they would pursue it. If not, no matter how alluring the gains, they would refrain, for the risks were far too great to bear. In recent years, both James and Jones had married and started families. With their loved ones in mind, they were disinclined to take reckless risks. Their marriages and parenthood had been orchestrated by Clark behind the scenes. Controlling a solitary individual proved challenging. However, the presence of a spouse and children introduced new considerations and hesitations, discouraging many previously unthinkable actions. The efficacy of the strategy could be deemed remarkably successful, especially for Jones and his wife. Despite already having 2 children, their life together remains as sweet as when they were first in love. However, they will never know that the individuals appearing in their lives, whether male or female, are all orchestrated by Clark. Through his formidable mental powers, Clark alters the personalities and associated memories of these individuals, transforming them entirely into different beings. Most crucially, these people do not recognize Clark in their daily lives. Yet at pivotal moments, he can summon them at will, facilitating a farewell orchestrated by their beloved ones for themselves and their children. After all, these individuals are loyal confidants of Clark. Should they betray him, he would exact revenge with the utmost cruelty. Let's contemplate your thoughts. Any reasonable suggestions will be considered. Everyone looks expectantly at the Nameless one. My idea is quite straightforward. Rather than eliminating these mutants, it would be more advantageous to retain them and extract their needs to manufacture entirely new drugs. This approach would yield far greater value than simply terminating their lives. Upon hearing this, the attendees were initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. The Nameless One's proposal is indeed quite commendable. Currently, the demand for this new type of drug far exceeds supply. However, the number of mutants is limited, and the quantity of essence extractable from them is finite. It may be worth attempting to maximize the value of the errant mutants. I will communicate this idea, although its feasibility remains to be seen. Those present are aware that James possesses the authority to propose ideas but lacks the power to make decisions. Regardless of how commendable the suggestion, James cannot act arbitrarily. He must report to Clark. After the meeting in the small conference room concluded, everyone reconvened in the larger conference room, where the reporting officer immediately assumed a state of heightened alertness. They meticulously documented every error that had occurred within the team, then awaited the outcome. In fact, during the small meeting, they had already gathered relevant evidence. While the report was being delivered below, James and a few others sat above, reviewing the pertinent evidence and materials. Most of the mistakes made by individuals were minor infractions, easily rectified with simple penalties. However, the repercussions of such penalties are not trivial. The offenders must feel the sting of their errors to truly remember them. Such penalties are straightforward, deductions from wages and various rewards, coupled with the suspension of all benefits during this period. Naturally, if they perform exceptionally well during this time, their status may be restored. Otherwise, They must wait until the stipulated period concludes for everything to return to normal. The workload will also increase, as failing to do so would undermine the intended punitive effect. This self-reporting of errors is a rather oppressive process, as everyone must maintain silence, allowing only the person reporting to speak. After the manager finishes their report, James will announce the results. Should the report be truthful and devoid of concealment, the rewards will be exceedingly generous, serving as a motivation for the team. Conversely, any omissions or deceit will incur corresponding penalties. In cases of significant concealment, the repercussions will be severe and executed immediately. Under such intense pressure, everyone remains silent, scrutinizing their reports and reflecting on the errors they had committed over the past year, wondering if they were thoroughly documented. Soon, among the third group of reporting managers, one stumbled forward, appearing utterly drained and dazed, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. His team had encountered a traitor who had since fled, leaving him in a state of despair. Upon his arrival, he collapsed to his knees, desperately attempting to explain the entire situation. Observing this reaction, James offered no response, merely instructing him to continue with the remaining content of his report. However, the man, paralyzed by fear, lacked the strength to proceed with any further information. Regardless, another individual would take over his report and continue the subsequent proceedings. Once the process concluded, he was dragged away, with his fate determined solely by James and his associates. This entire procedure lasted a grueling 5 hours, which felt like a torturous trial for the other team leaders. Yet for some, it represented their greatest reward. Following the reports, James, alongside other senior managers, began to verify the submitted information. Those without errors were rewarded with 1 million, a sum shared among all members of the team, with the leader receiving an additional bonus. Conversely, those who erred faced immediate judgment, with 20 team leaders penalized a year's salary and bonuses, and assigned to labor in the most arduous mines for a year. The more serious offenders would not be judged here, to ensure that everyone learned from this lesson. Their trial would be broadcast live, mandatory viewing for all members of the Nameless faction. Previously, Clark had presided over such trials, but with the Nameless now involved, they would take action. Ever since the Nameless became Clark's shadow, they recognized the necessity of certain actions, even if unwelcome, lest they risk losing everything they had worked for. After much struggle, they had attained their current way of life and were unwilling to relinquish it easily. Chapter 133. Internal Self-Examination 3. Upon completing the tally of all results, James returned to the conference room with the others. He then tossed the files of several particularly culpable subordinates onto the table. There is no need for further elaboration. I trust you understand what must be done. As the regional leader, it is imperative to handle this matter with utmost discretion, avoiding any undue attention from law enforcement. After finishing his words, James presented another document to the nameless figure before him. This file contained the details of the mutants who had erred this time. In total, there were 17 individuals involved. Had they committed their transgressions for the first time, their punishment would have merely entailed a deduction of 1 year's salary along with various benefits, relegating them to the most arduous tasks, nothing more. However, they had already transgressed once, and thus, the only fate awaiting them now was death. Upon uttering this, James turned his gaze toward rebirth and new life. I am aware that both of you have been meticulously selected, yet you understand that in our line of work, there is no room for leniency. If you fulfill your duties diligently and refrain from errors, you will encounter no penalties, rewards, or loss of benefits. None will be withheld from you. To spare you from any trouble, I strongly advise against advocating for these 17 mutants. I comprehend that your numbers are few, and under normal circumstances, you would not eliminate your own kin. However, the rules we have established are unforgiving. A first mistake warrants punishment. A second mistake results in death. Since the inception of the Nameless Guild, no one has dared to breach this code. Should anyone attempt to do so, their fate shall mirror that of these 17. As James articulated this, his expression was grave, and his tone bore an air of warning. Had Rebirth and New Life not seen the previous footage of the executions, they might have contemplated interceding for these mutants. However, after witnessing those videos, they were merely relieved to have no association with them. The nameless figure examined the files of the individuals involved. Rest assured, I know how to proceed. As for these two newcomers, it is best they remain uninvolved. In truth, he wished to shield them from such a gruesome spectacle. After all, both were novices who had demonstrated exceptional promise during their training, and he held a certain fondness for talent. James, with a resigned expression, replied, "This is not for me to decide." Upon hearing this, the nameless figure immediately comprehended that this was a deliberate arrangement, designed to acclimate them to the environment of the nameless guild. Noticing the silence from the nameless figure, James turned to Bella. "How is the construction of the transit station on the island progressing?" Bella, still engrossed in her documents, replied without looking up, "It is halfway complete. The remaining portion will be finished within the next couple of days. The required personnel have already been arranged and are currently on the island." With a confirmed answer, James finally exhaled in relief. This matter was of considerable importance within the Nameless Guild, and he dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. As an elder member of the management, each individual was permitted 3 mistakes, and James had already exhausted 2. Therefore, he was determined to avoid any further errors. The others, observing James's demeanor, chose not to comment. They all understood that his position was not an easy one to maintain. Previously, Jones was poised to succeed James, yet he ultimately chose to relinquish that ambition. Although Jones possesses commendable qualities, his disposition remains akin to that of a child, prioritizing trivialities above all else. As for the others, their inadequacies are evident. They lack both the requisite experience and self-discipline, and their persuasive authority pales in comparison to James. Thus, at this juncture, the most suitable candidate remains James. In the afternoon, many individuals were taken away, and those who witnessed this spectacle understood that these individuals were unlikely to return. If the infractions were merely minor, penalties would be administered, allowing for adjustments to be made on the second day of work. Only those condemned to death would be removed on the spot. It appears that another dramatic episode awaits us tonight. These individuals, despite having been afforded such advantageous conditions, still harbor discontent. Although the methods employed may seem harsh, they enable us to live a life free from want, and I do not regard such means as cruel. I find this approach entirely reasonable. Betrayal must be met with punishment. While the subordinates and families may view these penalties as somewhat severe, they do not deem them unjust. The benefits they enjoy are incomparable to those available outside, allowing them to lead the lives they have always desired. Faced with such generous provisions, they feel no greater happiness than they do now. Yet, every year some individuals are still dragged away for execution, leaving them perplexed about the thoughts of those involved. Each time, those apprehended vehemently proclaim their innocence, but in the presence of irrefutable evidence, their final glimmers of hope are extinguished. They believe their actions to be discreet, oblivious to the fact that they have been under constant surveillance. They were not apprehended sooner merely to gather additional evidence. Clark will not miss the live broadcast tonight, which will take place in a private and undisclosed location. All executioners will don uniform attire, concealing their identities and remaining silent throughout the process. Although it appears that only the wrongdoers are being executed, their families will also mysteriously vanish behind the scenes. This broadcast is not to be leaked, as everyone understands that if the source is discovered, their fate will be no better than those within the broadcast, perhaps even more dire. After the live session, those who choose to stay and work overtime may do so, while those who prefer to leave may return home. Clark believes that the current methods of dealing with traitors are excessively lenient. Indeed, these individuals are still too inexperienced. Such actions do little to instill fear. It seems that the remaining individuals must be handled personally. Only then will they truly grasp the essence of terror. With that thought, Clark dialed James's number. Upon receiving a call from James, a palpable sense of panic enveloped him, prompting an immediate answer. Observing his reaction, everyone present quickly deduced that the voice on the other end was unsettling. The call lasted less than 10 seconds before being abruptly terminated. Following the disconnection, James slumped into his chair, his countenance resembling that of a ghost. Chapter 134. No return. Noticing his distress, Jones swiftly approached him, inquiring if there was any dissatisfaction. Having collaborated for an extended period, they possessed a profound understanding of one another. Witnessing James in such a state, Jones realized that something significant had been said, likely pertaining to the execution scheduled for that day. James set down his phone and surveyed the assembly. This glance sent shivers down the spines of all the senior executives present, even causing the usually composed Nameless to swallow hard. It was clear that the dissatisfaction regarding today's execution was profound. The methods employed were deemed excessively lenient, failing to instill the necessary deterrent effect. Consequently, He announced that he would administer the remaining punishments the following day and conduct another live broadcast. Upon hearing James' declaration, a collective sense of foreboding settled over the attendees. In recent years, their methods of executing traitors had indeed become more restrained compared to previous times. They had assumed that their previous punishments would suffice, thereby avoiding direct involvement. However, with the insistence on personal execution this time, it was evident that their approach had not met expectations. It seemed that compassion could no longer be afforded in future proceedings. Jones was aware that their current standing would not suffer due to this incident, but any future transgressions might not be treated with the same leniency. The Nameless Gang had maintained its formidable reputation over the years, primarily through its ruthless and merciless methods. Mere attractive benefits could not yield such effectiveness. Nevertheless, a certain number of traitors emerged each year, some of whom were planted by the police as informants, while others were dispatched by rival gangs. This situation was understandable, given the immense influence of the Nameless Gang, which drew scrutiny for both criminal organizations and law enforcement. Each sought to extract their own advantages from the gang, necessitating the infiltration of informants. Annually, the Nameless Gang recruited individuals to fill various positions, providing an opportunity for these informants to establish themselves within. Before joining the Nameless Gang, it was relatively challenging to investigate their backgrounds. But once integrated and in contact with the gang's mutants, their true identities inevitably surfaced. Although the Nameless Gang could not confront the police directly, they could effortlessly eliminate the spies from rival gangs. Presently, Clark had no intention of seizing control of the entire nation, thus refraining from engaging in direct conflict with the state. It sufficed to execute the informants sent by law enforcement and high-ranking officials without entangling too many others. Upon witnessing the demise of their informant, the police and high-ranking officials comprehended the extent of their exposure, realizing that there was no longer any need to persist. The following day's broadcast was open to all members of the Nameless Gang, including those lacking formal affiliation. During this transmission, Clark employed exceedingly brutal methods to execute the remaining individuals, employing various horrific techniques. This spectacle caused some of the more timid viewers to lose control of their bladders, while even those with stronger constitutions felt a wave of nausea wash over them. For the older members of the Nameless Gang, this was not particularly shocking, but for the newcomers, it was their first encounter with the true horrors lurking behind the scenes. After executing all the captives, Clark stood before the camera. He made it clear that all members of the Nameless Gang should remember that any act of betrayal would lead to a fate similar to that of their predecessors. What my gang requires is unwavering loyalty. Those who dare to betray shall be met with endless suffering. I have conceived a punishment for traitors that is more cruel than death itself. I implore each of you not to be the first to experience such a punishment. Clark's calm demeanor instilled an overwhelming sense of dread among the audience. They had believed that the methods employed were already sufficiently brutal, only to realize that even more severe horrors awaited them. However, everyone present understood that as long as they refrained from betraying the Nameless Gang, such a fate would never befall them. After delivering this chilling message, Clark terminated the broadcast, and the breaths of the executed dissipated into a cloud of ashes, leaving the scene entirely cleansed of evidence. Following the resolution of these matters, Clark returned to the sanctum. Upon his arrival, Dr. Strange remained composed. There have been no outsiders appearing lately. You need not visit me daily, he remarked. Clark retrieved a cup from his pocket, filled it with cola, and took a hearty sip. Doctor, you must understand that my purpose in coming here is not to inquire about the presence of individuals from other parallel universes. Their arrival, in fact, adds a touch of amusement to my otherwise monotonous existence. As long as they do not cause a significant disturbance, I will not take action against them. However, should they overstep their bounds, I would not hesitate to eliminate them personally. While Clark's tone remained calm, Dr. Strange knew he spoke the truth. Dr. Strange took a seat opposite Clark. I possess a technology that can transport you to other parallel universes, but I cannot guarantee your return. If you wish to come back here, you will need the coordinates of this universe and must rely on another version of me from a different parallel universe to facilitate your return. If the parallel world you are destined to visit lacks my presence, your return may be utterly impossible, potentially leaving you ensnared for a lifetime. In truth, Dr. Strange is reluctant to divulge so much, yet Dr. G has unearthed methods of traversing parallel universes from ancient texts. Dr. Strange is acutely aware that once he comprehends this technique, concealment becomes futile. While he possesses confidence in deceiving counterparts from other parallel universes, he doubts his ability to do the same with his own universe's counterpart. Since their last encounter, both he and the professor have exerted their utmost efforts to uncover information regarding Superman, yet their endeavors yield naught. Although Dr. Strange possesses some knowledge of Superman's lineage, it pertains solely to other iterations. For this Superman, he is met with a complete void. This absence of information signifies a lack of strategies or means to confront him. Chapter 135. An unexpected surprise at the Fortress of Solitude. Upon departing from the Sanctum, Clark ventured to the Fortress of Solitude, a place he had not returned to in quite some time. His last visit occurred 4 years prior, when, after acquiring his first substantial fortune, he transported a vast quantity of steel and various raw materials to the fortress. Through years of familiarity with the Fortress of Solitude, Clark realized that its overall structure resembles that of a base vehicle from Red Alert. Provided there are sufficient raw materials, it can expand into numerous additional spaces. Among the most crucial structures are the power plant, the mine, and the barracks. With the establishment of the mine, the fortress can commence mining operations beneath the Antarctic. The power plant sustains the fortress, the mine, and the barracks, which produce autonomous robots endowed with a degree of self-awareness. These robots primarily manage the cleanliness of the fortress and ensure the daily operations of the power plant and mine. Should the fortress come under attack, these robots swiftly enter a state of readiness to counter the intruders. After witnessing the fortress's ability to operate autonomously, Clark had not returned until now. His purpose for returning to the Fortress of Solitude is to inquire whether it possesses technology capable of traversing parallel universes. Previously, in his quest to enhance his drug production line for greater purity and potency, Clark had borrowed some of the technology within the fortress. Although these technologies were not among the most advanced within the fortress, they became cutting-edge upon their arrival on Earth, which explains why the drugs provided by the unnamed syndicate have remained unsurpassed over time. Furthermore, the drugs refined with this high technology exhibit an exceedingly strong addictive quality, rendering them nearly impossible to quit. Thus, Clark has instructed his subordinates to create drugs specifically targeting both white and black demographics. Even now, Clark has commissioned his subordinates to develop a new drug aimed at the small nation. He deemed the previous drug too lenient. This new concoction would undoubtedly plunge the small nation into the depths of addiction. Clark has even contemplated that, should this new drug be successfully synthesized, it would be initially tested on the upper echelons of the small nation, for its addictive properties are exceptionally potent. One inhalation would render them unable to break free from its grasp. Subsequently, he plans to exploit the leadership to ensnare the populace in this web of addiction. Clark has resolved that regardless of the universe, the small nation must be eradicated. Previously, he lacked the means, but now that he possesses the capability, he finds that a swift execution of their demise would be too merciful. Instead, he yearns to employ various cruel methods to inflict a lifetime of agony upon them, as this would serve to release the pent-up fury within him. Upon entering the lonely fortress, several robotic maids approached to welcome their master back. Clark paid little heed to their greeting and proceeded deeper into the fortress, with the maids trailing closely behind. "Father, I have returned. Will you not come out to greet me?" he called, sensing his father's presence. Was there some difficulty he encountered during his absence? If so, he could freely express it. With the current resources and technology of the lonely fortress, solutions could be found. Although Clark had not returned in years, the fortress had kept him informed of its developments through messages. Thus, he was not entirely oblivious to the changes that had transpired. Is it possible for the lonely fortress to create a device for traversing parallel universes? Clark inquired bluntly, feeling no need for pretense with his father. "You must be referring to the parallel universe transporter. Such technology is quite common on our home planet. However, due to the immense risks associated with traversing parallel universes, it has only been utilized a handful of times since its inception. If you require it now, I can immediately arrange for the intelligent robots to commence its construction. Nevertheless, each activation of the parallel universe transporter demands a substantial energy expenditure. With the current energy reserves of the lonely fortress, we can only activate it once, sustaining it for a maximum of a minute and a half. A second activation would necessitate a week-long recharge to restore power." Clark had initially approached this inquiry with a sense of curiosity, but he was pleasantly surprised to learn that the lonely fortress indeed possessed such technology. While this revelation exhilarated him, he quickly regained his composure. How long will it take to construct the parallel universe transporter? He asked. His father promptly retrieved relevant data and blueprints, displaying them before Clark. Given the available materials and the number of intelligent robots, the construction would require 1 month to complete. Upon hearing that only a month would be required, Clark found the timeline quite acceptable. For him, a month was hardly a significant duration. Thus, he decided to commence the project immediately, instructing his father to inform him in advance should any materials be necessary. Following Clark's directive, his father began overseeing the assembly of the parallel universe transporter, suggesting that if Clark had any spare time, he should procure additional materials. After all, the extraction of materials also demands considerable time, and having ready supplies could significantly expedite the process. Once he concluded his remarks, Clark's father provided a comprehensive list detailing all the materials required for the construction of the transporter. A cursory glance revealed that some of the materials were easily obtainable given Clark's current capabilities. However, a portion of the requisites pertained to military-grade items, which would be far more challenging to acquire. If Clark could secure all these items, he anticipated that the construction timeline could be reduced to a mere 10 days. Realizing the potential to truncate the duration by 23 days, he resolved to make the attempt. For Clark, while certain items might elude conventional acquisition methods, they were well within his reach through his own means. In this land of opportunity, he felt no moral burden in pursuing what he desired. He could simply take it, provided it was deemed worthwhile. However, he was keenly aware that some items, once obtained, could attract undue attention from various factions. For instance, although he had the capability to rob a bank and amass wealth swiftly, he opted instead to consolidate his fortune gradually by allying with gangs involved in drug trafficking and smuggling. Chapter 136. Pricing it. Well, Clark understood that robbing a single bank might not attract significant scrutiny, but a series of heists could indeed summon unnecessary complications. Furthermore, bank robberies typically yielded only gold or jewelry, as cash was virtually impossible to seize without consequence. In America, stolen cash is meticulously tracked. Should someone attempt to use marked bills, they would inevitably draw immediate investigation, leading to a cascade of troubles. This understanding is precisely why Clark refrained from such foolish antics, choosing instead to collaborate with criminal organizations that, while ostensibly illegal, maintained a pragmatic relationship with certain political figures. Numerous gangs and politicians often engaged in mutual dealings. For instance, the Nameless Gang had the backing of various government officials. Although these officials were under Clark's influence, they lacked any leverage against him, compelling them to comply with the gang's directives. This dynamic elucidates why, over the years, the Nameless Gang as drug trade faced trouble primarily from rival gangs. While official entities remained conspicuously absent, law enforcement, particularly in America, adhered to a philosophy of self-resolution. They preferred that individuals resolve their issues independently before seeking their assistance. Moreover, the American police have no obligation to protect the populace, as even the legislation reflects this fact. Furthermore, American law enforcement personnel can be easily compromised. Once financial incentives are in place, they may become the most loyal pawns and informants for criminal organizations. With sufficient funding, they are even willing to offer protection to gangs, albeit discreetly. Many American officers, in their quest for additional income, may facilitate exclusive channels for gang members, streamlining the transportation of illicit substances. Upon returning to New York, Clark dialed Jones. At that moment, Jones was engaged in a classic cooperative video game with Bella in a high-rise entertainment lounge. Their objective for the day was straightforward: to achieve a record-breaking victory. Just as they were immersed in the game, a call interrupted them. Recognizing the distinctive ringtone, they immediately paused their gameplay, disregarding any thoughts of records. Upon answering, Jones inquired, "What is it?" Clark replied in a calm voice, "I will send you a list shortly. Acquire everything I need from it and deliver it to warehouse number 1. The sooner, the better." Upon hearing Clark's instructions, Jones's expression turned serious. "Understood. I will take care of it immediately." After hanging up, Jones received the list from Clark a few moments later. His shock was palpable upon reviewing the items, as several could only be procured through military channels. For Jones, obtaining certain materials from the military was not insurmountable, considering that the unnamed faction had contacts both within the police force and the military. particularly within the upper echelons of the military. Securing these items was merely a matter of financial compensation. They could procure even a carrier ship if the price was right. Bella set aside the game and focus on the task at hand. Observing Jones's demeanor, Bella understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she grabbed her laptop and powered it on. As the computer booted up, she accessed a chat application developed specifically for the unnamed faction, designed for communication among its members and collaborating merchants. She reached out to the military in Mao country, requesting that all necessary materials be secured within 2 days, assuring them that financial matters would not pose an issue. After Jones had finished speaking, he sent the items he had circled to Bella. Bella then discreetly relayed this information to the high-ranking military officials of the Mao Nation. These officials, reveling in their lavish lifestyle at home, hastily answered their phones upon hearing the exclusive ringtone, disregarding the beautiful women and fine wine surrounding them. Upon reviewing the requested items, beads of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of these officials, as some of the items were not easily obtainable, even for them. However, the last statement regarding the price being negotiable quickly dispelled any lingering hesitations among the military leaders. The issue was not one of availability, but rather one of financial means. With sufficient funds, nothing was beyond reach. In no time, the high-ranking official dismissed everyone from his residence and immediately contacted relevant personnel, informing them of the exceptionally high price offered. Faced with such lucrative prospects, an agreement was swiftly reached, promising a transaction beneath the sea within 2 days. Upon receiving this response, Jones felt a sense of satisfaction. Conducting an underwater exchange had previously posed significant challenges for him, but with the assistance of mutants, it was now a mere triviality. Jones then began reaching out to companies that specialized in special steel, all of which had dealings with the military, yet covertly engaged in some illicit transactions. Naturally, these individuals were motivated by profit. As long as the money was right, legality was merely a matter of perspective. Indeed, when informed that the price was triple the normal rate, the counterpart readily agreed and promised to deliver the goods to the designated location the following day. The reason Jones dared to quote such a high figure was due to Clark's explicit instructions, which emphasized acquiring all necessary items at any cost and within the shortest time frame possible. Armed with such a mandate, Jones confidently doubled down on securing these materials. In just half an hour, Jones successfully procured everything required by Clark, exceeding expectations. Although he did not fully understand the necessity of these items, he prudently prepared extra, anticipating any unforeseen circumstances. Jones's attention to detail set him apart from many others, earning him Clark's favor. As a leader, who wouldn't he desire a capable aide who could manage every aspect flawlessly, ensuring that tasks were executed impeccably without the need for constant oversight? Chapter 137. Successful transaction. To ensure that the funds were received in full, the military officials from Mao even took it upon themselves to deliver the shipment personally. A clear stipulation governed transactions with these officials. Only cash and gold bars were permissible as payment. Drugs were also accepted. However, Clark established a strict rule that prohibited the use of drugs in any dealings with Mao, even in the smallest quantity of 0.001 grams. Due to the close proximity of Mao country to Hua country, in order to prevent the influx of high-end narcotics into the Hua market, Clark has prohibited all neighboring countries from engaging in drug transactions. The drugs popular in the Little Book country only affect their own people. For other East Asians, consumption results in severe nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, exhibiting strong rejection reactions, thus preventing these substances from gaining popularity in other nations. Previously, Clark had contemplated supplying drugs specifically prepared for Caucasians to Mao country. However, to avert their potential entry into Hua, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Moreover, the Nameless Gang has explicit regulations stating that narcotics can be sold to Koreans, Little Book citizens, or other Asian countries, but must never be sold to Hua nationals. This is the only measure Clark can enforce on the American side. As for whether these individuals might procure drugs from others, that is beyond Clark's control. Through a skilled mutant, Jones suddenly appeared inside a submarine, accompanied by 2 individuals holding gold and cash. The high-ranking military officials of Mao country were delighted to see Jones, as this was not their first transaction, and they were well acquainted with each other. With a smile, Jones greeted General Yuri. "It has been a while." General Yuri, equally pleased to see Jones, replied, "My friend, it has indeed been too long." The two embraced warmly. After parting, Jones gestured towards the cash and gold bars. General Yuri, you may send someone to tally the money. Aware that this transaction differed from the last, General Yuri dispatched his trusted aide to verify the count, confirming everything was in order before leading Jones to the cargo hold. Inside the hold lay all the supplies that Clark required. General Lee pointed towards the goods and stated, "My friend, to demonstrate our sincerity, all of this is of the highest quality, and we have even brought an additional batch to ensure the continuation of this cooperation." General Yuri was indeed quite generous. After all, some items would never be utilized in their possession, but in the hands of others, the situation would be markedly different. During the transportation of the goods, Jones and General Yuri enjoyed a few glasses of vodka together. This vodka, highly prized in Mao country, is reserved for esteemed guests. "My friend, in support of our partnership, this is perfect. Let us have a toast." Before Jones could respond, General Yuri downed his glass in one swift motion, reveling in the experience. Observing this, Jones was equally unreserved. Despite the high alcohol content, it posed no challenge for him. Upon seeing Jones finish his drink in one gulp, General Yuri gave a thumbs up. "My friend, your drinking capacity is impressive. Let us have another." After sharing 4 or 5 more glasses, the two finally paused, at which point the cargo within the hold had nearly been fully transferred. "General Yuri, we are in urgent need of a new batch of advanced weaponry. I hope you can provide us with the finest options when the time comes, and you need not worry about the financial aspect." Upon hearing of this lucrative business opportunity, General Lee's smile was wide, revealing more teeth than usual. "Rest assured, my comrade, I will undoubtedly procure the best weaponry for you." The term of endearment caught Jones off guard, as he was quite familiar with some cultural nuances related to mangoes. However, the use of such a term signified that the deal was indeed solidified. As the final shipment was prepared for transport, Jones departed alongside the mutants. Once Jones had left, General Yuri promptly distributed bundles of U.S. dollars to everyone present, marking the reward for their undertaking. In contrast, General Lee sought only a single crate of gold. For General Yuri, who occupied a prestigious position, returning with a substantial amount of cash would raise questions that could be difficult to explain. Gold bars, on the other hand, could be melted down and fashioned into decorative items for his home, thereby evading scrutiny. Moreover, the individuals accompanying General Lee were his most trusted confidants. Since aligning with General Yuri, their living conditions and salaries had experienced a remarkable increase. Previously confined to cramped quarters, they now resided in spacious villas, complete with their own vehicles. They understood that as long as General Yuri remained in command, they could relish such a prosperous lifestyle, thus ensuring their loyalty. On the return journey, the group aboard the submarine sang and danced with exuberance, for each participant had received no less than 20,000. Previously, this sum would have represented 5 years of their earnings, but now, merely for this outing, they had garnered such wealth, with additional rewards awaiting them upon their return. A truly celestial existence. Meanwhile, Jones wasted no time in delivering the acquired goods to warehouse number 1, designated for the storage of supplies for Clark. Access to this warehouse was heavily restricted. Entry was only permitted through Clark's explicit approval. The overseer of the warehouse was well aware of the need for stringent security and the prohibition against unauthorized access. With a mutant capable of teleportation now within the gang, the cumbersome process of opening the door was bypassed entirely, allowing for the immediate transfer of goods into warehouse number 1. Upon completing this mission, the 2 shopkeepers received additional rewards, serving also as a form of hush money, ensuring their silence regarding the proceedings. Having received this payment, anyone with a modicum of sense understood that they had not ventured anywhere or experienced any incidents that day. They dared not speculate on the potential repercussions should they divulge the details of this affair. Although most mutants lack familial ties, they do possess friendships. To avoid burdening their companions, they must keep their silence. Were it not for their connections, Clark would create bonds for them, for it is only through such connections that they might hesitate. Clark has orchestrated such entanglements on numerous occasions, whenever needed. He can readily conjure individuals whom they would find difficult to part with. Chapter 138. The portal to parallel universes. That very evening, Clark delivered the materials he had procured to the solitary fortress. Upon receiving these supplies, the robots immediately commenced the construction of the parallel universe transporter, more aptly referred to as the portal to parallel universes. During the assembly of the portal, his father appeared by Clark's side. The construction of the portal necessitated the implantation of a coordinate within one's body. This coordinate primarily serves to pinpoint one's originating universe, regardless of which parallel universe one traverses. This coordinate ensures a safe return to the solitary fortress. Furthermore, to guarantee the safety of this coordinate, an emergency return system is in place. Should the system detect severe injury or a decline in heart rate, it will automatically activate to facilitate a return to safety. While I understand that you may rarely require such a device, it is wise to have it for precautionary measures. Clark did not oppose his father's suggestion. As the old saying goes, a cautious sailor can navigate for eternity, and none can assure what other parallel universes may entail. How long will the implantation take? Clark inquired. It won't take long, merely a matter of seconds, his father replied. Nodding in agreement, Clark said, proceed. Upon receiving Clark's consent, a robot approached him, producing a laser scalpel with a swift flick of its finger, effortlessly slicing through Clark's skin. The robot then inserted a device, roughly the size of ghost stone, into Clark's body. As Clark's skin healed automatically, no trace remained of the implant. During the wait for the construction of the parallel universe portal, Clark continued his daily routine at the company by day and monitored cargo shipments on the island by night. With the establishment of this transit hub, many operations became significantly more efficient. Particularly, the transportation of narcotics abroad benefited greatly. This hub allowed for a swifter and more effective delivery of drugs to foreign traffickers. Notably, the substances provided to them by the ledger were not only affordably priced, but also arrived in greater quantities. Only with sufficiently low prices could these drugs proliferate rapidly from the ledger. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, with Clark spending this time predominantly at the solitary fortress. During this period, he also observed that the robots led lives of their own. By day, they were tasked with cleaning and maintaining the smooth operation of the solitary fortress. Once everything concluded, they returned to the charging station to replenish their energy, subsequently embarking on their own personal lives. The existence of these robots is rather straightforward. During their leisure time, they immerse themselves in the vastness of Earth's knowledge through the internet and television, particularly fixating on the intricacies of human imitation. Observing this scene, Clark felt a surprising lack of alarm. He understood that, as technology incessantly evolves, these robots endowed with a modicum of autonomous awareness would serve as the most adept substitutes in the service industry and perilous occupations. Particularly in the care of paralyzed patients and the elderly, robots could demonstrate their utmost efficacy. Could one truly allow them to roam freely within the confines of the solitary fortress without fear of mishaps? Upon hearing Clark's query, his father materialized beside him. You need not worry about this. All the robots are under my control. Should any robot exhibit unreasonable behavior, I will promptly deactivate and dismantle it. The solitary fortress is your ultimate sanctuary. I shall not permit any threat to its existence. Even if one day I become a threat to the fortress, I would not hesitate to activate the self-destruction mechanism, erasing everything. Clark had not anticipated such a response from his father, although it was somewhat within the realm of his expectations. After all, Krypton no longer existed, and the solitary fortress represented the last vestige of Kryptonian heritage. His father was determined to preserve this final ember. Through his interactions with his father over the past few days, Clark became aware that his mission was to safeguard the fortress above all else, regardless of any arising issues. The solitary fortress housed not only advanced technology, but also the entirety of Krypton's culture and invaluable records. Clark had also inquired whether his father harbored ambitions to conquer Earth and resurrect it as Krypton, utilizing the Kryptonian embryos within the fortress to cultivate a new generation of Kryptonians. His father answered unequivocally that, during Clark's tenure in this universe, the solitary fortress would not pursue such actions. Only if Clark chose to depart for another parallel universe without returning would the fortress consider such a course. A flicker of insight crossed his father's mind, and he turned to Clark, saying, "Parallel universe. The transporter is ready. Let's take a look." Intrigued by this revelation, Clark followed his father to a laboratory. This facility was not located within the solitary fortress, but was constructed in a subterranean cavern. The decision to establish the transporter here was made to ensure it posed no threat to the fortress. All installations capable of endangering the solitary fortress had been strategically situated underground, well away from its confines. Thus, even in the event of damage or emergencies, these facilities would not inflict any harm upon the solitary fortress. Before him stood a circular portal, the quintessential design of all teleportation gates. Surrounded by an array of advanced instruments, devices Clark had never encountered before. Among them, several robots were diligently calibrating data to ensure the seamless activation of the parallel universe portal. After a series of adjustments, the robots confirmed the portal was ready for activation. A humanoid robot, disguised as a human, appeared before the portal. Before permitting entry, it was imperative that someone undertake a trial run to ensure the absence of any issues, thus allowing one to step through this grand gateway. Prior to departure, this experimental robot had been equipped with a self-destruction program, designed to detonate within 1 minute should it fail to return, leaving no trace for adversaries. After all, it was vital to prevent other factions from the parallel universe from acquiring secrets regarding the solitary fortress. Chapter 139. A continued vigil half an hour later. The robot that traversed the portal returned to the solitary fortress, clutching a brand new smartphone and several related newspapers. Observing the pristine smartphone and newspapers in its grasp, Clark deduced that the parallel world was likely situated in the years 2020 or 2021. The robot respectfully presented these items to Clark. Rather than hastily examining the phone, Clark first perused the newspapers. Through the articles and relevant reports, he concluded that this world was solely inhabited by the Avengers. Further confirmation arose from various applications on the smartphone, solidifying Clark's hypothesis. However, this universe's Avengers were not the same as those he was familiar with, despite superficial similarities. An inexplicable dissonance lingered in Clark's perception. Continuing to sift through significant headlines, he discovered that the Battle of New York had yet to transpire in this world, indicating a divergence in the timeline. It appeared that should he wish to traverse to this realm, he might need to wait an additional week. After all, the opportunity for crossing dimensions had already been utilized by the robot, and for himself to embark on such a journey, he would have to await the next occasion. Indeed, even with the optimization of the parallel universe portal, the energy consumption remained substantial. The two activations had depleted a considerable amount of energy, necessitating a prolonged waiting period. Clark had anticipated his father's response. After all, the energy expended in consecutively activating the portal was immense, compounded by the already scarce resources in the Arctic. Consequently, Clark found this outcome to be acceptable. Is there a way to harness the heat of magma and convert it into electricity? This would enable us to provide enduring power to the Fortress of Solitude and other facilities. Clark believed that with the technology of Krypton, achieving this should not be particularly challenging. Your proposal is indeed commendable. However, at this stage, we are unable to execute it. This is not due to the lack of capability within the Fortress of Solitude, but rather because extracting geothermal energy would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Avengers and the Justice League. Both the Justice League and the Avengers have established independent bases in the Arctic and Antarctic, equipped with various detectors that monitor the terrain continuously, 24 hours a day. While conventional mining might go unnoticed, the absorption of geothermal energy would likely raise their suspicions. Upon hearing his father's words, Clark furrowed his brow. Had the two alliances uncovered something? His father clarified, they have not discovered anything. However, both alliances possess secret research bases in the polar regions. This revelation left Clark somewhat astonished. Yet upon reflection, it became evident that if the Avengers and the Justice League could establish bases in such remote areas, they must be engaged in significant research endeavors, much like the laboratories in the land of the morning calm, which, despite their lack of transparency, still conduct inhumane experiments. To Clark, the notion of humanity is merely relative. When one possesses strength, discussions of humanity seem entirely reasonable. Yet, when one is devoid of power, such conversations appear laughable. Given this, it is prudent to exercise caution. If necessary, we should relocate the Fortress of Solitude to the depths of the ocean, where it would be relatively secure. Clark initially believed this arrangement to be quite perfect, as the deep sea could be considered the only truly safe haven on Earth. However, his father's response took him by surprise. We cannot venture into the deep sea either. The extraterrestrial organization, the Black Order, has established a base there, specifically designed to detain the most heinous of aliens. Furthermore, many extraterrestrial beings that thrive under high water pressure reside there, making it an area we cannot easily access. Clark had never anticipated that the Black Order would be involved, nor did he expect that aliens would inhabit the depths of the ocean. It seemed that the peculiar sounds and extraordinary phenomena often reported in the deep sea of the original world were likely caused by these extraterrestrials. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary individual, with no opportunity to encounter such matters. It was only after becoming a superhuman in this new world that he gained insight into these subjects. Thus, for the sake of safety, it is best to maintain a low profile. If it takes a bit longer, so be it. After all, he had waited for many years already, so a few additional days would not make a difference. Once he confirmed that no further issues would arise, Clark returned once more to New York. Recently, Clark has not treated Paul and Aisha to a meal, which has led to a growing sense of resentment from the siblings towards their elder brother for his perceived irresponsibility. Observing the sulking demeanor of his siblings, Clark felt it prudent to remain silent. Fortunately, he had some time today and decided to invite them for dinner, followed by selecting some gifts and providing them with a bit of pocket money. As for his adoptive parents, Clark has never been stingy when it comes to purchasing gifts or providing financial support, always ensuring that they receive their due. Most importantly, under Clark's influence, Paul and Aisha frequently visit their parents and also buy gifts for them. Through the education of Paul and Aisha, Clark has come to realize that certain traits are shaped by one's environment. The nature of the surroundings greatly influences the character of a child. Although Clark employs a traditional Chinese educational approach with Paul and Aisha, he also exposes them to the principles of American education. Anyone with discernment understands the distinction between right and wrong, and what actions are appropriate or inappropriate. "Brother, we will graduate next year. What plans do you have for our future?" Paul asked directly. Typically, children receiving a conventional American education do not allow their parents or older siblings to dictate their futures. However, Paul posed this question to himself. Fortunately, Clark has not overlooked the growth of his siblings. Observing Paul, who now stands over 6 feet tall, Clark remarked, "With your height and agility, basketball is your best option." Aisha, eagerly looking at Clark, chimed in, "What about me?" "Aisha, your piano skills are remarkable, and you have already gained recognition from several masters. I advise you to continue developing in this area." Clark does not make arbitrary choices for his siblings, but rather offers the most suitable options based on their preferences and strengths. Since Paul reached a height suitable for a player, Clark has noticed his fervent obsession with basketball. Under Clark's guidance, Paul has even had the opportunity to practice with some professional players, showcasing outstanding performance. Remarkably, Paul was able to hold his own against professional athletes despite having played basketball for less than a year, which is a testament to his extraordinary talent in the sport. As for Aisha, her excellence in academics has been evident from a young age. Initially, she aspired to become a businesswoman, but after Clark arranged an internship for her during the summer, her perspective shifted. Aisha simply stated that such a cutthroat lifestyle was not suited for her. She desired a life of joy and simplicity, leading her to explore various musical instruments, with the piano being the one she mastered the quickest. Once enamored with the piano, Aisha devoted herself to rigorous practice, and within just half a month, she was able to perform several impressive pieces. After 3 months of diligent practice, some intricate pieces could be played with a semblance of proficiency, though lacking in soul. 6 months later, all pieces could be effortlessly performed, even infused with her own interpretations. Given Elsa's remarkable talent, Clark would not allow it to go to waste. If she cherished playing the piano, then let her play. Thus, Clark purchased a piano as a gift for Elsa. The week passed swiftly, during which Clark completed several commendable designs, earning both a holiday and a reward. This is the most humane aspect of Stark Industries, as long as one presents exceptional designs that are reasonable and feasible under current manufacturing conditions. The rewards and holidays remain abundant. After all, the innovations birthed by such talent can yield substantial profits for the company over the coming years, even decades. For a prodigy like this, there is no need for the company to confine them within its walls, as long as they can deliver brilliant ideas. Even if it means taking a holiday every day, it is entirely acceptable. It is precisely because of such generous benefits that Stark Industries can effortlessly attract top-tier talent. When Clark arrived at the Fortress of Solitude once more, the parallel universe portal had already charged completely. His father stood before the portal, inquiring if he intended to change his attire before proceeding. Clark, clad in his white Grim Reaper suit, felt no discontent. "This will suffice. I merely wish to observe, not to reveal my identity, nor to engage in unnecessary matters. Upon hearing Clark's words, his father refrained from further discussion and immediately turned to the nearby robot. As the parallel universe portal activated, Clark steadied his breath, preparing to step into the portal. The energy fluctuations from the portal were palpable, causing Clark to feel alterations coursing through his entire being. Yet, these changes did not affect him in the slightest. Just as he believed this transmission would yield no consequences, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by a disorienting sensation of lightness. As he staggered to regain his footing, his nostrils were assaulted by the acrid scents of gunpowder and burning metal, while his ears were filled with the deafening sounds of explosions, screams, and the roars of unfamiliar creatures. This strange amalgamation of scents and sounds confirmed to Clark that he had indeed arrived in another parallel universe. Raising his gaze, he beheld chaos. What once symbolized prosperity and order in New York had devolved into a war-torn battleground. The glass facades of skyscrapers bore cracks. Shattered concrete plummeted from great heights, and abandoned vehicles on the streets erupted in flames, thick smoke obscuring half the sky. The architects of this calamity were alien beings, surging forth in droves from a vortex resembling a wormhole. They possessed bodies adorned with dark green scales, limbs equipped with sharp claws, and head organs capable of unleashing beams of blue energy, relentlessly wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. The timing of their arrival is uncanny. It is indeed the Battle of New York. It appears that the timeline of this parallel world is somewhat askew, as the Battle of New York has occurred later than anticipated. As Clark pondered this, a colossal green figure emerged, wielding an abandoned sedan and careening toward his vicinity. This familiar green silhouette is none other than the Hulk. After clearing a path with the discarded vehicle, Hulk effortlessly hurled it towards the airborne adversaries. The aliens, however, deftly dodged the incoming car and continued their advance toward him. In response, the Hulk lifted a toppled bus with one hand and swung it like a baseball bat at the swarming extraterrestrial soldiers, sending shattered metal fragments and alien limbs flying in all directions. Each swing was accompanied by a roar of fury, igniting an exhilarating fervor within him. Meanwhile, Iron Man hovered above, with the energy core in his palms and chest radiating a brilliant blue light, each beam striking true at the circling alien crafts. One craft attempted a flank attack, prompting Iron Man to swiftly pivot, launching shoulder-mounted missiles that reduced it to a fireball. As the debris rained down, he utilized the suit's loudspeaker to alert civilians. Beware of falling debris on the left. Citizens, make your way to the subway station promptly. At the opposite end of the street, Captain America brandished his vibranium shield, deflecting an alien soldier's energy assault. Police officers guided the crowds on Fifth Avenue, cautioning them to steer clear of the collapsing buildings. Leave the isolated enemy to me, he declared, effortlessly evading an alien soldier's ambush. He flung his shield with precision, striking his target and cleaving it in two. The entire maneuver was executed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of hesitation. Clark, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but applaud from his hidden vantage point. The display was undeniably impressive. He remained indifferent to the chaos unfolding around him. With no intention of intervening, his sole desire was to witness an authentic battle of New York. After all, such an immersive experience could hardly be replicated in a cinema. To enhance his enjoyment, Clark approached a hot dog stand, purchasing 2 hot dogs from a white-haired old man wearing sunglasses. He then soared back into the air, resuming his observation of the Battle of New York. Clark found himself perplexed, wondering why, amidst the turmoil, a calm old man continued to sell hot dogs.